Chapter 101. As Xiang spoke, she swung her sword into a neat, graceful flower with the peach blossom branch, her sword energy flowing through each move. The elder, who had witnessed this clearly, said nothing more and simply announced the start of the competition. He had been worrying too much. The sword energy of this young woman before him was pure and natural, and it seemed she was indeed quite capable. And for some reason, his years of stagnant progress had actually begun to improve after hearing what the young woman had just said. He now wanted only to quickly finish the final sword competition of the day, and then return to the Immortal Demon Alliance to request his resignation and retreat. Although Lu Qijing was the son of a Dingyang sect elder, he had been steadfast in the practice of swordsmanship ever since he had absorbed the energy within his body. With years of dedicated practice, he naturally sensed the sword energy emanating from Xie Ying's raised hand. As a result, Lu Qijing dropped his previous arrogant attitude and no longer dared to underestimate the female cultivator before him. He held his sword across his chest, his eyes fixed on Xiang. Xiang remained in her previous stance. The crowd, blocked by the barrier below the arena, couldn't see the sword energy flowing around them, let alone the clash of sword energies. To them, the two men were simply standing there, pretending to be posing, neither willing to strike first. "Hey! Are we still going to fight or not? My senior sister is waiting for me to show off to her. If you wait any longer, the food will get cold. What's going on? Fellow Daoxia wasn't like this just now on the magic cultivation arena. I still remember her move, Phoenix Cry Ninth Heaven. Wow! A phoenix that size, it was so cool." The disciple who spoke gestured to the people around him as he spoke, looking like a little fanboy, but soon he began to worry about Xiang. Why is fellow Daoxia so still on the sword cultivation competition stage? Did he expend too much spiritual energy in the previous magic cultivation competition? As soon as he finished speaking, he was violently pulled by the disciple beside him. Look! They're moving! They're finally fighting! On the competition stage, two figures tangled with lightning speed and then separated. In the previous battle of sword energy, Lu Qijing had ultimately lost by a single move. But at that moment, Lu Qijing's sword energy exploded. He concentrated all of it into the tip of his sword, and as he slashed across, a crescent-shaped sword beam flew straight towards Xiang. The sword beam split into countless crescents in the air, attacking Xiang from all directions. In an instant, the competition stage was as bright as the moon, bathed in its pure moonlight. It's one of fellow Daoist Lu's famous skills, Crescent Moon Slash. The disciples watching below were dazzled by the stunning moonlight, some stunned in their spots, but some quickly recovered and recognized Lu Qijing's move. In the darkness, the 9 sect masters and others continued to sit, watching each of the young disciples' matches. But at this moment, Dingyang Sect's sect master, True Man Tianyang, had a serious expression. He knew Lu Qijing's strength. Not many Dingyang sect disciples were participating in this competition, and Lu Qijing was one of the few he favored most. Crescent Moon Slash was one of Lu Qijing's most prized skills, yet now, he was forced to use it right away. Could this little girl named Xiang really be that powerful? On the competition stage, Xiang lay motionless, completely enveloped by the Crescent Moon Sword's light. Her position was enveloped by a soft white glow, with only the faintest trace of a human figure visible. At that moment, a flash of azure sword light cleaved through the crescent sword's rays. Xiang, clutching a peach blossom branch, broke free and leaped out. With a twirl of her sword, the peach blossoms from the branch scatter in a flurry. She raised her hand and thrust, and the falling petals, as if possessed of their own consciousness, suddenly reversed course and attacked Lu Qijing. The petals were soft, but imbued with Xie Ying's sword energy, they transformed into the sharpest blades. Lu Qijing's first reaction was to channel his sword energy to block it, but the pink petals still slashed through his sword energy with unstoppable force, overwhelming him. Lu Qijing's pupils dilated, and he was about to fall off the stage as the sword energy tossed him around. He quickly twisted his wrist, thrusting the Dragon Roar sword into the stage, then used the momentum to flip back onto his feet. His feet hadn't touched the ground yet, so he didn't fall off the stage. He hadn't lost yet. Xiang hadn't expected Lu Qijing's persistence, and a hint of surprise crossed her eyes. Lu Qijing wasted no time, his gaze focused solely on Xie Ying's figure and boundless fighting spirit. He suddenly raised the Dragon Roar sword high. A dense, pure white sword energy emanated from Lu Qijing's body, emanating from the sword and merging with it. The blade trembled. The bright moon shatters the darkness. As the sword hummed, a massive full moon slowly rose from behind Lu Qijing. A surge of mighty sword energy surged out like a tidal wave, instantly covering the entire arena. Even the disciples below felt the pressure of Lu Qijing's sword energy. They felt as if a sharp sword was pressing down on their heads, poised to fall at any moment. The dread of being on the brink of death suffocated them. Is this fellow Taoist Lu's sword energy? It appears as gentle as the bright moon, yet how could the sword intent be so overbearing? The elder on the stage cast a spell to solidify the barrier on the competition stage, nodding silently as he watched Lu Qijing. Not bad, not bad. He hadn't expected this young disciple of the Dingyang sect to cultivate such a powerful and condensed sword intent. He had originally thought the Xiaoyao sect girl would win this time, but Lu Qijing had already comprehended and cultivated the sword intent, making it clear that he was the undisputed winner. But when his eyes fell on Xiaoying again, he was startled. Wait! Why does that girl look so relaxed? The disciples below the competition stage were oppressed by Lu Qijing's overflowing sword intent, making it difficult for them to breathe. But Xiaoying, who was at the center of Lu Qijing's attack, acted unfazed, even a faint smile playing on her face. The moment Lu Qijing's sword intent approached her, it was neutralized by an invisible force. The sword intent, which could kill several people with a single nod, passed by Xiaoying like a gust of wind, barely lifting her hair. How could that be? Lu Qijing was devastated. This was completely different from what he had previously understood. Even the most formidable swordsman could not remain unscathed by another sword energy. How on earth did Xiaoying do it? It's getting late. It's my turn now, huh? Xiaoying tilted her head and gave a playful smile. Suddenly, her aura shifted. She lifted the peach blossom branch and slashed lightly. Sword energy crisscrossed the sky, shattering the bright moon behind Lu Qijing into countless fragments that fell to the ground like tiny specks of dust, vanishing without a trace in the breeze. Unable to control his sword energy and suffering the backlash, Lu Qijing, wounded by the backlash, thrust his sword into the arena beneath his feet to steady himself, but he still spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. Shit! Fellow Taoist, please stop trying to scam me. Xiaoying leaped 3 feet high upon seeing this, and quickly distanced herself from him. It wasn't me. The vomiting of blood has nothing to do with me. I didn't kill him. Elder, you saw it, didn't you? Chapter 102. Elder, Disciples in the audience, Is this the time to be fussing about whether or not to try to scam someone? What's wrong with Xiaoying's brain? Lu Qijing, ? He laughed, pissed off. Lu Qijing roughly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Though he was unwilling to accept defeat, he wasn't one to stand up to defeat. He stared directly at Xiaoying. Xiaoying was panicked. It's over. I forgot to use a photo stone to record the competition just now. This Taoist looks respectable, so he shouldn't be so shameless as to scam someone. And yet, she's asking for such a high price, right? Don't worry, Taoist Xie. My injury has nothing to do with you. I won't scam you. But the next second, Xiaoying heard the young man's somewhat dull but firm voice. I lose, Elder. I concede. Xiaoying of the Xiaoyao sect wins this competition. The sect competition is a contest between disciples, so naturally, it's a one-on-one affair. A complete slaying rarely occurs, so a disciple can naturally end the match by voluntarily admitting defeat. Hearing the elder declare her victory, Xiaoying finally smiled happily. Of course, this was mainly because Lu Qijing didn't take advantage of her. She bowed to Lu Qijing, praising him from the bottom of her heart. Fellow Taoist Lu, you're very strong. I give you the opportunity to compete today. Lu Qijing suspected Xiaoying was being rude, but he couldn't detect any sarcasm or complacency in her expression, only seriousness. No match for you, fellow Taoist Xie. Lu Qijing's heart sank even deeper. He replied in a gruff voice, but thinking of Xiaoying's final blow, he couldn't help but ask another question. Fellow Taoist Xie, I wonder what your last move is called? Huh? Xiaoying was stunned, but answered Lu Qijing honestly, that move doesn't have a name. How could it have no name? That move was simply a spontaneous strike I unleashed when faced with your sword intense pressure and attack. Any other cultivator might have concealed their cultivation method, but Xiaoying had no such intention. She was never stingy with those who caught her eye. This sentence inexplicably reminded Lu Qijing of Xiaoying's initial rebuttal to the elder. His mind shifted slightly, a feeling that something was beginning to unravel. The brave are fearless. I cultivate the fearless sword. I wonder what sword fellow Taoist Xie cultivates. What sword did she cultivate? Xiaoying was slightly startled. She had never considered this question before. Whether cultivating magic or sound, thanks to her innate chaos sacred body, Xiaoying had never encountered any bottlenecks since embarking on her cultivation path. All realms of this world seemed within her reach, accessible and masterable if she so desired. The realm of the sword was no exception. Whether it was during her daily sword training sessions with Ji Heyuan in the Xiaoyao sect, or the month of beating she endured in the trial tower, Xie Ying had never considered this question. But now, when Lu Qijing mentioned it, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of bewilderment. Sensing the lingering traces of her own sword intent around her, Xie Ying closed her eyes and carefully sensed them. Slowly, the shape of a sword emerged in her mind. Xie Ying suddenly opened her eyes, a golden light flashing in them. I cultivate the heart sword. It's the heart sword. In the shadows, Hung Yuan Jianjun, the leader of the Five Element Sword sect, spoke almost simultaneously with Xie Ying, and his words completely drew the attention of the others. Is it really the heart sword? I can't be mistaken. At that moment, everyone fell silent in tacit agreement. Sword cultivators are considered the most powerful beings in the world of immortal cultivation. It's safe to say that any random cultivator knows something about them. Those sect masters and elders who have reached the pinnacle of the world naturally know even better. They all know that sword cultivation is divided into different realms. The gentleman's sword, the fearless sword, the compassionate sword, and the ruthless sword. Among these, the most coveted and yet the most difficult for all sword cultivators to comprehend is the heart sword. The heart sword intent originates from the heart and moves with it. The moment you step into the heart sword's realm, you achieved a realm that most sword cultivators never achieve, the unity of man and sword. Yet, the young girl standing on the competition stage, barely a teenager, had already cultivated the heart sword. What a terrifying yet enviable talent. At this moment, everyone's thoughts diverged, yet they all shared a deep doubt about Mu Chen's earlier words. Could such a brilliant disciple truly be as unsavory as Mu Chen had claimed? His hands, hidden within his wide sleeves, clenched into fists, his eyes gleaming with undisguised fury. He had intended to take advantage of the grand sect competition to utterly crush Xie Ying before the entire cultivation world, effectively eradicating her from the world of immortal cultivation. This would make it much easier for him to decide how to deal with her later. But Mu Chen could never have imagined that Xie Ying had transformed so completely, like a completely different person, to steal such attention at the sect competition. Her previous performance of Phoenix Cry Ninth Heaven in the magic cultivation arena had already impressed the Qianquan Dao sect's leader, Liangyi Daozuan. There is no doubt that the hard sword has now caught the attention of Heng Yuan's sword master again. However, what Mu Chen didn't know was that something even more unexpected was about to happen. Look! Lu Yu exclaimed again, drawing everyone's attention back to the competition stage. Shortly after Xie Ying comprehended the heart sword, the sky and earth suddenly changed color, a violent wind blew, and spiritual energy from 100 miles around formed a massive vortex, pouring into Xie Ying's body. Boom! Boom! Thunder roared, and a massive calamity cloud gathered above Xie Ying's head at a visible speed, pressing down darkly. The sky and earth were dark, and a pervasive aura of danger filled the air. The dark calamity clouds overhead seemed poised to unleash a thunderbolt, wiping them apart at any moment. This is Xie Ying's thunderbolt. She's actually about to advance to the Golden Core stage. What's the point of attracting the Golden Core thunderbolt? You can still exclaim for her after she successfully survives it. Mu Chen! Shut your stinking mouth! No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Miaoshu Tower Master shouted angrily, waving her hand and appearing to fly away. With a single wave of her hand, she moved the unresponsive disciples below the competition stage to a safe area. A voice imbued with nascent soul strength drifted across the entire arena, reaching every disciple unerringly. Xie Ying of the Xiaoyao sect is about to undergo the Golden Core Thunderbolt. All disciples below the Golden Core stage must retreat immediately and stay away. Chapter 103. But before Miaoshu could finish her words, she saw two figures swiftly approaching. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she was about to teach these two disobedient disciples a lesson, but the red-robed disciple was the first to bow and explain. Please forgive me, Master Miaoshu. I am Xie Ying's senior apprentice. I have come here simply to set up a formation for my junior sister. The arrivals were Mo Yin and Ji Heyuan. Before Master Miaoshu could respond, Mo Yin and Ji Heyuan split up and quickly laid a small lightning protection formation around Xie Ying using piles of top-grade spirit stones. Then, without waiting for Master Miaoshu to send them away, the two quickly withdrew from the battlefield. The moment the formation was completed, a golden light flashed beneath Xie Ying's feet, and complex, ancient formation patterns flowed beneath her. A closer look revealed a number of magical weapons stacked around Xie Ying, all used to resist lightning tribulations. Ever since Xie Ying emerged from her retreat and repelled the thunder tribulation that was meant for her, The 6 members of Xiaoyao sect's Qibao Island had secretly prepared various spiritual artifacts and magical treasures for Xie Ying to protect against. Although Xie Ying's Jinden Thunder tribulation had struck just as suddenly, they were fortunately prepared and not worried. Mioshu Tower Master, with keen eyes, spotted the pile of magical treasures lying around Xie Ying, but remained silent. Instead, she cast another barrier nearby, preventing the Thunder tribulation from accidentally harming other disciples, and also guarding against those who might exploit it to assassinate her. Mu Chun, who had originally considered taking advantage of the chaos, had to suppress his thoughts once again, realizing that there were many more people intent on protecting Xie Ying from this Thunder tribulation than just Mioshu Tower Master. Even the elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance clearly expressed their interest in Xie Ying. Any further action at this point would undoubtedly be digging his own grave. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the thin, green figure on the competition stage. The current foremost cultivator in the Immortal Cultivation world, Fairy Linging, reached the Golden Core stage at the age of 18 and the Nascent Soul stage at the age of 25. She was once hailed as the world's foremost prodigy. But Xie Ying was only 14 years old now. For a cultivator to successfully advance to the Golden Core stage at the age of 13, everyone couldn't imagine the incredible talent that was. The Immortal Demon Alliance elders appeared calm and experienced, but inwardly, a turbulent storm was already brewing. Watching Xie Ying, still in a state of trance and enlightenment beneath the Thunder tribulation, they all thought of a prophecy passed down through the Immortal Demon Alliance for millennia. If this little girl could successfully survive the Jinden Thunder tribulation and advance to the Jinden stage today, perhaps the prophecy would soon come true. Boom! The moment the first bolt of lightning struck, Xie Ying, still in a state of enlightenment, suddenly opened her eyes and leaped forward to face the thunder. As the thunder pierced through her entire body, Xie Ying finally understood what it meant to be struck by a true thunderbolt. In comparison, the blow Yinin had struck her was like a tickle. Xie Ying could feel the destructive force of the lightning coursing through her spiritual veins, reaching into her soul, attempting to rip her body apart and tear her spirit apart as well. The pain felt like thousands of hands tearing and biting at her soul, determined to sever her flesh and spirit piece by piece. Her body was cracking inch by inch, with ugly mottled cracks appearing one after another. Bright red blood was flowing along the cracks. The heavenly thunder was running wildly in her body. Xie Ying was like a doll covered with scars, and would be completely shattered in the next second. But she wasn't defeated. On the contrary, the more powerful the thunder became, the more challenging it seemed to her. Xie Ying gritted her teeth, unaware of the bite she'd done to her lips, and forcibly caught the thunderbolt. But then came the second, the third, and the third. And it kept coming. It's purple thunder. How could the first one be purple? Why are they all purple? The Jinden stage has 39 thunder tribulations, a total of 27. Purple thunder is the most powerful of all, usually only striking at the last one. But now, Xie Ying's first thunder tribulation was the most ferocious and powerful purple thunder, and everyone couldn't help but sweat for her. Some chi refining disciples, with low cultivation and foundation establishment disciples, with unstable realms fainted after witnessing the might of the thunderbolts, their tendons and veins rupturing. Quick! Get all chi refining disciples, and those who have just advanced to the foundation establishment stage out of the way. The Immortal Demon Alliance leader spoke decisively, and the elders immediately moved those disciples unable to withstand the thunder's might to a safe location. Xian Yuanting also ordered the elders of Shenong Palace to examine and treat the injuries of those disciples. The thunder was so fierce and powerful that no one, save those already at the nascent soul stage, dared to stare directly at it. They could only vaguely make out a small figure, its robes fluttering, struggling against the pounding thunder. One after another, thicker and more powerful purple lightning bolts struck, seemingly tearing the entire sky apart. Watching this from a safe distance, Ming Fuiying's heart clenched. She clutched her third senior sister Shenfuyu's hand tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister, what on earth is she thinking? Why isn't she using those lightning-proof magic weapons we prepared for her? Could it be that she didn't see it? The Lu sisters, Hua Xingyan, Yang Shu, and even Guankong Buddhist disciple, who were already friendly with Xie Ying, had gathered around the Xiaoyao sect and the others. That's a real possibility. Wasn't Xie Ying experiencing enlightenment when you went to deliver the magic weapon? Perhaps she was so anxious to survive the thunder tribulation that she didn't even see it. I don't think that's possible. Ji Huyuan's expression was solemn, yet his tone was incredibly firm and confident. She wanted to use the heavenly thunder to retemper her Dao body. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stared in silence at the figure in midair, almost completely enveloped by the thunder. Who wouldn't want to use the power of heavenly thunder to retemper their Tao body? But the thunder tribulation is already a life or death experience. To survive it safely and advance to a higher realm is already a blessing. Who would want to risk their life at this moment for a chance to temper their Tao body? Xiang had just that in mind. There are 50 great ways, 49 of which are derived from the heavens, and one of which is hidden by humans. Which immortal cultivator doesn't defy fate? Even such a devastating thunder tribulation inevitably leaves a glimmer of hope for the cultivator. At this moment, Xiang, suspended in midair, forcibly taking one bolt of lightning after another with her own flesh, had no idea that her family and friends were worried sick about her. Mo Yan's lightning protection array, though powerful, only withstood the domineering and ferocious purple lightning for a moment before becoming completely ineffective. Xie Ying's Taoist robe had been ripped to shreds by the thunder, hanging from her body in pieces. But every time this happened, she would quickly pull a new one from her storage bag and put it on. I can die, but not social death. She would never accept running naked. Chapter 104. Xiang absorbed the lightning with her body. Even as her clothes were completely shredded, she managed to find new robes and change into them. Junior sister, what is she doing? Mo Yan had excellent eyesight. Although he couldn't see Xie Ying's exact condition as she was enveloped by the thunder, he could vaguely discern what she was doing from her movements, though he didn't believe it. But soon, Song Xiushi confirmed his suspicions. If I'm not mistaken, poor senior sister seems to be changing clothes. Changing clothes? Why change clothes while undergoing a lightning tribulation? Doesn't she know that the people below can't see her clearly? Maybe poor senior sister really doesn't know. Mo Yan was silent. He had nothing to say, so he chose to quietly await the outcome. If Aang had the energy to change clothes at this point, she must have been absolutely confident that she could survive this lightning tribulation. However, Mo Yan had no idea that Xiang simply didn't want to die. With everyone's inexplicable trust, Xiang had successfully withstood 24 thunder tribulations. Now, only the final 3 bolts remained. Under the bombardment of thunder after thunder, Xie Ying's flesh and blood flew all over her body, and her once jade-white face was now blackened by the lightning. But Xie Ying was acutely aware of the changes in her body. The initial pain was gradually replaced by a faint itch, and Xie Ying had a feeling. She was getting a new brain. Ugh! A new body. Just then, the final 3 bolts of thunder descended simultaneously with lightning speed. After a loud bang, only the blinding flash of lightning remained between heaven and earth. Having been struck by lightning for so long, Xie Ying had gradually grown accustomed to it. Although the sudden 3 bolts of lightning still staggered her, she expertly used her spiritual energy to forcibly envelop the force of the heavenly thunder, guiding it through her limbs, bones, tendons, and spiritual veins. Using the destructive and regenerative power contained within the heavenly thunder, she thoroughly completed this Taoist body refinement. Crack, crack. Fully immersed in the heavenly thunder, Xie Ying heard the sound of bones breaking and then healing again. This was unlike the experience of having her hand bones broken alive in the Yutian sect. Back then, the original owner felt only boundless pain and despair. Although the pain Xie Ying endured now was a million times more excruciating, along with the boundless pain came true rebirth. Crack. A faint sound, like a new sprout breaking through the soil, emanated from her spiritual abode. Xie Ying looked inward and saw that her spiritual sea had become vaster. Originally containing only 9 spiritual lotuses, it had now blossomed with a sea of vibrant colors. The spiritual sea had successfully evolved into a lotus sea. Xie Ying could almost smell the pervasive fragrance of lotus within her spiritual abode. And above the spiritual sea, the original half-golden elixir, baptized by the 27 heavenly thunders, had transformed into a full-bodied golden elixir. Her golden elixir was the size of an egg, ablaze with radiance and beauty beyond measure. But what surprised Xie Ying was that next to this golden elixir, she could faintly see the embryonic form of another. Xie Ying. Shock. What's going on? How could she have 2 golden elixirs? Yinin. Calling the system. Calling Yinin. Please answer if you hear me. Your system, Yinin, is at your service. What's wrong with the host? Look at my spiritual palace. How come I have 2 golden cores? Could I have a genetic mutation? Yinin. Please stop imagining things. The system has checked, and there's nothing wrong with my body. What about my golden core? It's a chaos sacred body. That's perfectly normal. And you, the host, have more than just 2 golden cores. More information will be automatically unlocked as you reach higher levels of cultivation. For now, Rest assured and enjoy the joy of becoming a powerful Golden Core Master. Ding! Jindan stage rewards are being distributed to the host. 1 Dormant Artifact, Axe of Creation, 1 9 Nether Silk, 3 Nirvana Pills. Xiaoying was about to ask what the dormant artifact was when she saw the thundercloud slowly dissipate, revealing her once again, having been completely enveloped by the thunder. Feeling the thousands of stares, Xiaoying swallowed her unspoken words. Before she could even fly back to the ground, a new, multicolored cloud of auspiciousness quickly gathered above the thunderclouds that had gathered earlier. The light of the auspicious cloud, accompanied by a shower of spiritual rain, washed away all the dirt from Xiaoying's body. The wound sustained by the thunder tribulation healed at a visible rate under the spiritual rain's nourishment. In fact, after successfully tempering her Dao body with the heavenly thunder, Xiaoying's injuries had only appeared terrifying. But now, with the spiritual rain nourishing her from the heavenly Dao, Xiaoying not only felt her realm become more stable, but also could clearly feel the hidden injuries she had sustained in the Yuetian sect slowly and silently healing. Though the thunder tribulation was a near-death experience, the benefits it offered were truly substantial, and at that moment, something unexpected happened. A deep, distant dragon roar echoed through the clouds, and from the sky, a blue dragon suddenly flew out. The blue dragon, bathed in a radiant rainbow, swooped down towards Xiaoying. The moment it touched her, it transformed into a ball of light, and merged directly into her body. Instantly, the radiant rainbow intensified, and countless phantoms of ancient mythical and auspicious beasts appeared on the horizon. Everyone stared up at this spectacular scene in stunned silence. What was going on? Until this moment, the members of the Immortal Demon Alliance, who had been hunkering down in the shadows, could no longer sit still. They suddenly stood up and excitedly emerged. A strange phenomenon has appeared in the sky, a divine beast has appeared upon the earth. This is a blessing from heaven. In all his years, he had only seen records of heaven's blessing in ancient texts. Now, he actually witnessed the spectacular spectacle of heaven's blessing with his own eyes in his lifetime. How could one receive heaven's blessing without heaven's favor? This woman truly possesses great fortune. In midair, Xiaoying had never felt her hearing and vision so clear before, and she heard the words of the Immortal Demon Alliance elders clearly. Holy crap! I actually received heaven's blessing. I'm so awesome! A rosy glow enveloped Xiaoying before slowly dissipating after she landed. Blessed by heaven, Xiaoying's cultivation leaped from the early golden core stage to the middle stage. The plump and massive golden cores in her spiritual palace now doubled, and the embryonic form of a third golden core appeared. Junior sister. Junior sister. Xiaoying. Familiar calls echoed one after another. Xiaoying smiled happily and ran towards Ji Heyuan and the others. Xiao He. Senior brothers and sisters. Did you see that? I successfully ascended to the golden core stage, and I even received a blessing from heaven. We saw it all. We saw it clearly. Ji Heyuan looked at the uncontrollable pride in Xiaoying's eyes and eyebrows, and felt that if she had a furry tail, it would be sticking up into the air right now. Junior sister is amazing. Of course. Heaven rewards hard work. This proves that my tireless cultivation day and night is indeed a very wise move. What Xiaoying didn't know was that her words, heaven rewards hard work, not only caused the Xiaoyao sect's disciples to become even more inward-looking, but also caused this trend to sweep across the entire cultivation world. Xiaoying. Congratulations. You successfully advanced to the golden core stage. Sister, congratulations. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Xie. At this moment, Yang Shu and the others were sincerely congratulating Xiaoying, but at that moment, a figure in white suddenly descended from the sky in front of Xiaoying. The elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance invite fellow Daoist Xie. Chapter 105. Me? Xiaoying pointed at herself. Are you sure the elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance invited me? Am I already that famous? It's you. The white-clothed figure's face was hidden behind a mask, his emotions undetectable, and his tone remained cold and unchanging. Fellow Daoist Xie, please come with me. Okay. Xiaoying's eyes darted around, a few guesses forming in her mind. Without any hesitation, she said a word to Ji Heyuan and the others before readily following the white-clothed figure. The Yuetian sect's meeting hall. Fairy Linging, the Immortal Demon Alliance, and the leaders of the 9 major sects were all gathered there. As soon as Xiaoying saw the scene, she knew her earlier suspicions were correct. It looked like that old man Mu Qian was indeed going to cause her trouble. Xiaoying, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, greets all the elders. Xiaoyao sect disciple? Mu Qian sneered. You really are good at climbing the ladder. Xiaoying glanced at him, not bothering to pay attention, her gaze fixed directly on the elder sitting in the center, wearing the uniform of the Immortal Demon Alliance. I wonder why the elder has sent someone to look for me. Mu Chen's fist stiffened, his expression growing even uglier. Xiaoying actually dared to ignore him. But everyone else ignored him, busying themselves with their own conversations, not even glancing at Mu Chen. I do have something to discuss with you. The head elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance stroked his beard and smiled at her. Would you like to join the Immortal Demon Alliance? Xiaoying, huh? Are you here to poach me? So direct? Without even a word of foreshadowing, the other sect leader's eyes were filled with eagerness. But she soon understood. The Immortal Demon Alliance had always been most concerned about the future of the immortal cultivation world. Someone like her, who had successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage at the age of 13 and had received a divine blessing, was, in their eyes, a rare talent. In this context, the Immortal Demon Alliance's personal involvement in poaching her seemed less surprising. Xiaoying gathered herself, put aside her usual unruly demeanor, and solemnly bowed to the Immortal Demon Alliance's head elder before decisively declining. Thank you, Senior Immortal Demon Alliance member, for your kindness. However, the Xiaoyao sect is a good sect. My master, my uncles, and my fellow disciples have all been very kind to me. I'm not willing to leave them and join the Immortal Demon Alliance. Don't be so quick to refuse. The head elder wasn't surprised by the rejection, and even gave a somewhat as expected look, clearly pleased with Xiaoying's answer. He would have been disappointed if Xiaoying had simply agreed. Facing temptation while remaining true to her original aspirations demonstrates Xiaoying's unwavering resolve, demonstrating she's not one to waver between ambitions and fickleness. Every 10 years, our Immortal Demon Alliance selects outstanding disciples from various sects in the world of immortal cultivation to study and serve in the Immortal Demon Alliance. Next year will be the time for this selection. Even if you join the Immortal Demon Alliance, it doesn't mean you leave the Xiaoyao sect. Furthermore, I can allow you to enter the Immortal Demon Alliance directly without any selection process. Would you still refuse? While the Chief Elder was speaking, Xiaoying had already quickly reviewed all the important information. So, as soon as the Chief Elder finished speaking, Xiaoying gave her answer. If I can join the Immortal Demon Alliance without leaving the Xiaoyao sect, I'm naturally willing. But I hope to participate in next year's Immortal Demon Alliance disciple selection with my fellow Taoists. Great, great. The fact that you're thinking this way proves I wasn't wrong about you. Go! Return and consolidate your realm. We're all looking forward to your performance in the upcoming competition. I hope to see you again in the heaven realm of the 12 desolate secret realms. Since Senior has said so, I naturally won't let you down. Xiaoying smiled, his eyes radiating the youthful spirit and unbridled exuberance typical of young people. Disciple will take his leave first. Go! Stop! Two voices rang out simultaneously, and along with them came a palm strike filled with murderous intent. Mu Chen! Are you crazy? Master Mu! How dare you commit murder in public? Exclamations rang out, and Miaoshu Tower Master reacted decisively the moment she realized what was happening, slinging out a red silk thread to block Mu Chen's lethal blow. But Xiaoying's instincts were faster. Before her brain could register what was happening, her body had already reacted and dodged the danger. It was only because of Miaoshu's intervention, and given that Xiaoying was only in the middle Jindan stage, that everyone assumed it was Miaoshu who saved Xiaoying. But only Xiaoying herself knew that, with her subconscious evasive reaction, even if Miaoshu hadn't intervened, Mu Chen's palm strike wouldn't have reached her. Xiaoying stared at her hands in bewilderment. She was in the middle Jindan stage, for sure. But why did she feel stronger than the average Jindan great perfection? Is this the benefit of possessing two Jindans? If she cultivated a third golden elixir, or even more, would she be like the heroine in a fairy tale she once watched? A Jindan stage cultivator, yet the most powerful in the 9 provinces, sweeping everyone off their feet. If so, as long as she diligently cultivated, wouldn't she be able to dominate the Yuanying stage great perfection Mu Chen in the future? Xiaoying's eyes gradually lit up. Besides the incredible speed of cultivation, she had finally discovered another benefit of the Chaos Sacred Body. Wow! The Chaos Sacred Body truly was a must-have artifact for cultivating immortals and advancing. As Xiaoying was secretly rejoicing, Miaoshu Tower Master had already launched an attack on Mu Chen. Mu Chen! You're really going backwards. A centuries-old monster actually attacked a 13-year-old child without any reason. Don't tell anyone I know you when you go out. I don't want to be mistaken for you. I just wanted to settle a personal score with Xiaoying. Why is Master Miaoshu making such a fuss? Master Mu, I have to admit, while I think you're flawed in every way, you do have one good point. Master Miaoshu chuckled. Your face is thicker than the Yution sect's barrier. If there's a beast wave attack or a demonic raid on the Yution sect, Master Mu's face will be far more useful than the Yution sect's protective barrier. Mu Chen's rhetoric wasn't as eloquent as Master Miaoshu's, and as the leader of a sect, he couldn't initiate a confrontation with the Huan Tower. So, in response to Master Miaoshu's sarcasm, Mu Chen snorted coldly and turned his attention once again to Xiang. Humph. I know you all look upon Xiang with a different eye because of her talent, but I still say the same thing. Xiang betrayed her master, disrespected her elders, was narrow-minded, and persecuted her fellow disciples. I will never change my opinion of such a lowly person. Even before he finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Xiang. Miaoshu Tower Master continued to smile. Xiang, what about you? Do you have anything to say about what Sect Master Mu said? Yes. Xiang nodded solemnly. Life is dull, and toads are commenting on humans. Chapter 106. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sorry, fellow Taoists. Ha ha. I didn't mean it. Master Mu, I'm definitely not making fun of you. I just happened to think of something really funny. I'm definitely not making fun of you for looking like a toad. The others, trying hard to stifle their laughter, tacitly looked away. Master Lu, if you hadn't said that last sentence or if you had just softened your smile a little, maybe Mu Chen would have believed you. As for now, anyone who believed her was a fool. But Mu Chen was still in shock after being scolded. It wasn't that he was scolded, it was that the person scolding him was Xiang. Xiang, a worthless person who used to just kneel and fawn at the feet of his disciples, actually dared to call him a toad? How dare you? In his rage, Mu Chen unleashed his full aura, the overwhelming pressure of a nascent soul stage expert. Even with Xiang now possessing 2 golden cores, she was still somewhat overwhelmed by such pressure. She felt an invisible, immense force pressing down on her shoulders, forcing her to kneel before Lao Ding. But she refused to kneel. Mu Chen's eyes were stung by Xiang's stubbornness. His eyes darkened as he continued to push forward. Xiang won't kneel, right? Then he just break her legs and see if she still stood her ground. Master Mu. Miaoshu Luzhu flashed before Xiang. With a flick of her beauty fan, she dispelled the pressure Mu Chen was exerting on Xiang. We and the Immortal Demon Alliance are still here. Master Mu is so impatient to act. Are you trying to silence us? Master Miaoshu. Don't think I don't dare fight you. You heard everything Xiang said just now. He insulted me, the leader of a sect, so badly. Can't I just teach him a lesson? You mean a simple lesson? You're clearly taking revenge, taking the opportunity to vent your anger. Master Mu, you really misunderstood. I didn't mean to insult you. At this moment, Xiang, protected by Master Miaoshu, half peeked out with a pale face, and began coughing violently before she could even speak. Thinking Xiang was about to apologize, everyone frowned. What Mu Chen did today was a bit too much. As the leader of a sect, such petty behavior was truly unbecoming. Didn't Xiang just say a word? Was it really necessary to beat her up like that? Look at her pale face, she still has to participate in the sect competition later. Xiang caught a glimpse of the faces of the other leaders, and knew her feigned weakness was right. Sure enough. Sometimes you just have to pretend. Since you admit your mistake, then kneel down and kowtow to me. For the sake of Miaoshu, I will forgive your offense this time. Mu Chen offered, confident Xiang wouldn't refuse. But she added shockingly, no, I'm not wrong. I really want to curse, but I don't want to curse you. Mu Chen, ? Everyone, ? It took a long time for Mu Chen to realize he was being scolded again. He was furious, barely controlling his expression and emotions, and contemplated slamming Xiang to death. But when he saw Miaoshu, the owner of the building, protecting her cubs like a hen, and the head elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance staring at him coldly, Mu Chen had to suppress his murderous intent. Okay. Everyone, do you see clearly? This woman's flattery and deception, distorting right and wrong, clearly reveals her long history of bad behavior. What else do you have to say? Oh! Sect Master Mu, are you planning to be the first to complain? With the support of Miaoshu Tower Master, Xiang remained unfazed. Standing behind Miaoshu Tower Master, she spoke the words she had been wanting to say since she entered the book. If I'm guilty of a misdeed simply for swearing a few times, then what about Sect Master Mu's ordering a senior disciple, Gu Qinghuai, to dig up my spirit bones to use as a healing agent for your beloved young disciple, Lin Yuexiang, embezzling the magical stones my parents left me, and condoning his disciples' bullying and oppression of me? Are you being hypocritical? Are you shameless? Or are you being vicious, selfish, and narrow-minded, yet you insist on acting like a righteous savior? You can't just be saying I'm unlucky, can you? Xie Ying's words sent the whole room into an uproar. The Immortal Demon Alliance's leading elder stood up in shock. The rest of the group also had varying expressions, and their eyes towards Mu Chen became intriguing. Mu Chen was also incredibly shocked. He had never imagined that Xie Ying would dare to expose these unspoken secrets in front of so many people. How dare she? Did she want to die? Didn't she know that Fairy Lingyin, the foremost figure in the world of immortal cultivation, was an elder of the Yutian sect, and that she didn't know the consequences of offending the Yutian sect? Master Mu. Is what Xie Ying said true? The presiding elder had completely changed his usual easygoing demeanor with Xie Ying. Now, his face was stern and solemn, his whole aura radiating. He barked questions, closely watching Mu Chen's every move, as if he could poke holes in him. Did you really embezzle the cultivation resources left to Xie Ying by the Xie couple? And did you really instruct Gu Qinghai to dig up Xie Ying's spirit bones? Everything else is easy to explain, but the embezzlement of the legacy of the immortal cultivators and digging up human spirit bones are two things the Immortal Demon Alliance absolutely cannot tolerate. How is this any different from an evil cultivator? Elder, this is all fabricated. Xie Ying deliberately framed me. Mu Chen naturally knew he couldn't admit it. If he did, not only would he lose his position as sect leader, but he would also make the entire Yutian sect a laughingstock in the immortal cultivation world. He looked at Xie Ying coldly. If looks could kill, Xie Ying would have died in his eyes thousands of times. My Yutian sect. As one of the 9 great sects, they have every cultivation resource they need. Why would they embezzle an orphan's resources? As for Qinghai digging out her spirit bones, that's completely absurd. If I had actually let Qinghai do that, how could Xie Ying have had the chance to leave Yutian sect alive? How could Xie Ying have been so prominent today? Master Mu, sometimes I really envy your thick skin. Xie Ying admired sincerely. It's so thick, surely even without robes or defensive magic weapons, you won't get cold or get hurt, right? How dare you say such nonsense that would make even a dog shake its head? Before Mu Chen could bark any more, Xie Ying's expression turned cold. Everything you do leaves a trace. My cleverness and successful self-rescue doesn't mean that idiot Gu Qinghai didn't dig up my spirit bones, or that you haven't done anything like that. No way, no way. No one can be so naive after being hundreds of years old, right? I knew you, shameless old ding, would deny it, so I kept the trick up my sleeve just in case you were caught spewing nonsense. Seniors, I have evidence proving that the current Yutian sect leader is a wicked villain. Chapter 107. Wow! Everyone gasped in amazement. After living for hundreds of years, he still managed to join in this kind of commotion? Why was he so excited about the prospect of hearing Mu Chen's damning evidence? Xie Ying, you can't just lie. Do you actually have evidence? Yes. Although today's events went beyond her original plan, Xie Ying knew this was a golden opportunity to nail Mu Chen to the head, and naturally, she wouldn't let it slip. Where's the evidence? I am the evidence. When Gu Qinghai dug out my spirit bones 6 months ago, he used the spiritual weapon, the soul-locking blade. The soul-locking blade was crafted by the weapon-refining master, Fairy Nishang, and gifted to the Yutian sect 10 years ago. Seniors, you should be familiar with Fairy Nishang. No matter what item, she would only craft one in her lifetime. That's why this soul-locking blade is unique in the world of immortal cultivation. When Gu Qinghai plunged the soul-locking blade into my spirit palace, he didn't hesitate a moment. I still bear the scars left by the soul-locking blade. To determine the truth, you seniors, just explore my spirit palace. The system's capabilities would naturally heal all of Xie Ying's injuries, but Xie Ying had intentionally leave a hidden wound to prevent Mu Chen from retaliating. It looked serious, but it had no effect on her. As expected, as soon as these words were spoken, a pin drop could be heard in the meeting hall. While the soul-locking blade bears the name of a spiritual weapon, it's actually more of a lethal weapon. Like its name suggests, the soul-locking blade possesses 2 blades, each incredibly sharp, one bloodthirsty, the other soul-locking. Cultivators wounded by the soul-locking blade suffer a mild setback in their cultivation, or even severe damage to their souls. However, the soul-locking blade has a unique characteristic. While it poses a devastating threat to cultivators, it's less damaging to mortals unable to cultivate. 6 months ago, Xie Ying hadn't yet embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. Therefore, although Xie Ying sustained a hidden injury from the soul-locking blade, at least it didn't damage her foundation. But this doesn't mean that Mu Chen is in the clear. Xie Ying's current safety is a sign of luck, not of Mu Chen's kindness. A cultivator's spiritual abode is incredibly valuable. Even if I need to verify the facts, I don't think it's appropriate to casually pry into Xie Ying's abode. Miashu, the host of the Miashu Tower, truly cares for Xie Ying. Although she also wants to crush that old man Mu Qian, she's more concerned about Xie Ying's future immortal journey. Master Miashu is absolutely right. A cultivator's spiritual abode is a very private place, and should not be peeped into. The stern-faced elder in charge agreed wholeheartedly with Master Miashu's opinion. He wasn't a wicked cultivator, so how could he casually pry into a disciple's spiritual abode just for so-called evidence? Mu Qian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the two men had indeed no intention of exploring Xie Ying's spiritual abode. But before he could fully relax, Master Sihui, the abbot of Brahma Temple, who had never meddled in such matters, suddenly spoke. Ba, I do know a little about the soul-locking blade. The soul-locking blade is bloodthirsty. Anyone it injures will leave a trace of their blood and essence on the blade. Why don't you have Sect Master Mu fetch the soul-locking blade and test it to see if there's Xie Ying's presence on it? Then we see. Master Tsihui is truly wise. Sect Master Mu, quickly send for the soul-locking blade. It's not available right now. Mu Qian's eyes flickered, and he looked quite frank. My second disciple, Nan Shipan, received a sect mission 2 weeks ago to explore the newly discovered secret realm near Wanma Gorge, and has yet to return. The soul-locking blade Xie Ying mentioned is now on Qingpan's person. Heh. What a coincidence. The chief elder was about to investigate the soul-locking blade, and it just so happened to be absent from the Yutian sect. This is such a coincidence that even the writers of the Immortal Cultivation world couldn't come up with it. Master Miashu, there's no need to be so insinuating. The soul-locking blade is indeed not within the Yutian sect. As the sect leader, I, Mu Qian, have yet to discover it. As for lying about such a trivial matter. Ah yes, you wouldn't lie, but you would kill to silence someone. How impressive. Good men don't fight women. I won't argue with you about such meaningless matters. Are you refusing to argue with me, or are you simply feeling guilty and unable to win? Mu Qian, why is Miaoshu so difficult to deal with? I never seen her care so much about Xie Ying before. Mu Qian and Miaoshu's host were at loggerheads, neither willing to give in. Seeing that the matter couldn't be resolved, the head elder raised his gaze to Xie Ying, his tone gentle. Xie Ying, you should go back first. Now that the Immortal Demon Alliance is aware of this matter, they will definitely not sit idly by. If what you said today is proven true, regardless of the identity of that person, the Immortal Demon Alliance will stand up for you. Yes, little Xie Ying, we at Huan Tower will stand up for you too. Here are a few bottles of top-grade Huiyuan pills. Take them. Thank you, seniors. Xie Ying accepted them without hesitation and expressed her gratitude. However, as she turned to leave, she felt a cold gaze fall upon her. Xie Ying, sensing something, turned and locked eyes with the ethereal and cool fairy Lingyin, perched atop the high throne. Xie Ying, what else do you want? The presiding elder inquired, perplexed, upon seeing Xie Ying pause. To be honest, senior, I do have something to say, and I actually like to ask you all to bear witness. Xie Ying smiled innocently, her clear eyes fixed on fairy Lingyin without reservation. Although we weren't able to discuss today's events, Sect Master Mu and I are both clear on the merits and demerits. I'm merely a humble Jindan stage disciple. If I offended Sect Master Mu, I also offended both the Yutian sect and fairy Lingyin. For my own safety within the Yutian sect, I must ask for reassurance. Without waiting for the presiding elders to ask further questions, Xie Ying flipped her wrist and produced a photo stone. Everyone, ? My parents aren't fools. To prevent me from being left in the wrong hands after their own sacrifice, they pre-engraved the Xie family's mark on the magical stone they left me. This stone contains the secret method for awakening and identifying my Xie family's mark. In addition, I also left a message on this stone. If I die suddenly and without cause, it must be the Yutian sect's doing. Anyone who seeks justice for me will receive the Xie family's magical stone. Having said this, Xie Ying wasn't afraid of falling out with the Yutian sect and went straight to the point. I advised Sect Master Mu not to think about destroying my image stone. I'm deeply terrified of his methods, so I had already made all the necessary arrangements before coming to Yutian sect to participate in the competition. There are at least 1,800 image stones like this hidden in the hands of different people in different places. If anything happens to me, all of these image stones will surface. Then, Xie Ying sneered and turned to leave, but everyone understood her unspoken intention. Chapter 108. If anything happened to Xie Ying, and all the photo stones she had hidden surfaced and fell into the hands of all sorts of people, Then the story of the Ution sect stealing treasures and murdering people to silence them would spread like wildfire. 3 people can make a tiger, and with the Xia family's magical spirit stones as a reward, the truth wouldn't matter anymore. As long as everyone knew that Xia Ying's death was inextricably linked to the Ution sect and Mukin, then righteous men would naturally come forward to punish her. Xia Ying was clearly threatening Mukin. Everyone glanced at each other, seeing the admiration for Xia Ying in each other's eyes, and then, after realizing it, a little heartache followed. Xia Ying was still a young girl, but she acted more cautiously and sophisticatedly than a 100-year-old. It was clear that she hadn't had a good time in the Ution sect before. Thinking of this, although they kept silent, everyone couldn't help but feel a little more contempt for Mukin. How could Mu Chen not notice the change in their expressions? He was truly apprehensive, afraid of Xia Ying's plan. Before their official confrontation today, he had never truly taken Xia Ying seriously. But today, he suddenly realized, Xia Ying was no sheep to be bullied. She was a jackal, lurking in wait, poised to take a swift, vicious bite. As Xia Ying emerged from the meeting hall, she saw senior brother Qin Linzhao waiting outside. Senior brother? She ran over quickly, beaming. You've been waiting here for me. Originally, Ian and Xiao He were waiting for you too, but I thought too many people would be too conspicuous, so I persuaded them to go back and leave me alone. Big brother is the best. Ian has done well too. The world only sees the glory of your advancement to the Golden Core stage at 13 and receiving heaven's blessing, but they don't see the hard work and dedication you put into your cultivation behind the scenes. Ian, you deserve what you have today. Of the 7 people on Qibao Island, Qin Linzhao was the most composed and the least talkative, unwilling to get involved in the others' excitement. But Xia Ying knew in her heart that Big Brother cared deeply about them. The usually taciturn Qin Linzhao always had a lot to say about their affairs. The Xiaoyao sect was very generous to its disciples, but Big Brother Qin Linzhao was an orphan without family support, and a swordsman. He spent almost all of the spirit stones he saved on maintaining his sword, the Dao Dao sword. It's no exaggeration to say that Qin Linzhao's storage bag was cleaner than his face. Even though he was so strapped for cash, he still remembered everyone's preferences on Qibao Island and brought everyone a small gift from every outing. Although Qin Linzhao wasn't good with words, his care for each of his fellow disciples was genuine. Xia Ying knew Qin Linzhao was waiting here today out of concern for her. However, both of them knew this wasn't the right place for conversation, so they said nothing more and hurried back to their own quarters. In the guest house, not only were Ji Yuan and the other 6 present, but the other Xiaoyao sect disciples, led by Su Yinji, were also waiting. The courtyard, already modest, suddenly seemed cramped, and everyone's gaze towards Xia Ying was filled with worry. Xia Ying felt a warm warmth in her heart. This was the Xiaoyao sect, these were her family. Junior sister, what did they call you for? Are they trying to embarrass you? Don't be afraid, Ah Ying. We in the Xiaoyao sect don't cause trouble, but we're definitely not afraid of it. If anyone dares to bully you, we and Master will seek justice for you. Yes, junior sister Xia, just tell us what's wrong. We're not outsiders, and we definitely support you and make a decision. Thank you for your concern, everyone. But I wasn't bullied. Do the Ution sect want to bully me? No way. Here's what happened. The moment Qin Linzhao and Xia Ying entered the courtyard, Mo Yin activated the anti-spying formation he had set up earlier. Su Yinji, always extremely cautious in everything he did, even cast a barrier and affixed several anti-spying talismans to it. So, Xia Ying wasn't worried about anyone else overhearing her words. She didn't hold back, telling him everything that happened in the meeting hall. No wonder these people in the Ution sect are so annoying. It turns out they're descended from the same lineage as their sect master. Ning Yao's beautiful brows knitted together, a look of disgust for the Ution sect evident between them. If it weren't for the sect competition, I really wouldn't want to stay here any longer. Well, actually, there are still some good people. Mu Chen's second disciple, senior sister Nanqing Panin, is quite good. She's one of the few normal people in the Ution sect. Wouldn't it be even more pitiful if a normal person joined the Ution sect? Senior sister Ning is right. Thankfully, Ah Ying was clever and arranged everything early on, which shocked the Ution sect master. Shenfuyu's face brimmed with pride, a sort of elation that echoed the pride of a grown-up daughter. But the next second, Xia Ying debunked her pretense. Third senior sister, those words I said were just a deliberate attempt to scare them. Even this photo stone is empty. What? Shenfuyu's eyes widened. Oh! This kind of thing is all about gambling. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. In the eyes of the Ution sect, I am now barefoot. The more assertive and calm I appear, the more cautious they will be and dare not act rashly. For senior sister, this tactic is like gambling in a casino. Little Fuying is right to understand it that way. Besides, if I lose, I only lose my life, but if they lose so much. Even if one cultivates to become an immortal, one can't change their inherent bad nature. The more they possess, the more they fear. That's why the people of the Ution sect don't gamble, and they dare not gamble. But gamblers don't end well. Don't learn from me. Xiang smiled, and let the matter slip, not mentioning the inhumane treatment she endured in the Ution sect. But even if she didn't say it, everyone knew it. If it weren't for the extreme hardship they experienced, why would they be so wary of the Ution sect? Su Yinji and the others knew the situation clearly, but no one mentioned the unhappy events to sting Xie Ying's heart. The group sat in Xie Ying's courtyard for a while longer before rising to leave. Ji Huyuan was the last one to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the courtyard, he suddenly turned back to look at Xie Ying. Jiashiji, you actually have a lot. Your life is much more important than those people in the Ution sect. Xie Ying was startled for a moment, but when she came to her senses, she realized she was gone. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Little he is quite cute. Meanwhile, in Mu Chen's cave, Fairy Lingyin sat in the main seat with a stern expression, full of the air of superiority. Mu Chen, I need an explanation. Chapter 109. At this point, Mu Chen knew he could no longer conceal the truth from Fairy Lingyin, so he simply recounted the events. Of course, he couldn't bear to see his young disciple Lin Yuexiang misunderstood and targeted by Fairy Lingyin because of this incident, so he completely exonerated her. All responsibility rested solely on Gu Qinghuai. As expected, Fairy Lingyin frowned after hearing this. I used to think Gu Qinghuai was quite steady. Why is he so emotional now? Xie Ying was engaged to him, after all, yet she acted so ruthlessly. I think you need to reconsider your position as the Ution sect's chief disciple. Lingyin, the chief disciple is a minor matter. Surviving this crisis is paramount. Xie Ying, you can't stay. Fairy Lingyin's few words decisively decided Xie Ying's fate. She holds such a grudge against the Ution sect because Gu Qinghuai dug up her spirit bones, completely disregarding the Ution sect's years of hospitality. Her narrow-mindedness is evident. Now you've seen her talent. If we allow her to continue to grow, she'd be a disaster for our Ution sect in the future. I agree with you. Mu Chen's expression was cold. Xie Ying is truly narrow-minded and petty. It's a pity that she's now in our territory, guarded by the Immortal Demon Alliance and Miaoshu, so we can't touch her for now. Just because we can't do anything now doesn't mean we can't do anything later. We always find another opportunity after the sect competition is over. Besides, if we can persuade her to leave the Xiaoyao sect and return to the Ution sect, many things will become much easier. After the storm has passed, and Xie Ying, a Ution sect disciple, dies in some dangerous secret place, who would suspect our Ution sect of murdering one of their own? Mu Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and a new thought immediately occurred to him. I leave this matter to Qinghuai. He and Xie Ying were childhood sweethearts, and were once engaged. The biggest reason Xie Ying is in this state is Qinghuai. As long as Qinghuai softens his stance and offers a few kind words, I'm sure Xie Ying won't insist. Well, then let Gu Qinghuai do it. He should be the one to deal with the mess he caused. Fairy Lingyin didn't care who did this, she only wanted the final outcome to be what she desired. Unbeknownst to everyone, Fairy Lingyin's inability to tolerate Xie Ying wasn't just because of the Ution sect, but also because of her own hidden jealousy. Fairy Lingyin had lived a life of immense glory since her birth, known as a genius. She was the only immortal cultivator on the Wanxiang continent to reach the half-step divine transformation realm before the age of 100. But she had been stuck in her current level for 50 years, making no progress. And then, just then, the incredibly talented Xie Ying emerged. Xie Ying's talent and attainments in the cultivation of immortals clearly far surpassed hers. Perhaps within a decade or so, her position as the foremost cultivator in the world would be handed over to someone else. How could Fairy Lingyin, accustomed to the reverence of all, accept being surpassed by a junior upstart? And as for Nan Pan, don't forget to send a message to her, asking her to devise a way to destroy the soul-locking blade. I know, don't worry. Pan is incredibly obedient, and will carry out my instructions. Mu Chen finished his words, with a touch of regret. Pan was a good child. What a shame, this time, for the sake of the entire Ution sect, he had to sacrifice her first. Thousands of miles away in Wanmao Gorge, Nan Pan had just completed her exploration of the secret realm for the day, and had just emerged when she received Mu Chen's long-distance voice transmission. Nan Pan was stunned upon hearing the order. She was being asked to find a way to destroy the soul-locking blade. If she remembered correctly, Gu Qinghua had used the soul-locking blade when he attempted to dig out Ah Ying's spirit bones. Could this order from Master be related to Ah Ying? Nan Pan's mind raced with speculation. Thinking back to her and Xie Ying's experiences within the Yutian sect over the years, and the words her master had spoken before she set off for the 10,000 Demons Gorge, she quickly made a decision. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghua had also received an order from Mu Qin to persuade Xie Ying to return to the Yutian sect. Gu Qinghua always obeyed Mu Qin's orders. Upon receiving the order, he immediately flew to Kefeng, where Xie Ying was. Besides Mu Qin's order, he also had a selfish motive, to win back Xie Ying. He had witnessed Xie Ying's advancement to the Golden Core stage clearly. He hadn't imagined that Xie Ying, once deemed unable to cultivate, would be working so hard behind the scenes just to catch up with him. At this moment, Gu Qinghua felt a twinge of regret. He regretted not treating Xie Ying well back then, but on second thought, he felt he was in the right. Xie Ying had been kind to him in the past, but she was also petty and jealous, causing Xiang to be constantly hurt and even nearly losing her life. However, since his master had given his orders, he had to obey. He only hoped that Xie Ying would change her petty nature upon her return and stop targeting Xiang, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect her. Gu Qinghua sighed deeply, acknowledging that Xie Ying would return to him and the Yutian sect. As for Xie Ying's repeated humiliations and severe injuries, Gu Qinghua saw them as proof of her deep love for him. After all, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Gu Qinghua flew his sword and landed outside Xie Ying's courtyard. He straightened his clothes and strode into the courtyard. However, as he pushed hard against the gate, a flash of golden light flashed before his eyes, and he was sent flying. Xie Ying had been in her room, studying a fragment of an ancient swordsmanship book Qin Lin Xiao had given her. Hearing the noise, she poked her head out the window. Ah Ying. Gu Qinghua saw Xie Ying and was about to happily tell her the reason for his visit, but Xie Ying expressionlessly slammed the window shut and, in the process, strengthened the courtyard's barrier. The Yutian sect is truly vicious, sending an unlucky creature like Gu Qinghua to wander around my courtyard. They must be trying to bring me bad luck. Xie Ying spat several times, then applied a talisman to herself to dispel the evil spirits. She then breathed a sigh of relief, putting Gu Qinghua out of her mind. Gu Qinghua's smile froze on his face. He was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue to fight, but before he could even take a step closer to the courtyard, a flash of cold light flashed before his eyes, slicing off half a lock of his hair. You better stay away from my junior sister. Ji Heyuan stepped out from the shadows, the broken frost sword in his hand shimmering with a cold light. It's not your place, an outsider, to meddle in the affairs between Xie Ying and me. Oh! But how can an outsider like me freely enter and exit a courtyard you can't even approach? Ji Heyuan raised his eyebrows, and with a look of mischievous amusement, he swaggered into Xie Ying's courtyard in front of Gu Qinghua, admiring his expression, which was more brilliant than a palette. Then, with a single swing of his sword, he sent Gu Qinghua flying. Chapter 110. Everyone in the Yutian sect was annoying, but Ji Heyuan hated Gu Qinghua the most. He didn't know why, but every time he saw Gu Qinghua's face, he wanted to unsheath his broken frost sword and lash him out. If he'd been the young master of the demon sect, Gu Qinghua would have died 1,000 times over. But now that he was a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, to avoid unnecessary trouble for the Xiaoyao sect, Ji Heyuan could only suppress his murderous intent and instead strike Gu Qinghua down every time he saw him. Ji Heyuan sat on the ground outside Xie Ying's courtyard, sword in hand. He wanted to see if Gu Qinghua dared to come again. Even among sword cultivators, there were differences in strength. Gu Qinghua, who had been preoccupied with pleasing Lin Yuexiang and neglecting his training for the past year, was naturally no match for Ji Heyuan, who devoted himself to his daily practice. Gu Qinghua could see that Ji Heyuan was determined to prevent him from seeing Xie Ying, so he naturally wouldn't rush to seek humiliation. After all, the sect competition wasn't over yet, so he had plenty of opportunities to meet Xie Ying and convince her to return to the Yutian sect. Gu Qinghua snorted coldly, turned, and flew away on his sword. The scene that had just unfolded was also clearly witnessed by Ning Yao, and the others squatting nearby. Ning Yao's face shone brightly, jotting down details on a piece of paper with her brush, while excitedly speaking in a low voice to the person beside her. What did I say? Junior brother Ji loves you so much. But that Yutian sect's Gu Qinghua still seems to have evil intentions towards junior sister Xie. I heard they were childhood sweethearts, and were once engaged. Will junior brother Ji be snatched away? Would Gu Qinghuai dare? Ning Yao's almond-shaped eyes widened. If this jerk, who's fickle and abandoned his fiancée, dares to bother junior sister Xia again, I throw him out without junior brother Ji having to do anything. Humph. I'm not a delicate female cultivator. I'm full of strength and means. Besides, a proper ex-fiancé should be as quiet as death. Ning Yao squatted for a moment longer. Seeing that Ji Huyuan was simply sitting in the courtyard and Xia Ying showed no sign of coming out, she quietly withdrew. Xia Ying, already immersed in the incomplete book, was oblivious to the drama unfolding outside the courtyard. That night, many disciples and elders who had been stuck in their realms experienced enlightenment and advanced to a new realm, thanks to witnessing Xia Ying's thunder tribulation and subsequent heavenly blessing. Because of this, Xia Ying even earned the nickname Little Koi among the disciples. Everyone considered her a lucky charm, and befriending her would allow them to share in her good fortune. Therefore, from that point on, Xia Ying's popularity with the public improved noticeably. Time flew by, and the sect competition grew increasingly intense as it progressed. The sect disciples were relatively calm, always keeping their opponents' respect and refraining from fighting to a point. However, the situation among the independent cultivators was far from peaceful. By the time the top 30 were decided, the independent cultivator field had already lost countless cultivators. When the final 30 cultivators stood on the stage, Xia Ying spotted many familiar faces. Among the independent cultivators, Yang Shu and Hua Xingyan were undoubtedly the last to make it to the final. However, Xia Ying was surprised to find that the Impermanence twins, Gong Xian and Zhao Li, who had previously interacted with her in the beast-taming valley, had also made it into the top 30. In addition, Gu Qinghuai, Wang Qing, Di Qinhui, and Lin Yuexiang from the Yutian sect, the Lu sisters from the beast-taming valley, the 3 mages from the Brahma temple, including Wan Kong, Xie Jiuzhou from the 5 Element Sword sect, and several outstanding disciples from other sects are also among the top 30. The Xiaoyao sect has a full 6 members on the list, 2 more than the Yutian sect, which prides itself on being the leader of the 9 major sects. With this, the Xiaoyao sect has finally made its mark on the minds of everyone in the Immortal Cultivation world. Ding dong. Main Quest 2. Lead the Xiaoyao sect to become the top sect in the Immortal Cultivation world. Progress, 20%. The corresponding reward is now being issued to the host, 1 willow branch of Guanyin Bodhisattva. After spending 6 months with Yinin, Xia Ying wouldn't be surprised by even the most outrageous rewards. After all, when her public advancement to the Golden Core stage caused Main Quest 2's progress to skyrocket to 15%, Yinin's reward was a large swona. Compared to the large swona, Xia Ying felt that Avalokitesvara's willow branch was clearly more reliable. The list of the top 30 cultivators had been finalized, and the next step was to determine the top 10, and even the top 3. The rules of this competition were different from the previous ones. In the first round, 2-person battles were drawn by lot. The winners advanced, while the losers were eliminated. This determined the top 15. In the second round, these 15 cultivators were placed on the same competition platform to fight it out. Regardless of their tactics, the first 5 to fall off the platform were eliminated. The third round was the same as the first, with 2-person draws to determine the top 5. The final round was a single round-robin points system. Each cultivator would compete against 4 other cultivators. The winner received 3 points, while the loser received no points. The one with the most points at the end would be the final champion of the sect competition. At this point, the Immortal Demon Alliance's leading elders and the 9 major sect masters, who had been observing the disciples from the shadows, finally emerged. They sat on the stage like gods high in the heavens, inspiring the disciples below to yearn for them. With the elders' command, the 30 individuals, who had already drawn their lots, flew onto their respective competition stages. 15 golden light barriers ignited simultaneously, and the 15 groups of cultivators, after introducing themselves to each other, immediately engaged in combat. Xia Ying's opponent, this time, was a female cultivator from Hawan Tower named Lian Yuan. Lian Yuan was a disciple of Miaoshu Tower Master, a captivating and charming woman, and her skill with red silk was a true legacy of Miaoshu. However, she was only at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Facing Xia Ying, who was in the middle stage of the Golden Core stage, she was undoubtedly doomed to failure. So Lian Yuan showed no resentment when Xia Ying finally knocked her off the competition stage with a single palm strike. She had a clear vision. Just getting a spot in the 12 desolate secret realms was already a great feat. As for the top spot, she wasn't interested. The first round of competition ended quickly, and the 15 winners once again stood on a large, 8-diagram-shaped competition platform. Xie Ying's eyes narrowed, her gaze fixed squarely on Lin Yuexiang, who was being protected like a chick by the 3 Yutian sect members. Although Lin Yuexiang had reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, her strength was far from impressive compared to a group of outstanding disciples. And yet, Lin Yuexiang, who wasn't exactly a formidable figure, had managed to cruise safely into the top 15. The opponents she'd drawn were either less powerful than her, or had developed a fondness for her, deliberately letting her win during the competition, as if her head had been caught in a door. This luck was truly astonishing. But Xie Ying had no intention of showing mercy. He, she was determined to be ruthless. Chapter 111. Xie Ying's eyes flickered, and Ji Heyuan immediately understood her intention. With a flash of his body, he blocked the escape route of the Yutian sect members. Xie Ying pulled out an alchemy furnace. Everyone watched helplessly as the small, delicate furnace swiftly grew to the size of a tripod in Xie Ying's hands, and then subconsciously moved a few steps away. Having such a large furnace fall on someone, one couldn't imagine how painful it would feel. Chu Wen, who was originally standing on the stage watching the competition with his fellow disciples, saw Xie Ying single-handedly wielding the very furnace that had sent him careening away. His vision went dark, and he nearly fainted again. Thankfully, his fellow disciples on either side caught him in time. Nightmare. Xie Ying's furnace was his lifelong nightmare. The next second, Chu Wen watched, eyes wide open, as Xie Ying lifted the furnace and charged towards his dream goddess, Lin Yuexiang. It looked as if she was about to send Lin Yuexiang flying with the furnace. Yet, at this moment, Chu Wen felt a strange sense of balance and satisfaction. He and the goddess were both swung away by the same alchemy furnace, which meant they were bound together. If Xie Ying knew Chu Wen's thoughts, she would have subconsciously sung a line. I've blown the same evening breeze you blown. So, can we count as embracing? Sadly, Chu Wen's small, secret wish ultimately fell through. As Xie Ying rushed forward, swinging the alchemy furnace, Wang Qing quickly pushed the frightened Lin Yuexiang aside and took the blast himself. He was blinded by the blow, and his head was buzzing. Xie Ying, feeling he was in the way, kicked him off the stage before he could recover. Including Wang Qing, who had been kicked off, 3 people had already fallen from the stage. Xie Ying's target was clear, Lin Yuexiang. The remaining people breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. With Xie Ying's reckless and brutal fighting style, they didn't want to face her. Lin Yuexiang was good for them, drawing Xie Ying's fire. Even though Lin Yuexiang was usually well-liked, in this situation, aside from Gu Qinghuai, Di Qingwei, and the others, no one was willing to be a target to help her block Xie Ying. Lin Yuexiang dodged here and there, filled with resentment. She suspected that if the competition rules hadn't explicitly prohibited killing moves in this round, Xie Ying would have mercilessly killed her. Seeing another person fall off the stage during a fight, Lin Yuexiang, overcome with rage, reached out and pushed the nearest white-clad disciple down. Like Yi Ming before her, that disciple was from the Wu Ying sect. He had secretly admired Lin Yuexiang since they met, and therefore, he had never been on guard against her, let alone imagined she would take advantage of him and push him off the stage. The disciple, still unable to recover from the fall, stared in shock at Lin Yuexiang, who stood there bewildered, her eyes slightly red, and a face brimming with guilt. Senior brother Ji Liang. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was so panicked that I didn't notice you for a moment, and I accidentally pushed you. Senior brother Ji, please don't be angry with me, okay? Lin Yuexiang bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes as red as a rabbit's, looking pitiful. But when Ji Liang saw this, he didn't feel any pain, only chill. He wasn't a paper figure that would be blown away by the wind, so how could he fall off the competition stage with just a slight bump? It was clearly Lin Yuexiang who had pushed him down. He would never forget the force with which Lin Yuexiang had pushed him. Not only Ji Liang, but anyone with eyes present would not believe Lin Yuexiang's feeble explanation. Lin Yuexiang lowered her head, not daring to meet the others' gazes. She knew few would believe such nonsense, but whether they believed it or not, she would never admit that she had done it on purpose. Furthermore, if she had managed to stay on the competition stage and make it into the top 10 of the sect competition, Xie Ying, who always targeted her, would surely be furious. A small sense of satisfaction rose within Lin Yuexiang, but the next moment, she looked up and met Xie Ying's eyes, filled with interest. Xie Ying's eyes were beautiful, bright and clear like amber, but now, those amber-like eyes held no trace of the exasperation or anger that Lin Yuexiang had expected. Instead, they held a deep sense of mockery and amusement. Lin Yuexiang's heart skipped a beat, her head buzzing. After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly realized, Xie Ying had done it on purpose. With Xie Ying's current strength, if she really wanted to knock her off the stage, it would be easy enough without violating the rules. Why would she chase her around the arena with such a large alchemy furnace? Unless Xie Ying didn't want to force her off the stage at all, Xie Ying's goal was to force her to take action. To force her to attack others in self-preservation. The thought of how all the hard work she had put into befriending everyone over the years, the image of gentleness, generosity, and kindness she had worked so hard to maintain, could be ruined in an instant by just one small mistake today, filled her with hatred. She could barely conceal the murderous intent raging in her heart towards Xie Ying. Senior, is there really no way to kill Xie Ying? Lin Yuexiang's frustration was unbearable. Xie Ying is so difficult to kill. She's practically my nemesis. Wherever she's around, I'm lucky enough not to even be around those with great luck. If I don't eliminate Xie Ying, when will I ever accumulate enough luck to successfully ascend to the upper realm? Senior, if I can't ascend to the upper realm, I naturally can't fulfill our promise to find a suitable body for you to inhabit and avenge you. Are you truly willing to have your years of planning ruined by Xie Ying alone? Lin Yuexiang lowered her head, communicating with the senior in the bracelet through her spiritual sense. She made no effort to conceal the threat in her words. She knew that this senior, who used so-called secret techniques to teach her how to silently plunder others' luck and feed it back to herself to achieve the effects of her cultivation, was no good. To be more precise, this senior could be considered an evil cultivator. It's just that compared to those cruel, ruthless, and evil cultivators, this senior's methods were far gentler. But Lin Yuexiang didn't care about his origins or status, she cared about the benefits he could bring her. If he ever became useless to her, she would naturally find an opportunity to kick him out. But right now, Lin Yuexiang didn't dare let the senior in the bracelet know a thing about these plots. Lin Yuexiang waited for a long time before the muffled voice from the bracelet reached her. Once we enter the 12 desolate secret realm, find a way to lure Xie Ying to a secluded area, and I assist you. Receiving a positive response, Lin Yuexiang finally felt completely relieved. She wanted to see how long Xie Ying could hold on to her complacency. Soon, she would show Xie Ying the consequences of crossing her. Chapter 112. After the second round of the free-for-all competition concluded, the list of players for the third round of 2-on-2 matches was quickly drawn by lot. This time, Lin Yuexiang's previous luck was finally over, as her opponent was none other than Ji Heyuan of the Xiaoyao sect. Ji Heyuan had inherited Xie Ying's true teachings, and possessed a keen eye for identifying tea and whores. He gave Lin Yuexiang no chance to use her old tricks to win her favor. With a single strike of his sword, he sent her flying. The agile and effortless energy he displayed was identical to the momentum Xie Ying displayed when she swung her alchemy furnace to send Chu Wen flying. Chu Wen, watching from the stage, nearly jumped up in excitement. Great! Great! I never expected that a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect would finally grant my wish. I felt relieved. The top 5 finishers were quickly decided. Oddly enough, as Lin Yuexiang's luck declined, Gu Qinghuai and Di Qinyue's luck actually improved. The 2 weakest cultivators in the top 10, aside from Lin Yuexiang, were their match. Even the 5-element sword sect's talented swordsman was defeated by Xiaoyao sect's Qin Linxiao, yet they easily advanced to the final 5. The final 5 were Xie Ying, Ji Heyuan, Qin Linxiao, Gu Qinghuai, and Di Qinyue. The sect masters seated at the top of the table were struck by sheer surreality. Who could have imagined that the top 5 disciples would be split between just 2 sects? Even Guan Kong of the Brahma Temple and Xie Jiuzhou of the 5-element sword sect didn't make it, leaving Gu Qinghuai and Di Qinyue to slip through the cracks. It wasn't that these sect masters looked down on Gu Qinghuai and Di Qinyue, it was just that compared to Xie Jiuzhou and Guan Kong, they were still somewhat inferior. However, Xie Jiuzhou and Guan Kong's opponents were Qin Linxiao and Xie Ying, respectively, so their losses were hardly undeserved. With the ringing of the ancient bell within the dojo, the final round of competition finally began. First match: Xie Ying of the Xiaoyao sect versus Gu Qinghuai of the Yutian sect. As soon as the referee finished speaking, sighs and groans erupted from the audience. During the days of the sect competition, the disciples had learned all about the grudge between Xie Ying and the Yutian sect. This was primarily due to Xie Ying's unspokenness about her entanglement with the Yutian sect, and the Yutian sect's outer disciples, to this day, still believing their sect leader and their fellow disciples to have done anything wrong. Thus, with a patient prying eye, those with a keen eye could piece together most of the truth, including, of course, the fact that Xie Ying and Gu Qinghuai had been engaged. Hey! I remember a few months ago, Sect Master Mu wanted to betroth junior sister Lin to senior brother Gu Qinghuai. But who could have imagined that everything was going well at first, But senior brother Gu actually broke off the engagement. Do you think senior brother Gu broke off the engagement because of senior sister Xie from the Xiaoyao sect? Could he be still harboring feelings for senior sister Xie? What do you mean by lingering feelings? The disciples of Huan Tower scoffed. If he truly had feelings, how could Gu Qinghuai be willing to break off the engagement with junior sister Xie? He broke off the engagement simply because he saw junior sister Xie had no one to rely on, and so he recklessly bullied her. Now that junior sister Xie has advanced to the golden core stage and sees her promising path to immortality, he's harboring feelings for her again. Pa! How disgusting. The female cultivators of Huan Tower may appear charming and attractive, but in reality, each one is as ferocious as the other. They dare not provoke them. Ji Heyuan and Qin Linzhao, who were standing nearby, heard every word of these discussions about Xie Ying and Gu Qinghuai. TSK. He now found Gu Qinghuai's pretentiousness increasingly glaring. What's the matter? Fifth junior brother, are you worried that Ah Ying might soften her heart? Qin Linzhao offered a considerate reassurance. Don't worry. Ah Ying may seem playful, but she's actually a very determined person. She won't soften her heart, or give a second chance to anyone who's hurt her. Ji Heyuan, ? No, what was he worried about? Wasn't he simply annoyed with Gu Qinghuai? Why did senior brother's words seem to carry a different meaning? Ji Heyuan was about to explain when Qin Linzhao cut him off. Fifth junior brother, don't say anything. Just watch the competition. Ji Heyuan, Didn't you speak to me first? Despite this, Ji Heyuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the situation on the stage. On the competition stage, Xie Ying and Gu Qinghuai, one in blue and one in white, stood on either side of the stage. Gu Qinghuai, clutching the spirit sword Feishue, looked quite imposing as an immortal. Xie Ying, dressed in a green dress, still held the peach blossom that had defeated Lu Qijing. Her aura was no less impressive, and she even seemed to be overshadowing Gu Qinghuai. When Gu Qinghuai returned to the Yutian sect after being seriously injured in his failed ambush attempt on Xie Ying in the Sword Forest, he unexpectedly found a blessing in disguise. Not only did he receive excellent elixirs from Mu Qin to heal his injuries, he also obtained a top-grade realm-breaking elixir, successfully advancing from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Golden Core stage. A Golden Core forcibly advanced through elixirs is naturally inferior to a Golden Core attained through diligent, step-by-step cultivation. Gu Qinghuai naturally understood this, and he knew even more clearly that he was no match for Xie Ying. The previous combined attack on Xie Ying by Wang Qing and the other three had failed, let alone a one-on-one duel with her now. Even so, Gu Qinghuai still harbored a lingering fantasy. All of the previous events were caused by Xie Ying's resentment of his favoritism towards Xiangxiang. If only Xie Ying understood that his feelings hadn't changed, and that he still treated her the same way as they had in childhood, she would surely give in to him as she had always done, never letting him suffer the slightest injustice. As Gu Qinghuai thought this, a bright smile spread across his face. Ying. Bah! How dare you talk like that, you unfilial son? Who allowed you to call your father by his first name? Eyeing you. Gu Qinghuai's eyes widened, and he was interrupted by Xie Ying just as he began to speak. I told you to call me Dad, but why can't you understand me? When you four brothers and sisters ambushed me in the Sword Forest outside Yijing City, and I pinned you down, didn't you kneel on the ground and beg me to acknowledge you as your father? How could you, unfilial son, have forgotten so quickly? Well, I'm a beautiful girl, and I don't really want to be your father, so I just reluctantly step back and be your mother. You're so unfilial, and today, as your mother, I teach you how to be a good son. Xie Ying spoke rapidly, her lips snapping as a stream of words erupted like a crackling firecracker. Before anyone could comprehend the relationship between father and mother, and unfilial son, Xie Ying, beaming, rushed forward, holding a peach blossom branch. In her hand, the branch resembled a soft sword, soft yet fierce. With each swing of her sword, countless wields of sharp sword energy slashed at Gu Qinghuai. Look out, unfilial son. This move of yours is called a loving mother's sword, slashing at your unfilial son. 18 strikes in 1 second, every strike a critical hit. Chapter 113. Instantly, a radiant light flashed, and sword beams of various colors exploded on Gu Qinghuai like dazzling fireworks. Wow! Wow! Hiss. What are you hissing for? Don't you know you already broke in formation? I saw how brutal senior sister Xie's attack was, and putting myself in her shoes, I felt the pain was truly intense. No matter how painful it is, it's Gu Qinghuai's own fault. He broke his promise and broke off the engagement first, and now he wants to come back and sue for peace. How could such a beautiful thing happen in this world? The female cultivator from Hawan Tower answered again. Junior sister Xia's beating him up was truly satisfying, and brought honor to us female cultivators. First there was Fairy Linging, the foremost figure in the world of immortal cultivation, and now there's junior sister Xia, who reached the golden core stage at the age of 13. I wonder who will dare to say girls are inferior to boys in the future. While the crowd below was murmuring, Xia Ying had already knocked Gu Qinghuai off the stage with a single sword strike. The speed of the move was astonishing. From the moment Gu Qinghuai stepped onto the competition stage until he landed, he didn't even throw a single move. He was completely on the receiving end of the beating. Watching the battle from above, Mu Chen's face darkened as if water could drip from it. No matter how he felt about Gu Qinghuai was his eldest disciple, and when he was out in public, he represented the reputation of both him and the Yutian sect. Gu Qinghuai could lose, but not so disgracefully. Mu Chen didn't even need to look to know that the leaders of the other 8 major sects were already mocking him in their hearts. The more Mu Chen thought about it, the more upset he became. He turned his gaze away from the battered Gu Qinghuai and placed his hopes solely on Di Qingyue. Di Qingyue had always been diligent in his cultivation and cautious in his actions. With the guidance of Fairy Linging, even if he couldn't win first place in this competition, he should definitely be in the top 3. It's impossible that the top 3 spots in this sect competition were all taken by Xiaoyao's sect members, right? First match, Xiaoyao's sect Xia Ying wins, earning 3 points. Second match, Xiaoyao's sect Qin Linzhao versus Xiaoyao's sect Ji Huyuan. Xia Ying, having easily won the first match, ignored Mu Chen's glare, which seemed to want to rip pieces of her flesh off. She skipped off the stage and joined Shen Fuyu and the others to watch the competition. Back in the Xiaoyao sect, they would often spar with each other, and the eldest brother was the most patient, eager to pass on all his knowledge. But to be honest, those exchanges were only brief and limited. This was the first time they had a serious sword competition like today's. So, everyone in the Xiaoyao sect was extremely excited. Ning Yao even pulled out a dozen stools for everyone to sit on, and Shen Fuyu then handed out a handful of sunflower seeds. A group of more than a dozen people were happily munching on sunflower seeds in the audience. Junior sister Xia, who do you think will win? Senior brother Qin or junior brother Ji? Senior brother will win. Ning Yao was a little surprised. I thought you were more optimistic about junior brother Ji. Xiao He is naturally very talented, but in terms of swordsmanship and combat experience, senior brother is ultimately superior. Xia Ying's assessment was very realistic. Since she comprehended the heart sword, her understanding of the swordsmanship has become increasingly sharp and clear. While Xiao He is certainly not inferior to senior brother in swordsmanship, when it comes to sword intent, senior brother is far more pure and honest than Xiao He. This is one of the reasons why she thinks senior brother will win. Furthermore, Xia Ying now feels that Ji Huyuan actually has little interest in swordsmanship. Perhaps his true strengths have yet to be revealed to anyone. Her junior fellow apprentice was quite the hidden genius. As expected, the final result was just as Xia Ying had predicted. Ji Huyuan fell to Qin Linzhao by a single move. The matches concluded one after another, and soon, it was Xia Ying's turn to play again. This time, Xia Ying's opponent was none other than Di Qingyue. Di Qingyue looked elegant and refined, a gentleman, but the coldness hidden in his eyes betrayed his true feelings for Xia Ying. Di Qingyue had long suspected that Xia Ying must possess some great opportunity, and Xia Ying's continued success only confirmed his suspicions. Even for someone as gifted as him, it was hard not to envy Xia Ying's achievements. Therefore, Di Qingyue was even more eager to defeat Xia Ying in a fair and square match. Only in this way could he maintain his reputation as the son of the Fairy Linging. Furthermore, even Guankong had lost to Xia Ying. If he could defeat Xia Ying, wouldn't that prove he was far superior to Guankong? Di Qingyue was filled with fighting spirit. After taking the stage and politely greeting everyone, he immediately took out a jade harp and sat down on the ground. The harp was a vibrant aquamarine, shimmering in the sunlight. Its strings were crafted from the toughest snow-capped ice silk on the Wanxiang continent. This jade harp was the semi-immortal artifact personally commissioned by the Fairy Linging for Di Qingyue. The Tonghui harp. With a flick of his fingers, Di Qingyue's melodious music flowed from his fingertips. Listening to this music, everyone felt as if they were immersed in a beautiful landscape. Their excitement over the sect competition gradually calmed. Yin Xiu is good at killing people with music. The music that sounds wonderful is actually full of hidden dangers. Di Qingyue, however, integrated illusions into the rhythm of music, making his method significantly more powerful than those of ordinary music cultivators. Others listening to the music envisioned a breathtaking landscape of birdsong, blooming flowers, and picturesque mountains and clear waters. But Xie Ying, on the competition stage, witnessed something else entirely. The days and nights she had been bullied and humiliated within the Yutian sect, powerless to resist. The helplessness and despair she felt as Mu Chen seized her parents' belongings and gave them to Lin Yuexiang. The overwhelming hatred she felt as she was misunderstood and slandered by everyone, and finally had her spirit mansion opened and her bones taken by Gu Qinghua himself. Di Qingyue, woven from all the injustices Xie Ying had experienced within the Yutian sect, combined them with his own ideas, creating an illusion tailored for her, an inescapable one. What a pity. Xie Ying, observing the struggling herself within the illusion, sneered. She was not the original owner. Even if she had inherited all of the original owner's memories, she would still be able to tell them apart. The path to immortality is a long one. If the experiences of the Yutian sect could become a demon that trapped her, then what was the point of cultivating immortality and seeking the truth? Furthermore, the illusion Di Qingyue had woven was crude and riddled with errors, not even 1/10 of her godmother's skill. Forget it. Since Di Qingyue had already brought out all his might to confront her, she would defeat him convincingly today. Ever since Di Qingyue began playing the zither, Xie Ying had stood still. Di Qingyue, assuming that the illusion he had carefully crafted for Xie Ying was working, was secretly gloating when Xie Ying suddenly pulled out a massive swana, brought it to her lips, and began to play. Chapter 114. You may be as strong as you can be, but the swana reigns supreme. When the swana sounds, who can contend with it? The resounding, resonant swana sound instantly shattered the illusion enveloping Xie Ying, shattering into pieces. Di Qingyue was startled, his hands nearly missing a tune. He suppressed the discomfort of the backlash from the shattered illusion and sped up his strumming. The originally soothing, ethereal sound, like pearls falling on a jade plate, suddenly became rapid and intense, like the clatter of a torrential downpour on banana leaves, adding an inexplicable sense of tension. Di Qingyue's hands continued to play, attempting to drown out Xie Ying's swana, but it was ultimately futile. Faced with Di Qingyue's challenge, Xie Ying simply channeled her spiritual energy into the swana, concentrating on playing the famous song 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. The swana's high, passionate sound, its melodies rhythmically arranged, exuding a passionate and joyful melody, easily drowned out Di Qingyue's piano, rendering it inaudible. Di Qingyue's face pale, sweat streaking his forehead, he reluctantly continued playing. This wasn't just a simple musical competition, it was a test of musical mastery and application. Xie Ying had never played a musical instrument before in the Yutian sect, and he must have only learned to play the swana within the past 6 months. If he lost, wouldn't it be a revelation to everyone that he had diligently cultivated musical skills for over a decade, yet in the end, he couldn't even surpass Xie Ying, who had practiced for half a year? How could the proud Di Qingyue tolerate such a thing? This was even more unacceptable to Di Qingyue than losing to Guankong. Furious and anxious, he accidentally mistuned the tune. If the tune is wrong, Zhou Lang will look back. Di Qingyue's wrong tune failed to make Zhou Lang look back and stop, but it easily attracted everyone's attention. The jarring sound was so abrupt and sharp that it was impossible for anyone to ignore it. A hint of disappointment crossed Fairy Lingying's eyes. Yue was too impatient. Compared to Di Qingyue's mistake, Xie Ying's performance was perfectly normal. She had initially intended to outperform Di Qingyue, but as the swana began, she was unconsciously absorbed in her own music, her mind completely focused. In the end, the song 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix even attracted quite a few spirit birds to perch on the branches and listen. Thus, even if Di Qingyue remained on the competition stage, the outcome was clear. Di Qingyue took a deep breath, trying to suppress the sweet, fishy taste in his throat. He didn't want to lose like Gu Qinghua, so before Xie Ying finished playing the swana and kicked him off, he stood up. I surrender. Xie Ying of the Xiaoyao sect wins, another 3 points. So far, Xie Ying has won 3 matches, undefeated, for a total of 9 points. In stark contrast, Gu Qinghua has lost 3 matches, undefeated. Gu Qinghua's faith seemed to have been shattered by Xie Ying's defeat in the first match, and he remained completely dejected. Sword cultivators are considered the strongest in the world of immortal cultivation, but Gu Qinghua, a sword cultivator, couldn't even withstand a single blow from Di Qingyue, a music cultivator, and was trapped in an illusion, nearly suffering a mental breakdown. This time, it was Ji Heyuan versus Gu Qinghua. Ji Heyuan had always disliked Gu Qinghua, and now that he had the opportunity to beat him up openly, he refused to let it go. But who knew that Gu Qinghua would admit defeat without even a fight as soon as he stepped onto the competition stage? Ji Heyuan regretfully retracted his sword, while Mu Chen was so enraged he nearly fainted on the spot. At this point, Gu Qinghua had completely disgraced himself in the world of Immortal Cultivation. After a series of competitions, only the last two remained. The penultimate match. Qin Lin Zhao of the Xiaoyao sect versus Di Qinghua of the Yutian sect. Even before the words had finished, two figures landed on the competition stage. Qin Lin Zhao was a renowned figure in the world of Immortal Cultivation, but he kept a low profile. Therefore, before the sect competition, no one knew he was from the Xiaoyao sect, a sect of the Sea Immortal sect. Di Qinghua, having already lost 2 matches, sized up the blue-robed swordsman Qin Lin Zhao, his reserved demeanor and sharp brows. He was even more cautious. After much deliberation, he finally abandoned the idea of using an illusion to trap and kill Qin Lin Zhao. A swordsman's mind was supremely steadfast, and an illusion wouldn't hold him back. With a flash of cold light, Di Qinghua suddenly possessed a snow-white, cicada-wing thin long sword. It's the merciless sword. A sharp-eyed disciple instantly recognized the sword's origin. It's said that hundreds of years ago, a wandering cultivator of the merciless Tao appeared on the Wanxiang continent. His name was the Merciless Wanderer. Devoted to the Tao, he devoted his life to swordsmanship and even created his own set of merciless sword techniques. His lifelong wish was to achieve enlightenment through the merciless Tao. Sadly, he ultimately perished under the 59th heavenly thunder upon his ascension to the spiritual transformation stage. The merciless sword was the sword left behind by this cultivator. Since his death, his mental skills, sword techniques, and sword had long been lost in the world of Immortal Cultivation. No one could have imagined that the legendary merciless sword, said to have existed for hundreds of years, would now appear in Di Qinyua's hands. But on second thought, he felt nothing was surprising. After all, Di Qinyua's mother was Fairy Linging. What could Fairy Linging not obtain? I heard that senior brother decultivates the way of mercy. This merciless sword is a perfect match for him. You're absolutely right, fellow Taoist. Although Di Qinghua had suffered 2 consecutive defeats, he rarely interacted with Gu Qinghua and the others. His reputation and popularity within the Immortal Cultivation world had been relatively good, and he had conceded defeat in a timely manner without causing any major embarrassment. Therefore, many people were still optimistic about Di Qinghua. Di Qinghua couldn't help but feel smug as he listened to the flattering words. Qin Lin Zhao, however, remained unfazed. He couldn't help but internally retort, "Stop pretending. I show the Xiaoyao sect my swordsmanship." This is the fragmentary score of the ruthless sword technique that his mother had found for him. He practiced diligently for years, hiding it from everyone, and now he finally had his chance to shine. Please teach me, fellow Taoist Qin. Before Di Qinghua finished his words, the sword in his hand swung gracefully forward, aiming straight at Qin Lin Zhao's face. As the ruthless sword emerged, its energy split into 10, transforming into 10 serpentine shadows that entwined Qin Lin Zhao from all directions. Qin Lin Zhao stood firm, steady as a rock. As Di Qinghua drew closer, he suddenly tore away the black cloth covering the Dao sword. The sharp sword, unsheathed, gleamed with a razor-sharp light. Clang! The ruthless sword and the Dao sword clashed, emitting a resounding clang. The merciless sword was as thin as a cicada's wing, while the asking Dao sword was a heavy sword forged from black iron. When the two swords clashed, a clanging sound rang out. In Di Qinyua's hands, the merciless sword swiftly whirled like a long snake, constantly striking Qin Lin Zhao from unexpected angles, a gesture of overcoming hardness with softness. But Qin Lin Zhao was clearly no fool. Even though Di Qinghua, having learned the fragments of the merciless sword technique, proved formidable, he had never grasped his own sword intent from it. His current sword intent was merely the remnants of the merciless sword's former power. In terms of swordsmanship, the two were indeed evenly matched. But once the sword intent was unleashed, the difference in power was immediately apparent. Chapter 115. The pure and unadorned sword intent flowed like a continuous spring, soft yet resilient. The sword of inquiry, brimming with sword intent, easily pierced the negligible layer of sword intent on the merciless sword. The moment the merciless sword's intent was pierced, Di Qinghua, the master of the merciless sword, intuitively and clearly sensed the sword intent belonging to Qin Lin Zhao. This unfamiliar yet familiar sword intent astonished him, and he was stunned for a moment. In that split second of stunned silence, the tip of the sword of inquiry was already in front of him, less than half an inch from his brow. If this weren't a competition, but a fight to the death, Di Qinghua would have been a cold corpse by now. You lose. Qin Lin Zhao's expression was indifferent, but his casual words stabbed Di Qinyua's heart like a sharp blade. He was unwilling to accept this, but he couldn't resort to any underhanded tactics in front of the entire cultivation world. Yes, I lost. His lips were pale, opening and closing, but he couldn't help asking. I wonder what path fellow Taoist Qin cultivates. The path of ruthlessness. Qin Linzhao dropped these 3 words without a change of expression. After the elder announced the results, he left the competition stage without a second glance. Leaving Di Qin was standing there, pale-faced, wondering what he was thinking. Now, only one match remained. The individual points for the top 5 were announced. Xia Ying and Qin Linzhao both had 9 points, Ji Heyuan had 6, Di Qingwei had 3, and Gu Qinghuai had 0. Undoubtedly, the winner of this set competition would be between Xia Ying and Qin Linzhao. It all depended on who would emerge victorious in this final match. The audience held their breath, closely watching the action unfold on the competition stage, fearing they would miss anything exciting. They weren't just enjoying the fun. A battle between powerful individuals was a rare treat for disciples like them, stuck in the foundation establishment stage for so long, unable to make any progress. Many disciples had previously gained insights and achieved breakthroughs from these battles. Not long ago, someone had even broken free from their shackles after witnessing the thunder tribulation that marked Xia Ying's ascension to the Golden Core stage. Thus, none of the young disciples wanted to miss the chance to watch the two compete. Before the competition even began, the stage was already packed with young disciples, who had rushed to the stage after hearing the news. The head elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance stroked his beard with great satisfaction. These young disciples are quite energetic, very good. Young people should be full of vigor. It's unpleasant to see teenagers acting like old men. Elder, they're all here for Xia Ying and Qin Linzhao. Miushu Tower Master also took over with a smile. I never expected the disciples trained by the Xiaoyao sect to be so exceptional, each one a match for the next. It's truly enviable. The Xiaoyao sect is the only maritime immortal sect on the Wanxiang continent, so its rich heritage goes without saying. They didn't participate in the sect competition in previous years because they were being low-key, but this year. The head elder's gaze fell on Xia Ying, perhaps to vent his anger on this child. He didn't finish his words, but everyone present was shrewd enough to understand the head elder's unspoken meaning. No one had pointed it out. Liang Daozuan of the Qingquan Dao sect smiled unwaveringly. Elder, who do you think is the better of these two children? I won't say for sure until the final moment. The head elder laughed heartily. Just wait and see. On the competition stage, Xia Ying beamed at her senior brother. Qin Linzhao smiled back at her, his eyes filled with affection, admiration, and relief. I still remember when you first arrived at Xiaoyao sect, Ah Ying, you were so tiny, skinny as a cat, and looked so pitiful. But now, our little Ah Ying has finally grown into a capable Jindan cultivator. It's all thanks to Master, and all the senior brothers and sisters. Xia Ying raised an eyebrow. Senior brother, this isn't the time to spar and teach me swordsmanship like before. Don't try to get me in trouble today. Of course not. Qin Linzhao held the sword of inquiry horizontally before him, and slowly unwound the black cloth wrapped around it. Giving your all is the greatest respect for an opponent. Junior sister, let me see how much you improved in the past 6 months. Please teach me, senior brother. The girl, her robe shimmering, attacked Qin Linzhao with a flower branch in hand. Qin Linzhao immediately raised his sword to block. The peach blossom branch was fragile and easily broken, but in Xia Ying's hands it became a true sword. Even facing the incomparably sharp blade of the Dao Dao sword, it held its own against the enemy. A flicker of surprise flashed in Qin Linzhao's eyes. Ah Ying's strength was far greater than he had imagined. The clash of their sword energies even knocked down several trees outside the barrier. The sect leaders, upon seeing this, quickly reinforced the barrier to prevent the overflowing sword energy and will from accidentally injuring the young disciples below. On the competition stage, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Qin Linzhao swung his sword with the force of severing mountains and splitting seas. The sword shone with a cold gleam like a dragon emerging from the sea, its energy surging like a rainbow. The golden sword energy transformed into a golden dragon, roaring and biting towards Xia Ying. Xia Ying swung her cloud sword in one hand, creating a sword flower. The cyan sword energy transformed into small swords that flew in front of her, firmly blocking the attack. With one hand, she quickly formed a seal. Undeterred by the failure of the first strike, Qin Linzhao immediately attacked from another angle. They had already clashed in swordplay at the outset of the competition. Qin Linzhao's swordsmanship was exceptional, and few of his caliber could match him. However, Xia Ying's swordsmanship was taught by him, and Xia Ying had also diligently practiced swordsmanship for a month in the trial tower. Therefore, far from being outmatched by Qin Linzhao, she even showed a tendency to surpass him. Qin Linzhao knew the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. So he immediately decided to end it swiftly. He lightly tapped his toes and leaped into the air, his footsteps ablaze with sword light, and the Dao sword in his hand radiated an incomparably dazzling golden light. Amidst the golden light, a massive sword, formed from the convergence of sword energy, soared into the sky. Countless golden sword beams flew out from all directions, surrounding Xiang. Even the arena beneath her feet was shimmering with sword light. The arena, unable to withstand Qin Lingzhao's sword energy, shattered into pieces, and Xiang was surrounded by golden sword beams. Return to 1. With a command from Qin Lingzhao, the golden sword in the air slashed down with devastating force. The sword beam ball beneath the giant sword remained unscathed, but the half of the arena beneath Xie Ying's feet collapsed. The rules of the competition: whoever falls off the stage first loses. Everyone saw clearly, Qin Lingzhao didn't want to harm his junior sister's life, so he took advantage of the situation and shattered half of the competition stage beneath Xie Ying's feet. Junior sister, you lose. That's not necessarily true. Chapter 116. A girl's slightly coquettish voice echoed behind him. Qin Lingzhao turned in surprise, only to meet Xie Ying's cunning and lively almond-shaped eyes. Thousand vines entangled. An ancient and complex azure pattern rose from Xie Ying's hands. Countless vines, shimmering with verdant green, leaped out from within and entangled Qin Lingzhao's hands and feet with lightning speed. Xie Ying seized the opportunity and swung her sword, imitating Qin Lingzhao's technique, shattering the other half of the arena. She also kicked away the sword light beneath Qin Lingzhao's feet, and then retracted the vines. Qin Lingzhao, who had never expected his junior sister to have such a trick up her sleeve, fell from midair and hit the ground. Big brother, you lost. Xie Ying's skirt fluttered as she stepped on the bibofan. Her jet-black hair, entwined with a pink and white headband, was lifted by the breeze, curling beautifully in the air. Her eyes were filled with youthful spirit. Yes, I lost. Qin Lingzhao had always been someone who could afford to lose, and this loss to his most beloved junior sister was even less irritating. He readily conceded. In terms of understanding sword intent and mastering the sword art, Ying might indeed be slightly inferior to him. But in terms of overall strength, he wasn't necessarily on par with his junior sister. Qin Lingzhao had a premonition. In time, Xie Ying would reach heights none of them could have imagined. At that moment, the golden sword light dissipated, revealing the contents of the light ball. Lying on the ground lay a fat paper figure, wrapped around a strand of Xie Ying's hair. Xie Ying waved her hand, and the fat paper man immediately flew into her palm with his short legs. What a trifle. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, senior brother. What are you talking about, junior sister? I'm just not as skilled as you. After seeing the fat paper man, Qin Lingzhao was even more convinced. He had long known that Xie Ying had been practicing puppetry in private, but he had never imagined she would use it during the competition. He didn't even realize when Xie Ying and the puppet had switched places. Puppetry. Tian Yongzhenren, the Dingyang sect's leader, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer sit still after seeing the fat paper man. He jumped to his feet excitedly. It's puppetry. Xie Ying actually practices puppetry. It's just puppetry. Didn't Master Tianyang look down on Xie Ying a few days ago? Why is he so excited today? How can they be the same? Master Tianyang's mustache prickled up in anger at Lu Yuyu's sarcastic remark. They're different. Puppet masters and weapon refiners share similar skills. The Dingyang sect is a major weapon refinery sect, so naturally there are elders specializing in puppetry. However, like talisman practitioners, puppet masters require extremely high talent. You might not even find one skilled in 100. For years, True Man Tianyang had been nearly consumed with worry over the nearly extinct lineage of puppeteers within the Dingyang sect. Now, seeing such a promising talent like Xie Ying, how could he not be thrilled? At this moment, True Man Tianyang finally understood firsthand the cherishing of talent that Miaoshu Tower Master and the others had shown him. How despicable. How could he have missed out on such a shining gem as Xie Ying just because he didn't want to offend Fairy Lingyin? How despicable. The Yutian sect is despicable. Mu Qian is even more despicable. Tianyang was so filled with regret that he didn't even bother to respond to Mu Qian's attempts to speak to him. With a cold snort, he began to ponder how to repair his relationship with the Xiaoyao sect. Mu Qian, feeling inexplicably spurned, said, ? No. What had he done to offend Tianyang? All right. Just isolate him. The awkwardness between Mu Qian and Tian Yongzhenren passed unnoticed, as everyone's attention was on Xie Ying and the others. The winner of the sect competition had been determined, and naturally, it was time to distribute the rewards. The Immortal Demon Alliance's presiding elder stood up, and the disciples below, who had been chattering, suddenly quieted down, looking at the presiding elder with earnest anticipation. The presiding elder first read out the names of the 30 candidates, who had earned spots in the heaven realm of the 12 desolate secret realms, and then personally distributed the rewards to the top 10. The winner of this sect competition, Xia Ying of the Xiaoyao sect. The reward is an immortal artifact, the floating life pen. Wow! The prize for the winner this time is an immortal artifact. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted in excitement, and everyone cast envious glances at Xia Ying. In the world of immortal cultivation, magical and spiritual weapons are categorized as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Upwards, there are pseudo-immortal weapons, semi-immortal weapons, immortal weapons, pseudo-divine weapons, semi-divine weapons, and divine weapons. However, spiritual energy has long been scarce on the Wanxiang continent, unlike in ancient times. Objects above pseudo-divine weapons have long since vanished from the Wanxiang continent, existing only in legends. It is precisely for this reason that immortal weapons are particularly precious. No one expected the Immortal Demon Alliance to be so generous. Not only did Xia Ying, the winner, receive an immortal weapon, but second-place winner Qin Lin Zhao and third-place winner Ji Heyuan also received pseudo-immortal weapons as rewards. As for the remaining 7, they naturally received less favorable treatment, all receiving the same top-grade spiritual weapons and elixirs. As a result, everyone's gazes towards Xia Ying inevitably grew even more intense. But the presiding elder seemed to turn a deaf ear to this. After handing out the rewards as usual, he returned to business. The sect competition has concluded. The top 30 disciples will enter the soon-to-open Heavenly Realm, one of the 12 desolate secret realms. The Heavenly Realm will open in 7 days. All disciples, rest for a day. After that, join us aboard the immortal boat to the Red Sand Desert in the western region to await the Heavenly Realm's opening. Yes, disciple, obey. With this, the sect competition concluded. As soon as Xia Ying left the dojo, he was blocked by a number of young disciples. Thank you, senior sister. I'm confused about music. Could you please help me? Thank you, senior sister. I'm confused about the way of the sword. I'd like some guidance. Thank you, senior sister. I heard you love delicious food, so I went down the mountain to buy some for you. Xia Ying was surrounded by so many disciples that she felt like she'd fallen into a duck's nest. The clamor was so intense that she couldn't hear a word, and her vision was dizzy. She had never felt this dizzy even during her training, but now, surrounded by these young disciples, Xia Ying felt overwhelmed. She calmed herself down, rarely laughing, and became more composed. Thank you all, my fellow disciples, for your kindness. However, I will be leaving for the Red Sand Desert the day after tomorrow. Right now, I have many things to arrange, and I really don't have time to accept your invitation. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will definitely discuss this with you. These words were extremely polite. If they continued to pester Xia Ying, it would have seemed unreasonable. Therefore, the crowd surrounding Xia Ying quickly dispersed. Xia Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Ah! Those who are capable truly deserve more work. She was about to turn back to find Shinfuyu, and the others to return to Kafeng, but she discovered that Shinfuyu and the others had already left. Only Ji Heyuan was left, staring at her with resentment in his eyes. Xia Ying? Champion! She was the champion of the competition. They just left her here and walked away. Chapter 117. Xiao He, why are you looking at me like that again? Xia Ying rubbed her cheek, trying to recall. I don't think I burned your hair lately, nor have I forced you to do anything thankless. I guess I haven't offended you, have I? Ji Heyuan, never mind. He didn't expect his junior sister's unusual way of thinking to figure anything out. Junior sister didn't offend me. He strolled over to Xia Ying, his expression tinged with helplessness. I think that junior sister is so popular now that she's bound to be surrounded by people with ulterior motives. She should be careful and vigilant. I know. Xia Ying didn't think Ji Heyuan was being overly concerned. When I was down and out, everyone avoided me like the plague. Now, seeing my unimpeded path to immortality, they all admire and respect me. It's simply because I become powerful, and that's made them wary. Indeed, when you hold enough power, the people around you are all kind. On the contrary, when you're weak, even a harsh word seems ridiculous. Ji Heyuan thought of his days as a powerful figure in the demon sect and nodded in agreement. Xia Ying saw his expression and knew he was reminiscing about his time there. With Yinin, who knew the original storyline, Xia Ying naturally knew about the grudge between Ji Heyuan and Helian Yao of the demon sect. Since Ji Yuan didn't mention it, she pretended not to know and never asked. Alright. These are minor matters, unimportant. Let's go back to Kafeng and rest up. It's a shame we have to leave for the Red Sand Desert the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, I invite you all to come down the mountain and have some fun. After all, I won first place. Yes, junior sister, you won first place at such a young age. Your future path to immortality will surely be bright and clear. Ji Yuan was generous with his praise for Xie Ying, and indeed, Xie Ying's eyes lit up with even more pride after hearing this. Of course not. Ahem. Keep a low profile. If you're too high profile, I'm afraid someone will put a sack on you when you go out. Junior sister, you already done all the high profile things you need to do. It's a little too late to consider this now. The sect competition concluded. After nearly 2 weeks of hard work, the disciples could finally relax and rest. The Xiaoyao sect disciples were no exception. Since Xie Ying awakened her chaos sacred body, she rarely encountered obstacles in her cultivation, and her training speed was much faster than others. While her cultivation speed was rapid, her spiritual sea and spirit abyss were still dozens of times larger than others. Filling her spiritual sea and spirit abyss required her to expend far more effort and time than others. Plus, she had been busy with the sect competition recently, and hadn't been able to properly calm down and cultivate after advancing to the Golden Core stage. Now that she had a day to rest, Xie Ying simply retreated into seclusion, concentrating on meditation and cultivation in her room. The Xiaoyao sect disciples, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, jumped for joy upon learning this. What? Junior sister Xie, senior sister, won first place in the sect competition, and she's still not slacking off in her cultivation? Then what reason do they have to rest? No! They have to get up and practice too. If they can't be killed by the rolling, they be rolled to death. Then, a strange scene unfolded on Kafeng Peak. The doors and windows of the Xiaoyao sect's guest quarters were tightly shut, with only a vortex of spiritual energy swirling endlessly above them. An elder, passing by and observing the Xiaoyao sect diligently cultivating, grabbed his own disciple from his sleep and beat him up. Why are you sleeping? Huh? How can you even sleep at your age? The disciple, bewildered by the inexplicable beating, wondered, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The elder, seeing his disciple's foolish behavior, felt even more disheartened. The Xiaoyao sect won the top 3 spots in the competition, and they haven't even let up. All their disciples are practicing in seclusion in the guest house. How can you still sleep? Wake up and practice. You already established your foundation, so whether you sleep or not won't affect you. Study hard until you die. I'm not asking you to bring me first place in the competition next time, but at least don't lose as badly as Gu Qinghuai from the Yutian sect. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Go practice with your sword. After his master's mumbling, the disciple finally realized what was happening and swung his sword, looking up at the sky and crying, ah! Damn the Xiaoyao sect! They're already so powerful, why are they still so complacent? He doesn't want to be complacent, he just wants to give up, and the next second, his master hit him on the head with a shoe horn. What are you crying about? Practice obediently. And this elder wasn't the only one who felt a strong sense of danger from the Xiaoyao sect's diligent practice. From today onwards, almost all the elders became more strict with their disciples. Those disciples also didn't want to be left too far behind by the Xiaoyao sect, so they all ran forward with all their might. A wave of inward-looking cultivation, sparked by Xie Ying and the Xiaoyao sect's disciples, has finally quietly spread across the world of immortal cultivation. However, Xie Ying, the protagonist of this inward-looking trend, is completely unaware of this. At this moment, she and the other cultivators, who have earned a place in the heaven realm, await the arrival of the chief elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance at the foot of the Yutian Sect Mountain. Amidst the eager anticipation, the chief elder, radiant with celestial energy, arrives on a cloud. He pulls out a small, delicate immortal boat from his sleeve and gently tosses it into the air. The boat, originally only a few inches in size, instantly expands, transforming into a majestic and imposing vessel in the blink of an eye. Everyone follow me. The chief elder, with a kind smile, takes the lead and boards the immortal boat. The remaining cultivators glance at each other and quickly follow. The immortal boat has 3 floors, each with hundreds of rooms, easily accommodating even a few hundred more. Once everyone boarded the immortal boat, they saw 9 beams of light descend one after another onto the ship's rooftop. Knowing they were the masters of the 9 major sects, they quickly averted their gazes, no longer wanting to spy. The presiding elder was from the Immortal Demon Alliance, known for his fairness and kindness to his disciples. Since the Immortal boat had ample rooms, he didn't restrict Xiang and the others, allowing them to freely choose the one they liked. The Immortal boat was enormous, and the rooms were naturally exquisitely decorated. Most importantly, each room contained a small spirit-gathering formation. It was clear that cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort. As a result, many cultivators chose their rooms and remained there to meditate and cultivate, oblivious to the world outside. Since Xiang left the Yuetian sect and those crazy men and women, she had already established a good reputation within the Immortal cultivation world. Now, most of the people on this Immortal boat were her friends. She had just chosen a room to leave her mark, and as she turned to leave, she heard a voice of surprise. "Thank you, junior sister." Chapter 118. The visitor was none other than Yi-Wan-Wan, senior sister of the Shadowless sect. Yi-Wan-Wan was delighted to see Xiang. She showed no sign of anger towards her for what happened to Yi-Ming, and Xiang smiled. "Hello, senior sister Yi." Yi-Wan-Wan was quite capable, and naturally had a place in this sect competition. However, only 2 disciples of the Shadowless sect made it into the top 30 this year, which seemed a bit lackluster compared to previous years. But Xiang saw that Yi-Wan-Wan's expression remained clear and composed, suggesting she was unaffected by the outside world. "I haven't congratulated junior sister Xia on winning first place yet. Here are my gifts." Yi Yun raised her hand and pulled out 2 brocade boxes, smiling. "One is from me, and one is from that little girl Song Lan. Song Lan is deeply regretful for not making the top 30, and has now returned to the Shadowless sect to practice in seclusion. So I have no choice but to deliver her gift. These are just trifles, worthless. Junior sister Xia, please don't refuse." "Of course I won't refuse." Xiang accepted them graciously, then held out 2 brocade boxes as well. "But it's rude not to reciprocate. Senior sister Yi and junior sister Song Lan, please don't refuse my kindness. This one is for you, and this one is for junior sister Song Lan." Yi Yun paused for a moment, then accepted the items. "Since it's so kind, junior sister, I won't refuse. It's still early, and the scenery aboard the Immortal boat is beautiful. Why don't you come with me for a stroll?" "Sure." Wang Yuan felt so at ease because he saw how easily and quickly Xiang took it. He guessed the brocade box wouldn't contain anything too valuable. But what she didn't know was that Xia Songlan's share was actually a small bottle of Taijin water that Xiang had prepared early that morning. Xiang always felt that Xia Songlan had contributed greatly to her awakening Yi-Ming so quickly as a reward for the Taijin water, so she felt obligated to give her a portion of the Taijin water in return. But she also understood the principle of possessing a treasure is a crime, so she didn't give away too much. As for Yi-Wan-Wan, it was a large piece of top-grade holy radiant stone that she had just asked Yi-Ning to take out from her small private vault. Yi-Wan-Wan was a swordsman, and this holy radiant stone, which could refine her sword intent, was the perfect item for her. The two of them, chatting and laughing, walked towards the deck, only to be noticed by Wang Qing and Lin Yuexiang, who had just left. Ever since Gu Qinghai lost 4 consecutive matches in the sect competition, their Yuetian sect had become a laughing stock among the 9 major sections. Gu Qinghai had secluded himself indoors since boarding the Immortal ship, and Di Qinghua, who had suffered a shock, had followed suit. Wang Qing was used to being arrogant, and had frequently clashed with disciples from the other 8 sections. For a time, there was no one left to talk to except Lin Yuexiang. With their Yuetian sect in such dire straits, Xie Ying's current prosperity was even more jarring to Wang Qing. Yi-Ming was expelled from the sect because of Xie Ying, his Taoist heart shattered, and he had to guard the 10,000 Demons Gorge for the rest of his life. Yet, Yi-Wan-Wan, Yi-Ming's biological sister, was so close to the culprit, Xie Ying. I really misjudged Yi-Wan-Wan. Xiang, Xie Ying was always a pretentious person, and now she's taking all the limelight for being the champion. We can't let her continue to be so complacent. What does third senior brother want? Wang Qing didn't hear the hint of impatience in Lin Yuexiang's tone, and continued to chatter. Of course, I want to expose Xie Ying's true face. We must not let her continue to be so complacent. Xiang, haven't you always been good friends with senior brother Ji Liang from the Shadowless sect? And then, there are the Beast-Taming Valley, the Dingyong sect. I remember you have good friends there. They might not believe what others say, but I'm sure they won't doubt you. Xiang, if you just give them a little warning, they definitely believe it. Then I see if Xie Ying can still be so arrogant. It would have been fine if Wang Qing hadn't mentioned Ji Liang. The mention of Ji Liang intensified Lin Yuexiang's hatred. Ji Liang was the cultivator who had been unsuspectingly pushed off the competition stage that day by Lin Yuexiang. Because of that incident, Ji Liang and everyone else. Those who used to be friends with her didn't speak ill of her anymore, but they weren't as close as before. Ji Liang even avoided her like the plague. But Wang Qing, seemingly unable to read anyone else's expressions, continued to ramble on. Finally, Lin Yuexiang's patience ran out. Third brother. Our Yutian sect has been embarrassed enough lately. Could you please stop showing up? Isn't it better to just be quiet? I won't do what you say. I'm busy, so I won't be talking to you. Lin Yuexiang was practically pissed off at Wang Qing. How could someone like Wang Qing be so blind to the situation and so shameless? Gu Qinghuai and Di Qingyue had already gone into hiding, so how could he still be so brazen as to wander around and try to stir up trouble? Lin Yuexiang felt she inevitably reveal her true identity if she stayed, so she walked away as fast as she could. Seeing her like this, Wang Qing, behind her, felt even worse. How could Xiang do this? He had come up with this idea because he couldn't bear to see Xiang steal her spotlight. He was clearly doing this for her own good, but Xiang wasn't grateful, and she even got angry at him. Wang Qing grew increasingly angry as he thought about it. He snorted coldly and stormed off. Ding! Supporting character Wang Qing's favorability towards the charming heroine Lin Yuexiang dropped by 5, now at 84. Xiang, who was discussing her cultivation experiences with EP101 on the deck, was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Those who gather for profit will eventually disperse. It was only a matter of time before Wang Qing and the others turned against Lin Yuexiang. She wasn't surprised. Meanwhile, having finally escaped Wang Qing's annoyance, Lin Yuexiang was stopped at the next corner. Fairy Lin, please stay. I always admired your grace. Would you be so kind as to listen to me? Lin Yuexiang looked up and saw a tall, beautiful female cultivator with a heroic look in her eyes. It was Gong Xian. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For 3 days, everything was under the watchful eyes of the sect masters and elders, and the disciples were well behaved, avoiding any trouble. When the immortal boat landed, they finally saw their destination. The Red Sand Desert. The vast expanse of desert stretched for hundreds of miles. The red sand beneath their feet seemed soaked in blood, a shocking crimson. The red sand filled the air, making it impossible to see deeper into the depths. Only a faint shadow could be seen moving back and forth behind it. Some cultivators with weaker concentration felt dazed, and their heads split after just a few glances. Seeing this, the elder in charge slowly spoke up to remind them. Chapter 119. The red sand in the red sand desert has a hallucinogenic effect. Those with weak minds are easily affected by it, and develop inner demons. You should refrain from deliberately exploring the secrets behind the red sand desert. With your current abilities, if you venture into the depths of the red sand desert alone, you will never return. Yes, I will follow the elder's instructions. The cultivator, who had previously suffered a splitting headache, quickly averted his gaze, daring not to inquire further, still feeling a lingering fear. Rumor has it that the red sand desert is rife with dangers, and it seems they're true. If the red sand desert is like this, how many more unknown dangers await within the 12 desolate secret realms, the heavenly realm, hidden deep within it? In the world of immortal cultivation, risk and opportunity often coexist. The more dangerous the heavenly realm, the more opportunities it holds. Fellow Taoist, you're absolutely right. As the cultivators gathered in groups of 3 or 4, chatting, the original immortal boat was transformed by the presiding elder. The original 3-story immortal boat had now landed, transformed into a 3-story ancient building. The rooms within the building, however, were identical to those on the original immortal boat. Such a nimble and adaptable flying spiritual artifact might not be found in the entire world of immortal cultivation, and even disciples of major sects rarely encounter one. How could they not be amazed? At that moment, a large shadow suddenly fell over everyone's heads. They instinctively looked over, and saw something resembling a large fish slowly flying through the sky, obscuring most of the light above them. What is this? The legendary ancient auspicious beast, Kun? That's impossible. Aren't those ancient mythical, auspicious, and ferocious beasts already extinct? So what do you think this is? As the 2 cultivators were arguing, a figure suddenly appeared from behind them. The sect master has arrived. Xia Ying excitedly gazed at the immortal boat overhead, which resembled a Kun, and excitedly pulled Shinfuyu along, chattering non-stop. She had heard her master mention that the first sect master of the Xiaoyao sect had some inexplicable connection to the ancient auspicious beast Kun, hence why many of their sect symbols were in the shape of a Kun. The 6 members of the Xiaoyao sect, who had been granted entry into the 12 desolate secret realms this time were Qin Lin Xiao, Mo Yin, Shinfuyu, Xia Ying, the 5 brothers and sisters Ji Yuan, and Su Yinji. As for Ming Fuiying, Song Xiushi, and the others, Ningyao had already led their team back to the Xiaoyao sect. Senior sisters, do you think Master will come with the sect master? I don't think so. Shinfuyu thought of her master's lazy demeanor, and shook her head firmly. I bet you 10 high-grade spirit stones. Unless it rains red, Master won't leave Xiaoyao sect. Hee, gamblers never have a good ending. I won't bet with senior sister. No matter who she's betting on Master leaving, she's bound to lose. While she didn't mind giving money to senior sister, she couldn't be so foolish as to bet on something she obviously lose. Come on, I know you're not betting with me, because you know you're going to lose. Xiaoying, hee. It's good that senior sister knows. Why are you exposing me? Look, the sect master and the others are coming. With a loud rumble, the Kun-shaped immortal boat landed with a thud, sending up clouds of red sand. The cultivators watched in amazement as the giant Kun opened its mouth, and 2 elders, one thin, the other plump, with distinct styles, emerged from it. Sect master. Law enforcement master? Shinfuyu's smile faltered when she caught sight of Sui Qingqi behind Su Xiai. She couldn't help but recall the fear she felt when she gotten into trouble on Chunhan Island and been forced to farm under Sui Qingqing's thumb. She subconsciously took a half step back. Sui Qingqing, Did that little Shinfuyu get into trouble again? Xiaoying, Senior sister, you haven't gotten into any trouble, so why are you retreating out of guilt? Law enforcement master isn't that scary, is he? The next second, Xiaoying saw Sui Qingqing reach behind her back, pull out a hoe, and walk towards her. Xiaoying, shock. Could it be that something went wrong with the spiritual bamboo shoots on Chunhan Island after she left last time, which is why senior sister is feeling so guilty? That's why the law enforcement elders traveled thousands of miles with the sect master just to settle accounts with them. Thinking she had guessed the truth, Xiaoying decided, confess, get leniency, resist, get severity. Without waiting for Sui Qingqing to speak, she took a step forward. Uncle Master, I know I was wrong. Sui Qingqing and Shinfuyu? ? No. Xiaoying, which sect's spiritual vein did you steal? Junior sister, how come I didn't know what trouble you gotten into? The 2 of them spoke in unison, their eyes filled with the same confusion. Xiaoying, having belatedly realized the situation, asked in a low, uncertain voice, Uncle Master, aren't you here to settle a score with me because something went wrong with the spiritual bamboo shoots on Chunhan Island? The bamboo shoots on my island were growing well. Even if something went wrong later, it was my fault for not taking good care of them. What does that have to do with you little girls? Sui Qingqing gave Xiaoying a sullen look. I heard you were wronged in the Yutian sect, so I followed the sect master here to support you. Senior brother Long is in seclusion again, otherwise he would have come personally upon hearing the news. Xiaoying's heart suddenly warmed. Uncle Master, you're so kind. Next time I return to the Xiaoyao sect, I make you a feast to thank you. Ahem. Sui Qingqing coughed softly. Then it's settled. Don't try to cheat then. I mean what I say. Xiaoying, you haven't told me who in the Yutian sect bullied you yet? Fellow Taoist Wei, you're joking. Before Xiaoying could reply, the 9 sect masters, having heard the commotion, emerged. Foremost among them was Mu Qin. No disciples of our Yutian sect bullied Xiaoying. Yes. I can attest that no disciples of the Yutian sect bullied Xiaoying, said Miaoshu Luzhu, waving her fan and smiling sweetly. Since Sect Master Mu has already done all the bullying against Xiaoying, his disciples naturally don't need to do anything more. Mu Chen's smile froze. Seeing Sui Qingqing's increasingly grim expression, he could only bite the bullet and explain. It's all just a misunderstanding. If I really wanted to attack a Jindan disciple, how could she stand here in peace? And there's no way she could win the sect competition. Sect Master Mu Chen's words are enough to make all the disciples of the Yutian sect die of shame. Xiaoying wasn't afraid of Mu Chen to begin with, and now, with someone to back her up, she felt even more confident. You didn't want to attack? You only tried, but were stopped by Miaoshu Tower Master and the others. Xiaoying turned and looked at Xiaoyao Sect's sect master, Su Xiai. Master, I don't know how I offended Master Mu of the Yutian sect. Not only have his disciples been tarnishing my reputation, but Master Mu has even attempted to kill me in front of all the seniors. Master, please help me. Chapter 120. The entire red sand desert fell silent for a moment at Xiaoying's words, the only sound in the air being the wind blowing through the red sand. The disciples had never imagined that simply wanting to enter a secret realm would lead them to hear such a huge scandal concerning the Yutian sect's leader. At this moment, they simply wanted to find a crack in the sand to crawl into and bury themselves tightly, lest the Yutian sect hold their grudges for knowing about this. The disciples held their breath, trying their best to appear invisible, but their ears couldn't help but listen to Xie Ying's movements. After all, it was the Yutian sect, one of the 9 great sects, that was bustling. They had already seen it, and not watching it all would seem a disadvantage. Gu Qinghuai and Di Qinwei, who had already lost in the sect competition, regretted leaving the room. Now, they had become the subject of everyone's jokes. Mu Chen had never expected Xie Ying to bring up the incident in the meeting hall at this moment. He glanced in Gu Qinghuai's direction with a hint of dissatisfaction. What's going on? Has Qinghuai still not dealt with Xie Ying? Don't worry. Since you're a disciple of my Xiaoyao sect, we will certainly take care of you. Su Xi kindly pulled Xie Ying behind him. The other Xiaoyao sect members also stood calmly. Sui Qingqing raised an eyebrow. He saw that Su Xi was about to take action, so he calmly put the hoe away. Master Su, there truly is a misunderstanding here. I, Mu Chen. Although Su Xi was the master of the Xiaoyao sect, he had rarely set foot on the Wanxian continent in the past 100 years, so Mu Chen didn't know much about him. Seeing Su Xi's calm face and a smile in his eyes, he thought about having a proper talk with him, but before he could finish his words, he was struck hard by Su Xi's palm. Mu Chen's expression changed drastically. His seemingly light palm strike actually contained the destructive power unique to his thunder spirit root. Aura mingled with destructive force swirled through his body. While it wouldn't cause Mu Chen serious injury, it was enough to cause him suffering. But Su Xi, after striking him, withdrew his hand with a smile. Master Mu, my Xiaoyao sect protects its members, and Xie Ying is a good child who never lies. So I believe her. But for the sake of the Immortal Demon Alliance and all my fellow cultivators, I won't argue with Master Mu. After all, the demons will be arriving soon, and it would be a shame to make a fool of themselves. Almost as Su Xi finished speaking, another immortal boat flew in from the horizon and slowly landed in the red sand desert. A stern-faced female cultivator, dressed in the uniform of an Immortal Demon Alliance elder, led 30 cultivators selected from the demon race and slowly approached the crowd. Since the demon clan's demon sect was wiped out overnight 6 months ago, some previously insignificant demon clan sects have gradually risen to prominence. The Western Territory's Floating Cloud Palace is the most prominent of these sects. Of the 30 individuals selected for this demon clan competition, 5 are from the Floating Cloud Palace. While the humans and demons of the Wanxian continent appear to be in perfect harmony, their secret strife, both open and covert, continues unabated. Even the Miaoshu Tower Master, who had always wanted to crush Mu Chen, tempered her previous aggression upon seeing the demon clan arrivals. The 9 major clans can fight amongst themselves, but being laughed at by the demon clan would be disastrous. Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu greets the chief elder. No need for formalities. The chief elder raised her hand and glanced at the demon clan members behind her, her expression remaining gentle. Since everyone is here, there's no need to wait another 2 days. His gaze swept from Zhu Yu to Miaoshu Luzu and the others. Please lend me a hand, and immediately open the heaven realm of the 12 desolate secret realms. Before he finished speaking, the chief elder and elder Zhu Yu each took out a black and white half of a stone and flung them into the air. The black and white stones merged into one in midair, spinning continuously until they transformed into a yin-yang bagua diagram. Everyone! Now! At the chief elder's command, all the elders present, nascent soul stage and above, took action, including Su Xi and Sui Qingqing. Over a dozen beams of spiritual energy pierced the yin-yang bagua diagram in midair. The diagram, originally only a few inches in size, expanded, and the space behind it slowly distorted. As a beam of white light shot up into the sky, the red sand behind the diagram seemed to have been torn open, revealing a different scene within. Everyone's faces lit up with surprise. The entrance is open. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry and enter to seek your opportunity. The secret realm will be open for a month. After that, whether you like it or not, you will be transported out. Take advantage of it. With the chief elder's words, the 60 cultivators, relieved of their worries, quickly passed through the torn hole and entered the heavenly realm. After the last person entered, the torn hole quickly closed. Amidst the crimson sand, only the yin-yang bagua diagram remained, slowly rotating in the air. The chief elder chanted an ancient incantation, forming a seal with his hands, and striking the yin-yang bagua diagram. Soon, the center of the diagram gradually became transparent, transforming into a yin-yang bagua mirror, which then slowly revealed the situation within the heavenly realm. Su Xi gracefully folded up the immortal boat with a wave of his sleeve, then took out 2 chairs, and sat down with Sui Qingqing. The rest of the group, Finally, We know where those Xiaoyao sect brats learn their nonchalant attitude, casually pulling out chairs to sit and eat sunflower seeds. The Xiaoyao sect truly embodies the principle of leading by example to the very core. Mu Chen felt a sharp pain in his chest whenever he saw Su Xiai, so he turned his gaze away, concentrating on the scene reflected in the Bagua mirror. Although the Heaven Realm is hidden within the Red Sand Desert, the two do not belong to the same realm. The Heaven Realm of the 12 desolate secret realms is as vast as a quarter of the Wanxiang continent. The entrance to Xiaoying and the others was an ancient teleportation array, so upon entering, they were transported to different parts of the Heaven Realm and scattered. Xiaoying had already learned about the 12 desolate secret realms in the Xiaoyao sect's library that morning. She knew the rules of teleportation within these realms, so she closed her eyes with peace of mind when the dizziness set in. But when she opened her eyes again, she discovered she had been transported to a volcano, an active one at that. The scorching magma pulsated around her, nearly burning a hole in her finest robes. Xiaoying quickly used her spiritual power to create an ice shield to protect herself, while quickly retreating from the center of the magma to a safer, flatter rock. Now, she could finally calm down and take in her current situation. The more she observed, the more Xiaoying frowned. Because she was actually deep within the belly of this active volcano, most importantly, she discovered that her spiritual power was actually limited there. Once in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, she could only exert the strength of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. This volcano could devour and suppress the spiritual power of cultivators. Chapter 121. Hell Mountain? How could she be so unlucky as to be transported to this place? Outside the secret realm, Miaoshu Tower Master saw Xiaoying's current predicament and couldn't help but worry for her. Meanwhile, Su Xiai and Sui Qingqing appeared relaxed and at ease. Master Miaoshu, don't worry. A mere Hell Mountain can't hold Xiaoying back. Just wait and see. Though Mu Chen remained silent, he scoffed at the suggestion. Everyone boasts. He wanted to see how Xiaoying, whose cultivation and spiritual power were significantly suppressed, could escape Hell Mountain unscathed. In Hell Mountain, Xiaoying could clearly feel the temperature around her rising steadily, and her spiritual power was also draining at an increasing rate. If she didn't take some measures, she was afraid she would soon fall back from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Qi refining stage. By then, leaving this place would be even more difficult. Xiaoying, however, wasn't particularly worried about this. She calmly pulled out a handful of spirit-replenishing pills and poured them into her mouth like candy beans. The spiritual energy she had just lost instantly returned to the mid-stage Foundation Establishment stage. She stared at the center of the magma for a moment, a vague suspicion forming in her mind. Juju. Xiaoying snapped her fingers, and the 7-star red crab spider, previously residing in the spirit beast pouch, was summoned directly out. Juju was gorging herself inside the pouch when she was summoned. Now, suddenly summoned out, 2 half-eaten trout were still tucked into her claws. The two stared at each other, Juju's 3 green eyes filled with suspicion of their master. A momentary silence fell. But Juju was soon brought back to her senses by the unusual magma within Hell Mountain. She quickly stuffed the trout into her mouth and frantically climbed out of the magma to the side of the rock wall, clinging to it. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. Juju, are you afraid too? Juju nodded heavily. Ever since Xiaoying and Yulian had formed a symbiotic contract, as their companion demonic beast, she naturally had the ability to communicate with Xiaoying's thoughts. As a demonic beast, Juju was instinctively more sensitive to danger than a cultivator. She gestured with her hands and feet to convey her intuition to Xiaoying, and Xiaoying couldn't help but frown. Juju was Yulian's companion demonic beast, having lived amidst molten flame since birth. Logically, she wouldn't be afraid of magma. This only proved that the dangers within the volcano were far greater than she had imagined. No, we can't stay trapped here any longer. Based on her recent observations, this active volcano was likely to erupt again soon. If she remained trapped then, she would literally be burned to a crisp. A volcano isn't like an ordinary mountain. If she used brute force to break it, it would trigger a surge of spiritual energy within the volcano before the blast even began, accelerating the eruption. So, there was only one way left. Xiaoying raised her eyes and stared at the tiny pinprick of light overhead. It was the crater, the only exit. It seemed she had no choice but to take a gamble. Xiaoying made up her mind and stopped hesitating. She pulled several large bottles of soul-replenishing pills from her storage bag, pried open Juju's mouth, and poured the pills into her mouth. What a waste! What a waste! Feng Yingzhenren, who was outside the secret realm, stamped his feet in grief upon seeing this. Although soul-replenishing pills aren't as precious as other elixirs, they shouldn't be wasted like this. She should have eaten them herself. Why did she feed them all to that 7-star red crab spider? Soul-replenishing pills are free. Master Fengying is right. These soul-replenishing pills are free. Sui Qingqing took a bite of the pastry and quickly put it down with a frown. TSK. The spiritual food sold outside really can't compare to the one Xia Ying makes herself. Those soul-replenishing pills were just made by Xia Ying for fun. Just feed them to Zhu Zhu. She has plenty. Master Fengying, A well-fed man doesn't understand the hunger of the hungry. If only their Wuing sect had a master alchemist, he wouldn't be so heartbroken and jealous. However, Master Fengying hadn't recovered from Xia Ying's wasteful use of the soul-replenishing pills when he looked up to see Xia Ying produce a piece of water and fire-resistant nebula yarn and drape it directly over the 7-star red crab spider. According to Xia Ying's will, the nebula yarn was cut by spiritual power into a shape that perfectly matched Zhu Zhu's body. Wearing it on Zhu Zhu seemed to shimmer with a layer of starlight. Are you ready? Zhu Zhu nodded, and Xia Ying smiled. Then let's go big today. Before she finished her words, Xia Ying launched a fierce palm strike at the most concentrated spiritual energy point in the heart of Hell Mountain. The already chaotic spiritual energy within Hell Mountain was further roiled by this palm strike, and the lava gurgled endlessly, as if it would soar into the sky at any moment. Now! Xia Ying seized the opportunity. At the moment, the volcano erupted, and the lava soared into the sky. She almost disappeared into a shadow, as she rushed directly into Zhu Zhu's arms. Zhu Zhu skillfully curled up into a ball, holding Xia Ying securely in her arms, and then, with lightning speed, plunged into the lava. The force of the volcanic eruption stirred up the lava thousands of feet high. Zhu Zhu and Xia Ying hid within this lava, and used the momentum of the lava to fly out of the crater. However, this magma was indeed something that even Zhu Zhu feared. Even as she was held in Zhu Zhu's arms, she could still feel the scorching heat, so intense it practically scorched her soul. One could imagine the burning pain Zhu Zhu endured, directly in contact with the magma. Fortunately, in addition to the nebula veil, she had also cast a protective shield of nether azure lotus flame over Zhu Zhu before she leaped into the magma. This at least mitigated some of the damage. Besides, while this method was risky, the odds of success were high. In just a few moments, the man and the spider had safely passed through the crater and returned to daylight. At this point, Xia Ying finally had a clear view of the volcano. The pitch-black mountain, thousands of feet high, was covered in fiery red magma, brimming with an ominous and terrifying aura. And behind this volcano, surprisingly, lay a vast, boundless ocean. Perhaps due to the long-term influence of the volcanic lava, the sea near the volcano wasn't its normal azure blue, but a dark red. Xia Ying and Zhu Zhu were unluckily thrown into this sea by the force of the volcanic eruption. Bang! The moment they fell into the sea, Zhu Zhu released her grip. Xia Ying, sinking to the bottom due to inertia, immediately performed a water avoidance spell to block the incoming water, then quickly surfaced and sat on Zhu Zhu's back. Zhu Zhu, let's go around this volcano. Zhu Zhu obediently carried her across the surface, but before they had gone more than a few miles, both the man and the spider sensed something was amiss. Behind them, a massive shadow rapidly approached them. Xia Ying's pupils shrank. Zhu Zhu retreat. Chapter 122. Almost as they quickly retreated, a sea beast suddenly emerged from the water, stirring up a raging storm. Even Xia Ying and Zhu Zhu, who had retreated further, were drenched by the waves. Her hair clung to her face, bringing with it a distinctly salty, fishy smell, causing her to frown. She hadn't disliked the salty, fishy smell of the seawater in the Xiaoyao sect, but this sea was different. Mixed with it was the lingering scent of blood, and the source of this bloody smell was the sea beast charging towards them. The sea beast had the appearance of a fish, standing several dozen feet tall. Its bulging, ball-like body was covered in snake scales. When it opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, a sickening, rancid stench filled the air. Xia Ying, riding the sword light, flew above the sea beast and whispered its name. The sky-swallowing fish beast. The sky-swallowing fish beast is a sea beast that lives deep in the ocean. It's ferocious and bloodthirsty, taking pleasure in slaughtering cultivators and other sea beasts. Once it sets its sights on a creature, it will not stop until it's dead. However, its value is extremely high. Its meat can be used to refine poisons, its scales, fangs, and bones can be used to refine weapons, and its remaining parts are also excellent medicinal materials. The sky-swallowing fish beast is now completely gone from the world of immortal cultivation. It was surprising to find such a large one still lurking in the heavenly realm. The sky-swallowing fish beast didn't want to let her and Juju go, and coincidentally, she didn't intend to let it go either. Even if a wild goose flew overhead, she'd pluck a few feathers as a memento, let alone a sky-swallowing fish beast covered in treasures. Xie Ying's eyes instantly grew fierce, and she instantly enlarged the bibbo fan in her hand, and waved it towards the sky-swallowing fish beast. This gust of wind whipped up several hurricanes on the sea, mingling with waves and attacking the sky-swallowing fish beast from different directions. The sky-swallowing fish beast was tall and bloated, yet incredibly fast. Even so, it was struck by one of the hurricanes and let out an angry roar. It had always been the king of this sea area. What sea beast would not flee in fear upon seeing it? But this human cultivator, not only was he not afraid of it, he even dared to attack it first. The enraged sky-swallowing fish beast swung its tail, and the scales on its tail instantly transformed into sharp blades, piercing Xie Ying. Xie Ying immediately summoned a water shield to protect herself, then suddenly swooped down and charged at the sky-swallowing fish beast. She channeled her spiritual energy into her palm, raised her fist, and smashed it hard into the sky-swallowing fish beast's face. The sky-swallowing fish beast was thrown to the ground by the immense force, and even its fangs were knocked out of its mouth. Juju, who had been diligently observing the battle from the periphery, suddenly had her eyes light up. She swam over quickly, picked up the fawn, and then retreated from the battlefield. Due to the exceptionally toughness of its scales, Xie Ying's punch still didn't cause it any substantial damage, but the sky-swallowing fish beast felt deeply humiliated. Seeing Xie Ying soaring in the air, unable to do anything, the sky-swallowing fish beast angrily slapped the sea surface with its tail, then plunged into the seabed. Something it had done under the seabed suddenly appeared on the previously calm surface, a massive whirlpool. The dark red whirlpool resembled the entrance to hell, determined not to stop until it sucked in all the creatures around it. Even from midair, Xie Ying could feel the whirlpool's powerful suction. Her brows twitched slightly, and she suddenly dropped her spiritual shields, giving up resistance and allowing the whirlpool to suck her in. Juju, having just climbed ashore and breathed a sigh of relief, turned back to find Xie Ying nowhere to be seen. Her white fur stood on end in shock. Where's my master? Where did her master, so big as her, go? Wow! Damn sea beast, give her master back. In a rage, Juju, forgetting her fear, plunged once more into the sea, diving to the bottom and casting her silk thread, searching inch by inch for Xie Ying. Juju and Xie Ying were connected by mind, so it should have been easy for her to sense Xie Ying's presence through her spiritual energy. But at that moment, Juju could not detect a single trace of Xie Ying. Xie Ying had vanished from the sea, as if she had vanished from the face of the earth. The moment she was sucked into the whirlpool, Xie Ying, giving up resistance, felt herself falling into a viscous, slippery passage. She plummeted unimpeded to the bottom, where she landed heavily on the ground. Thankfully, the ground Xie Ying landed on was incredibly soft, so even from such a great height, she felt no pain at all. The surroundings were pitch black, the air thick with an unbearable stench of decay. But Xie Ying remained calm. With a flick of her hand, a large cyan flame danced in her palm, instantly illuminating the area. After taking in the surroundings, Xie Ying became even more certain of her earlier decision. She had indeed successfully entered the stomach of the sky-swallowing fish beast. The sky-swallowing fish beast's shell was even harder than the centipede she had encountered in Lingsang Mountain, yet its intelligence was far superior. So, to kill the sky-swallowing fish beast, one had to find its weak point. The hard shell protected its fragile interior. What parts of the body could be more vulnerable than its internal organs? The sky-swallowing fish beast would brutally slaughter foes clearly weaker than itself, and would devour those it couldn't control, using its gastric juices to corrode them and eliminate them forever. That was Xie Ying's bet. At this moment, a thin layer of gastric juice had accumulated in the sky-swallowing fish beast's stomach. Xie Ying could clearly feel the unbearable burning pain of the gastric juices. She dared not delay any longer. Her hands moved swiftly, and multicolored light emanated from her palms, reaching all over the fish beast's internal organs. She then pulled out a handful of thunder talismans and placed them around them, creating a small lightning array. Finally, she formed hand seals and blasted the seals overhead. Explode! Bang, bang, bang! As the lightning array drew golden thunder towards the sky-swallowing fish beast, the seal Xie Ying had previously cast on its internal organs took effect, exploding like fireworks within the sky-swallowing fish beast's body. The sky-swallowing fish beast, smug one moment, howled in agony the next. It rolled back and forth in the sea, stirring up the seabed once more. The sky-swallowing fish beast watched in horror as dozens of rays of light emanated from its body. It was powerless to resist, and could only watch helplessly as its body was shattered into fragments. It never closed its eyes until its death. To avoid being affected by the explosion, Xie had hidden within the golden bell. Her first act upon returning to the light of day was to pull out a gourd and absorb all the floating flesh, scales, and fangs. Naturally, she kept the sea beast's core separately. However, before she could completely clean up the battlefield, a transparent spider silk wrapped around her waist and yanked her to the surface. Chapter 123. Pa! She landed on the familiar, broad back and, looking down, saw Juju. It's all right, the danger's over. Even though Juju couldn't speak, Xiang sensed its concern and worry for her. She patted Juju's head soothingly. Oh yeah, I just saw quite a few sea beasts and spiritual plants on the seabed. Why don't we go get some, and make a nice treat for ourselves? Juju's emerald eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. The man and the spider instantly reached a consensus, then transformed into a stream of light, and vanished into the seabed. The Heaven Realm is actually a massive island standing on a boundless ocean. While Xiang was teleported to Hell Mountain at the southeastern end of the Heaven Realm, the others were randomly teleported to different locations. But most of them were in the central area of the Secret Realm. Very few people would be teleported to such a remote end of the Secret Realm like Xiang. Therefore, within half a day, many cultivators had already encountered familiar faces. Among them, the people from Luyan Palace gathered the fastest. Within half a day, the 5 people from Luyan Palace met in front of a mountain range. Luyan Palace, a newly rising sect among the Western Territory demon race, is said to be headed by a female cultivator named Luyan Zuns. Therefore, Luyan Palace is primarily populated by female cultivators. Of the 5 people from Luyan Palace who entered the Secret Realm this time, 4 were female cultivators. The only remaining male cultivator was none other than Helian Yao. Helian Yao, however, was assuming another person's body. Helian Yao had always coveted the Heaven Realm within the 12 desolate secret realms. However, due to his former status as a demon sect protector, he was unable to directly participate in the demon race competition, and was unwilling to reveal his identity too early. Therefore, after returning from a secret trip to Chongyang City, Helian Yao selected a disciple from Luyan Palace with considerable talent and cultivation, and ordered him to participate in the competition. After the disciple fought tooth and nail to secure a spot, Helian Yao used a secret technique to split his soul into 2, then took possession of the disciple's body, stealing his identity and his life. The female cultivator, leading the remaining 4, was named Yun Mei. She was the most favored disciple of the palace master of Luyan Palace, and the only one who knew that the so-called venerable Luyun was actually Helian Yao. In the eyes of the other Luyan Palace disciples, Helian Yao was merely a distinguished guest of the palace master, someone they could not easily offend. Thus, even though they knew that Helian Yao had taken over the bodies of Luyan Palace disciples, they kept their mouths shut and never spoke of it. After all, who would dare to speak out when even their palace master had acquiesced? The only one who dared to joke and play with Helian Yao was Yun Mei. After all, their relationship was unique. Luyan Palace's cultivation methods were primarily based on dual cultivation, and Helian Yao was Yun Mei's partner. Seeing no one else around, Yun Mei, with her charming lotus steps, approached Helian Yao aside. She put her arm around his neck and naturally settled into his embrace, her soft, boneless hands resting on his chest. The surrounding spiritual energy slowly flowed into both of them. After their dual cultivation, their cultivation methods gradually became more consistent, influenced by each other. With the slightest bit of closeness, their cultivation methods would automatically activate, saving them a considerable amount of effort. Brother Yao, what do you think of this new body? No matter how good a body is, it's not as comfortable as your own. Helian Yao moved his neck. This was his first time using this secret technique to possess another person, and he hadn't fully integrated with this body until the day before entering the secret realm. How can an ordinary body compare to Brother Yao's even 1/10 as well? Fortunately, this secret realm is only open for a month. When you leave, Brother Yao can naturally discard this body. Yun Mei admired strength, but she also coveted beautiful bodies, which was why she was so devoted to Helian Yao, who met all her needs. After their dual cultivation, Yun Mei became more casual in their interactions with Helian Yao. Brother Yao hasn't told me yet what interesting things you saw when you secretly visited the human race's Chongyang City last time. I saw someone quite interesting. Helian Yao recalled how he had secretly infiltrated Chongyang City a month ago, concealing his identity and strength, and the people and events he had witnessed while hiding in the shadows of the Yutian sect. A deeper meaning filled his eyes. When Yun Mei heard this, she subconsciously thought of Xiang. Is it the champion from the human sect competition? I heard she does have some real skills. Not her. Not her? Yun Mei straightened up, her eyes filled with surprise. Who is that? It's Lin Yuexiong, the junior sister from the Yuntian sect. Lin Yuexiong? Yun Mei was familiar with the name, but she had never paid much attention to her. The rumors about Lin Yuexiong in the cultivation world praised her for her clarity of mind, beauty, kindness, respect for teachers, and extraordinary talent. But aside from these rumors, Yun Mei hadn't heard much about Lin Yuexiong's abilities, so she didn't take them seriously. But after all, she was someone Hellion Yao had chosen, and Lin Yuexiong had indeed made it into the top 30 of the human clan sect competition, so Yun Mei couldn't help but feel a bit of interest in her. But before she could ask further, Hellion Yao had already pushed her aside, stood up, and dusted off the non-existent dust on his body. Let's go! There are many good things in this secret realm. We can't go back empty-handed. Yun Mei and the other 3 people from Lian Palace's eyes lit up, and they all agreed, following Hellion Yao into the mountains. Treasure hunting and improving their cultivation were their primary concerns, while everyone at Lian Palace was busy retrieving treasures and slaying monsters, and while others were also diligently searching for treasure, Xie Ying, having successfully reaped a bounty from the sea, sat on Juju's back, strutting around. While the magma deep within Hell Mountain's belly was powerful, once it erupted, it became no different from ordinary volcanic magma in the world of immortal cultivation. The only real danger lay in the depths of Hell Mountain. As a result, Xie Ying and Juju encountered no danger when they passed Hell Mountain again, crossing it unimpeded. With Juju, her 6-legged mount, Xie Ying's pace was significantly faster. In just half a day, the surrounding scenery had transformed. Looking back, spring had suddenly arrived. The ominous, desolate atmosphere of Hell Mountain had vanished, leaving behind lush green meadows dotted with clusters of unknown pink flowers. A clear stream meandered down from a distant mountain stream and flowed through the meadows. The scenery here is beautiful. Let's go right here. Xie Ying patted Juju's head with satisfaction, then leaped down and headed for the stream. Seeing this, Juju simply lay down on the ground to rest. Breathing the sweet scent wafting from the pink flowers not far away, Juju swallowed uncontrollably. Then, with quick pliers, she snipped off a flower and popped it into her mouth, chewing it. But the next second, bang! Xie Ying, who had just taken out her kitchen knife to fillet the fish, was startled by a loud noise behind her. Turning around with the knife in hand, she saw Juju sprawled, her whole body shrouded in a soft pink glow. Holy crap! What have you been eating behind my back, you greedy spider? How did you become so pink? Chapter 124. Xie Ying quickly dropped her kitchen knife and ran over to check on Juju. Seeing Juju lying there twitching with her legs up in the air, Xie Ying, without a second thought, lifted her up with one hand and struck her in the stomach with a fist brimming with spiritual energy. Spit it out. How old are you? Why are you still eating when I'm not paying attention? Can you just eat anything in this secret realm? Juju wanted to say she would never do it again, and she wanted to spit it out, but the flower she chewed turned into spiritual energy and seeped into her flesh, bones, and blood, making it impossible for her to spit it out. Host! What are you doing? Put Juju down. Having just upgraded her system space, Henin returned to see her good host, Xie Ying, shaking the 7-star red crab spider. She was so shocked that her face almost gave out. Oh! Xie Ying finally let go of Juju. You're back just in time. Juju, that greedy spider, ate something that turned her whole body pink and glowed with pink light. See if she could be saved. Henin, ? So greedy? What kind of pet do people keep? Henin was about to check on Juju, but her eyes first fell on the clusters of pink flowers behind her. Host, don't worry. Juju is eating Jade Yuan Isui flowers, a precious treasure worth a fortune out there. Jade Yuan Isui flowers? Are you referring to those pink flowers everywhere? Yes, host. As the highest of the 12 desolate secret realms, the Heaven Realm is a place where demons and human cultivators scramble to enter, so naturally treasures abound. Not only are Jade Yuan Isui flowers priceless, but the seemingly ordinary stone in the stream, called sharp gold stone, is also excellent material for sword tempering. In short, this secret realm is filled with treasures. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of the 12 Wasteland secret realm, which was born from the heavens and the earth, many of the treasures within can regenerate as long as the heavens and the earth survive. It would be uncharacteristic of you, host, not to take some away with you. Henin was speaking when she looked up and saw that Xie Ying had plucked every last drop of Jade Yuan Isui flower she could see. She had even filled a sack with the sharp gold stone from the nearby stream. Inin, tell me what other goodies are around here, so I can take them all away. Inin, When it comes to avoiding losses, Xiaoying truly never lets her down. Nothing else is as precious as these two. Inin advises the host not to waste time. Okay. Xiaoying was always very obedient in this regard. What is the function of the Jade Yuan Yi Sui flower? I don't think I've seen any relevant information in the Xiaoyao sect's library. Books in the world of immortal cultivation only record spiritual plants that exist there, and the Jade Yuan Yi Sui flower is unique to the 12 desolate secret realms. It's normal that the host isn't familiar with it. In today's world of immortal cultivation, only veterans above the nascent soul stage are aware of the many treasures within this secret realm. A Jade Yuan Yi Sui flower has 5 petals, each of which holds the equivalent of a year's worth of spiritual energy for an average qi refining cultivator. This means the spiritual energy provided by a single Jade Yuan Yi Sui flower far exceeds that of top-grade or even immortal-grade spiritual elixirs. Furthermore, consuming the Jade Yuan Yi Sui flower doesn't entail the risk of elixir poisoning. I understand. Every medicine is toxic. Be cautious when taking elixirs. What else? A demon beast that consumes the Jade Yuan Yi Sui flower has a chance of breaking through the limitations of its inherent innate talent and evolving to a stronger and higher rank. Upon hearing this, Xiaoying couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise, her gaze subconsciously turning to Juju beside her. Juju had closed her eyes and crouched on the ground. Spiritual energy surged throughout her body, and her red-purple skin changed at a visible speed. The white spots on her back also increased from 7 to 8. Juju had actually advanced. 9 was the ultimate number. The 7-star red crab spider actually belongs to the red crab spider family of demonic beasts. Their strength is ranked from 1 to 9 stars, and the number of white spots on their backs indicates their strength. The stronger the spider, the darker its skin. Juju had indeed successfully advanced, that's for sure. It's just that color, it seems off. Xiaoying didn't know what had gone wrong. Juju's skin had unexpectedly transformed from red-purple to a delicate pink. Juju's demeanor had also changed from her original domineering and ferocious demeanor to a more delicate and docile one. Xiaoying thought for a moment before finally reminding him, Juju, why don't you change your name from 7-star red crab spider to 8-star pink crab spider? Juju? ? She understood the 8-star name, but what did pink crab mean? The next moment, when she saw her tender pink crab claws, she finally sank into a state of solitude. But Xiaoying, reassured that Juju was alright, didn't bother to care. She walked to the stream, took out her alchemy furnace, scooped up a cauldron of stream water, and then, with a flick of her fingertips, ignited a cluster of green flames beneath the furnace. She sat by the stream, deftly cleaning and filleting the fish while she fished out her homemade hot pot base and tossed it into the furnace. The stream water quickly boiled under the flames, blending with the hot pot base, bubbling and bubbling, its fresh, spicy aroma gradually spreading. Xiaoying was so excited that the kitchen knife in her hand was practically flying sparks. Woohoo! That's the aroma. God knows how much she craved it since arriving in the world of immortal cultivation. As expected, life without hot pot is incomplete. She dumped the cleaned fish and the spiritual herbs, such as silver dragon fish, clear snow carp, and jade grass, into the alchemy furnace. She already asked Inin, and they only benefit from eating them. As soon as the ingredients were added to the pot, Xiaoying already had a pair of bowls and chopsticks in her hands. Watching the slices of meat and herbs tumbling up and down in the furnace, Xiaoying smiled with satisfaction. It must be delicious. Sensing that it was almost time, Xiaoying quickly and decisively fished out a large bowl of fish from the furnace. She had caught boneless fish, the flesh sliced into incredibly thin, translucent pieces. It soaked up the hot pot broth, and as she ate it, the delicious, smooth flavor smacked her in the mouth. She squinted her eyes in delight. As expected, delicious food brings happiness. Juju, finally coming to terms with reality and emerging from her autism, turned around to see her master huddled around the alchemy furnace, his mouth slick with grease. Shock! This is outrageous. His master ate delicious food without even calling her. At that moment, all her worries vanished. With a roar, Juju rushed over and snatched the food from Xiaoying. The powerful figures outside the secret realm who had witnessed the entire incident were bewildered. Who was she? Where was she? What was she doing? Is the Yin-Yang Bagua mirror broken, or are there eyes? Chapter 125. Everyone looked again and again, finally confirming. The Yin-Yang Bagua mirror wasn't broken, nor were there eyes. It was Xiaoying's brain that was broken. After entering the secret realm, instead of seizing the opportunity to search for treasures, she actually fished, cut grass, sat by the stream, and even cooked in her alchemy furnace? What a normal person could do. Too much. Absolutely too much. Heng Yuan Sword Lord, the poorest of the 9 sects, slapped his thigh in agony. Silver dragon fish, clear snow carp jade grass. Did she eat fish? She ate countless spirit stones. Heng Yuan Sword Lord calmed down. Everyone hurriedly tried to persuade him. After all, everyone knew how expensive sword cultivators were, and the 5-element sword sect was composed entirely of sword cultivators, so one could imagine how poor they were. So it was no wonder that Heng Yuan Sword Lord, who used to be so eager to break a single spirit stone into 10, was so heartbroken. Alas, Xia Ying is so young, how could she possibly know how precious that fish is? You're just a kid. It's normal to be greedy. Everyone's words of comfort made Heng Yuan Sword Master feel a little embarrassed. He wasn't targeting Xia Ying. Rather than feeling sorry for the fish beasts, he was regretting not taking the initiative to lure Xia Ying back to the 5-element sword sect. Strength is one thing, but Xia Ying was also lucky. Aside from the treasure Xia Ying encountered and looted along the way, she didn't even encounter anyone competing for her resources. If the young men in the 5-element sword sect had such good luck, he'd wake up laughing in his dreams. But sometimes, what you say just comes true. Just a moment ago, Heng Yuan Sword Master was lamenting Xia Ying's good fortune for not encountering anyone competing for her resources, and then someone appeared. Are you tired, Fairy Lin? There's a stream up ahead. Why don't we stop by and rest? That's not necessary. Immortal cultivators are not afraid of hardship. The secret realm's opening hours are limited, so we should search for more treasures and opportunities. This will make our journey into the secret realm worthwhile. Fairy Lin is right. However, you put in a lot of effort along the way, so a short rest won't hurt. Fellow Taoist Wang is right. If Fairy Lin hadn't led us to the red snake's nest and provided assistance, we wouldn't have been able to harvest the bamboo berries near it. Bamboo berries not only preserve youthful appearance, but also extend lifespan. A 10-year-old bamboo berry can add 10 years to a cultivator's lifespan, without the side effects of longevity pills that leave behind poisonous elixirs. What's more, the bamboo berries they found near the red snake's nest were all over 30 years old. Lin Yuexiang enjoyed the compliments from the two people around her, and the irritation she had felt these days because of Xia Ying finally eased considerably. Not long after entering the secret realm, Lin Yuexiang encountered 2 demons, one named Wang Xiong and the other Hu Yuan. She curled her lips slightly as she watched the 2 men vying for her attentions, a flicker of scorn and mockery flashing across her eyes. Look, I only needed a little trick to win their admiration. As expected, demon cultivators are easier to manipulate than humans. She had only given them a few 30-year-old bamboo berries, while the one she had secretly hidden was a full 200 years old. This wasn't just my achievement. Without the help of my 2 senior brothers, I wouldn't have been able to obtain that bamboo berry on my own. But what she thought was one thing, Lin Yuexiang's facade was always impeccable. It's a pity the red snake bird is so ferocious and difficult to approach. Even valuable things, like bamboo berries, grow outside its nest. Imagine how many coveted treasures are hidden within. Speaking of this, the other 2's eyes were filled with resentment. But there was no point in being unwilling. The red snake bird had a cultivation level above the middle Jinan stage. Even if the 3 of them combined, they would be doomed. As the 3 of them were talking, Lin Yuexiang's attention was suddenly drawn to a dazzling pink light in the distance. What is that? Lin Yuexiang frowned. Why did this giant pink creature look so familiar? It's a demon beast. I never seen a pink demon beast before. Where there are demon beasts, there must be treasures. Let's go and take a look. Wang Xiong and Hu Yuan reached a tacit understanding. Pulling Lin Yuexiang, who hadn't yet recovered from her shock, they quietly dived towards the pink demon beast. Just a few steps closer, the 3 of them caught a whiff of the strange, meaty aroma lingering in the air. A moment of astonishment crossed their faces. What a fragrant aroma! What could possibly smell so fragrant? After establishing their foundation, cultivators automatically enter a state of fasting. Even without fasting pills, they wouldn't feel hungry. Yet, the smell of this meaty aroma suddenly made them feel hungry. This was truly bizarre. Because of this, Wang Xiong and the others were even more certain that this place must contain some rare treasure. Otherwise, how could they explain this unusual situation? They held their breath and moved closer. Seeing that the pink demon beast still lowered its head and made no movement, Wang Xiong and Hu Yuan exchanged glances and decisively attacked, simultaneously drawing their swords and slashing at the demon beast's back from 2 directions. Duang. The sword blades landed on the monster's back with a resounding thud. Wang Xiong and the other man stared at the unharmed monster and their own numb wrists, their hearts filled with shock. What the hell? This seemingly tender monster was actually such a tough nut. Zhu Zhu, happily enjoying her meal with her master, was unharmed, but the two sword strikes caused her claws to tremble. Paw! The meat, which she hadn't even had time to eat, fell to the ground, covered in mud and inedible. Zhu Zhu froze for a moment, then her eyes blazed with rage. She spun around, swatting Wang Xiong and Hu Yuan, who were about to launch a sneak attack, one at a time. Zhu Zhu's movement also naturally revealed Xie Ying, who had been hidden from view behind her. When Lin Yuexiang suddenly caught sight of Xie Ying's jade-like profile, her mind went blank for a moment. Xie Ying? What did she say? Why does this demonic beast look so familiar? Isn't this the 7-star crimson crab spider that Xie Ying had subdued in the Southern Territory's Devil Valley? Thinking of the Southern Territory, Lin Yuexiang uncontrollably recalled her countless humiliating experiences there, nearly gnashing her teeth with hatred. If she had known this pink demonic beast was Xie Ying's 7-star crimson crab spider, she wouldn't have come to provoke her. She had experienced Xie Ying's evil nature enough, even though she had a plan to eliminate Xie Ying in this secret realm. Now was definitely not the time to act. Lin Yuexiang took a deep breath and was about to leave when, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a tall, slender black figure heading her way. Her eyes darted, and she instantly changed her mind. Chapter 126. Eyeing, these two brothers, and I didn't know this demon beast was your spirit pet, and they didn't mean to offend you. Can you forgive them? Lin Yuexiang's dark eyebrows furrowed slightly, her tone gentle yet helpless. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered a few times before slowly lowering to conceal the perfectly balanced sadness and grievance that shone through her eyes. I know you don't like me, but I truly bear no ill will towards you. This incident was truly just a misunderstanding. Hiss, hiss. Xie Ying, her mouth brimming with hot pot, finally raised her head and gave Lin Yuexiang a patronizing glance. Then she lowered her head and continued to feast on her food. Wang Xiong, watching this, could no longer sit still. Lin Yuexiang had been so humble for them. Fellow Taoist, why did you ignore Fairy Lin when she spoke to you? Don't you think you're being rude? Xie Ying didn't answer. Seeing this, Hu Yuan also joined the fray, but Xie Ying remained silent. After finishing the last piece of meat from the alchemy furnace, Xie Ying slowly took out a handkerchief and elegantly wiped her mouth. Are you done? Now it's my turn. Her gaze flicked across Xie Jiuzhou, who had recently arrived, before settling squarely on Lin Yuexiang's face. She asked, why is Lin Yuexiang being so disgusting again when she's fine? It turned out, she had seen Xie Jiuzhou approaching. And so, Xie Jiuzhou, born with the sword bone of the 5-element sword sect, and the most likely future successor to the sect's chief disciple, must have considerable luck. Naturally, he deserved Lin Yuexiang's attention. Lin Yuexiang had no idea that Xie Ying had already known her long-held secret. She simply instinctively felt that Xie Ying's gaze was familiar, so familiar that the spot where Xie Ying had struck her before suddenly ached. Lin Yuexiang's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively wanted to step back, but the thought of Xie Jiuzhou and the others watching forced her to stay where she was. Eyeing, what do you want to do? First, don't call me Eyeing. We're not close enough to call me by a nickname. Now that I'm at the Golden Core stage, and you're at the Foundation Establishment stage, according to the rules of the Immortal Cultivation world, you should respectfully address me as Senior Sister Xie. Lin Yuexiang's eyes widened. Asking her to call Xie Ying Senior Sister Xie? That would be more painful than killing her, okay? Second, you attack my Juju without any reason. Getting knocked away by Juju is your own fault, and I'm too lazy to fight you, so don't talk about forgiveness here. Don't act like I'm bullying. Finally, you know I don't like you, yet you still rush to my side. Are you that cheap? Xie Ying smiled from beginning to end, looking incredibly elegant, but the words that came out of her mouth were anything but elegant. Lin Yuexiang's face flushed, then blue, then white, like spilled paint. Enough. Fellow Taoist, you gone too far. Fairy Lin is such a kind person, how could you bully her like this? Doesn't your conscience hurt? I have no conscience. Just because I bullied you, what can you do? Wang Xiong, He was so angry. The demons of their race valued loyalty above all else. Seeing this, Wang Xiong drew his sword and charged at Xie Ying. You're going too far. Today I make you pay for your arrogance. Anyone who can secure a spot in the 12 desolate secret realms is naturally no ordinary person. This Wang Xiong possesses some strength, but unfortunately, his opponent is Xie Ying. Having provoked Xia Ying, he's hit a wall. With a swish, Wang Xiong, charging forward with all his might, was sent flying by Xia Ying's cauldron. Ever since unlocking the cauldron's new swipe, Xia Ying has become increasingly adept at using it, sending those sent flying farther and farther. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the not-so-bright sunlight, gazed at the dwindling black dot on the horizon, and finally, with satisfaction, looked away. Not bad, it should be flying quite far. What about you? Do you want to go on your own, or do you want me to give you a ride? Xia Ying smiled brightly, and gently touched the cauldron in her hand. Hu Yuan shuddered at this. He didn't want to be humiliated like Wang Xiong. Without waiting for Lin Yuexiang to express herself, Hu Yuan tactfully stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and began to lead her away. Fairy Lin, let's go first. Don't bother with her. Lin Yuexiang pursed her lips and said nothing, but a fleeting glance at Xie Jiuzhou, who remained silent nearby. Seeing Xie Jiuzhou's expression remain stern and unresponsive, she reluctantly allowed Hu Yuan to half-drag her away. Lin Yuexiang still appeared gentle, but inwardly, she was filled with regret. If she had known Xie Jiuzhou was such a cold, unfeeling person, she would have left long ago. Why would she stay here and wait for Xia Ying to humiliate her? Now, Xia Ying had slapped her face, and it was her own fault. Lin Yuexiang, nearly pissed off, left in disgrace. Ah! Even the air feels fresher now that the annoying person is gone. Juju nodded in agreement. That's right. Xia Ying smiled, and touched Juju's lowered head, then casually hung the alchemy furnace on her tongs. Good girl Juju, go clean the furnace quickly. I take you to eat hot pot next time. Juju's eyes lit up, and she hurried off to clean the furnace. Xia Ying's gaze finally settled on Xie Jiuzhou. Brother Xia, do you think the scene was interesting? I'm not interested in watching a show, nor in the feuds between Junior Sister and others. Xie Jiuzhou still wore that same cold expression, but facing the truly capable Xia Ying, his attitude wasn't arrogant or harsh. I just happened to be passing by, so don't worry, I won't say anything about what happened today. Of course, I trust the character of Xie Jiuzhou, the man born with a sword bone. To be fair, both the Xie Jiuzhou described in the original novel and the one before him were exceptional. Xia Ying also discovered that Lin Yuexiang's charming aura could only seduce and captivate those with weak minds to begin with. How could others with strong hearts and strong wills be so easily seduced? Even characters in books possess their own flesh and blood from the moment they are created. A character born of flesh and blood will eventually develop a soul, and those who have developed their own will always break free from the preconceived notions of others and forge a new path. A path of their own. Xia Ying gathered her scattered thoughts, and as she looked at Xie Jiuzhou, a glint of light flashed in her eyes, her thoughts etched in her mind. Senior Brother Xie is the only one from the five-element sword sect who's here this time, right? So how about doing me a small favor? Xie Jiuzhou frowned. How could he, the chief disciple, just casually do someone else a favor? The reward is 100 high-grade spirit stones. Xie Jiuzhou's brow relaxed. He really couldn't refuse that. Chapter 127. Xie Jiuzhou has always been a man of few hesitations and decisiveness, so when Xia Ying offered him 100 high-grade spirit stones as a reward, he agreed without hesitation. Okay, what do you want me to do for you? During the secret realm, be my thug and help me drive away those tactless people who insist on getting close. In addition to the 100 high-grade spirit stones, you also get a 30% share of any treasures and resources I find during the secret realm. Okay. Xie Jiuzhou readily agreed. It wasn't that he didn't want face, it was simply that Xia Ying had given him too much. Master said that sword cultivators are the ones who need spirit stones the most, so anything that doesn't violate their Tao or harm the world of immortal cultivation and can earn spirit stones is acceptable. As the five-element sword sect's chief disciple, face is certainly important, but it's still not as important as 100 high-grade spirit stones. Thus, the following scene unfolded within the secret realm. A playful and charming female cultivator in green riding majestically on the back of a pink demonic beast, flanked by a cold, black-clad swordsman. This strange combination of two people and one spider successfully became a striking and beautiful sight within the secret realm. Xie Jiuzhou was extremely perceptive, not offering any opinions or expressing any impatience throughout the entire process. A thug should be a thug and should honestly do what his employer tells him to do. As for what his employer wanted to do, that was none of his concern. Especially since Xia Ying had just given him a handful of the extremely precious sword-hardening material. Sharp gold stone. Xie Jiuzhou said nothing, his face expressionless, but inwardly, he was incredibly pleased with Xia Ying as his employer. He wondered if junior sister Xie would still need thugs after leaving the secret realm. Just as Xie Zhouzhou was contemplating whether he could continue earning Xie Ying's spirit stones after leaving the secret realm, Zhu in front of him suddenly stopped. Xie Ying then leaped off Zhu's back, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Senior brother Xie, we arrived. Where is this? The red snake's nest. Xie Ying grinned. Although she had been busy eating hot pot, that didn't mean she hadn't heard the conversation between Lin Yuexiang and the others. She wasn't interested in bamboo berries, but she was deeply interested in what rare treasures might be found in the red snake's nest. Xie Ying looked up and saw two towering trees intertwined, soaring into the sky, blocking their path. Their broad branches and leaves blocked out the sunlight, casting a vast shadow before them. But the roots of the two trees curved perfectly into a round arch, just the right size for one person to pass through. No light could penetrate this place, and behind the archway was pitch black, a deep, ominous aura permeating the air. Xie Ying raised an eyebrow and raised her hand to put the bead into her spirit beast bag. The spider is too big, and the door is too small, she can't just walk through. Want to go in? Of course. Otherwise, why would I have gone to all that trouble to find this place? I heard this red-bellied bird is at least at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Are you afraid, brother Xie? Cultivating immortality is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. Xie Zhouzhou's face was grim. Fear doesn't exist in the life of a sword cultivator. Before he finished speaking, Xie Zhouzhou had already stepped into the door, and Xie Ying followed closely behind. After passing through the archway, the two discovered that the space behind it wasn't actually cramped, but rather spacious. The archway, so narrow that only one person could pass through, seemed more like a deceptive sleight of hand. The only thing that didn't surprise Xie Ying was the darkness here, so dark that not a single ray of light could be seen. Spending time in boundless darkness slowly affects one, drawing out the dark side of one's heart, usually suppressed. But Xie Ying had experienced the despairing night cast by the resentment and hatred of those innocent women in the Ming family ancestral hall in Sangshan, so this was child's play for her. But since this was the nest of the red snake bird, Xie Ying naturally wouldn't take it lightly. She used her spiritual sense to contact Xie Zhouzhou. Be cautious? No. For cultivators, like Xie Ying and Xie Zhouzhou, who had already reached the Golden Core stage, being unable to see in the dark wasn't a problem at all. Even without their eyes, they still had their spiritual sense. As long as their minds were strong enough, darkness and light made no difference to them. The two of them walked in the darkness for an unknown amount of time before the situation finally changed. A dense mass of blue light appeared above their heads, slowly illuminating the surroundings. The gentle blue light overhead resembled a dazzling sea of stars at night, filled with a romantic and enchanting atmosphere. But Xie Ying and the others had no desire to admire it. That sea of stars wasn't a priceless gem, nor was it some rare treasure. It was thousands of sleeping six-winged bloodbats. Six-winged bloodbats were extremely venomous, their entire bodies saturated with poison, the most toxic of which was their wings. A bite would spread the poison throughout the body's veins. If the poison wasn't quickly detoxified, the outcome would be a single one: a fall in realm, the destruction of one's cultivation, and the end of any further progress. But six-winged bloodbats were actually quite weak in combat. Their strength lay in their innate venom. One or two six-winged bloodbats wouldn't be difficult to deal with, but there were at least thousands of them in this passage, so a rash move was a must. But Xie Ying and Xie Zhouzhou weren't feeling any headaches. Instead, they were incredibly excited. It's well known that the 12 desolate secret realms are filled with treasures, but where demonic beasts gather or guard them, the treasures are bound to be of exceptional quality. The path leading to the Scarlet Snake's lair was also filled with six-winged bloodbats. Xie Ying felt even more certain she had come to the right place. There must be a treasure here. Xie Ying suppressed her restless heart and hands, and quietly continued forward with Xie Zhouzhou. The blue light from the six-winged bloodbat's wings illuminated the passage, slowly bringing the two of them into view. Looking at the rose-red fruits densely packed on green vines not far away, Xie Ying's eyes lit up. Bamboo berries, and judging by their size, they were all over 200 years old. Of course, she wasn't interested in ordinary bamboo berries, but bamboo berries over 200 years old were a different story. Xie Ying and Xie Zhouzhou beside her exchanged a glance, and in the next instant, in unison, they began picking bamboo berries. Wow! I made a fortune. Chapter 128. Ah. Outside the secret realm, Heng Yuan Sword Lord let out a wild laugh. Great. He said Xie Ying was a lucky star. Look at that. His Zhouzhou has only been following Xie Ying for a short time, and he's already got so many valuable bamboo berries. thinking that there were still 29 days until the secret realm closed, and that Xie Jiuzhou, hired by Xie Ying, would be following her every step of the way. Heng Yuan's sword lord almost jumped for joy. His triumphant laughter deeply stung Mu Qian's heart. The Yin-Yang Bagua mirror could project the situation of every cultivator in the secret realm. Not long ago, Mu Qian had deliberately injected a stream of spiritual energy into the mirror and witnessed Lin Yuexiang, with her ingenuity, leading Wang Xiong and the others to the red snake bird's nest and successfully harvesting a large number of bamboo berries nearby. Mu Qian's long-suffering mood finally lifted considerably at that moment. As expected, among all these disciples, Xiang was the only one who made him feel most at ease, and only Xiang could earn him a bit of face. However, Mu Qian's gloomy mood didn't last long before the Yin-Yang Bagua mirror reflected the scene from before. Mu Qian's heart felt like it was being pricked by needles, and he could no longer control his inner irritation and jealousy, his tone filled with sarcasm. Heng Yuan's sword lord is the leader of a sect after all. He should consider the 5 elements sword sect's reputation in his words and deeds. Xie Jiuzhou, your 5 elements sword sect's top disciple, is now being summoned and dismissed at will by Xie Ying. Why isn't sword lord ashamed of this, but proud? Ashamed? Why should I be ashamed of Jiuzhou? Jiuzhou is devoted to the sect, and even after entering the secret realm, he never forgets to earn spirit stones to support the sect. I can't even reward such a good disciple quickly enough, so why should I feel ashamed of him? Heng Yuan's sword master asked Mu Qian sincerely, then revealed a look of sudden enlightenment. Oh, I see. You're jealous, right? You're jealous that our Jiuzhou, along with Xie Ying, have harvested countless bamboo berries over 200 years old, while your beloved disciple, Lin Yuexiang, is gloating over just one 200-year-old fruit. So you're jealous. TSK? Who can be blamed for that? It's your disciple who didn't have the courage to go in and investigate. While the 6-winged blood bats are formidable, it's not difficult to pick those bamboo berries without alerting them. Look, Xie Ying and our Jiuzhou did a great job, didn't they? What a shame! Sect Master Mu's disciple was too timid. He missed out on so many bamboo berries. Crack! The sound of Mu Qian, in a rage, crushing the jade cup. Heng Yuan's sword master scoffed and glanced at them, pretending not to notice. His gaze returned to the image in the Yin-Yang Bagua mirror. Mu Qian, relying on the Yutian sect's birth of the fairy Ling, had been bullying them for years. It was time for someone to show up and properly curb his arrogance. This child Xie Ying? No one is more suitable. Meanwhile, Xie Ying and Xie Jiuzhou had already cleared out all the bamboo berries. Xie Jiuzhou, remembering his promise to Xie Ying, spontaneously took only 30% of the berries without her asking. Xie Ying raised an eyebrow at this. Xie Jiuzhou was indeed a discerning man. Her own vision was as good as ever. After quietly collecting all the bamboo berries, the two continued on their way without stopping. Seeing the light from the nearby exit, they were delighted and hurried out. At that moment, Xie Ying was stunned by the scene before her. She felt as if she had stepped into an ancient primeval forest. The lush greenery and bizarre trees and plants dazzled her. Tiny white flowers shaped like crescent moons, towering ancient trees covered in cat-like faces, and seemingly harmless grass monsters with sharp beaks and fangs. But what caught Xie Ying's eye most was the nearly 100-foot-tall skeleton of a demonic beast before her. This demonic beast had been dead for who knows how many years, yet its bones remained strong and resilient. As a fully spiritual being, Xie Ying possessed a natural affinity with all spiritual energy in the world. So, the moment she stepped into this place, she immediately sensed the source of the most abundant spiritual energy, the demonic beast's bones. All the spiritual energy came from this 100-foot-tall skeleton. It's no exaggeration to say that this skeleton was the source of spiritual power for all living things here. Thank you, junior sister. Xie Jiuzhou whispered and winked. Xie Ying followed his gaze, her pupils suddenly shrinking. The white clouds above the monster's skull were blown away by the wind, revealing a massive bird's nest. Within the nest lay 3 crimson eggs, each larger than Lin Yuexiang's face. But what truly caught Xie Ying's eye was the slowly floating, rainbow-colored lotus flower above the nest. To call it rainbow-colored wasn't quite right, for it was actually a transparent glass lotus flower, reflecting a dazzling, iridescent light under the skylight. And in the center of this glass lotus flower's pistil, a tiny, glass-colored bud swayed gently in the breeze. Almost the moment she saw the bud, for words popped into Xie Ying's mind. Glass immortal bud. Glazed immortal bud? Inin's notification chimed in at this moment, directly confirming Xie Ying's thoughts. Host, if you want to refine the jade bone pill to cure Ji Huyuan's old illness, you must obtain the glazed immortal bud. According to the system's calculations, One glazed immortal bud can yield a maximum of 3 jade bone pills, but 3 jade bone pills are far from enough to completely cure Ji Hyun's injuries. But the host was lucky. What they encountered wasn't just a glazed immortal bud, but a glazed lotus that could repeatedly produce glazed immortal buds. Take the glazed lotus, and the host will have an endless supply of glazed immortal buds. At the end, Enin's voice tinged with a hint of joy. Glazed lotus, I'm determined. The indifference in Xie Ying's eyes vanished at that moment, replaced by a resolute determination to obtain it. Junior sister Xie? Xie Jiuzhou, clearly sensing a change in the aura of the person beside him, looked at Xie Ying with some surprise. The next second, he suddenly struck, his sword flashing as he soared into the sky. The unfinished words drifted on the wind to Xie Jiuzhou's ears. Senior brother Xie, I can give you all the treasures here, but you must help me get that glazed lotus. If you do, I pay you an additional 100 high-grade spirit stones. Xie Jiuzhou's whole body trembled, and he glanced at the countless spiritual plants and herbs around him. At that moment, he seemed to see countless gleaming spirit stones waving at him. Xie Jiuzhou was like a chicken with an injection of blood, his body filled with endless fighting spirit. With a whoosh, he burst forth. Xie Ying was very fast. The thought of successfully refining the jade bone pill to heal Xiao He after obtaining the glazed immortal bud made her feel extremely happy. She was flying when suddenly a shadow darted past her. Xie Ying, where did that big black rat come from? It flew by so quickly. Looking closer, she saw it was Xie Jiuzhou. Alright then, money may not make the world go round, but it certainly will make Xie Jiuzhou work. The two of them moved swiftly, and in a matter of moments, they were at the highest point. On the skull of Baigu. Up close and personal, Xie Ying could even smell its sweet fragrance. But just as she reached out for the lotus, something unexpected happened. Chapter 129. With a piercing, shrill bird cry, a massive red bird, wings flapping, swooped down from the horizon towards Xie Ying. The red snake bird has returned. It was incredibly fast, its sharp claws slashing down fiercely. If Xie Ying hadn't instinctively dodged after being beaten in the trial tower, the red snake bird would have ripped her head clean off. Fuck. Damn it. How dare you grab my hair? Xie Ying, nearly bald, was so enraged that he wished he could strip the red snake bird of its feathers. Senior brother Xie. Go! Pluck its feathers. Even before he could finish his words, Xie Ying charged forward, a flower branch appearing in his hand. With a single strike of his sword, the sword energy instantly slashed off a large section of the red snake bird's vibrant feathers. Aside from the previous set competitions, when he given his all against the chosen talents, Xie Ying rarely drew his sword. Now that the crimson snake had forced her to draw her sword, it was evidently furious. But the crimson snake had never expected this human cultivator, who had intruded into its nest to slash off its feathers with a single blow. It was furious. In a rage, it extended its claws and scratched Xie Ying's head again. Its message was clear: you shaved my feathers, so I make you bald. Hey! Still getting excited, huh? Xie Ying dodged the crimson snake's claws with a side flip, sneering. If you got the nerve, don't use your spiritual power to fight me barehanded. Just because you're taller than me, you're a real hero to sneak attack me with your giant claws. At these words, the crimson snake actually stopped attacking, actually considering Xie Ying's suggestion. The next second, the scarlet snake bird's massive body shrank to the same height as Xie Ying, then launched a wing at her, knocking her hair crooked. Xie Ying, not to be outdone, first punched the bird's stomach, then slapped its beak, taking the opportunity to pluck several feathers from its head. Man and bird engaged in a bizarre tussle. Even Xie Jiuzhou, accustomed to grand occasions, couldn't help but look bewildered at this moment. Was he still asleep? He'd been dreaming the whole time, hadn't he? Otherwise, how could he see junior sister Xie, the champion of the competition, fighting a bird? Haha, it must be a dream. Xie Jiuzhou tugged at his arm hard. It hurts. Turns out it wasn't a dream. So girls really do pull each other's hair and slap each other when they fight. Yes, this scarlet snake bird is a female. Vivid red feathers and black hair fluttered in a tangle. Xie Jiuzhou stood there, his expression gradually growing numb, as he watched the increasingly ferocious fight between the man and the bird. Although Xie Ying and the scarlet snake bird had both been extremely disciplined and avoided using spiritual power, instead battling barehanded, the inevitable flow of spiritual energy still spread as they engaged in combat. A precariously placed egg next to the nest was jolted, instantly tumbling out and plummeting downward. The scarlet snake bird, shock. My baby. Xie Ying, who also witnessed the scene, but was closer, moved the fastest. With a slid, she slid down the white bones, a trail of sparks and lightning. Then, with a leap, she grabbed the egg and soared upward, riding on the sword light. Holding the heavy bird egg in her arms, Xiaoying finally breathed a sigh of relief. This red-bellied bird was quite intelligent, its intelligence significantly higher than those of the demonic beasts she had encountered before. She was angry that the red-bellied bird had nearly plucked all her hair, and she did want to take the glazed lotus, but she didn't want to kill an unborn chick. The grudges between adults had nothing to do with children. And if the egg had really shattered, a fierce battle would have been inevitable today. Xiaoying stood steadily back by the nest, clutching the egg. The previously furious red-bellied bird calmed down, staring at Xiaoying with a somewhat adorable expression, its feathers tangled. Here! Returning you to your child. Crack, crack. Just then, the egg in Xiaoying's hand suddenly cracked, and then more and more cracks spread, widening. Xiaoying's eyes widened. It wasn't me. I didn't break the egg. This has nothing to do with me. Red snake bird, I know it has nothing to do with you. My child is about to hatch. Holy crap! Holy crap! Xiaoying and Xie Jiuzhou exclaimed in unison, staring at the red snake bird in shock. You can actually speak human language? Why can't I speak human language? The red snake bird proudly stroked the frizzy hair on its head. With a little more practice, I'd be able to transform into a human form and successfully embark on the path of demon cultivation, okay? You're truly amazing. Xiaoying praised heartily, then pushed the nearly cracked egg in her hand back toward the red snake bird. But before the red snake bird could take its child, its tiny head emerged from the eggshell, its gaze fixed squarely on Xiaoying, its pea-sized black eyes filled with admiration. Chirp! The red-bellied bird's face darkened. But the young red-bellied bird was oblivious. Seeing Xiaoying didn't respond, it struggled to crawl out of its shell and shakily climbed onto Xiaoying's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. Chirp, chirp. Xiaoying? ? Her gaze finally landed on the red-bellied bird. What do you mean, kid? What is she talking about? She thinks you're her mother. Xiaoying, shock. What the hell? I'm only 13, and I'm already thinking I'm a mother? Frightened, Xiaoying stuffed the young bird back into the red-bellied bird's arms. No, no, no. I'm not your mother. Your mother is here. Chirp. Chirp. The young red-bellied bird was so anxious that it nearly cried when Xiaoying didn't want it. It even pecked its mother several times, struggling with all its might to throw itself into Xiaoying's arms. Xiaoying's face grew even more horrified upon seeing this. Don't come over here. Red snake bird. What an unfilial daughter. Finally, the red snake bird ignored Xiaoying's terrified and protesting expression, and tucked the young bird directly into her arms. You don't want me to help you raise your child, do you? No way, no way. You don't even want to raise your own child, do you? I do want to, but this child has already identified you as her mother. The red snake bird rolled its eyes in frustration. Our red snake birds have extremely low IQs when they hatch. It's our nature to regard the first person we see as our closest mother. Xiaoying, Silence is Cambridge tonight. When will she realize I'm not her mother? That depends on the child's intelligence. Red snake bird paused. But in my opinion, it'd take at least 3 months, and at most 6 months. Xiaoying, Question. How does it feel to raise someone else's child right after a fight? Chapter 130. Although this matter was truly unexpected, Xiaoying, with her quick receptiveness, quickly accepted it, and once again set her sights on Lillian. Well, I can help you raise the child for a while, but you can't let me raise it for nothing, right? A huge question mark hung over the scarlet snake's head. Xie Jiuzhou, who had been standing there in a daze for a long time, instantly reacted upon hearing this and echoed with a sense of justice. Right. Junior sister Xie is still a child herself. If she helps you raise the child, you should at least give her some child support, right? What do you want? Xiaoying's eyes slowly drifted to Lillian. I want Lillian. Okay. The scarlet snake's agreement was so readily agreed that Xiaoying was stunned. You just agreed to this? Isn't this glazed lotus the companion immortal plant you're protecting? Who said that? I just thought it looked pretty, so I snatched it from that stinky dragon next door to cheer my child up. If you want it, why not give it to you? If this glazed lotus isn't important, then why did you act like you were going to kill us just now? I thought you were stealing the child. Xiaoying and Xie Jiuzhou, How presumptuous. Since you and my child are connected, you can take any of the spiritual plants here except this glazed lotus, so you don't call me stingy. Really? I never lie. But you must swear a Tao heart oath, swearing you will treat my child well." The scarlet snake bird expected Xie Ying to hesitate, but before she could finish her words, Xie Ying raised 3 fingers to the heavens and swore. "I, Xie Ying of the Xiaoyao sect, swear here today that I will treat this young bird well, raise it to be plump and rosy, and protect it with all my might. If I break this oath, my soul and spirit will be annihilated, and my body and spirit will cease to exist." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden mark sank into Xie Ying's brow, a sign of his Taoist vow. "Can we now freely choose any spiritual plants?" The Qilian bird paused. "Yes." "All right. Senior brother Xie, get started. Take whatever you like, and don't be shy with Sister Qilian. But don't take too much, half will do." Xie Ying waved his hand, and Xie Jiuzhou responded, happily packing up the spiritual plants and treasures in Qilian bird's territory. "Qilian bird, who is your sister?" As expected of the 5 elements sword sect's chief disciple, Xie Jiuzhou was incredibly efficient. In no time, he had plundered half of this place. As the 2 left, Qilian bird gave him a special reminder. "Leaving my territory and heading west is the territory of that stinking dragon. He's not as gentle as I am. If you don't need anything from him, it's best to avoid him." "Is he very powerful?" "He can't beat me, but he likes to use underhanded tactics, especially his dragon poison. Even nascent soul-level monsters are wary of it. To cure his poison, you must kill him and obtain his dragon tendons and bones for medicinal purposes. He's cunning and unpredictable, making him difficult to predict. In short, that stinking dragon is very annoying. Don't provoke him unless you have a compelling reason to go." The red-banded bird clearly seemed to dislike the dragon, its tone filled with impatience when it spoke of him, but its gaze softened instantly when it glanced at the little red-banded bird in Xie Ying's arms. "Since this child loves chirping so much, let's call her Chirping from now on. Treasures and unforeseen dangers can appear at any time in the secret realm." So after Xie Ying and Xie Jiuzhou successfully left the Scarlet Snake's territory, they placed Chirping in Juju's spirit beast bag for temporary care. On their way out, Xie Ying also captured 2 6-winged blood bats, intending to study them afterward to see if she could refine a new poison pill. "Where are you going next, junior sister Xie?" "Continue west." Although the Scarlet Snake's kind reminder indicated the dragon was just to the west, Xie Ying's original plan was to head west, so she had no intention of changing it. As for Xie Jiuzhou, Xie Ying's highly professional thug, he was even less willing to say anything in an attempt to change his employer's mind. The 2 of them walked side by side towards the west. Fakian Gorge, Shinshizhen. The severely injured Ji Huyuan struggled out of Fakian Gorge, his body covered in horrific wounds. Before this, he had already battled the evil dragon lurking there for half an hour. He had come for the glazed immortal bud the dragon was guarding. He knew that to refining the jade bone pill without fail, he needed the glazed immortal bud, and he had long known that the glazed immortal bud he needed lay within the heaven realm of the 12 desolate secret realms. But Ji Huyuan never expected that even though he had rushed to Chinchitan Pond immediately after entering the secret realm, he would still be one step too late. The glazed immortal bud had already been taken away by someone else at some point. Upon learning this, Ji Huyuan intended to leave immediately. However, Wang Qing of the Yutian sect, who had also happened to be there, recklessly attacked the evil dragon in the pond over a nearly withered glazed lotus root. Together with Gu Qinghuai, he enraged the dragon and then directed all its fire towards Ji Huyuan, and taking advantage of Ji Huyuan's battle with the evil dragon, they took the glazed lotus roots they had secretly picked and escaped. After losing the glazed immortal bud and then the glazed lotus root, the evil dragon went into a rage and clung to Ji Huyuan, swearing to tear him apart with its own mouth. Ji Huyuan's cultivation technique was unique, unlike any other in the world of immortal cultivation. This technique allowed him to ascend to a higher realm without undergoing a thunder tribulation. So, after the sect competition, Ji Huyuan allowed his cultivation to recover to the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. To avoid attracting attention, he suppressed his cultivation and realm to the half-step Golden Core stage. Under normal circumstances, Ji Huyuan would have ignored such a mid-stage Golden Core evil dragon, but unfortunately, his old injuries had recurred today. With his old injuries recurring, his cultivation plummeted, making the evil dragon a formidable foe. In the end, Ji Huyuan managed to escape by inflicting 800 casualties on his own, but he himself was also poisoned by the dragon. The dragon's poison spread rapidly throughout his body. Within moments, dark purple streaks spread from his arms to half his face. When the streaks spread throughout his body, Ji Huyuan would be dead. Even so, Ji Huyuan did not give up his will to live. Using the broken frost sword as a crutch, he trudged forward, step by step, with difficulty. His clan's existence defied the will of heaven. Despite possessing a bloodline others envied, no one in his clan had achieved enlightenment and ascended to the highest heaven. Ji Huyuan knew that one day he would die like his clansmen, slain by the will of heaven, but not now. He could not die yet. Xiaohe. An anxious voice rang out, but Ji Huyuan, under the influence of the dragon's poison, could no longer see clearly what was before him, nor could he hear what the voice said. He gripped the broken frost sword warily, waiting for the person to approach before striking immediately. But upon smelling a familiar fragrance, Ji Huyuan's heart instantly relaxed, and he slumped forward, landing in a warm embrace. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. So it's Junior sister. Chapter 131. Xiaohe. Xiaohe, wake up! After confirming that the person coming was Xie Ying, Ji Huyuan fainted peacefully. No matter how Xie Ying called out, he didn't respond. Looking at the hideous wounds covering Ji Huyuan's body, Xie Ying's eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger, but Xie Jiuzhou's gaze was fixed on the poisonous markings on Ji Huyuan's arms and half of his face. Junior sister Xie, I'm afraid junior brother Ji has been poisoned by a dragon. The dragon poison is extremely potent. Junior brother Ji shouldn't move now, as it will accelerate the spread of the poisonous markings. Xie Jiuzhou helped lay Ji Huyuan flat, briefly inspected the poisonous markings on his body, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the poisonous markings haven't spread all over his body. Junior brother Ji can still be saved. Junior sister Xie Jiuzhou's voice died abruptly when he saw the expression on Xie Ying's face. It was a coldness he had never seen before. He hadn't known Xie Ying for long, but Xie Jiuzhou felt like a vibrant little sun, a vibrant presence, seemingly unfazed by anything. Even when facing the most disliked members of the Yutian sect, Xie Ying managed a charming smile. This was the first time Xie Jiuzhou had seen Xie Ying's expression turn cold. Before Xie Jiuzhou could recover, Xie Ying had already stood up and taken Ji Huyuan's broken frost sword. Senior brother Xie, please help me take care of Xiaohe. Junior sister Xie, what are you doing? Are you going to kill that dragon alone? The Qilian bird had clearly reminded them earlier that the only way to cure the dragon's poison was to use its tendons and bones as medicine. That's right. Xie Ying nodded calmly. I'm capable of stripping a dragon's bones and tendons by myself. Before she finished her words, Xie Ying had vanished from the scene. Carrying the broken frost sword, she rushed non-stop to the Chinchur pond. Unleashing her full aura, she slashed through the water, stirring up 1,000 waves. A sword cultivator who wishes to improve the quality of their sword, besides tempering it with fine materials, can also slay demonic beasts and feed their blood. The higher the rank of the demonic beast, the greater the effect. Xie Ying, cultivating the heart sword, does not need to feed it with blood, but the broken frost sword does. Since Ji Huyuan was so badly injured by this dragon, it was only natural to use its blood to feed the broken frost sword. However, this dragon was no fool. It had already suffered severe injuries at Ji Huyuan's hands. Now that Xie Ying's murderous intent was so obvious, how could it dare to reveal itself? Xie Ying slashed at the deep pool with her sword, but the dragon did not appear, and she knew it had gone into hiding. But Ji Huyuan was in imminent danger, so she had no desire to play hide-and-seek. Xie Ying snorted coldly, took out the glazed lotus, and lifted it into the air with her spiritual power. Her voice, imbued with the strength of a Jin Dan, carried clearly through the water to the bottom. Come out! Kill me, and you can take the glazed lotus back. In fact, the dragon had been impatient the moment the glazed lotus's aura appeared. Now, hearing Xie Ying's words, it could no longer control its deepest greed. I'm just a mere Jin Dan female cultivator. How could I really kill her? It would take the glazed lotus and hide back at the bottom of the pool. With such contempt for Xie Ying, the dragon leaped up from the bottom of the pool, lightning fast, its bloody maw clearly aimed at the glazed lotus. But Xie Ying was even faster. Carrying Xie Ying's wrath and intense murderous intent, the sword slashed down, unimpeded from beginning to end. With a single strike, the dragon was split in two. Bright red blood splattered on Xie Ying's eyelashes. She wiped it away expressionlessly, then, with her sword raised, accurately extracted the dragon's demonic core. Then, carrying the dragon's corpse, she stepped on the Frostbreaker sword and transformed into a streak of green light, soaring towards the horizon. Bang! Xie Jiuzhou was diligently and conscientiously following Xie Ying's instructions to take good care of Ji Huyuan. He had just finished briefly tending to Ji Huyuan's wounds when he saw two behemoths fall before him. Xie Jiuzhou's brow twitched fiercely. What a deep hatred, what a grudge. Someone had directly split a dragon in two. Xie Ying, however, paid no attention to Xie Jiuzhou's expression and headed straight for Ji Hyun. After confirming that the poisonous markings hadn't spread too far, her expression softened, returning to the easygoing, cheerful Xie that Xie Jiuzhou had seen. Brother Xie, can you make medicine? I'm a sword cultivator. Okay, I didn't ask that. Xie no longer expected Xie Jiuzhou to help. She used the frost-breaking sword to cut off a piece of dragon bone and a section of dragon tendon from the dragon corpse. After washing them with Taishan water, she tossed them all into the alchemy furnace. She also plucked 3 willow leaves from the willow branch of Guanyin Bodhisattva and threw them in. She opened the lid of the alchemy furnace, and a cluster of green flames fell from her fingertips to the bottom. From the leaves to the branches, the willow branch of Guanyin Bodhisattva was a panacea for healing illnesses and injuries. In Xie Ying's opinion, it was far more practical than Wukong's golden hoop. However, when she received this reward, Xie Ying had never imagined she would use it so soon, let alone on Ji Hyun. A moment later, a refreshing aroma of elixir emanated from the furnace. Xie Ying gently lifted the lid and revealed 3 round green pills. Not long after Ji Hyun ingested the elixir, the terrifying purple-black poisonous markings on his body receded at a visible speed. Having been tormented by the dragon's poison for so long, Ji Hyun finally opened his eyes under Xie Ying's expectant gaze. He was caught off guard by Xie Ying's smiling almond-shaped eyes. Xiao He, are you awake? Ji Hyun was momentarily dazed. For a moment, he thought he had returned to the time when he first met Xie Ying. The blood on Xie Ying's body hadn't yet been cleaned up. He knew without hesitation that Xie Ying had risked her life to kill the dragon and thus detoxify him. Twice, Xie Ying had saved him from the brink of death, bringing him back to the world of the living. Ji Hyun lowered his eyes, his hand at his side slowly tightening. He needed to quickly recover his original strength and become even stronger. He needed to quickly find a way to lift the blood curse. He never wanted to find himself in danger like today again, and he certainly didn't want Xie Ying to be in danger because of him. Xiao He, why are you staring blankly? It's over, senior brother Xie. The dragon poison must have gotten into his brain. Has my junior brother been poisoned and become insane? Xie Jiuzhou, How could he respond to that? Ji Hyun, The gratitude and inexplicable emotions that had been welling up in his heart were instantly shattered. Junior sister, I'm not stupid. I'm just a little overwhelmed and don't feel like talking. That's good. Xie Ying nodded, not continuing the conversation, but getting back to business. Xiao He, you're not weak. How could you be injured like this by a dragon? Chapter 132. A moment of carelessness, but it also has something to do with the Yutian sect. Ji Hyun had no intention of covering up for Gu Qinghai and Wang Qing. He wished Xie Ying would hate the Yutian sect even more, especially Gu Qinghai. So he described in meticulous detail how Wang Qing, coveting the glazed lotus root, had angered the dragon, and how he and Gu Qinghai had colluded to divert the dragon's wrath towards him, abandoning him and fleeing. Not to mention Xie Ying, who already disliked them, even Xie Jiuzhou, a bystander, couldn't help but frown. The law of the jungle is indeed the norm in the world of immortal cultivation, and there are many cases of cultivators using others as stepping stones to seize treasures, but these mostly happen among independent cultivators. They were both disciples of the same sect. Even if they didn't belong to the same sect, they could still be considered fellow disciples. For a chief disciple like Xie Jiuzhou, who was upright and without a single evil thought, he simply couldn't understand or agree with the actions of Gu Qinghai and the others. When I used to deal with fellow Taoist Gu from the Yutian sect, he was known for his measured actions and a clear demeanor. I never imagined he would do something like this to harm his fellow disciples in private. That's what they call knowing a person's face, but not their heart. Xie Ying snorted coldly. Just wait and see, senior brother Xie. There's so much about them you don't know. The thought of the Yutian sect members further soured Xie Ying's already subdued mood. If Ji Hyun hadn't needed to rest and recuperate his spiritual energy, Xie Ying would have wanted to find those two and give them a beating. Due to the conversation between Xie Jiuzhou and Xie Ying, Ji Hyun finally realized the presence of a third person, and his eyelashes fluttered slightly. Junior sister, have you been with senior brother Xie from the Five-Element Sword sect? Yes. Senior brother Xie has helped me so much. Xie Ying patted Xie Jiuzhou's shoulder affectionately. Even when I went to kill the dragon just now, it was senior brother Xie who looked after you. Thank you so much, senior brother Xie. Xie Jiuzhou rubbed his arm. Why does junior brother Ji's thank you feel a little strange? Okay. Xie Ying suddenly stood up. Facing the equally puzzled gazes of the other two, Her eyes fell on Xie Jojo. Senior brother Xia, I have something to do, and need to leave for a while. I have to trouble you to take care of my junior brother. Don't worry, junior sister Xia. I collected the spirit stones. Okay. Xia Ying didn't elaborate on her purpose. After collecting the remaining dragon corpses, she flew away on the Bibo fan. When Xia Ying completely vanished, the smile on Ji Heyuan's face slowly faded as well. Ji Heyuan never liked talking to anyone outside the Xiaoyao sect, and Xie Jojo was even more of a stickler. The two sat face to face in silence, the atmosphere strangely awkward. Finally, it was Ji Heyuan who broke the silence. Senior brother Xia and junior sister seemed to have a good relationship. My junior sister left me injured in your care, so she must have trusted you. Of course, junior sister Xia has good taste. Xie Jojo said seriously, I'm the most reliable person in our 5-element sword sect. So does senior brother Xia like my junior sister? Ji Heyuan's question was so abrupt, completely unrelated to the previous topic, that Xie Jojo, usually quick-witted, paused for a moment. But Xie Jojo, reacting quickly, gave a direct affirmative answer. Yes. Ji Heyuan, caught off guard by Xie Jojo's directness, clenched his fists. I like junior sister Xia, especially her spirit stones. Ji Heyuan, question mark. You like my senior sister's spirit stones? Yes. Junior brother Ji, don't you know? Junior sister Xia is very generous. So far, in addition to the treasures harvested in the secret realm, she has already paid me 200 high-grade spirit stones. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, junior brother. I'm currently junior sister Xia's hired thug for a month. So don't worry, even if junior sister Xia is away, I will protect you and make sure you get the best value for your money. Next time, if junior sister Xia needs a thug, please let me know immediately. Xie Jojo, always a man of few words, became a torrent upon the topic of spirit stones. The calm and reliable demeanor of the sword sect's chief disciple was instantly shattered. Ji Heyuan expressionlessly unclenched his fists. As expected, those who can play with junior sister often share some similarities in spirit. Junior brother Ji, what about you? Do you like junior sister Xia? You probably do, otherwise why would you care whether I like her or not? Junior brother Ji, am I right? Hearing this, Ji Heyuan looked up abruptly, meeting Xie Jojo's piercing eyes. Hey. Xie Jojo suddenly reached out and patted Ji Heyuan's shoulder. Junior brother, I may not be talkative, but I am the 5-element sword sect's chief disciple after all, so I do have some ability to read people's expressions. Don't tell her. Ji Heyuan didn't deny Xie Jojo's statement. He wasn't really just a 13-year-old boy, so how could he not see his own thoughts? But even though he called her senior sister, Xia Ying was still a 13-year-old girl. He was a demon, but he wasn't a beast. He wouldn't take advantage of her situation and engage in romantic relationships with a 13-year-old girl. It's not a question of whether I tell her or not. Junior brother Ji, haven't you heard a saying? Xie Jojo's voice suddenly paused, as if he was recalling something, before continuing after a moment. You can't hide your feelings for someone. Even if you cover your mouth, they still show through your eyes. Junior brother Ji, you're not hiding your feelings at all. What do you mean by hiding? What are you talking about? A clear voice, tinged with doubt, suddenly sounded, startling the two men to the point of jumping out of their seats. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they hadn't even noticed Xie Ying's return. Xie Ying saw the two men startled and rolled her eyes speechlessly. With a thud, she dropped the boar-like monster she was carrying on her shoulders to the ground. When I left just now, I didn't see how close you two were. How long have you become so close you're arm in arm? Xie Ying shook her head. Do friendships between boys just happen? I don't understand. She squatted on the ground, skillfully handling the monster with her ice dagger. Suddenly, Xie Ying looked up at Xie Jojo. Xia, senior brother, I just heard you say you can't hide your feelings for someone. Do you have a crush on a senior sister? No, I only love my wife. Oh, but I still have to remind you, senior brother. What? It's true you can't hide your feelings for one person, but you have to hide your feelings for two people. Ji Heyuan, He knew it. Chapter 133. Xie Jojo, who prided himself on his wit and composure, had never expected to hear such words from Xie Ying. He instantly understood Ji Heyuan's earlier warning, don't tell her. So junior sister Xia truly couldn't see. Seeing Xie Ying still staring up at him, as if waiting for a response, Xie Jojo's lips twitched. Well, thank you for the reminder, junior sister, but I promise that day won't come. Xie Jojo spoke seriously, but Xie Ying wondered, who can be so sure about such matters? But she didn't continue the conversation, quietly lowering her head to deal with her demonic beasts. While most demonic beasts in the world of immortal cultivation are bizarre and unsightly, many low-level, unintelligent ones are edible. This pig-like demonic beast, called the Wigangxiu, is one such edible species. The flesh of the Wigangxiu is tender, firm, and chewy, making it ideal for stir-frying, stewing, pan-frying, or boiling. It's also the most popular monster meat among restaurants in the world of immortal cultivation. Furthermore, consuming Wigangxiu meat not only replenishes some of the spiritual energy lost in battle, but also rapidly restores the wounded. Though Xie Ying didn't say much, Xie Jiuzhou could tell she had hunted this Wigangxiu specifically for Ji Heyuan. Xie Jiuzhou sat nearby, looking alternately at Ji Heyuan and then at Xie Ying. Xie Jiuzhou, who had always been interested only in swords and earning spirit stones, suddenly developed a third interest. What did junior sister Xie think of junior brother Ji? Xie Jiuzhou was watching the two ponder this question when, in the blink of an eye, he saw Xie Ying take out the alchemy furnace from before. Only then did he clear his mind of all the chaotic thoughts and approach Xie Ying, curious. Junior sister Xie, are you refining the elixir again? He remembered Xie Ying's nonchalant demeanor just now. Junior sister, what elixir are you refining this time? Red braised elixir. Xie Ying replied without looking up, her hand still moving. Xie Jiuzhou was stunned by the strange name of the elixir. Red braised elixir? Never heard of it. A moment later, sitting beside Ji Heyuan, Xie Jiuzhou fell into deep thought as he watched Xie Ying slowly pour 3 bowls of braised pork from the cauldron. It was then that he finally remembered why he had felt a sense of familiarity when he saw Xie Ying using the cauldron to refine the elixir. It turned out to be the same large cauldron Xie Ying had used to cook meat when he first met her. Xie Jiuzhou was confused and shocked to learn that the cauldron was used to stew meat. Xie Ying's culinary skills were undeniable. Even with the simplest ingredients, she could create the most delicious dishes. Even more so with the meat of the Wigangxiu demon beast, which exuded a meaty aroma with just a simple stir-fry. This pot of braised pork was perfectly tender and bright red. Green scallions and white sesame seeds sprinkled on the meat gave it an alluring aroma. Xie Ying thrust one of the bowls into Xie Jiuzhou's hands, but he repeatedly declined. Thank you, junior sister, for your kindness. But I've been fasting for a long time, and sword cultivators shouldn't be greedy. Stop talking nonsense. Eat. Before Xie Jiuzhou could finish his words, a chopstick of braised pork was stuffed into his mouth. His eyes widened as the soft, glutinous, and sweet taste instantly filled his taste buds. The unspoken words were swallowed along with a mouthful of braised pork. Xie Jiuzhou no longer mentioned the fasting, silently digging into his bowl. How delicious! The aroma of the braised pork wafted 10 miles away. Even before the whole pot of meat was finished, the Lu sisters followed the scent and came over. Lu Jinning spotted Xie Ying's carefree figure and, pulling her awkward sister Lu Jinxi along, ran towards her. Since the incident in the Phantom Forest, a major reshuffle had taken place within the beast-taming valley. Xie Ying had no idea what had transpired within the beast-taming valley. She only knew that Lu Jinning, who had been demoted to an outer disciple, had finally regained her rightful status as the second young lady of the beast-taming valley. Once her status was restored, Lu Jinning no longer concealed her shortcomings. In a short period of time, she relied on her own strength to rise through the ranks of outer disciples and advance to the inner sect, ultimately becoming a direct disciple of an elder. She had successfully secured the opportunity to participate in the sect competition. Lu Jinning may appear quiet and reserved, but she's actually much more diplomatic than her sister. She's especially forthcoming with Xie Ying, whom she considers a close friend. Ying, I knew it was you. My sister insisted it wasn't you. Lu Jinning sniffed the aroma of the meat, a look of ecstasy on her face. Sure enough, Ying, only your cooking skills can rival mine. When there's a chance in the future, you must give me a chance to compete. Okay. Xie Ying agreed without a second thought, then casually pulled out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and thrust them into the hands of the 2 sisters. Eat first. Meeting his fate. Don't be polite with me. Humph. The arrogant young master Lu snorted, I won't eat outsiders. The next second, another chopstick of braised pork was thrust into her mouth. Lu Jinxi, whose body reacted faster than her brain, said, It seems. It tastes pretty good. How's it, sister? Lu Jinning smiled, her eyes curved, as if to take credit. Is it delicious? It's just SOSO. Lu Jinxi nodded, her ears flushed. Knowing her sister's quirky and sundra personality, Lu Jinning didn't bother to expose her insincereness. She turned to exchange information with Xie Ying about the secret realm. Ying, What have you learned these past few days? How many days? Xie Ying keenly grasped the crucial information. Yes, it's been 3 days since we entered the secret realm. I knew you wouldn't have noticed. If my sister and I hadn't brought the space-time star leak, which can tell the passage of time, we wouldn't have known there's no night in this secret realm. Xie Ying frowned slightly at this. The others, who were showing off their fandom, also stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky, which hadn't changed since they entered. A land of eternal daylight? Interesting. The men exchanged glances, each seeing the look in their eyes: inquiry, confusion, excitement. But not fear. A cultivator, no matter what their circumstances, must forge ahead courageously. Yin and Yang are polar opposites. The universe is ever-changing. Everything in the world has two sides. Xie Ying looked at the sky. If there's eternal day, there must be eternal night. I just don't know if the land of eternal night is somewhere else within the 12 desolate secret realms, or if it exists alongside the eternal day. Whatever it is, we're definitely not going to be bored next. Lu Jining smiled and changed the subject. Ying, you haven't told me yet. What have you gained these past few days? A good harvest? Anyway, I got what I wanted most, so the trip was worthwhile. I knew with your abilities, no one would steal your things. What? Someone else dared to steal you, and the young Valley Master? Of course not. Lu Jinsi sneered. The Yuetian sect has the backing of Fairy Lean. Stealing 2 treasures is nothing. Chapter 134. Speaking of this, even Lu Jining's smile faded. Those Yuetian sect members really went too far. Through Lu Jining's explanation, Xie Ying finally understood the whole story. It turned out that shortly after Gu Qinghuai and Wang Qing had murdered Ji Huyuan, they encountered Lin Yuexiang and the others, who had accidentally reunited with Di Qinghue while searching for Wang Xiong. Thus, thanks to Lin Yuexiang, the 3 Yuetian sect members and the 2 demon clan members successfully formed a temporary 6-man team. The Lu sisters were naturally not their first targets. Before this, these 6 had shamelessly robbed several independent cultivators. When they encountered the shameless 6, the Lu sisters were battling a 2-headed snake that had taken possession of a fairy plant, trying to pick a yin-yang twin flower. Just as they finally slew the 2-headed snake, and were about to reap the fruits of their victory, they discovered they had been plundered by the Yuetian sect. All because Lin Yuexiang casually remarked, "How could the yin-yang twin flowers look like this? I never seen anything so unique." And then, like an obedient dog, Gu Qinghuai took advantage of the Lu sisters' battle with the 2-headed snake to pluck the flowers and present them to the beautiful woman. Xie Jiuzhou, such a familiar tactic. Junior brother Ji, they took the glazed lotus root from the Xinshi Pond this way, right? Senior brother Xie is right. I'm so pissed. The hot-tempered and spoiled young master Lu Jinsi felt a murderous rage whenever he thought of Lin Yuexiang's innocent appearance, and the fact that he, the young master of the beast-taming valley, had been robbed. If they weren't so outnumbered, Ji Ning and I wouldn't have let it go, not wanting to miss out on more treasures. Let it go. Why should we? Xie Ying smiled brightly, snapping the branch in her hand in half. You were certainly outnumbered just now, but not now. In terms of numbers, we're only 1 short. As for strength, with them. Huh? Xie Ying stood up and dusted herself off. Her hair was lifted high by the wind, her eyes and eyebrows seemed coated in a golden glow, and her entire body exuded a domineering aura. I can beat 10 of them. Young Valley Master, do you remember which direction Gu Qinghuai and the others went? Of course I do. Then let's go. Ever since she learned that Ji Huyuan's injury was linked to Gu Qinghuai and his gang, Xie Ying had been itching to sharpen her knife and attack Gu Wang. If it weren't for Ji Huyuan's injuries, making him temporarily unfit to move, Xie Ying would have attacked him long ago. Why would she wait until now? Are you looking for trouble with them? Young Valley Master, how can that be called trouble? I traveled thousands of miles to teach them a lesson. Those who rob others will be robbed. Xiangxiang, this yin-yang twin flower is truly beautiful. Lin Yuexiang held a flower the size of a silver plate, half black and half white. In the sunlight, the black half of the yin-yang twin flower reflected a dazzling array of colors, while the white half seemed even more pure and flawless. These 2 distinct colors, yet on this flower, they blend perfectly, radiating a shimmering light. The yin-yang twin flowers are both highly toxic and magical, one black and one white, like good and evil, mutually reinforcing and mutually counteracting. If the yin-yang twin flowers were used to create a poison, not even a mere Jin Dan cultivator, not even a divine transformation cultivator, would be able to resist, for they are an immortal poison. This is the real reason why Lin Yuexiang snatched the yin-yang twin flowers from the Lu sisters. Lin Yuexiang lowered her eyes to hide the expression in them. Xia Ying is such an eyesore. Although she and her senior had already devised a comprehensive plan against Xia Ying and had already chosen a scapegoat, Lin Yuexiang still felt uneasy. Xia Ying was now incredibly evil and incredibly difficult to kill. That's why she thought of the Yin-Yang twin flowers. If she couldn't eliminate Xia Ying in the secret realm this time, she'd find a chance to poison her with them once she got out. In short, Xia Ying's life was sealed for Lin Yuexiang. Wang Qing continued to chatter incessantly, and Lin Yuexiang responded to every word, but she felt incredibly impatient. She couldn't help but think, if only someone could suddenly appear and kick Wang Qing away. He's so annoying. Just as the thought left her, a scream suddenly rang out. Ah! Wang Qing, who was beside Lin Yuexiang, flew away. Unprepared, Wang Qing suddenly flew up, then landed face first on the ground. Lin Yuexiang opened her mouth in shock, third senior brother. The next second, Lin Yuexiang felt her vision blur, and then her hands felt empty, as if a gust of wind swept past, carrying the Yin-Yang twin flowers with it. When she looked closely, she realized that the breezy wind was actually Xia Ying, the one she had been thinking about killing. Xia Ying held the alchemy furnace in one hand, slung over her shoulder, and with the other, toyed with the Yin-Yang twin flower. Her skirt fluttered, and her eyes and eyebrows were filled with rebelliousness. Xia Ying! You again! Wang Qing, climbing from the ground, glared at Xia Ying fiercely. Give me back the Yin-Yang twin flower. It's Xianxiang's. You say it is? Xia Ying glanced at him sideways, a hint of nonchalantness. Call it, and see if it responds. Give it to me. A flash of murderous intent flashed across Wang Qing's eyes. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword and slashed towards Xia Ying. The seemingly sharp attack, in Xia Ying's eyes, seemed like a slow, tortoise-like motion. Of course, Wang Qing didn't even touch a scrap of Xia Ying's clothing. Not only that, Xia Ying swung the alchemy furnace again and slammed it down on Wang Qing, creating a large crater in the ground. Then, turning, she kicked Gu Qinghuai, who was about to help, in the heart, sending him flying. Xia Ying's striking moves were smooth and flowing, yet clean and elegant. Finally, she casually tossed the Yin-Yang twin flowers, which landed safely in the arms of Lu Jinsi, who had just arrived and witnessed the entire scene. Young Valley Master, make sure you keep your things safe. Bang! 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 The arrogant young Valley Master, Lu Jinsi, could hear her heartbeat pounding wildly in her chest, and her ears, hidden by her hair, turned even redder. How could Xia Ying be so handsome? Ji Hiyuan, whose injuries had rapidly healed, stood behind Lu Jinsi, and had a clear view of her reddened ears. His handsome eyebrows twitched, and he almost blurted out, Junior sister, stop exuding your charm. Chapter 135. Unaware of how handsome she had just been, Xia Ying tucked her hair behind her ear and calmly watched Lin Yuexiang and the others, each with a grimmer expression. That's it? These two light words instantly raised the sarcasm to its highest point. Knowing he couldn't defeat Xia Ying, Wang Qing, provoked, charged forward once again, reckless. If Di Qingwei hadn't intervened in time, Wang Qing would have been sent flying again. Xia Ying, stop being so arrogant. Do you have the guts to fight me with real swords? You're not even worthy of me drawing my sword. Xia Ying didn't even bother looking at Wang Qing. Her gaze was fixed squarely on Lin Yuexiang. In the group centered around the alluring heroine, the one with the ultimate say naturally lay with their alluring Lin Yuexiang. Hand over your things, and I won't beat you. What? Lin Yuexiang's face was filled with disbelief, almost doubting her hearing. When had they ever taken anything from Xia Ying? Would Xia Ying have a little bit of reason? Of course, it's what you gained in the secret realm these past few days. Even before Xia Ying could say anything, the arrogant young Valley Master had already stepped forward. She was dressed in a flamboyant red gauze dress, and even her hair radiated pride. We worked so hard to obtain that. Why should we give it to you? Of course, it's because you're incompetent. With Xia Ying, the supremely powerful leader, backing her up, Lu Jinsi finally managed to hold herself up in front of Lin Yuexiang. The Yin-Yang twin flowers weren't the first thing Lin Yuexiang had snatched from Lu Jinsi. Yutian sect and the Beast Taming Valley were both among the 9 great sects, and interaction between them was inevitable, which inevitably led Lu Jinsi to come into contact with Lin Yuexiang. But Lu Jinsi, who had always been the center of attention since childhood, had repeatedly stumbled upon Lin Yuexiang. Lu Jinsi didn't know why, but once she met Lin Yuexiang, the male cultivator she met became as if under a spell and treated her with all their might. It was as if anything Lin Yuexiang desired, even the moon hanging high in the sky, they would do whatever it took to pluck it and finally place it in her hands. just like this time with the yin-yang twin flowers. But Xiaoying was clearly different from the male cultivators she had known before. Lin Yuexiang, let alone gaining any advantage from Xiaoying, would be lucky not to be beaten to death by that cruel girl. And Ji Heyuan and Xie Jiuzhou were clearly normal people. They didn't pounce on Lin Yuexiang like a dog at a bone. Surrounded by normal people, the arrogant young valley master was deeply relieved and satisfied. Lu Jinxi didn't even wait for Lin Yuexiang to retort before she launched into another barrage. No way, no way. You don't think you're the only ones who can rob others, and others can't rob you, do you? Where's your nerve? You rob others, and now we're robbing you. Isn't that just normal courtesy? Jin Ming, why don't you tell them what Xiaoying meant by that principle? Those who rob others will be robbed. Why waste all that time talking to them? Why not just get down to business? Xiaoying raised an eyebrow, her slender fingers moving nimbly, and different magic seals flew out from between them, landing in all directions. Thousands of vines entwine. Falling leaves rustle. 10,000 miles of frozen ice. Xiaoying's spells were unrepeated, leaving Lin Yuexiang and her group overwhelmed. Xie Jiuzhou, possessing a strong work ethic, rushed into the battlefield without waiting for Xiaoying to speak. Ji Heyuan's injuries hadn't healed yet, making him unfit to fight in person, but that didn't stop him from using his spiritual power to control the Frostbreaker's sword and collect some profit. The Lu sisters also seized this opportunity, each displaying their signature skills. The 5 of them coordinated seamlessly, cornering the 6 men, leaving them unable to advance or retreat. Undoubtedly, those who could enter this secret realm were either geniuses or powerful individuals. But between geniuses and the powerful, there remained an unbridgeable chasm. At this moment, that chasm was perfectly demonstrated by these 2 groups. After all, they were within the secret realm, and Xiaoying had no intention of actually taking their lives. But the treatment Gu Qinghuai and the others received was definitely not particularly good. Xiaoying and the others struck a perfect balance, one-sidedly suppressing Gu Qinghuai and the others, yet also providing them with breathing space at intervals, giving them the illusion of victory. But after this repeated pattern, Lin Yuexiang and the others naturally noticed something was amiss. Di Qingwei and Gu Qinghuai were the first to react, their eyes tinged with embarrassment and disbelief. Are you playing us like monkeys? Oh! You finally figured it out. Now that you've figured it out, there's nothing fun to be had. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow, her attitude reaching its peak of arrogance. Everyone, attack! With Xiaoying's command, the atmosphere on the field suddenly shifted. If the previous attack was a gentle spring breeze, the next one was a violent storm. Previously, Gu Qinghuai and the others had at least had a chance to catch their breath, but now they were being completely savaged, and their attackers were merciless. Of the 6, the one who suffered the worst was Wang Qing. At first, Wang Qing still had the energy to curse, but by the end, he was completely delirious and vomiting blood. Gu Qinghuai was extremely anxious. For the past few days, he had repeatedly recalled everything that had happened since Xiaoying left the Yutian sect. Now, he had fully understood the ruthlessness Xiaoying had shown towards them, and naturally no longer entertained the whimsical idea that this was a tactic of playing hard to get. Gu Qinghuai knew clearly that if they refused to surrender, Wang Qing would likely die at Xiaoying's hands. Even if he survived, he would likely suffer the same fate as He Qianshao. Finally, when Wang Qing was barely breathing, Gu Qinghuai called for a halt. Stop! Aing. No, junior sister Xie. Xiaoying raised her hand and gestured, and the other 4 indeed stopped. Gu Qinghuai looked at Xiaoying, the undisputed leader of the 5-person team across from him, and a bitter feeling welled up in his heart. The girl who once relied on others for support and his protection to survive in the Yutian sect had now grown into someone he couldn't even reach. Have you thought it through? Xiaoying's voice was flat, devoid of love or hate. The look she gave Gu Qinghuai was the same as the look she gave him, as if he were looking at a pile of garbage. And this was the thing Gu Qinghuai couldn't accept the most. He would rather Xiaoying disliked him, even hated him, than have Xiaoying look at him with such indifference. Love breeds hate, but Xiaoying's current expression clearly showed she no longer had any attachment or care for him. Chapter 136. Are you going to hand over the treasures or not? Xiaoying's tone rose, clearly displeased with Gu Qinghuai's procrastination. Gu Qinghuai finally snapped out of his thoughts. He took the storage bag from the unconscious Wang Qing and wiped off the mark. He then handed over his own storage bag. This is all my 3rd junior brother, and I have gained since entering the secret realm. Are you satisfied now? Xiaoying didn't say anything. With just a glance, Ji Heyuan stepped forward and took the 2 storage bags, his expression slightly challenging. You 2 can leave now. This meant that the others couldn't yet. The remaining 4 froze. Di Qinyuan knew this was humiliating, but he certainly couldn't defeat Xiang, and he wasn't even a match for Xie Zhouzhou. So, with a grim expression, he obediently handed over the storage bags. The 3 remaining weakest fighters could only reluctantly follow Di Qinyuan and hand over their entire haul. Where did Xiang, the mastermind behind all this, still possess the murderous aura she had initially displayed? She now sat on the small stool she carried with her, beaming as she counted the spoils, the air of a true king of the mountain. She was almost ready to put up a sign beside her that read, "This mountain is mine, these trees are mine. If you wish to pass through, leave me some money to pay your way." After successfully robbing her, Xiang was in high spirits and didn't bother to argue with the Yutian sect. After briefly glancing at the contents of her storage bag, she distributed it to the other 4. But aside from Gu Qinghuai, who had been watching Xie Ying's movements, everyone else noticed. Xiang had only kept 1 storage bag, while Ji Heyuan had received 2. Shall he play with it? The seemingly casual gesture and words revealed an unwavering and unequivocal preference. Yes, preference. The word instantly popped up in Gu Qinghuai's mind. In the past, this kind of preference had always been reserved for him alone. But now, it belonged to someone else. Gu Qinghuai, realizing this, felt a surge of jealousy for the first time. He even forgot that his beloved junior sister, Lin Yuexiang, was still by his side. His eyes remained fixed on Ji Heyuan and Xiang, jealousy growing like a vine in his heart. A strange and bold thought uncontrollably germinated in her heart at this moment. If it weren't for Lin Yuexiang, he wouldn't have fallen for someone else. Wouldn't his first place in Xie Ying's heart have been taken away? Wouldn't everything have ended up like it is today? Ding. System detection shows that the supporting actor Gu Qinghuai's favorability towards the charming female lead, Lin Yuexiang, is rapidly decreasing, down 20 points. Currently, the supporting actor's favorability towards Lin Yuexiang is 80 points. Xiang, happily chatting with Lu Jinxi and the others, suddenly heard this notification and almost wondered if she was hallucinating. A glint of surprise crossed her eyes. Was Gu Qinghuai crazy, or was Lin Yuexiang acting recklessly again? Why had her favorability dropped so much? Like a roller coaster? She had just sent a secret message to them, asking them not to hurt Lin Yuexiang too much and to focus all their attention on Wang Qing. This was clearly a trap set against that petty Wang Qing. Well, the expected event didn't happen, and Gu Qinghuai showed up to join in the fun. This is truly bizarre. However, Xiang didn't dwell on it too much. After all, it wasn't a bad thing for her, was it? The 5-person team quickly left the Yutian sect behind until they encountered Guantong Fozi's 3 brothers, Hua Xingyan and Yang Shu on their way. The team had grown from 5 to 10, and Xiang finally heard the belated reminder about her favorability. After waking from a coma, Wang Qing, severely injured, discovered that the culprit, Lin Yuexiang, had only suffered a few minor injuries. A deep sense of disappointment washed over him. His favorability plummeted, dropping 15 points to a mere 69. Since entering the secret realm, Xiang had never felt so good. Great. If my favorability drops any more, I can kill Wang Qing. While Xiang was still clinging to this beautiful thought, something even better happened around the next corner. She finally found her senior brothers and sisters, all 4 of them, not one missing. Third senior sister? Ah Ing. Hearing the familiar voice, Shen Fuyu looked up in surprise. The 2 sisters embraced each other and warmly exchanged their respective intelligence. But amidst her joy, Shen Fuyu also noticed Ji Heyuan's injuries, and her brows furrowed slightly. 5th junior brother was bullied? Yes, I was tricked by a villain. Don't be angry, senior sister. I avenged Xiao He. But I'm me, and senior sister is senior sister. Xiang giggled, her face full of cunning. Next time senior sister encounters those Yutian sect members, you can teach them a lesson. We Xiaoyao sect members can't be bullied for nothing, right? Aang is absolutely right. Shen Fuyu narrowed her eyes. She knew it was another one of those arrogant, ungrateful Yutian sect brats. Third senior sister. Ji Heyuan suddenly spoke up. What is second senior brother doing? Directly in front of him, Mo Yin, dressed in yellow, was bent over, studying a large bluestone. Even after they arrived, Mo Yin hadn't even raised his head, seemingly completely absorbed in his own world. This was truly out of character. Mo Yin might ignore him, but he definitely wouldn't ignore Xiang. What's so special about this bluestone? Third senior sister, Ji Heyuan asked without hesitation. I don't know what's so special about it. But you know second senior brother is a formation master, always interested in unseen or bizarre formations. Second senior brother said this bluestone is actually the center of a formation, and the natural patterns on the bluestone represent the formation's direction. We can't understand it anyway, but second senior brother is interested. He even said that if we unlock the formation, we might gain access to the legacy of some ancient power. Since there's nothing else to do, why not let second senior brother try? Shinfuyu smiled brightly. Clearly, she didn't really care about the legacy of an ancient power. She just supported Imoyen because he wanted to do it. When Xiang heard about the formation, she slowly moved closer to Imoyen, and the two siblings quickly engaged in a conversation. Ha ha ha. I get it. Imoyen's voice suddenly rang out with joy. Everyone was confused as to what he had done. He injected a stream of spiritual energy into the bluestone, and the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently, revealing a massive crack. Caught off guard, everyone fell right into the crack. Chapter 137. It all happened so quickly, and so suddenly that no one had a chance to react. When they finally reacted and tried to use their spiritual power to lift themselves up, they discovered they had lost all their spiritual power. Without any spiritual power, they couldn't summon any spiritual weapons, and could only let their body's inertia descend. Junior sister. Before falling, Ji Heyuan had just enough time to leap and grab Xie Ying's wrist tightly. The two ringing bracelets clashed, resonating crisply in the abyss. Then, all her senses were engulfed by boundless darkness. Before she completely lost consciousness, Xie Ying seemed to hear a voice that echoed with the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the side quest. Help the Buddhist disciple Guankong seize the inheritance of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. Welcome everyone to the world of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. Xie Ying was awakened by the pain of a continuous series of bells. When she awoke, Ji Heyuan was still clutching her wrist tightly, refusing to let go. She had no idea where Ji Heyuan found so much strength. Even her steely frame bore visible red marks. Xie Ying sat up, ready to pry Ji Heyuan's hands free. Unexpectedly, after only 2 fingers had been pried open, Ji Heyuan suddenly opened his eyes. Xie Ying was caught off guard by a pair of unfocused, cyan eyes. They were icy, like the unmeltable, age-old eyes that towered above the heavens, a gaze filled with endless coldness. Shall he? Hearing this familiar voice, the cyan and coldness in Ji Heyuan's eyes slowly faded. In a moment, he was back to the arrogant yet reliable junior Xie Ying knew so well. Ji Heyuan. Where are we now? I don't know, but when I was falling, I vaguely heard someone say something that mentioned the Eternal Night Temple. If nothing unexpected happens, we all fallen into this Eternal Night Temple. Xie Ying said this, pointing overhead. Ji Heyuan looked in that direction, and saw only a blackness as dark as ink. Strangely, even though the sky above was pitch black, with no light filtering through, it didn't affect their vision. They could even see more clearly than in the daytime. The darkness above was more like a vast curtain, trapping them here without causing much real impact. Eternal Night Temple? So this is the Eternal Night land corresponding to the heavenly realm? I think it's pretty close. Xie Ying had barely finished her words, when the sound of a bell rang from the distant mountains. She subconsciously frowned. Even in her previous time and space, she had loved the sound of the temple bells and wooden fish. It brought peace to her heart. Now that she arrived in the world of immortal cultivation, the sound of the Buddhist monks chanting and the wooden fish in Brahma Temple didn't strike her as anything special. But the ringing of the bells in the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall sent a wave of nausea and a headache welling up in her heart. Yes, a literal headache. Whenever she heard the bells, it felt like 10,000 tiny needles were piercing her mind, piercing her sea of consciousness and causing a sharp pain. Let's get out of here first, and go find our brothers and sisters. We fell down together, and they must be in the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall now. Okay. Ji Heyuan naturally took Xie Ying's wrist and walked out, even saying that he didn't want to get separated in such a dangerous place. The saying men and women should not touch each other was unconcerned by Xie Ying, who had already reached the realm of immortal cultivation. If Ji Heyuan wanted to pull her, she would let him. She was suffering from a severe headache, and the sound of the bell felt like a death warrant, each and every one of them trying to pry her brain open. Xie Ying let Ji Heyuan pull her until they were further away from the mountain, and the sound of the bell faded. The headache finally eased considerably, though her face remained a little pale. Junior sister, are you feeling unwell? I think there might be something wrong with the bell. The bell? Ji Heyuan was slightly taken aback. Don't you have a splitting headache? No, in fact, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even noticed the so-called bell ringing. But precisely because of this, Ji Heyuan and Xie Ying became even more certain that there was something fishy about the bell. So, Xie Ying decided not to approach the mountain again until she understood the situation. Let's go see if we can find the others. After calling out to Yin, but receiving no response, Xiaoying became even more certain that there was something else going on, and temporarily put aside her doubts about the bell. They woke up in a deserted alley. The moment they walked through one silent alley after another and entered the main street, Xiaoying and Ji Heyuan suddenly stepped into a bustling world, brimming with the hustle and bustle of everyday life. The two exchanged a glance, their conviction growing stronger. The Eternal Night Buddhist Hall might have been a virtual world created by some ancient lord, using a fragment of his memories, his own obsession, or perhaps something else. Although this world was virtual, once they fell into the Eternal Night Temple and assumed certain identities within it, they became part of it. This meant that if they couldn't find a way to escape the Eternal Night Temple, they would remain trapped there forever. This whole thing could be easily understood by viewing it as a game of levels. Though losing the game offered a chance to start over, dying here was a permanent death, with no chance of recovery. Miss Qing, why are you here? Your sister and brother-in-law are looking for you. Xiaoying and Ji Heyuan were strolling through the city, familiarizing themselves when they were suddenly stopped by a friendly-looking woman. Before Xiaoying could respond, Ji Heyuan was grabbed by the sleeve by a hurried servant. Sir, my dear sir, Master and Mrs. Du have arrived with Miss Du. Why are you still wandering around outside? Sir, please come back with me. Xiaoying and Ji Heyuan were a little confused by the sudden appearance of these two people, but they soon recovered. After exchanging a glance, Ji Heyuan obediently followed the servant out. Xiaoying smiled and asked the friendly-looking aunt. Auntie, you said my sister and brother-in-law were looking for me? Where are they now? Oh! Miss Qing, are you confused? The aunt smiled kindly, but still pointed Xiaoying in the direction. I just came from your family's clinic, Bowen Hall. Your sister and brother-in-law are naturally at Bowen Hall. It's getting late. Miss Qing, you should go home early so your family won't worry. I know. Thank you very much, Auntie. Xiaoying smiled sweetly, but the smile faded the moment she turned around. Miss Qing, Bowen Hall. These familiar words popped up one after another, making Xiaoying's absurd guess infinitely magnified. Could she have fallen into a virtual world based on the story of White Snake and Su Xian? Chapter 138. A quarter of an hour later. Xiaoying stood in front of the Baoan Hall clinic, listening to the patients inside praising Lady Bai's kindness is like Guanyin and Dr. Su's superb medical skills. She finally felt certain. This was the world of the legend of the White Snake, and judging from what the aunt had said earlier, her identity must be Xiao Qing. It seemed that the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall valued her quite a bit. After all, Xiao Qing, as Bai Suzhen's younger sister, played a role second only to the heroine in the legend of the White Snake, but she didn't know what the method of leaving the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall was. It couldn't be that simple by helping Bai Suzhen and Su Xian escape Fahai and live happily ever after, right? Xiaoying felt that it couldn't be that simple. Ah. She sighed and walked towards Baoan Hall. No matter what, she still had to meet her sister and brother-in-law first. But the next moment, Xiaoying was stunned again. Who could tell her what was going on? Why did her sister Bai Suzhen look exactly like third senior sister Shinfuyu? Even Su Xian looked like senior brother Su Yinji? The two people across from her had a brief brain freeze when they saw Xiaoying. Thankfully, there were only a few patients left in Baoan Hall at that moment, so Xiaoying stood quietly to the side, watching Su Xian, who bore a face identical to Su Yinji's, see all the patients. The Baoan Hall door closed, leaving only the three of them inside. Xiaoying finally spoke tentatively. Senior sister? Ying. Shinfuyu felt a sense of relief upon hearing the familiar name. The three of them quickly exchanged information. Just as Xiaoying had predicted, she was now Xiao Qing, while Shinfuyu had become Bai Suzhen, the White Lady of Baoan Hall, and Su Yinji had become Su Xian. However, both Shinfuyu and Su Yinji had awakened in the backyard of Baoan Hall. With their greater experience, they were more adept at handling such unexpected situations. Even so, they couldn't help but worry about what would happen next. Although, upon entering the Heavenly Realm, the law enforcement elder had clearly stated that after the 1-month period, they would be automatically kicked out of the secret realm. But the current situation defied common sense. If, after a month, they still hadn't been let out of the secret realm and hadn't found a way to leave, were they really going to stay here and live out their lives following the trajectory of others? What the hell is going on? How did we end up in such a horrible place out of nowhere? I wonder where senior brother and the others are now. Are their situations any better than ours? I seen Xiao He. Xiaoying didn't hold back, briefly recounting what had happened since she and Ji Heyuan woke up. As for senior brother and the others, although we haven't met them yet, we all fell down together, and we definitely have a chance to meet again in the future. What we need to think about now is how to leave the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. Difficult. Without outsiders, Shinfuyu no longer bothered to maintain the elegant and dignified demeanor of White Lady and, like a boneless person, slumped over the table and sighed. Have you heard of the legend of the White Snake, Ing? Senior brother Su and I discussed it a while ago, and we think this place is very likely held hostage by the White Snake's resentment. So if I want to escape, I most likely have to resolve the White Snake's resentment. That means I have to avenge her and kill her enemies Fahai and Su Xian. But Su Xian is senior brother Su now. I can't really kill him just to save my own life, right? Wait, senior sister, wait a minute. Shinfuyu rattled off a stream of words, nearly confusing Xia, but Xia still managed to hear what she said and understand the connection. What resentment? Isn't Fahai Bai Suzhen's only enemy? Isn't Su Xian her benefactor and lover? What lover? Shinfuyu looked at Xia in surprise. Perhaps there was love at first, but after Su Xian learned Bai Suzhen's true identity, he colluded with Fahai. Not only did he suppress Shaoqing at the bottom of the lake, he also peeled Bai Suzhen's skin and made it into invulnerable soft armor, and forged snake bones into swords. Finally, Su Xian even took Bai Suzhen's demon core, leaping from mortal form to embark on the path of immortal cultivation. How could Bai Suzhen not have resentment towards such a heartless man? Shinfuyu's reasoning was so coherent that Xia was completely stunned. At that moment, Xia even wondered if she was watching a fake legend of the White Snake. Why else would the plot not match Shinfuyu's description at all? Aside from the same name, the same identities, and the same initial encounter on the broken bridge, Xia couldn't find any similarities between the legend of the White Snake Shinfuyu was describing and the one she had known since childhood. Forget it, let's go home first. Xia finally gave up her hesitation. Things would work out when the time came. Since the Eternal Night Buddhist Temple had drawn them in, there would definitely be new moves. Before anything is known, their best strategy is to remain constant in the face of change. Su Xian's home is just a few alleys behind Bowen Hall, not far away. When the three of them returned to the Su residence, the aroma of food wafted through. It was obvious that Su Xian's sister and brother-in-law had prepared it. Thinking they wouldn't be surprised by anything, the three of them finally froze in their tracks after pushing the door open. Because the sister and brother-in-law standing before them were none other than senior brother Qin Lin Zhao and second brother Mo Yin. Mo Yin, a grown man, had become Su Xian's sister. And in a long, feminine dress. If it weren't for that incredibly sour expression, Xia wouldn't have recognized her. Goodness. This family truly is all together. Now that only Xiao He remains. However, after seeing Qin Lin Zhao and Mo Yan's identities, Xia became even more certain of Ji Huyuan's role in this situation. If nothing unexpected happens, Ji Huyuan will definitely replace Xuqing's official partner. Zhang Yutong. Senior brother. Xia was about to speak when a hoarse voice suddenly echoed through the air, reaching everyone's ears unmistakably. The 30 members of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall have arrived, and the story officially begins from this moment. Each of you will receive a mission related to your identity. Please keep your mission confidential, play your role well, and find the right way to leave this place. Shoo! Don't trust anyone around you too much. Here, you are the only one you can trust. Chapter 139. The voice appeared so abruptly, and after these incoherent words, silence returned. If everyone hadn't heard those words clearly, Xia wouldn't have believed such a thing could happen in such a small, secret realm in the world of immortal cultivation. At this moment, a transparent panel floated before her, revealing her current identity and mission within the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. Name, Shaoqing. Identity, a green snake demon who has cultivated for 500 years. Mission, follow Xuqing's life according to the predetermined trajectory, and fulfill her wish to become an immortal. How to clear the level, kill all those who compete with you for the elixir. Whoever obtains the elixir can leave the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. Xia felt as if they had been thrown into a large box covered by a black curtain. Behind the curtain, a pair of eyes constantly observed their every move, attempting to control them all to follow his will. Xia suddenly felt uneasy, like a chess piece in someone else's hands, manipulated at will. And she hated being a chess piece. Inin, this Eternal Night Temple shouldn't be related to the other systems controlled by your main brain, right? Host, rest assured. This world only has the Inin system. The Eternal Night Temple is merely a reconstructed miniature world, using the game settings from the host's original time and space. Host, you can think of this as a real-life replica of a game. A real-life replica? Xia teased with a smile, the kind where you actually die. Given the host's strength, Inin believed the Eternal Night Temple was nothing to fear. Then what does it mean to help Guankong obtain the inheritance of the Eternal Night Hall? Was the Eternal Night Hall constructed by a monk? Was it Fahai? The Eternal Night Hall's formation is somewhat complex, but it doesn't affect the side quests. However, according to the original novel, the inheritance within the Eternal Night Hall ultimately falls into the hands of the heroine, Lin Yuxiang. Alright, no need to explain. Xiang interrupted Inin. You really do know how to manipulate me to complete the quest. I find a way to help Guankong obtain this inheritance. Even if I can't, I won't let it fall into Lin Yuxiang's hands. However, Xiang didn't ask further about the specifics of the Eternal Night Hall, because she knew Inin wouldn't answer. Having worked with Inin for so long, Xiang knew that she would only give a few, seemingly unnecessary hints about quest-related matters. As for anything more, you couldn't get to the bottom of it, no matter how hard you tried. Xiang came back to her senses from her conversation with Inin, and saw the indescribable expressions on Shinfuyu and the others' faces. Did you all see it? Yes. What the hell is going on? Mo Yin scratched his head frantically. He really didn't want to play the role of a woman. If word got out, how would he, Mo Yin, still have any shame? My senior brother and I have explored many strange and mysterious realms before, but we never encountered anything like this. Did you see the quests and how to clear them? Yes, mine is. Qin Lin Zhao was about to share his own quests and how to clear them, but as soon as he got to the important part, it was as if an invisible hand had grabbed his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. Seeing this, several others hurriedly tried, and found themselves in the same situation as Qin Lin Zhao. Forget it. Shinfuyu didn't want to struggle any further. Let's just make the best of it. I don't know if your method of clearing the level is the same as mine, but I will never do anything to harm you. What third junior sister said is exactly what I meant. That's right. A mere secret realm wants to control my life? I won't let it. That's right. Xiang smiled as she watched. These were the disciples of their Xiaoyao sect, her senior brothers and sisters. They were all strong men, with their own boundaries and pride. Xiang didn't know about other sects, but within the Xiaoyao sect, where a disciple's character and integrity were valued over talent, she believed that fratricide would never occur. They had always been people who trusted each other completely, and with their backs. However, not all sects were as united as the Xiaoyao sect, and those entering the secret realm this time were a collection of disciples from several different sects, as well as some independent cultivators. After Mo Yin activated the formation to open the entrance to the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, everyone near the rift was pulled in by an invisible suction force. Only when 30 people had been pulled in did the rift slowly close. Only the bluestone remained standing, its surroundings pristine, as if the events that had occurred before were but a dream. Outside the secret realm, the leaders who had witnessed all this, for the first time, stopped arguing and instead stared in silence at the bluestone within the secret realm. These old men were naturally aware of the existence of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. In fact, this bluestone isn't just found in the heavenly realm. Every one of the 12 desolate secret realms contains it. It's the key to the Eternal Night Hall, but for all these years, no one has ever discovered the secrets within the bluestone, let alone unlocked it. And yet, the Eternal Night Hall, previously unopened, was opened by these disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. The Yin-Yang Bagua mirror can only project the heavenly realm, but the Eternal Night Hall belongs to a separate, independent dimension. Therefore, the moment the 30 people fell through the chasm, their view of them was unilaterally cut off. Legend has it that the Eternal Night Hall holds even greater treasures and inheritances, but the dangers are exponentially greater. Those who manage to enter the heavenly realm are undoubtedly the most talented talents in the current world of immortal cultivation. It would be a lie to say these sect leaders and elders aren't worried. Aside from the Tin-Man team, the 3 from the Xiaoyao sect, the 4 from the Yutian sect, and all the disciples favored by the leaders, such as Helian Yao and Yun Mei, were trapped in the Eternal Night Hall. If anything happened to these 30 people in the Eternal Night Hall, it would be a devastating blow to the world of immortal cultivation. I wonder what's inside the Eternal Night Hall, and whether those children can handle it. Master Su, how can you still have the energy to drink tea? All 6 of your Xiaoyao sect disciples are in the Eternal Night Hall. Isn't that a good thing? Su Xiai still wore that same smile. Dingyang sect's Tianyang Zhenren, who was speaking to him, didn't see a trace of worry on his face. These children are the best in their respective sections. While they may accept missions from their sects, how many of them have actually experienced life or death dangers? The Eternal Night Buddhist Hall is a wonderful training opportunity. They should also know that even with extraordinary talent, the world of immortal cultivation is filled with obstacles that hinder their pursuit of enlightenment. Chapter 140. Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. In Jinshan Temple, Helian Yao, already accustomed to the current situation, quickly read through the transparent panel displaying information about his identity, mission, and clearance method, letting out a short laugh. Letting the demon tribe capture demons is quite interesting. This Baha'i identity. I like it. He stood up, picked up his demon-subduing golden bowl and Zen staff, and walked out of the meditation room. Under the mysterious power within the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, the 30 people who entered remained unchanged except for their faces, their other features automatically altered to reflect their current identities. For example, Helian Yao, now a bald man. Helian Yao left the meditation room and casually called his disciple Ningxuan, heading down the mountain. And his disciple Ningxuan was none other than Guankong. Linen, Qiantang County, Baoan Hall. After hearing the inexplicable voice, Ji Heyuan immediately asked the servant for the location of Baoan Hall and hurried over. His identity was exactly as Xie Ying had expected. It was none other than young Master Zhang Yutong. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Xie Ying finally found her companions, except Guan Kong. Xie Jiuzhou became a minor constable under Su Xian's brother-in-law, and the Lu sisters became Su's neighbors. Without exception, everyone was of ordinary status, ordinary mortals. The longer they stayed in the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, the more they felt its oppressive and despair. Even though Qiantang County was always bustling with activity, Baoan Hall was always full of people seeking medical treatment and medicine. Even Shen Fuyu and Su Yinji were beloved and grateful to all the people of Qiantang County. But everyone still struggled to adapt to life here. Aside from those who had intruded into the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, the citizens of Qiantang County seemed oblivious to the aberrations in the sky above them. It was as if, in their minds, the sky was inherently dark, and the sun, moon, and stars didn't exist. No matter what the world outside was like, life in Qiantang wouldn't be easily disrupted. Initially, Xie Ying tried to leave Qiantang and explore the outside world to see if there were any other solutions. But whether she walked, flew, or swam, she was instantly teleported back to Baoan Hall the moment she stepped outside Qiantang's boundaries. After so many attempts, Xie Ying stopped wasting her mana on pointless attempts. As each of them became more and more aligned with the identities assigned to them by the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, their original spiritual energy rapidly eroded. With the exception of Xie Ying and Shen Fuyu, who retained their mana due to their snake demon identities, everyone else had completely become mortal, the kind of mortal who, if stabbed, would die without immediate medical attention. But with the exception of Xie Ying, who had truly lived as a mortal for over a decade and experienced the hardships of mortal life, the others were born exceptionally gifted, geniuses entrusted with important tasks by their families or others. Drawing chi into the body, they embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. These mortals would never even glimpse a single glimpse of the world of immortal cultivation, but for them, it was as simple as eating and drinking water. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's difficult to return to frugality. Used to the high and mighty life of a sect disciple, accustomed to using spiritual power to solve all problems with a flick of a finger, how could they adapt to the mortal life of having to do everything themselves? Sigh. Lying beside the medicine cabinet, slowly mixing the medicine, Xie Ying couldn't help but sigh as these questions raced through her mind. Just then, Shen Fuyu, clad in a purple dress, emerged from the backyard of Baoan Hall, her airy demeanor floating. She walked straight to the cabinet, and filled the prescription with each ingredient, never once looking at Xie Ying. Only after she had filled and wrapped the entire dose, and Baoan Hall was clear did she speak, checking the ledger without looking up. Chinger, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. Your cultivation isn't strong enough to withstand the heat that day. Why don't you find some cooler place to retreat? Senior sister, what did you call me? Xie Ying had been dozing off, but upon hearing these words, she snapped awake, her almond-shaped eyes fixed squarely on Shen Fuyu's. There was no doubt that Shen Fuyu was gentle towards her, but she was also a rebellious girl at heart, and her gentleness was tinged with fire. But the Shen Fuyu just now was not like that. The moment Xie Ying looked up, she saw Shen Fuyu, gentle yet resolute, radiating a soft glow. Neither his expression, nor his demeanor, nor his tone, could be seen in his face. For a moment, Xie Ying even thought Shen Fuyu was Bai Suzhen. The moment this thought occurred to her, a chill ran through her body. Shen Fuyu stood there in a daze for a long time. When she finally realized what was happening, her face darkened even darker than the sky outside. A wave of fear rose in her heart. This Eternal Night Buddhist temple was quietly influencing them, attempting to completely merge them with this temporary identity. Xie Ying recalled the events of the past few days, and finally realized something was amiss. Aside from the first day, When they all gathered together to discuss how to leave the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, they hadn't gathered together since then. Xin Linzhao was increasingly adapting to his role as a head constable, a man who hated evil and punished evildoers. Mo Yan's impatience waned, replaced by a serene smile. Ji Huyuan would sneak into Baoan Hall every day to see her, the love in his eyes unconcealed. Except for Xiang, who was still trying to find a way to leave, everyone seemed to have adapted to the roles assigned to them by the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, and were living their lives as normal. For the first time, the fearless Shenfuyu's face showed a hint of fear. We can't stay here any longer. This place is unlike any other dangerous illusion we encountered before. Senior sister, I know what you mean. If you hadn't just blurted out Qinger, I wouldn't have realized how deeply it had affected us. But fortunately, we discovered it in time. Su Yinji and senior brother must have been tricked just like me. We need to find a way out quickly. We must get out, but until we find the correct way through, we can't rush. There's no point in rushing. The more we rush, the more we fall into the trap it's set for us. Let's go back to the Su family first, and see how senior brother and the others have been treated. After I wake them up, I need to go find Xiao He. Chapter 141. Shenfuyu discovered a magical power in Xiang. Anyone who approached her felt a sense of security and stability. No matter what happened, no matter how dire the situation, Xiang always maintained absolute rationality and a relentless spirit. This spirit both fascinated Shenfuyu and brought him peace of mind. Xiang lived like a hope that would never fade. The Su family. Even before Xiang and Shenfuyu approached, they could hear the sounds of laughter and chatter coming from the courtyard. The most noticeable was Mo Yan's soft, almost artificial voice. Hanwen's shirt is a bit torn. My sister-in-law is pregnant and needs work. Let me mend it for him. Xiang pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. She saw Mo Yan sitting in the porch, carefully sewing a shirt with his robe in one hand and an embroidery needle in the other. Xiang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Senior sister, it's a pity I only have mana and no spiritual power to open the storage bag. Otherwise, I would have recorded second senior brother's current appearance. I'm sure I can sell it to second senior brother for a good price. Shenfuyu was about to respond when Su Yinji approached her with a look of tenderness in his eyes. Madam, didn't we agree that I'd pick you up at Baoan Hall later? Why did you and Xiaoqin come straight back? When she was trapped in the role of Baisuzhen and played her seriously, Shenfuyu had called her master with ease. But now, having been awakened, Shenfuyu felt a faint blush creeping up her ears as she faced Su Yinji's eyes filled with love. Stop! Before Su Yinji could get any closer, she slapped him in the face, stopping him from moving any closer. Senior brother Su, look who I am. Who's your wife? I'm Shenfuyu. Seeing Su Yinji still dazed, Shenfuyu grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, letting him relive those happy times in the Xiaoyao sect. Xiang had no intention of interfering with their relationship. She believed that even if senior brother Su, under the influence of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, truly merged with the Su Xian of the story, third senior sister would be able to pull him back. And her current target wasn't senior brother Su, but second senior brother. Awakening second senior brother would be even easier. Xiang tiptoed to Mo Yan's side, stifling a smile as she used her magic to conjure a massive bronze mirror and placed it directly in front of Mo Yan. Second senior brother. You're so kind. Next time you return to Xiaoyao sect, could you mend my clothes? A beautiful woman, lightly powdered and rosy with lipstick, a hint of heroism between her brows, suddenly caught Mo Yan's eye. A moment later, the beautiful woman's serene smile and the bronze mirror began to falter. Then, a sharp explosion echoed over the Su residence, startling a flock of birds resting in the trees. Fearing she'd be beaten to death by second senior brother, Xiang tactfully slipped away before second senior brother Mo Yan could react, heading straight for the Zhang residence. But after leaving the Su residence, Xiang's smile faded. She was far less optimistic than Shenfuyu had imagined. For the past few days, she'd been racking her brains to find a way out of this haunted place. While she hadn't made much progress, she wasn't completely clueless. At least Shenfuyu's fall today had served as a powerful wake-up call for her. When Xiang first realized they had all become powerless, ordinary mortals, she felt the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall was exploiting the disparity of being reduced from a child of destiny to a mortal overnight to force them to take action against each other. After all, no one, after possessing spiritual power, having the opportunity to cultivate and ascend, and experiencing the glory and exhilaration of being a powerful immortal, could willingly resign themselves to mediocrity, a life spent as a mortal with no hope of immortality. Not taking action now doesn't mean they won't. Not everyone is a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Furthermore, judging by the current situation, even if they could maintain their integrity and refrain from attacking their fellow disciples for the sake of so-called passing the level, they wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand the silent influence of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. They would slowly live according to the plot's preconceived identities, and ultimately become mere figures in the story. Regardless of the scenario, the goal of the Eternal Night Temple is clear and straightforward. To keep them here, control them as they complete each character's predetermined storyline, ultimately leading to their predetermined destinies. What if they chose not to follow the Eternal Night Temple predetermined storyline? Would that, in turn, lead them to a different ending? The moment this thought occurred to Xia Ying, she was determined to give it a try. Forget killing people for the elixir. She didn't believe there was truly such a thing in the world of immortal cultivation that could lead to ascension to immortality. If it truly existed, then there wouldn't be a need for diligent cultivation, fighting tooth and nail for mere resources. She didn't consider herself a particularly moral person, but fighting for immortal cultivation resources and being manipulated and killed by others as pawns were two completely different concepts. And she would never accept the latter. While thinking, Xia Ying had already reached the high wall behind the Zhang mansion. If Ji Heyuan couldn't come to Baoan Hall to find her these past few days, she would secretly climb over the wall to find him. After all, in the plot of Legend of the White Snake, Shao Qing's night meeting with Zhang Yutong was real, so Xia Ying's actions were not hindered by the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. She easily climbed over the high wall, oblivious to anyone else, and then skillfully found Ji Heyuan's bedroom. Ji Heyuan was polishing the Zhang family's treasured Star Moon sword. Hearing the noise, he hurriedly turned back and saw Xia Ying standing under the wisteria trellis in the courtyard. Under the strict arrangement of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, Xia Ying now wore a green silk dress, topped with a white gauze gown. The green belt tied around her waist accentuated her slender waist and graceful figure. But her long, inky hair, styled into a lively and playful bun, added a touch of cuteness to her. "You're here." Ji Heyuan smiled, put down the Star Moon sword, and quickly walked over to Xia Ying, pulling her toward the room. "It's not convenient to talk outside. My father might see us. Let's talk inside. This is the Star Moon sword you and Madame Su requested. Remember to take it with you today." Ji Heyuan spoke to himself. After Xia Ying entered the room, she expertly slumped down on the armchair, sipping tea and watching him with interest. After watching enough, Xia Ying slowly put down the teacup and spoke slowly. "Shao He, have you had enough fun? Are you really addicted to pretending to be Zhang Yutong?" Chapter 142. The gentle expression on Ji Heyuan's face faded with Xia Ying's words, replaced by the defiant arrogance Xia Ying was familiar with. A closer look revealed a hint of helplessness in Ji Heyuan's eyes. "Junior sister, you're already losing your temper. Based on our current identities, we're inseparable lovers. How could you possibly sabotage us like this? Xiaoqing does love Zhang Yutong, and Zhang Yutong loves Xiaoqing too." Xia Ying echoed, then changed the subject. "But Xia, you're not Zhang Yutong, and I'm not Xiaoqing. So I still have to sabotage what needs to be done. In the end, it's still junior sister. Everyone else has been more or less caught up in the drama. Only you, senior sister, have remained clear-headed." Ji Heyuan's tone was teasing, but a sense of disappointment lingered in his eyes. However, Xia Ying, preoccupied with the Tao and cultivating immortality, naturally missed Ji Heyuan's hidden concerns once again. "Of course not. If I don't wake up, you might all get caught up in this act. Shao He, we need to get out of here quickly." "I know." Ji Heyuan suppressed his emotions. "Actually, even if you didn't come to see me today, I would have gone to Baoan Hall. The Zhang family's master is looking for a match for Zhang Yutong, and the girl he's interested in is Miss Du, a perfect match for him." "Oh! And then? Who do you think Miss Du is?" Xia Ying saw the clear amusement in Ji Heyuan's eyes, and had a bad feeling. "It can't be Lin Yuexiang, right?" Ji Heyuan smiled but said nothing, which Xia Ying saw as a clear sign of agreement. "Xia Ying, what's with all that sudden irritation? Is the wedding date set?" "Yes, we already gone through the 6 rituals. Time seems a bit chaotic in this Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. I guess it's just converging all the important plot points. Are you really going to marry Lin Yuexiang?" "Ji Heyuan, it's not me who wants to marry Lin Yuexiang, it's Zhang Yutong who must marry Miss Du." Ji Heyuan was silent for a moment, wanting to say something but unable to articulate it. Xia Ying understood at once. "Is this marriage related to your mission?" "Yes," Ji Heyuan replied softly. However, Ji Heyuan had no intention of actually going through with this marriage. He wasn't one to obey orders, and there was no way he'd marry a woman he had no feelings for, even as a bystander. But Ji Huyuan didn't intend to tell Xiang about this, believing she wouldn't care whether he told her or not. The question of who he would marry might not be as interesting to Xiang as a sword manual. What Ji Huyuan didn't realize was that even though he remained lucid and not lost in Zhang Yutong's identity, his emotions were inevitably affected by the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. Ji Huyuan remained silent, and Xiang sat quietly, lost in thought. The atmosphere suddenly grew cold. An unknown amount of time passed before Ji Huyuan heard Xiang's voice again. Shall he? I have an idea. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, the Dragon Boat Festival. During this time, the group kept their minds on the edge of their seats, finally not dwelling on their roles in the storyline. But along with this constant awakening came the need to accept the fact that she was now a useless mortal. For a moment, everyone's mood was inevitably somewhat subdued. Due to her current identity as a snake demon, Xiang felt noticeably uncomfortable upon waking up this morning. The scorching heat enveloped her, seemingly steaming her whole being in this season. The slender, white legs, affected by the Dragon Boat Festival heat, would occasionally transform back into a thick, green snake tail. Thankfully, the Su family was now filled with her senior brothers and sisters, so Xiang didn't have to worry about revealing her true form and frightening everyone. Shin Fuyu had even used his magic to clean the pond in their backyard and added a generous amount of ice to cool it down. At that moment, Xiang, her cheeks flushed, was completely submerged in the pond, with only her hands and head floating above the surface as she lay on the bluestone steps at the edge, her green snake tail occasionally slapping the water. Mo Yin, Qin Lin Xiao, and the other 4, dressed in women's clothing, sat in a row by the pond, holding umbrellas and braving the scorching sun, soaking Xiang in the water. Junior sister. Ing. Stop splashing. You're splashing my clothes. Just keep splashing. Maybe it was the influence of the Dragon Boat Festival drama, but Xiang was particularly irritable today. Mo Yin had barely finished complaining when Xiang slid into the water, her powerful, serpentine tail stirring the pond, sending splashes of water cascading all over Mo Yin. Mo Yin, nutty, completely numb. Ying's rebellious phase has arrived. Alright Ying, the Dragon Boat Festival will be over soon. Just bear with it. Qin Lin Xiao offered a stiff reassurance. While Shin Fuyu used his magic to evaporate the pool water from Mo Yin's body, he couldn't help but glance at Xia Ying's expression. Ying, you're not so upset because Xiao He is getting married to that Miss Du today, are you? How could that be? Senior sister, you're overthinking it. It's all fake. Why should I be upset? Xia Ying's flailing tail paused slightly, but quickly resumed its previous rhythm. I'm just too hot. Really hot. She was so hot, she wished she could get into an ice cellar and freeze herself. But even this icy pool of water couldn't hold her back for long, because she had something important to do today. According to the plot of the book Legend of the White Snake that Shin Fuyu had read, the Dragon Boat Festival was not only an auspicious day for Zhang Yutong and Miss Du's wedding, but also the plot point whereby Suzhen accidentally drank Realgar wine, revealing her true form and nearly having her magic pill stolen by the beastly Su Xian. Now, Bai Suzhen and Su Xian naturally wouldn't simply follow the plot arranged by the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. So the main plot point would likely shift to Zhang Yutong's wedding, since Fa Hai, another key protagonist in Legend of the White Snake, hadn't appeared yet. But Xiang had a vague feeling. Everyone, both those who should and shouldn't be, might be at the Zhang family wedding banquet today. So, she absolutely had to attend the Zhang family's wedding. She wanted to see what mysterious power powered the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. Xiang took a deep breath, dove into the pool, and absorbed all the cold air within. Using her magical power, she suppressed the scorching heat within her. When she emerged from the pool, her beautiful green snake tail had transformed back into legs. As she walked, her green dress transformed into a bright red wedding gown. This sudden transformation startled the other 4. Ying, what are you doing? Can't you see? I'm going. Xiang tilted her head and smiled faintly, her red lips parting as she uttered 2 words. Kidnap the bride. Chapter 143. Before he finished speaking, the fiery red figure had already disappeared into the corridor. Shin Fuyu, slow to react, slapped Su Yinji's leg and pinched it hard. The pain was so intense that Su Yinji, always very concerned about his appearance, lost control of his expression for the first time and grimaced. Why doesn't it hurt? Am I dreaming? Junior sister Shin, you pinched my leg. Huh? Shin Fuyu quickly let go, a look of apology crossing his face. Senior brother Su, I'm sorry. I got so excited that I pinched the wrong leg. It's okay. Su Yinji tried to ignore the pain in his leg and smiled gently. Just don't pinch it wrong next time. Come on, let's catch up. Ah Ing is having a bride-stealing party. Don't miss out on this excitement. Shinfuyu's eyes lit up. It hadn't been easy. She finally waited for Ah Ing to catch on. Which of these Xiaoyao sect brothers and sisters couldn't see what Ji Heyuan was thinking? But while they, the outsiders, could see clearly, Xie Ying, the person involved, was completely oblivious. Now it looked like Xie Ying might be on the verge of victory. So, how could Shinfuyu be absent from this fierce battle for a bride-stealing party? Without waiting for the other three to express their opinions, Shinfuyu, her pregnant belly prominent, hurried after them. Qin Linzhao and the other three were silent for a moment, then followed them honestly. As Shinfuyu had said, they were also curious about the lively and exciting Zhang family wedding banquet tonight. Qiantang County, Zhang Mansion. The palace was decorated with lanterns and colorful lights everywhere, and the characters she were everywhere. Even the servants' belts were all changed to red. However, the groom, Zhang Yutong, never showed up. Even after the sedan chair carrying Miss Du arrived at the Zhang residence amidst a flurry of music and fanfare, Zhang Yutong remained absent. Finally, Miss Du was led into the Zhang residence by the bridesmaid. Even though her husband didn't come out to greet her, the docile and virtuous Miss Du showed no displeasure, obediently following the bridesmaid into the wedding hall. Beneath the fiery red veil lay Lin Yuexiang's unrealistically soft face. Thanks to the elder in her bracelet, although Lin Yuexiang had become immortal, she escaped the same entanglement as the others, drawn into the plot of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. From beginning to end, Lin Yuexiang clearly remembered that she was Lin Yuexiang of the Yutian sect, not Miss Du of Qiantang County. Because of her unwavering determination, Lin Yuexiang was surprised to discover that her spiritual power, which had vanished without a trace since she fell into the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, had actually recovered a tiny bit. Though it was only a tiny bit, better than nothing, it was incredibly good news for Lin Yuexiang. With spiritual power in hand, she believed that as long as she successfully completed her mission, competing with the mortals for the elixir, and leaving the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall would be a piece of cake. A smug smile filled Lin Yuexiang's face beneath her veil. As long as she could marry Zhang Yutong and make things a done deal, her mission as Miss Du would be accomplished. What's more, this Zhang Yutong was Xie Ying's beloved junior brother, Ji Heyuan. If they could capture Ji Heyuan, Xie Ying would surely be furious. If Xie Ying were furious, she would be delighted. Thinking of this, Lin Yuexiang couldn't help but yearn for a quick wedding. Where's Yu Tang? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Doesn't he know the bride has arrived? Go get him. When the servant arrived, Ji Heyuan, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, was sitting in the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea. Sir, the bride has arrived. The master invites you over. Sir, today is your wedding day. Please don't be foolish. The servant was almost crying with anxiety, but Ji Heyuan remained oblivious. Sir, I beg you. Please go to the front and pay your respects. Okay, let's go. Ji Heyuan figured it was almost time. He finally stood up, dusted off his wedding gown, and headed for the front yard. In the front yard, guests had gathered. Ji Heyuan's appearance suddenly livened up the once somewhat cold and silent atmosphere. Lin Yuexiang's heart was pounding. She didn't actually like Ji Heyuan, but she loved to snatch what belonged to Xie Ying. Whether it was a person or an object, anything Xie Ying liked, she would snatch it away. Who had let Xie Ying's existence block her path to ascension? Only by making everything Xie Ying hers would her path to ascension be unimpeded. The bridesmaid placed the ends of the red silk in the hands of Ji Heyuan and Lin Yuexiang, then sang, First, bow to heaven and earth. Lin Yuexiang lowered her head, but Ji Heyuan didn't move. The bridesmaid paused, then, receiving Master Zhang's tacit instruction, ignored Ji Heyuan's reluctance and continued singing, Second, bow to the parents. Husband and wife. Wait! The moment Lin Yuexiang lowered her head, a clear voice echoed from the wedding hall, interrupting the bridesmaid. The guests instinctively looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a woman in a wedding gown standing quietly at the doorway. It was none other than Xie Ying. Regarded as Little Green Girl by everyone in Qiantang County, Xie Ying usually wore dresses in cyan, azure, or green. This was the first time she had appeared in public wearing such vibrant clothing. The red wedding gown accentuated her fair skin, making her look radiant and dazzling. Isn't this Miss Xiaoqing, the sister-in-law of Dr. Su from Baoan Hall? This doesn't look right. Miss Xiaoqing is dressed like this. Is she here to steal his bride? I heard that young Master Zhang has always been attracted to Miss Xiaoqing from Baoan Hall, but Master Zhang looked down on her background. so he arranged a marriage for him with the Du family. Ah, Master Zhang is so ruthless. The guests chatted with great joy, and Master Zhang, sitting high up in the hall, was nearly irritated to death by the talk. Ji Heyuan's previously expressionless and indifferent face suddenly broke into a smile the moment Xie Ying appeared, and even his eyes sparkled. Although he had known Xie Ying would come to steal his bride today, his heart still beat uncontrollably when he saw this scene with his own eyes. What could anyone possibly understand after witnessing this scene? Young Master Zhang and Miss Xiaoqing were truly in love. Master Zhang was so enraged by this sudden farce that he nearly fainted on the spot, his hand trembling as he pointed at Xie Ying. Miss Xiaoqing, what do you mean? Of course it's a bride stealing. Xie Ying's gaze paused for a second on the handsome Ji Heyuan. I hadn't expected Xiao He to look so good in red. But then her gaze fell on Lin Yuexiang, who was covered in a bright red veil. Miss Du and I were deeply in love, and had pledged to be together forever, but Master Zhang forcibly separated us for young Master Zhang's marriage. I refuse to accept this. I come here today to take my beloved away. Chapter 144. Xie Ying spoke so quickly and steadily that everyone barely registered. They only saw a red shadow pass by, wafting a delicate fragrance, and the next second the bride was gone. That's right, the bride had been abducted by Xie Ying. When Xie Ying appeared at the Zhang residence in her red wedding gown, everyone assumed she was here to claim Zhang Yutong, young Master Zhang. But who could have known that Xie Ying merely glanced at young Master Zhang and, unnoticed, abducted the bride? Everyone was stunned by this absurd and outrageous scene. So the person Miss Xiaoqing loves isn't Master Zhang, but Miss Du? Shen Fuyu and the Lu sisters, who were hiding among the guests, waiting to see the show unfold, were stunned. Huh? I wasn't trying to steal Xiao's bride, but Miss Du? The groom, Ji Heyuan, who was left alone in the wedding hall, burst out laughing as he stood there. She truly deserves to be called junior sister. Only she could abandon the groom and snatch the bride away. The wedding banquet was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and Ji Heyuan's laughter seemed particularly abrupt. Everyone looked embarrassed. Has this groom gone mad? The next moment, they saw him tear off his red silk and throw it to the ground, then chase after Xie Ying. Everyone was amazed, feeling that the wedding gift was truly worth it. They had never attended such a lively wedding banquet before. Shen Fuyu and the others who had intruded into the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall from the outside world had already quietly left Zhang's residence long before Ji Heyuan had chased them out, and were chasing in the direction they had left. At the same time, Lin Yuexiang, hoisted on Xie Ying's shoulders, ran for miles in one breath. Her vibrant red veil had long since fallen to the ground, her gold hairpins and pearls scattered along the path, and her delicate bun was a mess. What terrified Lin Yuexiang most was that her stomach was pressed against Xie Ying's shoulders, and every thrust of Xie Ying's running sent a heavy jolt through her stomach. The pain was so intense that it nearly broke every bone in Lin Yuexiang's body. Thank you. Xie Ying. Could you please put me down first? Isn't it okay if I don't marry your junior brother? Please, I beg you. Can you please put me down first? Xie Ying. Unable to bear the bumpy ride, Lin Yuexiang begged for mercy for the first time. All she got in return was, "Ah? What did you say? The wind's so strong I can't hear you." Lin Yuexiang, Xie Ying carried Lin Yuexiang all the way to the edge of West Lake before throwing her down on the grass, panting with exhaustion. Lin Yuexiang, you should lose weight. Why are you so heavy? Lin Yuexiang, question mark. What do you mean by losing weight? Haven't I always weighed the same weight? Senior brother and the others can carry me, so why can't you? Why don't you reflect on whether you've been practicing hard these years? You can't even carry me. You were the one who wanted to take me away from the wedding hall. I didn't force you. If you have the guts, just send me back. Lin Yuexiang was furious, and she was on a rampage. When she came to her senses, she felt a little scared. Was Xie Ying going to beat her to death? However, to Lin Yuexiang's surprise, Xie Ying didn't attack her. Instead, she laughed. Lin Yuexiang. What do you want to do? Lin Yuexiang stared at her warily. I just think you look much more pleasant now than that delicate, pretentious, green tea girl look. But my hatred for you won't diminish in the slightest. Xie Ying shrugged. But don't worry. If I wanted to, I could crush you like an ant, but I won't kill you just yet. Just cooperate, and don't cause me any trouble. After saying this, Xie Ying didn't bother with Lin Yuexiang anymore. With a slight flick of her finger, a ray of green light flew out, binding her tightly while sealing her mouth. After dealing with Lin Yuexiang, Xie Ying sat down by the lake, sank her legs into the water, and revealed her snake tail, using the West Lake water to cool it down. Dragon Boat Festival was undoubtedly the day snake demons hated the most. Xiang had only used a tiny bit of her magic power, but she could clearly feel the uncontrollable heat in her body. Fortunately, the water of West Lake was cool enough to slightly ease her discomfort. Ji Heyuan, arriving late, was met with this scene. A young woman in a fiery red wedding dress sat by the lake, her rosy cheeks even more dazzling than the dress itself. Beneath her flaming red skirt, a lush, serpentine tail swayed gently in the water. It was a scene of unparalleled beauty, but Xie Ying's eyes were clear, devoid of any hint of allure, lending her an indescribable innocence. Ji Heyuan's gaze darkened, his Adam's apple moving uncontrollably. But he concealed his inner emotions perfectly. When he raised his head again, his eyes were calm, and he sat down beside Xie Ying quite naturally. Seeing Xie Ying's snake tail swaying incessantly from the heat, Ji Heyuan, possessing immortal-grade ice spiritual roots, instinctively wanted to use his spiritual power to cool her down. But after raising his hand, he belatedly realized he was a mere mortal, powerless. Shall he? It's all right. Ji Heyuan feigned indifference, and withdrew his hand. I already cooperated with you, junior sister, to wreck this marriage. What are your plans now? Waiting for someone. Who? Of course, Fa Hai, Bai Suzhen and Xuqing's nemesis. Xie Ying didn't know why the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall was forcing the 30 intruders to complete the story of the legend of the White Snake. But one thing was clear, the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall had no intention of giving them a chance to escape alive. If that's the case, then why should she continue to obediently follow the Eternal Night Temple instructions? She, Xie Ying, has never been one to obey orders. She is determined to completely alter the story of the legend of the White Snake, rendering it impossible for the Eternal Night Temple to alter the plot. She doesn't believe that after she's turned the drama inside the Eternal Night Temple upside down, the mysterious power behind it will remain in power. If this is all a play, then she destroy the stage. If someone is behind all this, then she tear it apart and crush it to pieces. In short, Xie Ying will never be a pawn. Chapter 145. Subdue the Demon. Namo Sadhata Shugate. The long, ancient chanting, accompanied by the sound of a wooden fish, was carried to the lakeside by the gentle breeze. A sharp, piercing pain in her head followed, and Xie Ying suddenly covered her ears, looking behind her and smiling slowly. Xiaohe, look. Fa Hai is coming. Ji Heyuan instinctively stood in front of Xie Ying. Within a moment, he saw two monks in robes approaching from behind the forested mountain. The young novice, who had always lagged behind the former, was clearly their old acquaintance, Guankong, but the other was a stranger. Helian Yao was now using the face of a Luyan Palace disciple. Ji Heyuan didn't recognize him, but his intuition, ingrained in him, made him subconsciously wary of the man before him. Guankong's eyes lit up when he saw Ji Heyuan and Xie Ying. He ignored his current identity, passing Fa Hai and quickly approaching them. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Ji. I finally found you. Buddhist Guankong. Xie Ying gave him a slight nod as a greeting, but her gaze passed him and landed on Helian Yao. Her intuition told her, this man was a bit dangerous. May I know where this fellow Taoist learned his skills? Luyan Palace Mu Yao. Helian Yao confidently introduced his fake identity, then raised his staff and pointed it at Xie Ying. But my current identity is the Zen master of Jinshan Temple. Fa Hai. Subduing demons and monsters is my mission. Young Master Zhang, please step aside. Without further words, Helian Yao made his position clear. Rather than collaborating with Xie Ying and the others to find a way out, he preferred to follow the arrangements of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. Complete the demon-slaying mission, seize the elixir, and leave this place openly. He chose a completely different path from Xie Ying and the others. Xie Ying's smile remained, but her eyes had turned cold. We're not on the same page, after all. She grabbed Ji Heyuan's clothes and tugged at him. After several attempts, she couldn't budge. Furious, she glared at him, her gaze clear. What are you doing standing here? You're a mortal, easily killed. Get behind me. Ji Heyuan glared back. I won't hide. I face this with you. Xie Ying, you're so stubborn. Shao He can't be as stupid as demon, can he? Seeing Ji Heyuan's insistence, Xie Ying said no more, only looking at Helian Yao with a colder gaze. The snake's tail, naturally drooping in the lake, stopped swaying and assumed an attacking stance. Its scales stood upright, like sharp knife tips flashing a chilling light. A demon from the Luyan Palace, yet you keep claiming to exorcise demons and monsters? How ridiculous. I want to see if you, a fake Fa Hai, can take this green snake demon of mine. Xiaohe, get out of the way. Xie Ying suddenly clapped her hands and flew up, her green snake tail wrapping around Ji Hyun's waist, hurling him and Guankong beside her to safety. She floated in midair, her tail swinging as her green scales pierced Helian Yao like arrows. Seeing this, Helian Yao calmly threw his demon-slaying golden bowl into the air. The small bowl instantly magnified several times, emitting a dazzling golden light that completely neutralized Xie Ying's attack. Not only that, even though she dodged in time, the bowl's dazzling light still burned her snake tail. A fiery red burn mark suddenly appeared on the lush green snake's tail, causing excruciating pain at the slightest touch. But Xie Ying was completely oblivious to this. With a flick of her hand, the Qinghong sword leaped into her palm. She raised her sword and slashed it down. The sword energy descended with overwhelming force, breaking through the Buddha's light and landing directly on the golden bowl with a resounding clang. A tiny crack appeared on the demon-subduing golden bowl. The high demon-subduing golden bowl had actually been cracked by Xie Ying's sword strike. Even Helian Yao, who had been so confident, finally changed his expression at this moment and hurriedly retracted the demon-subduing golden bowl. After seeing the obvious crack in the golden bowl, Helian Yao's face darkened even more than the darkness above. The champion of the competition, the master of the heart sword, truly lived up to his reputation. Without any spiritual power, she could strike with a sword. In her demon form, that could split mountains and seas, even damaging the Buddha's treasure, the demon-subduing golden bowl, one could only imagine the terrifying potential of Xie Ying. Helian Yao finally began to take the girl, not even 14 years old, in his eyes, a deep sense of dread welling up in his heart. If this woman can't help me, she will surely become the biggest obstacle on my path to immortality. A flash of murderous intent flashed across Helian Yao's eyes. This woman must not be spared, but by then, Xie Ying had already retreated to a safe area, where she was caught by the ever-prepared Ji Hyun. She had expended considerable mana in dealing with Helian Yao. Due to the combined influence of the plot and her current identity as a snake demon, Xie Ying had begun to struggle to control her human form. The cyan snake head and human face constantly intertwined and transformed, a scene that even Xie Ying herself found horrifying, but Ji Hyun acted as if he saw nothing, never loosening his grip on her hand from beginning to end. "Junior sister, he's here with ill intentions. Why don't you just transform back to your original form, and I take you away?" Great idea. Xie Ying wasn't the least bit pretentious. She thought the suggestion was brilliant, and immediately gave up trying to maintain her human form. With a flash of green light, she instantly transformed into a tiny green snake. With a swish, she slithered down Ji Hyun's sleeve. The unfamiliar, cool, yet soft touch of the snake's scales made Ji Hyun shiver. It was an indescribably strange feeling. Before Ji Hyun could even think, a small, green head emerged from his collar. Mung bean-sized eyes revealed a hint of naivete. The cool, snake-like tail curled loosely around his neck. Xie Ying, rearing up, sat on Ji Hyun's shoulder, spitting out her tongue. Shen Fuyu and the others had just arrived. She immediately spotted Xie Ying, now in her original form, sitting on Ji Hyun's shoulder. Although Xie Ying possessed a uniquely endearing demeanor, Shen Fuyu was still furious. She had only arrived a moment late, and Ah Ying had been beaten back to her true form. If she had been even a little later, would this Fahai have killed her beloved junior sister Ah Ying? "Hey! How dare you, you stinking bald donkey, hurt my junior sister? Give me your life." Another bald donkey in the crowd, Guankong, said, "I'm truly offended." Shen Fuyu, without hesitation, summoned the Ryuger sword and attacked Helian Yao. The Baisujan of the story possesses thousands of years of cultivation, unfazed by Buddhist treasures, and her strength is already on par with Fahai. Now that the demon-subduing golden bowl is damaged, and Shen Fuyu is attacking with renewed force, Helian Yao, whose strength is limited by the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, is gradually losing ground. Chapter 146. Seeing the demon-subduing golden bowl cracking during the fight with Shen Fuyu, Helian Yao finally gave up on his decision to kill Xie Ying just yet. He cast a deep glance at everyone, then decisively fled with the golden bowl and staff. Guankong, always a man of discernment, naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to follow Helian Yao, but instead decisively joined Xie Ying and the others. Hilarious. Even with a toe, you can tell which side is more reliable. Didn't you see how many people are on Xie Ying's side? Guankong, a Buddhist disciple with more cunning than a beehive, firmly believed, in this place, numbers are king. However, because of Xie Ying's previous outburst at the Zhang family wedding, Chiatang County is now full of people looking for them. Not to mention the Su family, they can't even return to Bowen Hall. These people may not say anything while watching the fun, but after the fun is over, a lot of trouble is bound to ensue. So the best solution was, just don't go back. Since Xiang had already completely distorted the original plot of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, it was impossible to continue as planned, so there was no need to worry about whether the plot would be further disrupted. Finally, everyone unanimously decided to head to a mansion in Qingba Gate, by Suzhen's private residence. At Xie Ying's request, the tightly bound Lin Yuexiang was also scooped up and taken along. After all, Lin Yuexiang and Xie Ying were sworn enemies. Xie Ying felt that if Lin Yuexiang wasn't taken away, she would definitely be picked up by Mu Yao from Liyuan Palace. Both of them had murderous intentions towards her. What good could they possibly accomplish by joining forces? Moreover, with Lin Yuexiang in her hands, she could even manipulate the emperor to control the other princes, without fear of Gu Qinghuai and his men disobeying. After Lin Yuexiang was taken away, Shen Fuyu used his magic to trap her in a courtyard, while the other dozen or so people gathered to discuss their next move. With the help of Shen Fuyu's magic, Xie Ying finally regained her half-human, half-snake form. She sat at the stone table, her long snake tail coiled, listening to Qin Lin Zhao recount all the events that had transpired in Xiantang County since they entered the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. Guankong also briefly recounted the situation at Jinshan Temple. One of my two senior brothers is now the abbot of Jinshan Temple, and the other, like me, is a disciple of Fa Hai. I am Ningshan, and he is Ninghui. But this time, Mu Yao only brought me down the mountain. Now that I have openly supported fellow Daoists, I have lost Mu Yao's trust. I'm afraid I can't return to Jinshan Temple. It's okay. Knowing that my two senior brothers are still there will make things easier. After meeting the Buddhist disciple Guankong today, Xie Ying suddenly realized a crucial piece of information she had previously overlooked. Since Yinin had assigned her the side quest help the Buddhist disciple Guankong successfully seize the inheritance of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, it's conceivable that this inheritance must be related to Buddhism. In the entire legend of the White Snake, the only figure most closely associated with Buddhism is Fa Hai. Therefore, Xie Ying speculated that the mysterious power behind the operation of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall might come from this Zen master Fa Hai. Even if it is not, it must be related to Jinshan Temple. Perhaps the solution lies within Jinshan Temple. What do you want to do, fellow Daoist Xie? I want to explore Jinshan Temple. It would be much easier if my two senior brothers from the Buddhist sect could help me. But Jinshan Temple is a sacred Buddhist site. Ah Ing, you're a demon now. Can you truly withstand the Buddha's light? Nothing ventured, no gain. If we can uncover the secret of this Eternal Night Buddhist Hall and successfully decipher it, a minor burning from the Buddha's light will be nothing. Shen Fuyu frowned, still feeling it was too risky. However, I go. After all, I cultivated for 1,000 years, and I'm not afraid of the Buddha's light from Jinshan Temple. It's precisely because you, senior sister, are the most powerful among us right now that we can't take such risks. Xie Ying remained unwavering, her eyes determined as if she were about to join the party. I go. After saying this, she keenly noticed that everyone else, save Shen Fuyu, Qin Lin Zhao, and Guankong, was feeling somewhat down. She knew why without even thinking. They had all been the best of their respective sects and families, but after being trapped in the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, they had become powerless mortals. No one, no matter who they were, would truly accept such a disparity. To prevent this emotion from affecting her future plans, Xie Ying cleared her throat. Fellow Taoists, if anything unexpected happens after I arrive at Jinshan Temple, I hope you can assist my senior sister in forcing her way back into the temple. Since we already made such a fuss, why not just turn it upside down? Could it be any worse than this? By the time all the plans had been agreed upon, the Dragon Boat Festival had quietly passed, and Xie Ying's snake tail had silently transformed back into legs. She wasted no time. Under the pretext of revenge, she charged directly into Jinshan Temple, single-handedly with her sword. The natural outcome was that she was subdued by a group of eminent monks and, as a matter of course, thrown into the demon prison. Yes, Xie Ying had done it on purpose. After all, if she wanted to openly investigate Jinshan Temple for any secrets, the best way was to reside there. She had 2 accomplices within the temple, so she wasn't afraid of being unable to escape the demon prison. However, upon entering the demon prison, Xie Ying discovered that it already held a beautiful red fox demon. This red fox demon was none other than Yun Mei, who had fallen into the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall with Helian Yao. Yun Mei's identity hadn't changed much. She had always been a red fox demon, but her spiritual power had been lost. Due to plot constraints, she had been reduced from a powerful fox demon with profound cultivation to a mere human form, a small fox demon with limited magical powers. The first thing Yun Mei did after waking from the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall was to search for Helian Yao. Despite her efforts, she finally found Hellion Yao. But before she could even say a word, he used the golden demon subduing bowl to capture her and throw her into the demon prison. Yunmei had been imprisoned in the demon prison for as many days as the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall had been open. The demon prison not only suppressed the magical power of demons, but also silently absorbed it, transforming it into the power that powered the prison. By the time Xia Ying was imprisoned, Yunmei's limited magical power had been nearly drained. She could barely maintain her human form, her furry fox tail hanging loosely over her body. Xia Ying couldn't resist and touched it, her eyes lighting up. This big fox is so soft. It's so good to rub it. Chapter 147. Yunmei, who had been dozing off, suddenly snapped open her eyes, the hair on her tail standing on end. How dare you? Who dares to touch my tail? She swung her tail angrily, sending fox fur all over Xia Ying's face. Xia Ying quickly stepped back. Foxes are fun to rub, but the shedding is truly annoying. Who are you? Why are you molesting me? Yunmei was once a dazzling beauty, but now, without her magical powers, she felt so weak that she seemed poised to revert to her original form. Her furry fox ears peeked out from her dark hair, trembling slightly as she spoke, adding a touch of endearment to her. Are you fellow Taoist Yun from Liyun Palace? Thanks to Yunmei's glance from beneath her fox tail, Xia Ying finally saw her face and recognized her. Who are you? Xia Ying from the Xiaoyao sect. Yunmei's eyes widened slightly. The champion of the human sect competition? How did you get captured here too? It's a long story, so to cut to the chase, I was captured by Mu Yao from your Liyun Palace. Oh yes, his current name is Fa Hai. Although Xia Ying appeared carefree, she was actually quite cunning, and what she told Yunmei was a mixture of truth and falsehood. After all, Mu Yao from Liyun Palace clearly wasn't on the same page as them, so Yunmei naturally wouldn't trust him easily. What if he was an undercover agent, sent into the demon prison by Mu Yao to trick her into revealing her secrets? Although Yunmei's current state of distress made that unlikely, it was important to be cautious. What about you? Mu Yao should be your junior fellow apprentice, right? Were you also captured by him? Yes. Speaking of this, Yunmei's already subdued mood plummeted even further, and the fox ears on her head drooped. He didn't mean it. He's now the Zen master Fa Hai, so of course he's here to vanquish demons. Hearing this familiar soothing rhetoric, Xia Ying's heart skipped a beat. Oh my god. Could this striking beauty Yunmei be in love? Who said that? When he's out in the world, his identity is his own. If he doesn't want to be the demon-slaying Fa Hai, is there someone holding a knife to his neck to force him to do so? Sister, I suspect he's been harassing you. What do you mean by way? Yunmei stared blankly at Xia Ying, bewildered. For a long moment, she couldn't connect the girl before her with the rumored leader. Yunmei had seen Xia Ying from afar before, when they had entered the secret realm together. She wore a flowing green dress, her black hair billowing. Her slender figure exuded an air of unstoppable momentum. Yunmei had assumed that Xia Ying, who had defeated so many talented individuals and taken the top spot, must be a powerful, aloof, and mysteriously beautiful girl. She was the kind of cool, domineering goddess, who saw no one else in her eyes except for cultivation and the possibility of defeating her opponent. But who could explain to her why the leader before her was so down to earth, even a bit naive? For the first time, Yunmei felt that she might have misunderstood human cultivators. Xia Ying didn't want to waste time explaining to Yunmei that KTV was actually PUA, because she felt Yunmei would definitely ask, what? It's okay. I think I should let go of my compulsion to help others and respect their fate. Yunmei refused to accept this. No, you have to explain to me today what this means. Otherwise, her heart would feel like a cat scratching, aching with anxiety. I just feel like you've been deceived. Mu Yao might not like you, so he threw you into the demon prison without hesitation. That's it? What did I think? Yunmei rolled her eyes speechlessly. I don't really like him, either. Fellow Taoist Xia, you may have some misunderstandings about the female cultivators of our Liyun Palace. To us, men are merely partners, and tools for dual cultivation to improve our strength. Mu Yao. Yunmei paused. Although she was a little upset that Hellion Yao had thrown her into the demon prison, she ultimately didn't reveal his true identity. At best, it's the best dual cultivation partner I ever met. Xia Ying hadn't expected such a turn of events, and her eyes lit up. Life is precious, but love is even more precious. If you want to ascend, can you abandon both? Yes. That's exactly what you mean. Yunmei, holding on to her spirit, spoke to Xia Ying for so long, her fox-like features growing more and more apparent. She was about to revert to her original form, when Xiang struck her with a burst of magical power, solidifying her form. How come your magical power isn't suppressed by the demon prison? Of course, it's because I have a secret weapon. Xiang raised her hand, her sleeve sliding down to reveal the ancient-looking Bodhi beads on her wrist. This was a spiritual artifact that Guan Kong had carried with him since entering Brahma Temple. It had long been imbued with Buddha nature through the days and nights of chanting and worshipping with Guan Kong. The beads were spiritual, and even though Xiang couldn't control them, they still protected her according to her master's will. With the protection of the Buddhist beads, the Buddha's light from the demon prison, and even the entire Jinshan temple will naturally no longer affect Xiang. Yunmei was about to say something else when she heard footsteps overhead. Then, the door to the demon prison opened just wide enough for one person to pass through, and a gleaming head poked through. It was one of Guan Kong's two senior brothers. Zen Master Guan Xian. Fellow Daoist Xie? Are you here? I'm here. Xiang responded excitedly. Senior brother Guan Xian, you're finally here. What's the situation outside? Don't worry, brother Xie. Senior brother Guan Ji is now the abbot of Jinshan Temple. With him mediating, we just need to be careful and avoid being discovered by Mu Yao. Fellow Daoist Xie, please follow me. I take you out right away. The two men spoke as if they were alone, completely ignoring Yunmei, the fox demon. Watching Xiang disappear into the demon prison in a flash, the door quickly closing, Yunmei was so shocked she was speechless. Is this the status expected of a leader? Even Xiang from Jinshan Temple has connections? As much as she hated to admit it, Yunmei had to admit that human cultivators were indeed much more united than their demon race. Besides anything else, it was impossible for their demon race's leader to have such good relationships. Oh right, who was their demon race's leader? Yunmei pondered for a long time but couldn't remember, and finally decided to give up. After all, no one in their demon race was subservient to anyone else. I heard that the demon sect's former young leader, who never showed up, was a figure that commanded the respect of all the demons. Unfortunately, after the demon sect suffered a disaster, this incredibly talented young master disappeared, and now no one knows whether he's dead or alive. Yunmei leaned against the cold wall, thinking about the demon clan. Beneath her, a golden magic circle whirled rapidly. The little mana Xiang had given her was quickly depleted, and Yunmei lost consciousness within the magic circle, transforming into her original form. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered Xiang had returned without her knowing, holding something in her arms. Chapter 148. When did you come back? Yunmei tried to straighten herself up, but as she did, she saw a pair of red paws with hints of snow-white fur in front of her. Yunmei? ? She was just being beaten back to her true form like that? So angry, the big fox sat down on the ground, sulking without restraint. Its furry tail swung in front of Xiang, making her feel itchy and tingly. Then, the next second, Xiang grabbed that big tail and rubbed it hard. Ah! It feels so good. Yunmei's fur exploded again. Why are you molesting me again? I didn't molest you. Xiang withdrew her hand, her eyes clear and frank. I just thought your fox tail was so pretty, and I couldn't help but touch it. If you care, I'd let you touch mine too. Before she finished speaking, Xiang transformed her legs back into snake tails and brought them directly to Yunmei. The implication was clear. You can touch it now. Yunmei, She wagged her tail and curled her limbs. No, you're not a true demon, so you don't know. A demon's true form can't be touched casually. Okay, then I won't touch it next time. Yunmei choked. She hadn't expected Xiang to admit her mistake so smoothly, which only made her seem a bit fussy. Xiang didn't care about these details. She simply thought the fox tail was pretty and admired it. It was precisely because Yunmei's personality was somewhat to her liking that Xiang had returned to find her. The situation at Jinshan Temple was not much different from what she had expected. However, Guanxin and Guanji, due to their current status, were subject to the stares of other monks wherever they went. Therefore, Xiang felt she needed a helping hand. Sister Yumei, do you want to leave the Eternal Night Temple? Are you talking nonsense? Then you can cooperate with me, but that would mean you'd be betraying Mu Yao. After all, he and I are now on completely different sides. Yunmei's ears twitched slightly, and she quickly asked the question that most interested her. If I work with you, how confident are you that we can successfully leave the Eternal Night Temple? 50%, half success, half failure. It all depends on whether Sister Yun dares to take the gamble with me. In reality, after her experience at Jinshan Temple, Xiang felt at least 70% confident, but facing a partner she wasn't very familiar with, she remained reserved. But Yunmei didn't disappoint Xie Ying's intentional olive branch. She made her decision without much hesitation. Okay, I cooperate with you. Tell me, what do you want me to do? A quarter of an hour later, a red fox with a small golden Buddha hanging from its neck, taking cover in the trees, darted swiftly through Jinshan Temple. Yunmei's furry fox face was filled with a coldness that made the small golden Buddha around her neck seem completely out of place. To be honest, when Xiang opened her arms to reveal the golden Buddha and then unintentionally hung it around her neck, Yunmei had a moment of regret about cooperating. This golden object was too incompatible with her cool and beautiful demeanor. But in the end, Yunmei relented and accepted, because Xiang had told her this golden Buddha was a Buddhist artifact borrowed from Zen Master Guanji, and it could help her block the Buddha's light from Jinshan Temple. Yunmei hadn't had a chance to show her true potential since entering the Eternal Night Buddhist Temple before she was thrown into the demon prison, where she spent days in a state of cowardice. She had long since had enough of this one-sided oppression. So even though she found the golden Buddha tacky, she wore it without hesitation. After all, it was truly effective. Xiang and Yunmei split up, centered around the demon prison, transformed into their original forms, and headed in opposite directions, conducting a thorough investigation of Jinshan Temple. Guan Xian explained. In the afternoon, two wandering Taoists approached Jinshan Temple and offered to help Mu Yao, offering to help him descend the mountain to exorcise the demons. Mu Yao naturally wouldn't refuse such an offer of help. The three of them quickly reached a consensus and headed down the mountain to the private residence of Bai Suzhen of the Qingbo sect. Therefore, Mu Yao was not in the temple at the moment, making this the perfect time for Xiang and Yunmei to explore Jinshan Temple with impunity. The two of them moved swiftly, quickly sweeping the vast temple thoroughly. In the end, only one place remained unexplored. The Bodhi Pagoda, where the relics of the deceased Jinshan Temple's great monks were enshrined on the back mountain. The Bodhi Pagoda, filled with the relics of countless eminent monks, was the most intensely imbued with the Buddha's aura within the entire Jinshan Temple. And yet, this very place, so solemn and awe-inspiring that it should be untouched by any demon or devil, was the only place in Jinshan Temple that showed them kindness. The moment Xiang and Yunmei approached the Bodhi Pagoda, a golden Buddha's aura enveloped them. But the imagined burning sensation did not manifest, replaced by a warmth. Xiang felt as if she were lying in the spring sunshine, her entire body warm from the inside out. Yunmei's eyes widened in disbelief, for she could clearly sense that, enveloped by this Buddha's light, the little magical power she had lost in the demon prison was rapidly returning. No way? Hasn't it always been said that Buddha and demons cannot coexist? Compared to Yunmei's surprise, Xie Ying's expression seemed remarkably calm. Xiang wasn't surprised at all. Buddhas save all living beings, and demons are also living beings. Given this, there should be no discrimination in our treatment of all things in the world. Those who are enshrined in the Bodhi Pagoda are naturally true Buddhas. True Buddhas treat all living things with equal compassion. Xiang felt that she had finally found the weakness of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. This absurd drama orchestrated by the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall should finally come to an end. Down the mountain, Qingbo Gate. The West Lake, usually tranquil year-round, was convulsed by the battle between Shenfuyu and the other three. Shenfuyu, dressed in purple and sporting a slightly protruding belly, soared above the lake, wielding a Ryauger sword. Opposite her stood Helian Yao, clad in a monk's robe, and a man and woman in gray Taoist robes. These two were Gong Xian and her Taoist companion. At first, Gong Xian was simply jealous of Xiang, hoping to gain advantage from her. Later, upon discovering that Xiang was a direct disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, this jealousy instantly transformed into deep fear. She feared Xiang's excellence, and even more so, she feared that Xiang would bear a grudge against her over a minor past conflict, and use the sect's influence to suppress her. So Gong Xian decided to strike first. If she could eliminate Xiang, the thing she feared would never happen. Besides, even the heavens were on her side. In the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, she is a Taoist and Xiang is a demon. In this contest, she will definitely win. Chapter 149. Gong Xian was utterly confident that the appearance of the Eternal Night Buddhist Temple was a heaven-sent opportunity for her. A chance to eliminate Xiang and put an end to her future troubles. But she hadn't expected Shenfuyu, with his millennia of cultivation, to be so formidable. Even with three of them against one, they still couldn't subdue him. If word got out, it would be truly humiliating. The four of them engaged in a mid-air duel. A row of heads popped out from the bushes on the shore, Guankong's salted egg-shaped head standing out as a particularly impressive sight. Mo Yin deftly took out the roasted melon seeds he bought in Chiatang County and distributed them one by one. The group gathered to watch the show and chat. Who do you think will win, fellow Taoists? It has to be my third junior sister. Imoyan was a complete Xiaoyao sect boaster. Didn't you see that the three of them combined couldn't defeat Fu Yu? That's because Aang wasn't here. If Aang had joined Fu Yu, wouldn't they have been completely wiped out? Junior brother Imoyan is right. Yes. Su Yinji and Qin Lin Zhao were each more frugal with their words than the other, making them appear particularly confident and arrogant. Everyone, is this kind of confidence a tradition of the Xiaoyao sect? Why are they all so confident? Meanwhile, the battle over West Lake had reached a fever pitch, but Shen Fuyu showed no signs of retreat. As Helian Yaohui clashed with Shen Fuyu, his shock and astonishment deepened. He had originally thought that the emergence of a 13-year-old leader, like Xie Ying from the previously unknown Xiaoyao sect, was merely a fluke. But now, after fighting with Shen Fuyu, Helian Yao realized that he had underestimated the Xiaoyao sect. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect seemed to possess a natural advantage in combat. They execute each move with such ease that they belie the inexperienced disciples of the sect. The 9 major sects prioritize the growth and development of their disciples. To avoid the tragedy of untimely death of a genius, they generally only allow disciples above the Jindan stage to carry out missions alone. Even when disciples in the Foundation establishment stage depart from the sect on missions, they travel in teams of 2 or more, and the sect will not assign them dangerous missions above 2 stars. But the Xiaoyao sect is different. While they care about their disciples' safety, they prioritize their growth even more. Thus, once they reach Foundation establishment, every disciple of the Xiaoyao sect can choose to train outside the sect or accept a mission from the mission hall. It's no exaggeration to say that while the disciples of the 9 major sects are still practicing routinely within the comfort zone created for them by their masters and sects, the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect have already experienced countless life-or-death struggles. Such starkly different training methods naturally reveal a stark difference at this point. Helian Yao's initial focus on eliminating Xie Ying quickly shifted to eliminating the Xiaoyao sect. Helian Yao had no doubt that the Xiaoyao sect would be the biggest obstacle to his domination of the entire cultivation world. However, the Xiaoyao sect held deep roots within the world, and if he wanted to eliminate it openly and honestly, he would have to proceed gradually. Just as Helian Yao was contemplating how to bring down the Xiaoyao sect, the inky night sky suddenly descended upon them, engulfing everyone in boundless darkness. Tick, tick. Shen Fuyu awoke to a shower of icy snow. Melted water dripped down the eaves, hitting her face, sending a chill that seeped through her skin and into her bones. She opened her eyes, dazed, and gazed at the vast expanse of white. She instinctively raised her hand to wipe the snow from her face, but paused abruptly when she saw the back of her hand. This was the hand of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Could it be? She had traveled back in time, and Shen Fuyu wasn't the only one trapped in this predicament. The moment darkness descended, the 30 people who had entered the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall fell into different illusions. Without exception, they were all transported back to the darkest part of their lives, the part of their past they least wanted to recall. At this moment, Xie Ying, wearing a loose blue and white school uniform, sat at her desk, her face agonized as she stared at the math test before her. Known functions, blah blah blah. Why? Why, even after entering the immortal realm, could she still not escape the ravages of mathematics? Please, please. Please, please. Xie Ying angrily kicked over the desk and began to crawl madly, darkly and twistedly. The math problems that had tormented her sleepless nights during her student days, nearly causing her to lose all her hair and become bald, were now finally ripped into countless pieces by her devilish claws, falling like snowflakes. Ha ha ha. Xie Ying laughed heartily. I finished the exam a long time ago. You want me to go through it again? No way. I wonder who can force me to do more math problems. I wonder who can control me. Xie Ying's laughter grew more frantic, and the bright and clean classroom completely crumbled in its laughter. Congratulations to player Xie Ying for successfully overcoming her inner demons. The hoarse voice that had first landed her in the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall rang out again. A flash of white light passed, and Xie Ying was surprised to find that her clothes had returned to her original azure robes, and her previously suppressed spiritual power had been restored. 3 roads opened before her. Xie Ying stood at the fork in the road, pondering. Before she could make a decision, Yinyin spoke. Host, take the middle path. Guankong Buddha is on that path. Okay. I go. She wouldn't refuse any of Yinin's assigned tasks, whether main or side quests, as long as she could complete them. After all, who could complain about too much reward? Some of Yinin's rewards, while seemingly unreliable, always proved to be incredibly valuable in unexpected moments. Xiaoying still didn't know the true nature of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall heritage, but it wasn't hard to guess. It all came down to Buddha. She couldn't understand why Lin Yuexiang coveted a Buddhist inheritance. Could it be that Lin Yuexiang was planning to abandon Taoism and cultivate Zen? Xiaoying didn't see her as someone who could achieve a pure mind. Xiaoying continued along the central path, and soon saw a familiar pink figure standing before a large ball of light. It was Lin Yuexiang. She took out a top-grade concealing talisman and applied it to her body, concealing her form and aura. She quietly stood behind Lin Yuexiang. Lin Yuexiang, who was communicating with the senior in the bracelet, was completely unaware of this. She stared eagerly at the ball of light before her for confirmation. "Senior, are you serious? If I only obtain this inheritance, can I truly achieve divine transformation?" "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Chapter 150. At first, these words sounded reassuring, but Lin Yuexiang, who had heard them countless times, felt a pang in her heart. She felt a chill in her heart, as if her enthusiasm had been extinguished by a cold shower. "Senior, you haven't lied to me, but so far, I haven't gained much from following your instructions." "Senior bracelet, Previous ones were accidents, but this time, there will be no mistakes. Xiaoying, the only person who could disrupt the situation, must still be trapped in her inner demons. This is a perfect opportunity for you to strike." "But I can't get in. Since Guankong is undergoing the test inside, you naturally can't enter. But if Guankong fails, you have your chance." "Girl, don't you have a magical harp that can confuse people's minds and lure them into obsession? Why not put it to use now?" Lin Yuexiang understood Senior Bracelet's hint immediately, and a slight smile curled the corners of her lips. Senior Dai Tian is truly thoughtful. The figure in the bracelet, known as Dai Tian, chuckled softly and said nothing more. Lin Yuexiang's mind stirred, and a blue light flashed in her hand. A 7-stringed harp, shrouded in wisps of black energy and emitting an ominous aura, suddenly appeared in her grasp. Lin Yuexiang placed her hand on the strings, about to pluck a stroke, when a slender, white hand suddenly rested on her shoulder from behind, a cool breath brushing against the crook of her neck. "Hey! What evil plans are you hatching?" Lin Yuexiang leaped 3 feet high, nearly dropping the magic harp in her hands. She herself was nearly frightened to death by the sudden sound. Turning around and seeing that it was Xiaoying who had frightened her, Lin Yuexiang was furious. "Xiaoying, why are you everywhere? We have no grudges, so why do you always go against me? If you like Gu Qinghuai, can't I just give him back to you?" Hey, stop it. Lin Yuexiang, you can question my character, but you must not insult my taste. Xiaoying's face was filled with disgust. "I'm a normal person, how could I like trash? Just keep locking up. Respect, bless you." Lin Yuexiang was so angry she was speechless. "Just because you don't like trash, does that mean I deserve to be with it forever?" She wanted to yell back, but she knew she couldn't win, and in the end, she would only bring humiliation upon herself. So, there was nothing more to say to Xiaoying. Lin Yuexiang, shattering her usual delicate and gentle demeanor, her eyes filled with fury. With a flick of her hand, she held the magic harp steady, grasped the strings with 3 fingers, and aimed at Xiaoying, pulling and releasing them fiercely. The sharp blade pierced the air, striking at Xiaoying with lightning speed. Xiaoying shifted slightly, and with a flick of her wrist, she gently waved her bibbo fan, neutralizing all of her attacks. "Interesting. I didn't realize you were a music cultivator. There are so many things you wouldn't expect. Xiaoying, I had no intention of becoming your enemy, but you just keep ruining my plans. You can't blame me for being ruthless." Lin Yuexiang's beautiful face was filled with a deep sense of ruthlessness, and her fingertips never stopped plucking the strings. Not only that, she also pulled out various powerful weapons she had hidden for a long time, clearly determined to keep Xiaoying here forever. "Xiaoying, go to hell." Outside the ball of light, Xiaoying was engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Yuexiang, trying to prevent her from disturbing Guankong. Within the ball of light, a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere reigned. Guankong was hailed as a son of Buddha, so his Buddha nature was naturally more than just a facade. To Guankong now, that so-called inner demon was nothing more than a bitter experience from his childhood, before he even entered Brahma Temple. And without Lin Yuexiang deliberately disrupting him this time, using the sounds of the magic harp to entice him into a demonic state, Guankong quickly emerged from that experience. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a vast expanse of warm and peaceful golden Buddha light. Behind this expanse of light lay the shadowy figures of indistinct Buddha statues. Guankong's eyes flickered slightly, sensing a faint hint of something unusual. He glanced away, then pulled out his wooden fish and gently struck it. Knock, knock, knock. Amidst the dull clatter of the wooden fish, an ethereal, still sound echoed through the void. When the wind blows, the flag flutters. Is it the wind or the flag? The wind hasn't moved, the flag hasn't moved, it's the benevolent heart that moves. Guankong's hands continue to move, answering steadily. All appearances are false. If one sees all appearances as non-appearances, then one is the Tathagata. Are demons good or evil? Doing good is good, doing evil is evil. Good and evil are a matter of a single thought, yet there is no distinction between humans, demons, or devils. All beings are equal, and the Buddha saves all. The phantoms behind the Buddha's light spoke one after another, discussing Zen with Guankong, but Guankong remained unfazed. He never considered right or wrong, he simply followed his intuition. The Buddhas above examine his heart. Guankong, are your 6 senses pure? Amitabha, a monk does not lie. This poor monk has desires, and greed for money, so naturally I cannot be considered pure in the 6 senses. Guankong openly admitted that, as a monk, he was greedy for money, and he didn't consider it a fault at all. Everyone says that a monk should be pure in the 6 senses, free from desires and demands. But who can truly achieve this? Even the Almighty Buddha, can he truly transcend the mundane world? He revered his Buddha, but he didn't blindly follow the Buddha's precepts. Whether he was a human or a Buddha, Guankong had his own standard in mind. After Guankong finished speaking, there was no response in the void for a long time, only the tok-tok sound of Guankong striking the wooden fish. After an unknown amount of time, the voice finally echoed in the void again. If you have done good deeds all your life, never killing any living being, but just as you are about to complete your merits, you make a mistake and must choose one person to sacrifice in order to protect the lives of the people of a city, what would you choose? This poor monk would choose to sacrifice himself. Guankong said without hesitation, the life of one person is as important as the lives of the entire city. There is no distinction between high and low. I am only a humble monk. I have no right to decide the life and death of others. Even the law of nature cannot arbitrarily decide the life and death of anyone. The only thing I can decide is my own life and death. What if you have already accidentally killed someone? The mistake has been made. There is no point in dwelling on it. Guankong clasped his hands together and slowly chanted a Buddhist verse. Amitabha, if I can take it, I can also let it go. Guankong's thoughts and words were all his truest thoughts. He simply treated this as a discussion of Zen enlightenment, unconcerned with winning or losing, simply expressing his true feelings. Guankong's behavior embodied a clear and pure mind, a genuine and open mind. This was also the true reason why the Buddhas chose Guankong after the Buddha's light. There was no more movement after the Buddha's light, but the Buddha figures merged with the light before him, and slowly disappeared into Guankong's body. The moment the last ray of Buddha's light sank into the center of his eyebrows, a voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 151. May your body, when you attain Bodhi, be like glass, clear and bright inside and out, pure and spotless. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the side quest. Help the Buddhist disciple Guankong successfully seize the inheritance of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. The quest reward is now being distributed to the host. Tang Sanzang's cassock. Reward distributed. The moment the system notification chimed in Xie Ying's ears, she raised an eyebrow and kicked Lin Yuexiang in the chest. Alright, I'm done with you. She used all her strength in this kick, sending Lin Yuexiang's ultimate weapon flying before she could even use it. It traced a graceful parabola through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. As expected, you're the heroine. Your parabola is even more beautiful than others. Xie Ying slowly swung her bibbo fan in front of Lin Yuexiang. As she bent down, Lin Yuexiang suddenly looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood at her. Huh? Why are you so careless? Xie Ying dodged swiftly, glancing at her with disdain. This is the new dress my senior sister made me. Are you going to pay for it if it gets dirty? Lin Yuexiang's eyes were bloodshot, and she was so angry she could barely breathe. She, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, the last disciple of Master Mukin of the Yuntian sect, couldn't afford to pay for a dress? But what infuriated her even more was Xie Ying's attitude. Just now, with the help of those magic weapons, she had been able to engage in a back-and-forth battle with Xie Ying for several rounds. Lin Yuexiang had thought she finally been able to face Xie Ying to her full potential, and with Senior Daitian's help, she could have given Xie Ying a convincing defeat. But now she suspected that Xie Ying hadn't even shown her true strength before. You were just teasing me, weren't you? Oh my! You caught me. Xie Ying looked regretful. Looks like my acting skills still have a lot of room for improvement. Puff. Lin Yuexiong spat out another mouthful of blood, glaring at Xie Ying. You're going too far. Yeah, so what? You can bully me if you dare. Xie Ying glanced at her, then picked up the scattered treasures one by one and stuffed them into her waist bag. The 7-string magic harp, a wonderful item, mine. The willow jade dart, mine. The dream-weaving silk, mine too. Severe chest pain, feeling as if her whole body was falling apart, Lin Yuexiong could only lie on the ground, watching Xie Ying store all the treasures she had painstakingly collected into her storage bag one by one. At this moment, the pain in her heart far outweighed the pain in her body. Xie Ying. Stop, stop! Stop it! Ahem. That's all mine. Mine. What's yours, his? Whatever falls into my hands is mine. Xie Ying gave a provocative smile. If you want it, then come and take it yourself. You? Instead of being humiliated by you like this, you might as well just kill me. Lin Yuexiong had truly had enough. If Xie Ying continued to humiliate her like this, she would go mad before she could even achieve immortality. It would be better. It would be easier to just kill her. Ah. I want to kill you too, but now is really not the right time. Xie Ying shook her head regretfully, and said nothing more to Lin Yuexiong. Lin Yuexiong owed her original owner a life debt, and to settle this karmic relationship, she must kill her. But before she could do that, she had to eliminate all the supporting characters who had been captivated by her allure. Otherwise, even if she killed her, the world would crumble. Not only would her efforts have been in vain, but most importantly, all those she cherished would vanish into the vast river of time and space along with the collapse of this small world. This was an outcome Xie Ying absolutely could not accept. Lin Yuexiong naturally didn't understand the deeper meaning behind Xie Ying's words. To her, she believed Xie Ying simply wanted to keep her alive, so she could continue to humiliate her. Hence, her hatred for Xie Ying only deepened. Thank you, fellow Taoist. As the inheritance passed into Guankong's hands, the enormous ball of light vanished, and the figure of Guankong's Buddhist disciple appeared. Buddha Guankong, it seems everything is going well. Thanks to fellow Taoist Xie for protecting me from the outside, I am able to do so. I thank you. It's just a small favor. Xie Ying waved her hand nonchalantly. If you really want to thank me, why not help me find out where I can get the ancient dragon scales? Ancient dragon scales? Guankong paused in thought. I made a note. If I have any information, I pass it on to fellow Taoist Xie as soon as possible. The two chatted privately, neither of them glancing at Lin Yuexiong, who lay on the ground. Guankong had received the inheritance, and needed to slowly transform the Buddha's light that had entered his body into his own. With Xie Ying by his side, Guankong sat down peacefully and entered into a state of meditation. Xie Ying then had time to summon Yinin. She had originally thought that as long as she obtained the inheritance, she could leave the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. So, after she and Yunmei discovered the special nature of the Bodhi Pagoda, she smashed down the pagoda door with a single blow of her axe. In an instant, darkness enveloped the entire Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. But the current situation. Yinin, Guankong Buddha has already received the inheritance of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, so why hasn't the exit appeared yet? Host, I never said that obtaining the inheritance would guarantee a way out. You must explore the path out of the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall on your own. Xie Ying? Question mark. We are connected by heart, and you're playing tricks on me? A gentle reminder to the host, Yinin is just a system, and systems don't have hearts. Xie Ying, forget it. If I trust you again, I'd be a dog. Xie Ying unilaterally severed contact with Yinin, pulled a small stool from her storage bag, and sat down next to Guankong Buddha. Since we're here, we make the best of it. Just wait a little longer. In the inner demon's illusion, Ji Heyuan, clad in white ritual robes and a custom-made silver mask, sat with his eyes closed on the altar of the shrine. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair, and the sunlight bathed his body in a golden glow, making him appear ethereal and unattainable, like an immortal. But a closer look revealed that beneath the vast, snow-white ritual vestments, his hands and feet were bound with 1,000-year-old black iron chains. He appeared mysterious and sacred to the cultivators, the young master of the demon sect, a figure with a connection to the heavens. But in reality, he was merely a puppet imprisoned here because of his bloodline gift, deprived of his freedom and unable to escape until his death. His bloodline gift, his uniqueness, had become the greatest shackles that trapped him in this tiny space. When Ji Heyuan opened his eyes and saw this simple, snow-capped dwelling, he was still stunned. He gently moved his hands and feet, only to hear the long-lost rustling of chains. He paused. Is this the demon sect's divine tower? Chapter 152. At that moment, Ji Huyuan felt a bit dazed. Xiang and several of his senior brothers and sisters had helped decorate his residence in the Xiaoyao sect. The verdant bamboo hut was filled with various ornate screens, tables, chairs, and beds sent by his third senior sister. The courtyard was planted with various precious spiritual plants transplanted from his own garden by his second senior brother. To facilitate his sword practice, his eldest senior brother had even handcrafted a set of plum blossom stakes and placed them in the courtyard. The windowsill and bedside were filled with various strange and eccentric gadgets Xiang had given him. Although the bamboo hut was small, it exuded vitality and warmth everywhere. Life in the Xiaoyao sect was exciting and joyful, and Ji Huyuan had long since stopped thinking about the days he had been trapped in the demon sect's divine tower. But now, looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar room, empty, cold, and devoid of any human touch. This was the demon sect. They feared and revered his abilities, exalting him to a high altar and worshipping him, yet they forbade him from stepping down, much less allowing him to express any emotion. His hands and feet were bound by 4 black iron chains, and his own innate abilities confined him to freedom. After 6 months, Ji Huyuan returned to this cold, icy divine tower, his mind uncontrollably recollecting memories he had deliberately sealed deep within his heart. In reality, he was a half-demon. His biological father was Su Yang, the patriarch of the White Crane clan and the leader of the demon sect. The White Crane, born with spirituality, was more likely to grasp the Tao's potential than other demons. This was how his biological father had fought his way through the fiercely competitive demon tribe and successfully established the demon sect, a sect on par with the 9 great sects of the human race. And this success was also largely due to the help of Ji Huyuan's mother. He took his mother's surname. His mother was a descendant of the ancient Wu clan, and with a special bloodline, he was born with the ability to communicate with the heavenly Tao and peer into its secrets. This incredible ability was passed down through generations. But precisely because of this ability to peer into the secrets of the heavens, the Wu clan suffered a backlash and curse from the heavenly Tao. No one with Wu bloodline would live long. Ji Huyuan, half White Crane blood, half Wu blood, naturally inherited the Wu clan's abilities and curse. While the Wu clan didn't reject Ji Huyuan, a half-demon, they also had no expectations. Who could have known that such a child, so little appreciated by the Wu clan, would actually become the most gifted of their kind to date? Not only that, at the age of 3, Ji Huyuan awakened his gift of word spirit. Since the end of the ancient times, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth withered, word spirit masters have completely disappeared. But then a child born into the Wu clan possessed the gift of word spirit. In the eyes of the Wu clan, Ji Huyuan was a heaven-sent hope, a turning point for their Wu clan. From that moment on, the Wu clan's attitude toward Ji Huyuan underwent a drastic change. They unreservedly taught Ji Huyuan all of their clan's secret arts, and it was during that time that Ji Huyuan sustained the hidden injuries. Due to repeated practice of such heaven-defying secret arts as peeping into the heavens, his still young body simply could not withstand the backlash of these practices. Over time, these irreversible hidden injuries were left within his body. His mother was a loving and caring mother, but unfortunately, she had little influence within the clan, and despite her heartache, she was powerless to help. Later, the Wu clan was targeted by their enemies and faced annihilation. Ji Huyuan's mother risked her life to send the 10-year-old Ji Huyuan out of the clan and to his biological father, Su Yang. Admittedly, Su Yang harbored some paternal love for Ji Huyuan, but it couldn't outweigh his deep love for the demon clan and his people. To protect and exploit him, Su Yang built a sacred tower within the demon clan and placed Ji Huyuan there, transforming him into the inviolable young leader of the sect. Su Yang concealed Ji Huyuan's identity so well that no one, aside from Su Yang himself, knew his true appearance or any other details. Ji Huyuan purged disasters and slew lives for the demon clan. He was the sect's most effective and sharpest blade. He remained trapped in the sacred tower for 10 years. It wasn't until the demon sect was destroyed and Su Yang, before dying, untied the black iron chains that bound him and, with a single blow, reverted him to his teenage self that Ji Huyuan finally escaped the sect. He later met Xiang. Recalling all this, Ji Huyuan lowered his eyes, making it impossible to discern the emotion within. The days of the Xiaoyao sect had been so beautiful, like a dream that could shatter at the touch of a finger. But the cold loneliness he now faced was his reality. But Ji Huyuan firmly believed that the Xiaoyao sect was no mere dream. Even if it was, he would make it a reality. Squeak! The wooden door of the divine tower opened, and Su Yang, dressed in white, walked in. "I heard you were trying to escape again? Ah Yuan, you know how many people are out there tracking you. I kept you here for your own good. For my own good? Ji Hyun snorted coldly, lazily raising his eyelids to look at him, a faint smile playing on his lips. I think you're doing this for the future of the demon sect. You're imprisoned here for my own good, but what about tying my hands and feet, and forcing me to use the secret witch arts to predict the future of the demon sect and change its fate? You're still young, so you don't understand. The demon sect is mine now, but the future is yours. Everything you do for the demon sect now will pay you back in the future. Come on, I'm not sure I can outlast you. Stop KFCing me. This was clearly one of those KFC tricks his junior sister had used. He wouldn't be fooled so easily. Besides, he had no interest in the demon sect to begin with. Also, I don't know who you are, but if you're going to pretend to be him to trick me, at least do it convincingly. I don't like him, but he never says such high-sounding words. Not to mention calling him Ayuan so affectionately. The Su Yang in front of him froze, but quickly recovered, and his figure and appearance changed at a visible speed. In the end, he transformed into Ji Hyun. He smiled and stared at Ji Hyun. You said you didn't know what I was. Do you know now? I am you, you are me. I am your true self, deep down. Admit it, you, like me, resent the Wu clan, resent Su Yang, resent this innate gift and curse, resent everything in this world. Do you think Xiang and the others truly love you? They simply love the sunny, optimistic, and positive Xiao He, not a young master like you, with your bloody hands and gloomy mind. Do you dare to be honest about your past? You don't. That's why I am your most loyal partner. I am the only one who will never betray you. Come, Ji Hyun, accept my help, become one with me from now on. I will be your most capable helper. Chapter 153. Under the inner demon's repeated cries of persuasion, Ji Hyun slowly stood up, his movements causing the chains to clang. Yes, that's right. Come towards me. The inner demon's eyes were filled with joy that he could no longer conceal. If only Ji Hyun would merge with him, he could possess Ji Hyun and take over his life. You and I are different. The inner demon's smile froze. He instinctively looked down, and saw Ji Hyun's hand piercing through his heart, clutching a bright red heart. How dare you? I'm a part of you. Do you think you won't get hurt if you kill me? So what? Ji Hyun gracefully wiped the blood from his lips, then gripped the chains with a slight force. In that instant, the black iron chains that had trapped him for 10 years were reduced to dust. Since you know my past, you should understand how ruthless I am. You bewitched me and dreamed of replacing me? Do you think you'd be worthy? At this moment, Ji Hyun lost the proud and sunny demeanor he had in front of Xiang. His face was as cold as ice, his eyes dark blue, and he exuded a murderous aura. If I kill you, no one will ever know my past. I can forever be Xiaohe of the Xiaoyao sect. With these words, Ji Hyun's grip on his heart suddenly tightened, and the bright red heart instantly crumbled to dust. As his heart shattered, so did the inner demon illusion that trapped Ji Hyun. Congratulations to player Ji Hyun for successfully overcoming his inner demon. He didn't just break through his inner demon, he forcibly killed it, and so his body suffered a significant backlash. But the damage from this backlash pales in comparison to the old injuries he sustained. Ji Hyun ignored the voice and his own injuries, quickly locating Xia Ying's location by the aura of the double ring bracelet on his wrist and rushing over. Time ticked by. After Ji Hyun finally found Xia Ying, the others were either trapped in their own inner demonic illusions, or had successfully broken through them. The moment the last person emerged from their inner demonic illusions, the surrounding scene shifted again. Xia Ying looked up and realized they had been transported back to West Lake without anyone noticing. The sky above remained as dark as ever, and the surrounding trees and the lake had also turned a gloomy black, as if only that single color remained in the world. What's going on? Are we still in the Eternal Night Buddhist temple? Look, what's that on the lake? Someone shouted, and everyone's attention instantly shifted to West Lake. Ripples slowly spread across the pitch-black lake, and then a transparent glass seed burst forth, growing at a visible speed into a 3-foot-tall tree. Transparent, tender leaves covered its trunk, and atop its slender branch, a tiny, 5-petaled white flower blossomed in the wind. Amid the darkness of the Eternal Night Temple, this was the only bright spot. Everyone's heart raced, their thoughts simultaneously turning to the elixir mentioned in the game's path. As if to confirm their suspicions, that hoarse voice echoed once again from the void, reaching everyone's ears with unmistakable accuracy. An irreversible error has occurred in the Eternal Night Temple, and all player missions have been cancelled. The unified method for completing the game is now announced. There's only one elixir. Kill all who compete for it, seize it, and you'll be able to leave the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. Ah! Early after the voice had faded, a scream pierced the air. A white-robed monk not far away, unexpectedly taking advantage of his companion's unpreparedness, thrust his sword directly into his heart. There's only one elixir. I can only leave alive if I kill you in them. This sentence was like a fuse, completely igniting the murderous intent in everyone. The scene descended into chaos. To secure their only chance of survival, these people unhesitatingly pointed their swords at their closest relatives. However, the Xiaoyao sect members instinctively formed a circle, back to back, warily watching anyone who might attack them. Gong Xian, who was about to take advantage of the chaos, saw this and nearly gnashed his teeth in anger. She instinctively glanced at the severely injured, unconscious Lin Yuexiang. Lin Yuexiang was actually the easiest of them all to kill, but the 3 Yutian sect members were tightly guarding her, making it impossible for her to do so. Plus, the person she most wanted to kill was actually Xiang. So Gong Xian quickly shifted her target. She knew her own cultivation level was inadequate to kill Xiang, so she needed help. Fellow Daoist Mu, how about teaming up with me to kill the Xiaoyao sect members? You already fallen out with them before. Even if you don't cooperate with me, they won't let you go. Gong Xian's first thought was Helian Yao, with whom she had worked once before, but she also considered Xie Zhozhou, the Lu sisters, and even the 4 Yutian sect members who were left alone. Fellow Daoist Xie, young Valley Master Lu, you are both proud figures in the world of immortal cultivation. Are you willing to perish in such a hellish place? And fellow Daoist Gu, Xiang has humiliated you time and again, and has consistently opposed the Yutian sect. Don't you want to take this opportunity to kill Xiang? From what I hear, Fairy Lin is eager to eliminate Xiang. Cooperate with me. Together, we will surely take Xiang's life. Gong Xian grew increasingly excited, as if the only thing on her mind was killing Xiang. Naturally, she ignored the look Xie Zhozhou and the other 3 gave her as if she were idiot. What nonsense! They had never considered leaving the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall by killing each other, let alone attacking Xiang. They spoke as if they could defeat Xiang together. But Helian Yao just then casually responded, okay, we at Lian Palace will cooperate with you. After eliminating the Xiaoyao sect members, we each seize the elixir based on our own abilities. Helian Yao's words undoubtedly gave Gong Xian a final reassurance. She exchanged a glance with her Taoist companion, Zhao Li, and then decisively attacked. Then follow me and kill. But Gong Xian never expected that Helian Yao's agreement was merely lip service. He had no real intention of cooperating. So, in the end, only Gong Xian and Zhao Li, the impermanent twin immortals, rushed forward. The smile on Xie Ying's face had vanished long before Gong Xian attempted to unite with others against her. Now, seeing Gong Xian's initial killing move, her face remained expressionless, but a frost settled in her eyes. A cold light flashed, and the smugness on Gong Xian's face remained frozen in that moment. The broken frost sword had flown into Xie Ying's hand at some point, and bright red blood dripped down its blade. Lying on the ground were the bodies of Gong Xian and Zhao Li. Chapter 154. Since entering the immortal cultivation realm, Xiang has slain many monsters, but this was her first time physically killing someone. But she felt no regrets, nor was she afraid. The immortal cultivation realm, where the strong prey on the weak and the struggle for survival is brutal, something she had known since her first day. Gong Xian and Zhao Li wanted to kill her, so it was understandable that she would kill them in self-protection. Even if she were to one day stand under the thunder of ascension, Xiang would not feel any guilt or regret. She returned the broken frost sword to Ji Heyuan, her gaze sweeping over the various expressions on their faces, finally landing on Helian Yao. Who else wants to kill me? Go ahead. Junior sister Xia, please don't misunderstand. Xie Zhozhou, fearing the loss of Xiang, his generous employer, quickly spoke. I, Xie Zhozhou, am a man of professional integrity. Since I accepted your spirit stones and promised to be your thug for a month, I won't break my promise. It's my fault that these 2 didn't die at my hands. Xie Zhozhou said, unsheathing his natal spirit sword and blocking Xiang in a protective posture, his gaze fixed on Helian Yao. From now on, no matter who attempts to attack fellow Daoist Xia, my sword, Xie Zhozhou's, will be the first to disobey. And us. The Lu sisters took the opportune moment to make their stand clear. Xiang, you saved us. We are not the kind to repay kindness with enmity. Even without your kindness, Jin Ning and I would never attack our fellow disciples. Who knows what this Eternal Night Buddhist Hall is? It trapped us here, yet offered a way to leave. Doesn't that mean it has nothing to do? I think it just wants to see us kill each other. Even if only one person is left, we might not be able to truly leave this damn place. It had to be said that Lu Jinsi had revealed the truth. Most of the remaining people now shared her sentiments. Although a few still wanted to continue killing and stealing, they were helpless because their strength was insufficient. With the previous example of Gong Xian and the other two still fresh in their minds, they could only suppress their urges. This poor monk and my two senior brothers believe that young Valley Master Lu's speculation is not without reason. This so-called way to pass the level is most likely just an excuse to trick us into killing each other. The true way out can never be to kill and steal. Young Valley Master and the Buddhist disciple's speculation is exactly what I've been thinking. Listening to the Buddhist disciple Guankong's words, Xiang nodded in agreement. I have an idea. What? Does fellow Daoist Xia have any good ideas? Aing, if you have any ideas, share them with everyone. We all trust your judgment. Unconsciously, Xiang had become the backbone of their group. Whether it was the Lu sisters, the three from Brahma Temple, or even Yang Shu and Hua Xingyan, none of them had any doubts about Xia Ying's decisions. Thank you for your trust. Xia Ying will definitely live up to your expectations. Xia Ying smiled faintly. A flash of green light appeared as she flipped her hand, and then a small, quaint axe suddenly appeared in her hand. The axe was made of an unknown material. Though covered in rust, it still exuded an aura of unstoppable sharpness, making it impossible to look away. This was the divine artifact, the axe of creation. Even though it remained dormant and unawakened, its power was no less than that of an awakened semi-immortal spiritual weapon. Furthermore, its current owner was Xia Ying. Then please follow me and pierce the sky. Xia Ying's eyes gleamed with confidence. She took the lead, axe in hand, soaring into the sky, and striking the thick darkness with a single blow. The artifact's power merged with Xia Ying's own spiritual energy, unleashing a tremendous force that actually ripped a hole through the gloomy sky. Instantly light appeared. Although the hole quickly closed, and the light only appeared for a moment, but everyone still saw hope of escape, Xia Ying's idea truly worked. Junior sister, I lend you a hand. Me too. And me. Everyone leaped forward, pouring all their spiritual energy into their spiritual weapons, waiting for the right moment to follow Xia Ying and strike simultaneously. Creation. The heavy black curtain was ripped open by Xia Ying and the others. This time, the crack showed no sign of closing. The sky instantly split into two distinct halves, one dark, the other bright. Even Helyan Yao, who had been watching without taking action, couldn't help but express a hint of surprise. Xia Ying had actually torn the sky apart. Boom! Boom! After a series of earth-shaking noises, several cracks appeared in the ground beneath Helyan Yao's feet. Oh no! This place is collapsing. Let's go! Helyan Yao soared into the sky, followed closely by Yun Mei. The three members of Yutian sect also hurriedly followed, with the unconscious Lin Yuexiang. Everything around them slowly shattered into pieces, plummeting into the endless abyss. Even after Xia Ying and the others soared into the air, they could still feel the immense suction coming from behind them. The Eternal Night Buddhist Hall wanted them to stay and be buried with it. At that moment, Xia Ying suddenly turned and hurled her Bibbo fan at the elixir in the center of the lake. The rapidly spinning fan blade was incredibly sharp, severing the elixir's roots and then carrying it back into Xia Ying's hands. The elixir, which had originally required a life-and-death battle to determine its owner, was now so easily snatched up by Xia Ying, whole and in one piece. Xia Ying, I wasted so much time in the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. I'd be truly sorry if I didn't get something good out of it. The moment the elixir was severed, the last remaining force supporting the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall vanished. Seizing the opportunity, everyone leaped from the darkened Eternal Night Hall to the other side of the light. The moment they completely exited the Eternal Night Hall, a strange memory suddenly flashed through everyone's minds. The story of its creation. It turns out that the story of the legend of the White Snake is real, but the so-called elixir is merely a marrow-cleansing pill, a legacy passed down by the Su family. The true story is far more cruel than the immortal world knows. Su Xian, from a poor family, hopes to soar to wealth and glory through marriage. Bai Suzhen, obsessed with the marrow-cleansing pill, plays along, leading to their first meeting and love. Xuqing's quest for Bai Suzhen isn't based on any so-called sisterly love, but simply to find a chance to steal the marrow-cleansing pill from the Su family. Zhang Yutong's motive for approaching Xiaoqing is the same. It's no exaggeration to say that this is a story of total villainy. The only innocent people were the people in Qiantang County, who knew nothing about the marrow-cleansing pill or anything else. Chapter 155. They resorted to any means necessary to secure the marrow-cleansing pill, using the spiritually barren mortal world as a battlefield and innocent civilians as pawns in their struggle. To obtain the marrow-cleansing pill, they cleansed their marrow, reshaped their veins, shed their mortal bodies, and ascended into the realm of immortality through the demonic realm. The entire Chiatang County became a purgatory. Ultimately, their actions incurred the wrath of the heavens, who sent down thunderbolts, slaying all involved. After millennia, the tragedy that befell Chiatang County was finally smoothed over by time, forgotten by the world, even inspiring the storytelling of the legend of the White Snake. While time can smooth out everything, it cannot erase the resentment and evil thoughts that linger on this land. To prevent resentment from harming others, the high monks of Jin Shan Temple gathered and sealed all resentment and evil thoughts with the combined strength of the entire temple. The Eternal Night Buddhist Hall was originally formed by the combined resentment and evil thoughts of everyone in the legend of the White Snake. But if only resentment and evil thoughts persist, they will sooner or later lead to greater disaster. To prevent this, the monks of Jin Shan Temple sealed the relics of past venerable monks enshrined in the Bodhi Pagoda, using the Buddha's light to suppress resentment. This ultimately formed the Eternal Night Hall. The mortal world could not tolerate the existence of the Eternal Night Hall. Later, it spontaneously escaped the mortal realm, crossed the barrier, and entered the realm of immortal cultivators. It was eventually absorbed, suppressed, and sealed by the 12 desolate secret realms. This gradually evolved into the Eternal Night Hall they see today. The so-called killing companions and obtaining the elixir to leave the Eternal Night Hall is naturally wrong. If a cultivator trapped in the Eternal Night Hall actually did so, not only would they be unable to leave, but they would also inflict resentment and evil thoughts upon the place, strengthening its power. Only those like Xiang who remained true to their original aspirations and fought tooth and nail were truly the only way to escape. Now that the Buddha's light inheritance had fallen into the hands of Guankong, the elixir born amidst evil thoughts had also fallen into Xia Ying's hands. All the power that sustained the Eternal Night Hall had vanished. The Eternal Night Hall thus completely collapsed, buried beneath the abyss. The moment their memories returned, they belatedly realized they had returned to the heaven realm. The once bottomless, immense chasm had vanished, along with the patterned bluestone. Everyone knew, from now on, there would be no Eternal Night Hall in this world of immortal cultivation. A total of 30 disciples entered the Eternal Night Hall this time, but only 20 have emerged alive. This is a significant loss. Even if those with weak minds don't die here, their future immortal journeys might not last long. The sect leaders outside the secret realm sighed deeply at the images projected by the Yin-Yang Bagua mirror. However, since most of those killed were independent cultivators, and not their own disciples, they could only lament a few words, and then forget about them. The flow of time within the Eternal Night Hall differs from that outside. Xiang and the others seem to have only been there for less than 10 days, but upon exiting, they discovered that there were only less than 3 days left until the heaven realm closed. Even Helyan Yao, no longer interested in tangling with Xiang and the others, left with Yun Mei to continue their search for rare treasures within the secret realm. Gu Qinghuai, carrying the still unconscious Lin Yuexiang on his back, cast a deep glance at Xiang before also leaving with the other two. The remaining dozen or so people already had some familiarity with each other, and after experiencing the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, their trust and friendship naturally grew significantly. With only 3 days left before the secret realm closed, everyone gathered for a brief discussion and decided to act together. Strength in numbers, any treasures looted would be distributed fairly based on contribution. The group of a dozen or so reached a consensus. During these final 3 days, the team led by Xiang was a relentless force in the secret realm, slaughtering anyone who stood in their way. Even if a strange bird flew by, Xiang would grab it and see if it held any treasure. As a result, everyone whispered behind Xiang's back, saying he was a bit of a bandit. But they couldn't defeat Xiang, not to mention that almost all the top performers in the sect competition were on Xiang's team. Therefore, no matter how much they resented Xiang, they could only avoid her. Hilarious. Xiang, the bandit leader, and her gang robbed the 4 members of the Yutian sect clean. How dare they, with all their might, show up in front of Xiang? Wouldn't they be robbed to the bone? 3 days passed in a flash. The moment the heaven realm closed, the 50 remaining survivors were teleported back to the Red Sand Desert. While the others didn't reap as much as Xiang's team, they still found a wealth of treasures and opportunities in the secret realm, and were naturally very satisfied. The only ones with grim expressions were the 4 members of the Yutian sect. They had originally reaped a good harvest, but because Lin Yuexiang had robbed Lu Jinxi of her belongings, Xiang ultimately robbed them clean. Afterward, they wasted most of their time in the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, with the only immortal medicine even being taken by Xiang, leaving them with nothing. Even the final 3 days were hampered by the need to care for the seriously injured Lin Yuexiang. After a month-long journey through the secret realm, the combined gains of the Yution sect members were less than those of the two wandering cultivators, Yang Shu and Hua Xingyan. No matter how much they usually doted on and cared for Lin Yuexiang, at this moment, the three of them couldn't help but feel a deep resentment towards her. How could Lin Yuexiang not notice the change in their attitudes towards her? But there was nothing she could do now to save the situation. When she learned that Gong Xian intended to deal with Xia, she had asked Senior Dai Tian to plant a demonic attraction in Gong Xian, subtly making killing Xia the most important thing in Gong Xian's mind. But getting Senior Dai Tian to do her bidding comes at a price. Lin Yuexiang had signed a symbiotic contract with Dai Tian the day she received the bracelet, sharing her lifespan, cultivation, luck, and everything she possessed. Unnoticedly planting the inner demon in Gong Xian had already cost her a significant amount of her luck. Lin Yuexiang simply didn't have the energy to do anything else. She could only temporarily suppress the attitudes of Gu Qinghuai and the other two until she could plan for the future. Meanwhile, as Xiang emerged from the secret realm, a series of system alerts began to ping in her mind. Chapter 156. Ding. Supporting character Wang Qing's favorability has dropped by 10 points, and his current favorability towards the heroine is 59. Ding. Supporting character Gu Qinghuai's favorability has dropped by 10 points, and his current favorability towards the heroine is 70. Ding. Supporting character Di Qinyue's favorability has dropped by 10 points, and his current favorability towards the heroine is 70. Wait, what's going on with Di Qinyue's favorability? Isn't his initial favorability 100? No, Di Qingyue has practiced the way of mercy since childhood, and is indifferent to all things in the world. 80 is already the highest favorability the heroine Lin Yuexiang can obtain from him. Oh! Xiang nodded in understanding, and stopped dwelling on these minor issues. Once the favorability starts to drop, she doesn't need to worry about anything else. Just add fuel to the fire when necessary, and these people will destroy themselves. After all, they were inherently selfish. When their own interests weren't at stake, they naturally treated Lin Yuexiang like a goddess. But when their own interests were threatened, they were the first to abandon Lin Yuexiang. So, Xiang didn't intend to dwell on these matters. Instead, she would be better off cultivating and improving her skills or searching for the materials needed to forge her own spiritual weapon. After leaving the secret realm, Xiang said goodbye to her friends, including Lu Jinxi, and prepared to follow Su Xi and Sui Qingqing back to the Xiaoyao sect. Unexpectedly, Mu Chen suddenly stopped them. Master Su, wait a minute. Master Mu, what advice do you have? Su Xi maintained a warm smile, but in his mind, he was already rapidly thinking of 20 different ways Mu Chen could have died. It's true that the Xiaoyao sect is a reclusive sect, but that doesn't mean they allow others to repeatedly bully their disciples. Especially not a disciple who's done nothing wrong. Su Xi wanted to see if Mu Chen could pull out ivory from his dog's mouth. Of course, it's because your disciple Xiang blatantly accused our sect leader of ordering his disciples to use the soul-locking blade to damage her spirit palace and dig out her spirit bones a month ago. Mu Chen didn't know that Su Xi had already mentally planned to cut him into pieces 1,000 times. He looked cold and arrogant, with an air of complete confidence. The soul-locking blade was previously taken away from the sect by my second disciple, Nan Chi Pan, to carry out a mission. A few days ago, I received a message from Chi Pan stating that she has successfully completed her mission, and is on her way to the Red Sand Desert. So, Sect Master Su, please wait a moment. Once my disciple arrives, I present the soul-locking blade to the Immortal Demon Alliance elders. They naturally know the truth of that day. Mu Chen said, looking up at the sky filled with red sand, a confident smile on his face. Xiang, observing Mu Chen's expression, almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. No way, no way. Mu Chen doesn't think that if he treats Nan Chi Pan like a dog, she still serve him wholeheartedly, right? According to the time, Chi Pan should be here by now. Before he finished speaking, a blue light flew from the horizon and landed steadily on the ground. It was none other than Mu Chen's second disciple, Nan Chi Pan, whom he had repeatedly mentioned. There are no ugly people in the world of immortal cultivation. Nan Chi Pan was naturally very beautiful, but she was only in her 20s, yet she exuded the vicissitudes of old age. She was wearing the robes issued by the Yution sect as a disciple, and her black hair was tied into a simple bun with a wooden hairpin, looking even more shabby than the average casual cultivator. Looking at Mu Chen's other female disciple, Lin Yuexiang, her attire and amenities were undoubtedly the finest, and she looked like a delicate flower in a greenhouse. She formed a stark contrast with Nan Chi Pan. Everyone's gazes on Mu Chen shifted, but Mu Chen himself remained completely unaware. After all, in his heart, He never felt he had wronged Nan Pan. As Mu Chen's second disciple, Nan Pan, while not as favored as Gu Qinghuai and the others, certainly wasn't worse off than a casual cultivator. Her behavior today was deliberate. Only if she looked sufficiently humiliated and pitiful would others not see her as guilty, allowing her to successfully achieve her goals. Mu Chen was partial. She never got any of the benefits, but she was the one who took on all the dangerous missions. In the end, she had to hand over all the credit to Lin Yuexiang. She had enough of this. She had almost repaid Mu Chen's kindness in accepting her as his disciple, working tirelessly for the Yutian sect over the years without complaint. Next, it was time for her to start making plans for herself. Xia Ying, who had been ready to watch the show, was even more amused when she saw Nan Qingpan's outfit. It seems senior sister Nan has finally made up her mind to leave these crazy men and women. Nan Pan, sensing Xia Ying's gaze, gave her a barely perceptible nod, then lowered her eyes and bowed respectfully to Mu Chen. Disciple Nan Pan greets master and the elders. Rise. Perhaps because Nan Pan was about to take the blame for him, Mu Chen's attitude towards her was unprecedentedly gentle. Is the soul-locking blade that master asked you to bring? Of course. Master commands a disciple to do what he commands. Nan Pan, with a respectful attitude, immediately pulled a curved blade from his storage bag and presented it with both hands. The blade emanated a faint green light, and countless tiny serrations dotted the blade. This aura was unmistakably the soul-locking blade. Mu Chen's confident smile faltered the moment he saw the soul-locking blade. How could it be? The soul-locking blade wasn't destroyed? From Mu Chen's perspective, whether the soul-locking blade was destroyed or thrown into the 10,000 Demons' Gorge, he would remain undefeated in this round. Because he believed Xia Ying wouldn't actually allow anyone to explore her spiritual abode. As long as he destroyed the soul-locking blade, there would be no evidence. Although it would be unpleasant to hear and spark speculation, without solid evidence, even the Immortal Demon Alliance couldn't arbitrarily punish him. If he found a random excuse to deal with Nan Pan later, no one would be able to say anything. But Mu Chen never expected that Nan Pan, who always obeyed his orders, would actually betray him on this matter. Mu Chen stared at Nan Pan intently. She betrayed me. How dare she betray me? Nan Pan, seeing the deathly gaze overhead, raised her head for the first time and looked back squarely. Master, staring at me like that, must be thinking about how to tear me to pieces, right? Nan Pan curled his lips, a hint of desperation. Master, you're right to be angry. After all, I pretended to obey your orders, but secretly failed to destroy the soul-locking blade, destroying the evidence that you and senior brother were conspiring to kill Ah Ying. How could you not be angry? What nonsense! Master, you lost your mind. Mu Chen, enraged, struck Nan Pan with a fierce blow, seemingly intent on killing her. Before anyone could recover from Nan Pan's shocking news, Mu Chen had already struck. Fortunately, Su Ci had been prepared and was able to block the blow in time. Su Ci waved a hand, lifted Nan Pan up, and pushed her to Xia Ying and the others. Then, she wrapped the soul-locking blade with her spiritual power, and handed it to the head elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance. She stared at the grim-faced Mu Chen with a smile. Master Mu, what are you doing? Isn't Nan Pan your disciple? How could you kill your own disciple so? Chapter 157. Mu Chen's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. He had planned everything, except for the fact that his protege would actually bite him at the critical moment. This truly was a case of the barking dog biting the man. He had misjudged Nan Pan. At the same time, the head elder, who had obtained the soul-locking blade, had clearly detected the lingering presence of Xia Ying on it. To ensure fairness, the head elder passed the soul-locking blade to Miao Shu Lu Zhu and others for inspection. Finally, he confirmed that Xia Ying's accusation against Mu Chen was not groundless. Mu Chen, what else do you have to say? I have nothing to say. I never imagined that after all my time hunting geese, I end up getting my eyes pecked by a goose. At this moment, Mu Chen knew that no matter how much he spoke, it would be in vain. The evidence was irrefutable. He would not escape the Immortal Demon Alliance's punishment, but those who betrayed him would suffer no easy fate either. But as Nan Pan's master, I want to purge my sect. None of you can stop me. Mu Chen's 5 fingers, like eagle claws, his face gleaming with a fierce gleam, slashed fiercely at Nan Pan's heart. Xia Ying instinctively raised her sword to block the blow, but she didn't expect someone else to be quicker than her. Senior sister Nan. Xia Ying looked at Nan Pan beside her in surprise. Before Mu Chen could strike, she had already, without hesitation, concentrated her palm and struck at her tendons and veins, instantly crippling her entire cultivation. She had completely shattered her foundation, her cultivation completely destroyed. Puff. Nan Chi-pen half knelt on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and gave Mu Chen a defiant smile. You don't have to do anything. I abolished this cultivation myself. Today, I beg you, the seniors, to bear witness. Nan Chi-pen, supported by Xia Ying, barely managed to stand. He stood like a cold bamboo in the mountains, radiating an unbreakable pride. I, Nan Chi-pen, have destroyed my own foundation, abandoned my own cultivation, and request to be expelled from the Yutian sect. From now on, I will have nothing to do with the Yutian sect or Mukin. Nan Qingpan's words were powerful, and the crowd, stunned and bewildered, took a long time to grasp her intentions. Everyone now knew what kind of person Mukin was. Nan Chi-pen has now openly betrayed and accused Mu Chen. Even if Mu Chen is punished, she will suffer no consequences, but since being expelled from the Yutian sect, Nan Chi-pen is no longer a Yutian sect disciple. Mu Chen certainly can't kill her in the name of clearing the sect. This is the principle of destroying to build, of living towards death. Seniors, I have something to say. I want to sue the Yutian sect's leader, Mu Chen, for embezzling the property of the heroic Xia family, and for abusing and attempting to murder the heroic descendant, Xia Ying. The many spirit stones left by the Xia family were confiscated by Mu Chen for personal use to maintain the Yutian sect's operations. Nan Chi-pen had been holding these words in her heart for years. Now that she had completely broken off relations with the Yutian sect, she had nothing to fear from speaking. Speaking or not, the Yutian sect would not let her go. Gu Qinghuai's heart-protecting mirror, Wang Qing's alchemy furnace, the precious materials needed to forge He Qianxia's natal spirit weapon, the rare treasures he used after injuries, and all the robes and jewelry Lin Yuexiang wore, all belonged to the Xia family. Those were all things the Xia couple prepared for their daughter, and now Mu Chen has taken them and given them to his young disciple. They're all robbers. They stole everything that originally belonged to Xia Ying, and now they're throwing all the blame on her to cover up their shameless evidence. Disciple, I beg the elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance. Nan Chi-pen knelt. Speak for the Xia family, speak for Xia Ying. Speak for the Xia family, speak for Xia Ying. Elder, speak for Xia Ying. The disciples, full of vigor and passion, were filled with hatred for evil. After hearing the dark truths Nan Chi-pen had revealed, they were furious. They could never have imagined that the seemingly impartial and honest Mu Chen could actually be so shameless. Especially when they recalled how they had joined in the Yutian sect slander and insults against Xia Ying, they could no longer forgive themselves. They had actually aided the perpetrators in persecuting the victim, led by Nan Chi-pen. The remaining disciples, with the exception of those from the Yutian sect, knelt one after another and petitioned, asking the Immortal Demon Alliance and the Cultivation world to bring justice to Xia Ying and the Xia family. Mu Chen had truly incurred public wrath this time. Originally, if the Immortal Demon Alliance had handled the matter privately after everyone had left, while not favoring Mu Chen, at least it wouldn't have escalated to such an awkward situation. But Mu Chen, unwilling to let Xia Ying off easy, insisted on publicly proving the fact that Xia Ying had falsely accused him, and was acting in a manner unbelievable. Who could have imagined that this would ultimately thwart his own path? This time, Mu Chen and the Yutian sect had completely lost both their reputation and dignity. Rest assured, the Immortal Demon Alliance has always been impartial and never shows favoritism. I will personally handle this matter. As soon as the presiding elder made his statement, the atmosphere fell silent. His voice was deep, clearly shocked by Mu Chen's shamelessness. He simply couldn't understand. A person could be shameless, but how could they be so shameless? His conscience had been eaten by a dog. Good upbringing and his current status forced the chief elder to suppress the urge to curse. He raised his hand, and a heavy chain flew out, binding Mu Chen tightly. Mu Chen, as the leader of the Yutian sect, has neglected his duties, usurping the property of the Xia family, whose contributions to the world of immortal cultivation have been immense. He also attempted to murder Xia Ying, a descendant of the Xia family. His crimes are unforgivable, and he is unfit to continue to lead a sect. Today, I will exercise my authority as the chief elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance to revoke half of Mu Chen's cultivation and confine him to the immortal prison for the rest of his life. Before he finished his words, the chief elder gathered his palm and slammed it down on Mu Chen. Mu Chen, who had been on the verge of reaching the spiritual transformation stage, was relegated to the foundation establishment stage by this blow, unable to even match his own disciples. Even after all this, Mu Chen remained silent. He simply stared intently at Nan Chi-pen and Xia Ying, his gaze filled with a vicious rage that threatened to tear them to pieces. Xia Ying pretended not to see what she saw. she wouldn't be afraid of a defeated opponent. Admittedly, there was a chance that Muchen could escape from the Immortal locking prison, but so what? Not to mention the likelihood of escape. Even if he did, could he be a match for her? Xiang always believed, as long as she was strong enough, she could conquer everything. The half-dead Muchen was carried by the head elder and thrown onto the Immortal boat. Xiang, Sect Master Su, don't worry. The Yutian sect owes Xiang justice, and we, the Immortal Demon Alliance, will certainly redeem her. We are naturally confident in your services. Su Xi continued to smile. I be waiting for your good news from the Xiaoyao sect. Except for the Xiaoyao sect, which had its own independent Immortal boat, all other disciples had to follow the head elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance out of the Red Sand Desert. The group parted ways here. Xia Ying was about to ask Su Xi to take Nan Qipan in for a while, when she heard a cry from behind. Chapter 158. Fellow Daoist Nan. Nan Qipan, who had been holding on for so long, finally fainted after seeing everything settled. It was thanks to Qin Lingzhao's quick eyes and hands that she was saved, sparing her from close contact with the earth. Nan Qipan's previous act of destroying her foundation and abandoning her cultivation was tantamount to suicide. Her ability to hold on until now is a testament to her strong will. Sect Master, Uncle Master, this. Sect Master, Senior Sister Nan has become like this in order to seek justice for me. I cannot abandon her. Please allow me to take Senior Sister Nan back to Xiaoyao sect to heal her injuries. What nonsense are you talking about, silly child? We wouldn't abandon her anyway. Let's go, take Nan Qipan with us, and return to Xiaoyao sect. Thank you, Sect Master. Xia Ying beamed and turned to pick up Nan Qipan, but Qin Lingzhao suddenly lifted her onto his shoulders and walked away. Let me do this heavy lifting. Xia Ying silently withdrew her hand. I mean, is it possible that this is a delicate girl and not a sack? What kind of nice guy would carry a girl like a sack? But Xia Ying felt that she and her senior brother couldn't make sense, because the senior brother practiced the ruthless way. A ruthless swordsman has no love for emotions, let alone money. Xiaoyao sect. As soon as Xia Ying and the others returned to the island, news of them spread throughout the sect. Especially after hearing that Xia Ying had brought back another beautiful female cultivator, everyone quietly made a bet. Will Xia Ying pick up another person the next time he leaves? Undoubtedly, everyone bet on yes. Didn't you see that senior brother Ji and junior sister Ming from Qibao Island, as well as the beautiful woman from today, were all picked up by senior sister Xia? It seems that picking up people has become a habit of senior sister Xia's when she's out training, so the dealer had to start another round, betting on whether the person Xia Ying brings back next time is a boy or a girl. The Xiaoyao sect disciples were buzzing with discussion about this. I think it's a girl. Everyone knows that senior sister Xia loved taking classes with us girls, before she even reached foundation establishment. Girls and girls are the best. No, I think it should be a male cultivator. We already picked up 2 female cultivators, so we should have a male cultivator to balance things out. No, it's definitely a female one. Look, senior sister Xia only picked up 3 people, and 2 of them were female. This proves that senior sister Xia favors girls. How can you just pick up a boy on the street? If you're not careful, it could lead to the destruction of the sect. Of course, senior brother Ji is definitely an exception. While the younger disciples of the sect were arguing over the bet, Nan Qipan, who had been temporarily housed on Qibao Island, finally regained consciousness. Senior sister Nan. You're awake. Ming Fuiying, who was guarding Nan Qipan's bedside, excitedly called out when she opened her eyes. Senior sister? For senior sister, come quickly. Senior sister Nan is awake. I'm coming. Xia Ying casually placed a plate of freshly fried pork ribs on the table and quickly walked towards Nan Qipan. Senior sister Nan, how are you feeling now? Nan Qipan shifted at the words, surprised to discover that the damage inflicted by the self-destruction of his foundation had healed considerably. How did my injury heal so quickly? If it heals faster, how can I justify the pills I gave you? Xia Ying winked playfully, pulling out a pile of pills and shoving them into Nan Qipan's arms. Anyway, these pills are good for you, senior sister Nan. You must remember to take them daily for the next few days. Ying, you really don't have to do this. I'm already very grateful that you took me back to Xiaoyao sect temporarily to heal. Nan Qipan said this, a hint of guilt crossing his face. Back in the Yutian sect, I knew you were in the clear, that they were deliberately bullying you, but I couldn't say a word for you. Today's events aren't so much about helping you, as they are about finding a way out for myself. It was thanks to your influence that I was able to leave the Yutian sect so easily. Senior sister Nan, I don't like what you're saying. It sounds like you're trying to distance yourself from me. No. I didn't mean that. I... Sigh. Xiang feigned anger, then straightened her composure when she saw Nan Qipan getting anxious. Senior Sister Nan, I don't blame you for what happened in the Yutian sect. Xiang had received all of the original owner's memories, and naturally understood her feelings for Nan Qipan. Nan Qipan was the only person in the Yutian sect who could make the original owner feel warm. I know Senior Sister Nan isn't having a good time either. Although you never spoke it up for me, every time I was injured, you quietly brought me medicine and clean meals. I know you're doing your best to help me, Senior Sister Nan. As for this incident, you don't need to worry about it. Xiang smiled. A gentleman judges deeds, not hearts. No one's heart is perfect. As long as the final result is what we both want, isn't that all that matters? The two smiled at each other. Seeing Xiang's genuine indifference, the heavy weight weighing on Nan Qingpan's heart finally lifted. She looked at Xiang, her tone filled with emotion. Ing, you really changed a lot in the past 6 months. You've grown taller and prettier, and most importantly, you finally embarked on the path of cultivation. You never be bullied again. It seems the Yutian sect has truly wasted years on you. Hasn't the Yutian sect also wasted years on Senior Sister Nan? That's true. Nan Qipan chuckled to herself. In fact, she should be thanking Mukin's ruthlessness, otherwise, she wouldn't have made up her mind to leave the Yutian sect so quickly. She would never forget how, before the sect competition, Mukin, in order to eliminate a competitor for his beloved disciple and more easily secure the chance to enter the Heaven Realm, had actually asked her to give up the competition, later, worried about her causing trouble. He even assigned her the most dangerous of the sect's missions, the 10,000 Demon's Gorge. From that moment on, Nan Qipan finally realized that she was nothing more than a dog in Mukin's eyes, to be summoned and dismissed at will. For the first time, she firmly decided to leave the Yutian sect. Later, after receiving Mu Chen's long-distance voice transmission, Nan Qipan instantly came up with a brilliant plan. This led to the scene in the Red Sand Desert. By the way, Senior Sister Nan, what are your plans for the future? Why not stay with our Xiaoyao sect? Xia Yingming enthusiastically recommended several elders within the Xiaoyao sect. I have several senior uncles, but they haven't yet recruited enough disciples. No. Chapter 159. Before Xia Ying could even begin to promote her uncle, Nan Qingpan's two light words stopped her. Ah Ying, thank you so much for your kindness. Nan Qingpan's tone was gentle, yet contained an undeniable resolve. But I don't want to join any sect anymore. Perhaps, the sect's cultivation methods aren't the best for me. Being a free and independent cultivator wouldn't be a bad idea in the future. Anyway, aside from the monthly salary of spirit stones, as a direct disciple, I haven't taken anything else from the Yutian sect over the years. Now that I discarded all my cultivation, I finally resolved all karma. From now on, I can be myself. As if Nan Qipan understood Xia Ying's concerns, she reached out and stroked her hair, just as she had done countless times when they had gathered together for warmth within the Yutian sect. Ying, I know what you're worried about. It's just my foundation. If it's shattered, it's shattered. If I could cultivate it once, I can certainly cultivate it a second time. With the experience from last time, maybe starting over won't take much longer this time. Senior Sister Nan is truly Senior Sister Nan. Even the sky can't break your spine. Xia Ying thought of Yiqian Xiao, who had been devastated and nearly developed a mental disorder after her punch shattered her foundation. She felt even more that Mu Chen was completely blind. Senior Sister Nan is such a big pearl. She had nothing to do with him from now on. He can just guard those 5 fisheye pearls. Yutian sect. The news that Mu Chen had been personally punished by the Immortal Demon Alliance for his misconduct and deposed, as sect leader spread throughout the entire cultivation world before it even reached the Yutian sect. The disciples of Yutian sect could not believe that their beloved sect leader could be such a despicable person. They were even more unwilling to believe that the monthly salary they received from the sect and the daily expenses covered by the sect over the years actually included the spirit stones left to Xia Ying by the Xia couple. What the hell? Back then, they had heard clearly from Wang Qing, Mu Chen's third disciple. Xia Ying was a useless person, incapable of cultivation, relying on her father's connections with the Gu family to keep her in Yutian sect and profit from her. But now the reality was, these people were using Xia Ying's spirit stones, and yet they were actually bullying her? Isn't this just like picking up a bowl to eat, then putting it down and cursing? For a moment, the Yutian sect was filled with wailing, and the atmosphere was as gloomy as ever. But on the mountainside of the main peak, Yiqian Xiao, still recovering from his injuries, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing the news, laughing so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. Ha ha ha. Master, junior sister, you finally met your end. Karma. Truly karma. Every action has its consequences. Your karma is Xie. For the first time, He Qianshao felt that Xie wasn't as hateful as before, and his hatred for her dissipated considerably. Xie had destroyed his foundation and caused him to lose all his cultivation, and while he certainly hated her, He Qianshao also understood that he and Xie were sworn enemies, and no matter how cruel Xie treated him, he wouldn't be surprised. He hated his master and fellow disciples the most. He had clearly been beaten to death by Xie in order to save Lin Yuexiang and the others, yet no one in the sect remembered his kindness. Aside from a few words of comfort at the beginning, who would have remembered that He Qianshao, still lived on the main peak of the Yutian sect? So now that he knew of Mu Chen's misfortune, He Qianshao was overjoyed. The gray mist lingering on the beams waited until He Qianshao had finished laughing before speaking sinisterly. He Qianshao, I already taught you the methods for rebuilding your foundation. But what about the person you promised to help me find? Is he still missing? There are at least hundreds, if not thousands, of sects in the world of immortal cultivation. It's impossible to easily find out which sects had new disciples joining in the past 6 months. He Qianxia's smile faded upon hearing this, and he pulled a booklet from his pocket. But you're lucky. 6 months ago wasn't the sect election, so it was easy to check. This booklet lists all the sects that accepted new disciples 6 months ago. As for our Yutian sect, we don't have anyone who meets your requirements. You got the list from me, and I got the method to rebuild your foundation from you. From now on, we're done. Gray Wu could tell He Qianshao was distancing himself from him, but he said nothing more. With a cold sneer, he vanished from his place. Thinking you're distancing yourself now? Too late. The people of Lian Palace aren't lapdogs to be summoned and dismissed at will. 3 days later, Gray Wu returned to Lian Palace in the Western Territory with the booklet. Mu Yao had died during a dangerous sect mission arranged by Helian Yao, without arousing suspicion from anyone within Lian Palace. Gray Wu drifted into the palace, transformed into a gray-robed man, and knelt respectfully at the feet of Helian Yao, who was dressed in a red robe, and presented the book in his arms. Master, these are the results of our investigations over the past few days. A total of 10 sects accepted new disciples 6 months ago. Excluding 8 lesser-known minor sects, one is the Xiaoyao sect, which accepted both Xie and Ji Heyuan as disciples, and another is the Brahma Temple, which accepted 3 new novices. But I think we can first rule out the Xiaoyao sect and the Brahma Temple. After all, these are powerful sects with deep roots. Even if the young sect master could conceal his identity, it wouldn't be easy for him to infiltrate, especially since his age wouldn't match. No! Helian Yao interrupted his subordinate, finally realizing what he had overlooked. I know where he is. When they pursued the young sect master, he disappeared into the Yutian sect's territory. That was when Xie was driven out of the Yutian sect alone. Not long afterward, the Xiaoyao sect accepted 2 young disciples. But such coincidences are impossible. Before, because Ji Heyuan's age didn't match his impression of the young sect master, and Xie Ying's sudden appearance had drawn most of his attention, Helian Yao hadn't considered him at all. But now, thinking carefully, with their young sect master's abilities, it's not impossible that he used some secret method they didn't know about to transform into a teenager. Helian Yao was deeply displeased when he thought about how he hadn't noticed anything unusual about Ji Heyuan, despite being so close to him in the heavenly realm. The gray-robed man felt the air around him drop several degrees colder, and his head lowered. Master, do you already know where the young sect master is? I'm 90% certain, but just in case, you should take your men to investigate the 8 small sections. As for Brahma Temple and Xiaoyao sect, I personally visit them. Yes, I do it immediately. If I find anyone who looks like the young sect master, I kill them on the spot. No! I want him alive. A flicker of greed flashed through Helian Yao's cold eyes. The last bloodline of the Wu clan, the young sect master who knew all the secrets of both the Wu and White Crane clan, would be far more useful alive than dead. At worst, he could just build another sacred tower in Lian Palace. What's the harm? What? Guankong Buddha, you found out the whereabouts of the ancient dragon scales so quickly. Chapter 160. Xia Ying was a bit incredulous when she received the Jade Slip message from Guankong. She hadn't expected Guankong to be so efficient. Jade Slips are a common communication tool in the world of immortal cultivation, but using them leaves a record on the slip. So most people in the world of immortal cultivation are reluctant to use them. But Xia Ying was different. She had no shameful secrets, so why wouldn't she use something as convenient and fast as a Jade Slip? So, before they parted ways in the Red Sand Desert, Xie Ying and Guankong specifically exchanged their jade slip consciousnesses to facilitate future communication. And Guankong didn't disappoint her. Not long after her message was transmitted via the jade slip, she received another accurate reply from Guankong. Well, I asked the elder monk in the temple, and he has indeed heard of the whereabouts of the ancient dragon scales, but the matter is a bit complicated. If it's convenient for you, fellow Taoist Xia, please come to Brahma Temple to discuss it in detail. I prepare a bed for you. Xia Ying put away the jade slip. Buddha Guankong is inviting me to Brahma Temple. Alright, she didn't plan to remain in seclusion for too long before completely resolving the issue of Gu Qinghai and the other's favorability. She decided to go to the Western Territory for some training. After making her decision, Xia Ying sent another message to Buddha Guankong, then went out to find her senior brother to inform him of the matter. Her master, Long Kong, had been in seclusion since before the sect competition began and hadn't emerged since. All matters concerning Qibao Island were temporarily being handled by her senior brother, Qin Lin Zhao. With the help of the rare treasure sent by the Xiaoyao sect, Nan Qingpan's internal injuries had completely healed, and he had just successfully reintroduced qi into his body yesterday. Xia Ying observed with a cold eye that senior sister Nan seemed quite interested in the senior brother's cultivation method. She had often seen the two of them together these past few days, exchanging experiences and practicing swordsmanship. Nan Qingpan had promised Xia Ying that, to prevent the Yutian sect from taking advantage of the situation to seek revenge, he would stay in the Xiaoyao sect until he had re-established his foundation before leaving. With senior brother Qin Lin Zhao on the island to look after him, Xia Ying felt even more at ease as she left. However, she hadn't expected that when she found Lao Lu according to the usual rules, 3 people were already neatly seated on his back: Ji Heyuan, Song Xiushi, and Meng Fuiying. Hearing the noise, Meng Fuiying quickly turned around and smiled sweetly at Xia Ying. Senior sister? My brothers, and I heard you were going out for training again? Take us with you this time. Sixth brother and I are already in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and our eldest brother also said we should go out for some training. Yes, senior sister. Song Xiushi chimed in, my younger sister, and I have no experience in training before, and since you're going out, we thought we'd tag along for a while. We have to train on our own later. We can't always hide behind our senior brothers and sisters for protection. Ji Heyuan said nothing, simply staring at her with his beautiful eyes. Xia Ying, finding it a little amusing, she leaped onto sixth brother's back and sat down. If you want to follow me, then go ahead. As long as senior brother agrees, how could I possibly throw you back? Meng Fuiying excitedly threw her arms around Xia Ying's neck, clinging to her and coquettishly saying, senior sister is the best. Of course not. But Meng Fuiying had barely hugged Xia Ying for a moment when she felt a chill on her back. She subconsciously tightened her robes. Strange, how could she still be cold even at the middle stage of foundation establishment? Song Xiushi, who had already seen through everything, tactfully remained silent, offering Ji Heyuan a smile that hinted at his achievements and fame. Xia Ying naturally didn't notice this little hiccup, and immediately gave the order. Sixth brother. Let's go! After a day of drifting at sea, the 4 of them disembarked at Wuyo Town, where Xia Ying had docked the previous time. She had chosen to disembark in Wuyo Town because before heading to Brahma Temple, Xia Ying planned to visit the Phantom Forest. After all, she hadn't forgotten that she had a godmother waiting there to show her respect. Since it was on her way, she had to stop by and take a look. Business in Wuyo Town was still booming. Meng Fuiying, who had lived at Lingsang Mountain for years and had rarely seen anything new, excitedly dragged Song Xiushi on a shopping spree. All the Brown Bear clan's wealth was now in Meng Fuiying's hands, making her a veritable wealthy woman. This buying spree made Xia Ying jealous. But she was also envious of the fact that once the Immortal Demon Alliance had counted how much the Yutian sect had appropriated from her over the years, they would return all of the Xia family's property to her. Xia Ying wasn't envious at all. Soon, she became the envied rich woman. Meng Fuiying's shopping spree naturally attracted the attention of many wandering cultivators, but Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan saw it but didn't warn them. Since it was a training exercise, they, as seniors, naturally couldn't interfere rashly. As expected, not long after they finished shopping and left Wuyo Town, they were stopped by 2 or 3 wandering cultivators. Hand over the spirit stones and treasures you have. I spare your lives. Little sister, you have to deal with this mess yourself. As soon as Xia Ying spoke, Meng Fuiying reacted immediately, charging forward with her fists raised. She was a physical cultivator. Her body and fists were her greatest weapons. The monks blocking the road hadn't expected Meng Fuiying to be so aggressive. They attacked with their fists, and with the help of Song Xiushi, a skilled talismanist, they quickly subdued the men. However, the two didn't kill them. After a few words of admonition, they let them go. Just as Xia Ying was about to give Meng Fuiying some advice, Song Xiushi's voice spoke first. Junior sister, do you understand the principle of not showing off your wealth? These people were attracted by your spirit stones. Of course, I'm not teaching you to swallow your anger. I'm telling you that without absolute strength to face all possible dangers, you shouldn't overexpose yourself. Meng Fuiying nodded thoughtfully. Xia Ying, I forgot Fuiying had Song Xiushi, a sesame-filled glutinous rice dumpling, by my side. My worries were in vain. After leaving Wuyo town, the journey went much more smoothly. Even if they occasionally encountered some cultivators attempting to rob others, Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan wouldn't intervene unless they were at the Jindan stage. After a few days of this intermittent wandering, Xia Ying finally stood outside the phantom forest again. She unplugged her hairpin and threw it into the forest. An entrance soon appeared before her, and Xia Ying and the other three immediately entered. Shortly after entering the forest, Chunhee, dressed in jade and wearing green hair, appeared before them, stepping on the vines. Ah Ying, what are you doing here? Of course, I came to see my godmother. Xia Ying smiled sweetly, then produced a bottle of Taijin water and some homemade snacks. Last time, there were outsiders present, so I didn't give these goodies to my godmother. This time, I make up for it. You're so thoughtful. Chunhee's expression shifted slightly, clearly not expecting Xia Ying to actually come back to see her. Seeing that Xia Ying had successfully achieved the Jindan stage, she was also very pleased. Of course. If you're not busy, we won't disturb you from practicing. Wait. Chapter 161. What else does Godmother want? Xia Ying looked up with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She remembered that Godmother Chuanha preferred quiet, and didn't like being disturbed, so she didn't stay. Could she have remembered wrongly? Last time, I heard you were searching for the refining materials to refine your natal spirit weapon. Have you found them all now? For ingredients are missing. Which four? Mysterious iron, ancient dragon scales, 1,000 machine sand, and azure phoenix feathers. Xia Ying's eyes lit up. Godmother Chuanha had lived for so long, and had seen so much. Perhaps she knew the whereabouts of the remaining refining materials? She quickly named the 4 materials, not forgetting to briefly recount what she knew. I know the whereabouts of the mysterious iron. It's deep in the snowy mountains of the extremely cold northern region. It's also the one refining material I'm least anxious to obtain. As for the remaining 3, I have some information, but it's not accurate. Chuanha nodded and continued. The ancient dragon has been extinct for 10,000 years. Even if its scales remain, I'm afraid no one knows its whereabouts. But I do know something about the blue phoenix feather. Go to the Western Territory. There's a Chiwu forest there, once home to the Phoenix clan. However, the Phoenix clan has been absent from the Wanxian continent for thousands of years. Whether you can find it depends entirely on your luck. The more Xia Ying listened, the brighter her eyes grew. This trip to the Phantom Forest had indeed been a good one. Chuanha's godmother was simply her god, but that wasn't all. Seeing the undisguised admiration in Xia Ying's eyes, Chuanha chuckled and added, As for the 1,000 machine sand, there's no need to bother looking for it. I have a piece of it, which I found by chance many years ago. Since it's of little use to me, I give it to you to refine your own spiritual weapon. Xia Ying saw Chuanha gently wave her hand, and a vine wrapped around a small brocade box was presented to her. She opened it, and saw it filled with a layer of fine silver sand, shimmering beautifully like falling stars from the sky. Thank you, godmother. Is there anything you want? I definitely find it for you next time. I lived for so long, I've seen all sorts of interesting things. If you really want to give me something, just bring me some rare flowers and spiritual plants next time you come. Chuanha didn't hesitate to be polite with Xia Ying. Her demon race couldn't imitate the human race's coy ways. If they wanted something, they wanted it, and if they didn't want it, they didn't. My phantom forest has only had these spiritual plants for thousands of years. I'm tired of them. It would be great if there were some new varieties. Godmother, can you please look at these? Chunhee hadn't finished her words when Xia Ying pulled out a bunch of bizarre flowers and plants. A half-human tall green grass with a mouth, a white umbrella-shaped flower that turned red at the touch, its petals quickly folding. These were all rare spiritual plants or immortal plants that Xia Ying and Xia Jiuzhou had looted from the red snake bird. Unable to figure out their uses, Xia Ying stuffed them all into Yin Yin's system space and planted them. Ever since Yin Yin agreed to plant the blood vine for Xia Ying had opened up new uses for the system space. After several futile attempts at resistance, Yin gave up completely. She had never seen anyone as shameless as Xiaoying. Now that Xiaoying had heard Chun, he was interested in these spiritual plants. She offered one as well, and Chun He's calm expression softened a bit. With a wave of her hand, she collected all the spiritual plants her beloved goddaughter had given her. Not only that, when Xiaoying and the others left, Chun generously gave the other 3 precious welcoming gifts. As Meng Fuiying followed his senior brothers and sisters out of the phantom forest, holding the welcoming gifts, he was still a little dazed and didn't react. Is this my senior sister's amazing talent? As long as my senior sister is willing, there is no network she can't develop. Xiaoying had received the information she wanted most, and without further delay, the group flew to the Brahma Temple in the Western Territory. Like the Southern Territory, the Western Territory is the territory of the demon race. However, because Brahma Temple is entirely composed of Buddhist cultivators, and unlike other cultivators, who are filled with prejudice and hatred towards the demon race, and sometimes even provide aid to lesser demons, Brahma Temple is the only major sect that can establish a sect in demon territory. As soon as Xiaoying and the others entered the Western Territory, Helian Yao of Luyan Palace received the news immediately. Helian Yao had been contemplating how to enter the Xiaoyao sect to investigate, but he hadn't expected Xiaoying and Ji Heyuan to actually show up. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, having spent years in the Western Territory, Helian Yao knew that the monks of Brahma Temple, while seemingly easygoing, were in reality incredibly difficult to deal with. Doing anything under their noses was far from easy. But he wasn't completely without a solution. Helian Yao thought, then rang the bell at his waist. A moment later, Yun Mei, draped in a red veil, gracefully entered. Brother Yao, you're looking for me. Come here. Helian Yao smiled and waved, but Yun Mei, still oblivious to the approaching danger, quickly approached. As she sat down, Helian Yao grabbed her slender neck. Palace Master? Yun Mei's eyes widened. No matter how different Helian Yao usually treated her, she sensed something was wrong and immediately changed her address. I don't know what I did wrong to anger the Palace Master. Please forgive me. Yun Mei, don't be afraid. I just want to ask you a few questions. Helian Yao's tone was as gentle as ever, but Yun Mei couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. She lowered her eyelids, not daring to meet Helian Yao's gaze. Yes, I will tell you everything I know, Palace Master. You were the one who helped Xiang open the Bodhi Pagoda in the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, weren't you? Yun Mei was startled, but dared not deny it. It was me. I know I was wrong. No, you're not wrong. It's understandable that you want to save yourself in that situation. How could I blame you for this? But Yun Mei. Helian Yao chuckled. I can forgive you for everything else, but I won't let you off lightly for betraying Luyan Palace. Palace Master, be wise. I would never dare to think of betraying Luyan Palace. Of course I believe you. Helian Yao released her hand. Get up. Let me ask you, what's your relationship with Xiaoying? Xiaoying should be quite fond of me. Yun Mei wondered uncertainly. Liking her foxtail should also be considered liking her, right? Chapter 162. In that case, you should go to Brahma Temple now. Brahma Temple? Xiaoying is gone to Brahma Temple now. I want you to lurk by her side, monitor the actions of Ji Heyuan, her companion, and report to me at all times. When the time is right, I will come find you. Yun Mei was puzzled, but dared not refuse. Yes, I will set off for Brahma Temple immediately. When Xiaoying and the others arrived at the gate of Brahma Temple, Guankong, a Buddhist disciple in monk's robes, had been waiting there for a long time. Buddha Guankong. Amitabha, I heard that fellow Taoist Xie would arrive today, so I've been waiting here specially. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Thank you for your courtesy. Fellow Taoist Guankong said, turning sideways and making a pleased gesture towards them. Fellow Taoists, please follow me. Xiaoying, Ji Heyuan, and fellow Taoist Guankong walked side by side, with Meng Fuiying and Song Xiushi following closely behind, curiously gazing at the Brahma Temple as they walked. Before entering the mountain gate, they had already spotted the temple's 7-story pagoda. After entering the mountain gate, the majestic Heavenly King Hall came into view. In front of the Heavenly King Hall lay a shallow pond, with lotus flowers of various colors floating in it. A stone arch bridge spanned the pond, and led directly to the Heavenly King Hall. Beyond the Heavenly King Hall were the main hall and the Sutra Library. On either side stood the Ksiddhagarbha Hall, the Guanin Hall, the Medicine Master Pavilion, the Bell Tower, and other large and small halls. Guankong didn't force anyone to enter the temple to worship. After briefly explaining the temple situation, he led them directly to the guest house they had arranged earlier. Brahma Temple was, after all, the foremost Buddhist monastery on the Wanxiang continent in the world of immortal cultivation, and its layout differed from that of ordinary temples. After passing the numerous halls ahead, they finally entered Brahma Temple. Buddhist Guankong, where are the people from your temple? How come I haven't seen anyone along the way? Xiaoying had just asked curiously, when she saw a group of shirtless Buddhist practitioners practicing martial arts in the Dharma Assembly Square. Wow! Wow! Xiaoying and Meng Fuiying exclaimed in surprise at the same time, before Ji Heyuan and Song Xiushi tacitly raised their hands to shield their eyes. Junior sister, these are monks. Junior sister, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Buddhist Guankong smiled knowingly at this, and led them around the Dharma Assembly Square, and continued inside. These are the warrior monks of Brahma Temple. They practice both Zen and physical cultivation. Physical cultivation? I practice physical cultivation too. Meng Fuiying's eyes lit up again, and he looked at Guankong Buddha with some anticipation. Buddha, can I spar with those brothers? If they're willing, of course. Guankong Buddha didn't agree outright. When I'm free, I ask those brothers for fellow Taoist Ming. Thank you very much, Buddha. As they chatted, they finally arrived at the guest house prepared for them at Brahma Temple. In the world of immortal cultivation, there's no strict separation between men and women. Since the four of them were fellow disciples, Guankong Buddha considerately arranged for them to stay in the same large courtyard, each with a separate room. Master and his uncle are currently giving lectures and answering questions for the new disciples. I'm afraid I won't be able to ask Master for clarification on the matter you asked me to inquire about until later. There's no rush. I visit Master Zihui when he's free. Xiaoying expressed her understanding. Does the temple have an alchemy room? Of course there is. If you need it, fellow Taoist, I take you there right away. Please wait a moment, my friend. Xiaoying turned to Ji Heyuan and waved, Xiao He, come here. What's wrong, senior sister? Please help me take care of her. Ji Heyuan felt a weight drop in his arms. Looking down, he met a pair of black, mung bean-sized eyes. Xiu Qiu? Ji Heyuan, who understood all languages, responded, ? This fat bird is calling him mother? After being fed by Zhu Zhu for a month, Qiu Qiu now resembled a large, round, red watermelon. With difficulty, she shifted in Ji Heyuan's arms. The moment she saw Xiaoying, her eyes lit up with joy. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaoying patted Jiujiu's head. Jiujiu, be good. You can't stay in the spirit beast bag forever. Go play with this uncle for a few days. I come back to accompany you when I'm done with my work. Although Jiujiu still couldn't tell who her real mother was, she understood what Xiaoying was saying. The child, though small, was very well behaved and nodded immediately. Without waiting for Ji Heyuan to ask, Xiaoying patted his shoulder solemnly. Xiaohe, this is Qilian Bird's offspring, named Jiujiu. I promise Qilian Bird I take good care of her. The Brahma Temple is rich in spiritual energy, and the Buddha's light shines everywhere. If you have time, take Jiujiu with 6 junior brother and little junior sister to listen to the master's lecture. Perhaps it will enlighten her and make her wiser. This is a lecture by a high-ranking monk from Brahma Temple. Others can't even hear it if they want. Without waiting for Ji Heyuan's response, Xiaoying waved and walked away gracefully, leaving Ji Heyuan, holding a plump bird, to ponder in the wind. Does he look like someone who would care for a young bird? Even from a distance, Meng Fuiying and Song Xiu could sense the low pressure emanating from Ji Heyuan. After much deliberation, she finally stepped forward. This senior brother, how about I help 4 senior sister take care of Jiujiu? I have experience caring for Kair before, so you can trust Jiujiu to me. Meng Fuiying reached out to embrace Jiujiu, but Jiujiu, despite her weight, nimbly dodged and buried her head in Ji Heyuan's arms. Meng Fuiying, what do you mean? Doesn't she look more approachable than 5th senior brother? Heh! Ji Heyuan suddenly chuckled softly, scooping Jiujiu up with one hand and placing her on his shoulder. Never mind. Since junior senior sister asked me to, I do it myself. Elsewhere, after bringing Xiaoying to the alchemy room, Guankong Buddha's disciple also cast a Buddha's light barrier outside to prevent her from being disturbed while she was refining the elixir. Even so, before officially refining the elixir, Xiaoying personally set up another barrier to ensure a foolproof process. After all, she was about to refine the jade bone pill. Others might not know how special the jade bone pill was, but Ji Heyuan's enemies certainly knew. Xiaoying hadn't forgotten how badly injured Ji Heyuan was when they first met, and she didn't want to reveal his whereabouts to anyone. After taking the glazed lotus, she had Enin planted in the system space. One glazed immortal bud could only produce 3 jade bone pills at most. After experiencing previous failures, Xiang didn't dare to be complacent. After much deliberation, she decided to wait until the glazed lotus produced a second immortal bud before refining. Coincidentally, 2 days before they were due to arrive at Brahma Temple, Inin informed her that the second glazed immortal bud had appeared. Xiang spent 3 days and 3 nights in the alchemy room this time. On the second day after she entered the alchemy room, Yunmei, who was carrying out a mission, also arrived outside the Brahma Temple. Chapter 163. At that time, Ji Huyuan and his companions, along with Jiujiu, had just finished listening to the sutras with Master Sihui. As they returned to the guest house, they saw a young Zen master approaching them. "Amiba, fellow Taoists, please help me find you. What does this Zen master want from us?" Another Taoist has arrived outside the mountain gate. He claims to be an old acquaintance of Taoist Xie, and I heard that Taoist Xie is here specifically looking for her. The young Zen master briefly explained the situation. However, Taoist Xie is still in the alchemy room. Senior brother Guankong has instructed us not to disturb her, so I come to ask if we would like to meet the Taoist outside the mountain gate. A friend of senior sister? Meng Fuiying and Song Xiushi exchanged glances, then, in tacit understanding, turned their gazes to Ji Huyuan. Only senior brother 5 knows who senior sister's friends are. Let's go take a look. Please, little Zen master, lead the way. You're welcome, fellow Taoist. Yunmei, dressed in red, was outside the mountain gate, idly cracking her whip while waiting for Xiang. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned, only to be met with a pair of hostile eyes instead of Xiang. Yunmei instantly realized, this must be Ji Huyuan, the man Helian Yao had asked her to keep an eye on? He certainly looks like someone who's not to be trifled with. Ji Huyuan's face darkened. Yunmei from Luyin Palace? When did junior sister provoke this vixen? The moment the two met, the air was thick with an invisible fuss, and both were wary of each other. Even Meng Fuiying, known as the most innocent naive person in the Xiaoyao sect, could sense the discord between them. However, one was a beloved senior brother, and the other was a friend of her beloved senior sister. It seemed unwise to favor either. Meng Fuiying then spontaneously acted as a mediator between the two. This sister is truly beautiful. As expected, Yunmei smiled charmingly upon hearing this. You have good taste, little sister. I am Yunmei from Luyin Palace. I'm Meng Fuiying from Xiaoyao sect. These are my senior brothers Ji Huyuan and Song Xiushi. Yunmei nodded, consciously ignoring Ji Huyuan. With a smile, she inquired about Xiang. Where's Xiang? I came to see her after I learned she was in the Western Territory. Back in the secret realm, she and I were close friends who had shared life and death together. Why didn't she come out to see me? Senior sister is in the alchemy room. Meng Fuiying kindly explained, her words still as sweet as honey. Sister Yun, if you have any urgent matters, please tell me first. I pass on the message to senior sister after she comes out. Nothing important. I just heard she came to the Western Territory to visit her. I've been pretty free lately, so I just wait for her to come out. Yunmei said this, then looked at the young Zen master who had remained silent the entire time. Young Zen master, do you mind if I stay in your temple for a few days? A guest is a guest. The young Zen master smiled. Fellow Taoist Yun, please follow me. Although he didn't say it directly, the young Zen master could tell that Yunmei wasn't very familiar with Ji Huyuan and the others. Therefore, he didn't place Yunmei with them together, but in a guest house nearby. But this didn't bother Yunmei enough to go there on her own. Yunmei could tell that Song Xiushi wasn't easy to fool, and Ji Huyuan had an inexplicable hostility towards her, so she didn't want to bother herself and just kept talking to Meng Fuiying. Little Fuiying, what kind of elixir is Xiang refining? Why hasn't she come out after a day? I don't know. Meng Fuiying's eyes flickered slightly, but when she looked up, they were filled with honesty. Senior sister is an alchemist. She often spends 10 days, or even half a month in the alchemy room when she has nothing to do. She's even had the room blown up. Besides, senior sister isn't necessarily refining elixirs. She could be refining poisons. Yunmei was genuinely surprised. Xiang can also refine poisons? Of course. You can't be? Don't you even know that, Sister Yun? Know what? Meng Fuiying looked proud. There's nothing in this world that my senior sister doesn't know. Yunmei stayed at Brahma Temple for 2 days. During these 2 days, she would come to Meng Fuiying to practice or chat with her whenever she had nothing to do. After a while, the person who disliked her successfully shifted from Ji Huyuan to Song Xiushi. Yunmei, well versed in the affairs of men and women, naturally understood why the 2 young men were targeting her, but she didn't care. She had to complete the mission Helian Yao had assigned her. To complete the mission, she sacrificed her appearance, and what was the big deal about being misunderstood? But Yunmei didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that this Meng Fuiying, despite his appearance, but actually so innocent, seemed to be constantly deceiving her. Yunmei always answered her questions with sincerity and honesty, without a hint of perfunctory. It was just that his answers were so different from what she expected. Yunmei sighed. Undercover life is so hard. If the other two hadn't been so difficult to fool, she wouldn't have had to put so much effort into Meng Fuiying. On the third day after Yunmei arrived at Brahma Temple, a sudden thunderclap echoed in the sky. The thunder exploded right beside her ears, startling her so much that she nearly snapped. Yunmei hurried out of the room to investigate. The sky was a clear blue, with no trace of thunder visible. Instead, a streak of rainbow light streamed down from the horizon, landing on a spot within Brahma Temple. Yunmei followed the direction of the light, her eyes narrowing. That's the direction of the alchemy room, and this rainbow light is a blessing from heaven. It's said that when a cultivator attains enlightenment or creates their own unique technique, there's a very small chance they receive heaven's blessing. But heaven's blessing is just as rare as heaven's blessing. Over the years, few in the world of immortal cultivation have actually witnessed it. Xiaoying was the first cultivator in thousands of years to receive heaven's blessing while surviving a thunder tribulation. Even the onlookers received some of heaven's blessings. When Yunmei heard about it, she was filled with envy. It was a pity she didn't see it in person and missed this great opportunity. Yunmei had never imagined that she would witness the blessing of heaven so soon, and the one bestowing the blessing upon her was the same person. Wow! Is this the true Destiny's daughter? This time, Yunmei didn't want to miss this golden opportunity, so she sprinted towards the alchemy furnace. Ji Hiyuan and his companions had already arrived at the alchemy room before her, and they happened to run into Guan Kong. The two groups exchanged a brief greeting, then tacitly turned their gazes towards the alchemy room. At this moment, the rosy glow had not yet completely dissipated. Amidst the rosy glow, they heard a creak, and the alchemy room door opened. Chapter 164. Xiaoying emerged from the alchemy room, a vibrant presence. Bathed in a rainbow of light, even her hair shimmered, she looked like a goddess descended to earth. In her hand, she held an 8-foot-long spear. Its silver-white shaft seemed coated in a layer of frost, and intricate runes were carved into the shaft. Azure spiritual threads slowly traced the runes, converging at the tip of the spear. A chilling, cold light shone throughout. A mysterious aura lingered about the silver spear. It was the aura of heaven. And the most compelling reason for everyone to stare was this. It was a divine weapon. Xiaoying had forged a supreme-grade divine weapon for the first time. No wonder she was blessed by the heavens. Xiaoying's talent was simply terrifying. Senior sister? Meng Fuiying spoke first. As the rosy glow faded, he ran to Xiaoying's side, and naturally took her arm. Is this the divine weapon you forged for me? Meng Fuiying's eyes sparkled. But senior sister's refining materials aren't. Haven't you found all the materials yet? The most basic ones are already there. Xiaoying explained good-naturedly. The remaining materials are to improve its quality, so adding them and reforging it won't affect it. It's already an immortal weapon. Can it still be improved? Of course. I, Xiaoying, will either never use my natal spiritual weapon for the rest of my life, or if I do, it must be the best. Besides, the wonders of my spear go far beyond this. Then, senior sister, can you let me see it? Why not? Xiaoying curled her lips into a smile, and under Meng Fuiying's expectant gaze, she confidently handed the silver spear over. Do you think I'm such a stingy person? Senior sister, of course I'm not. Meng Fuiying reached out to take the silver spear. She knew full well that no matter how petty Xiaoying seemed to be in public, she was always generous with him. Senior sister is the best senior sister in the world. As the silver spear touched her hand, a refreshing coolness spread through her, and Meng Fuiying's mind became clear. She was a physical cultivator, and didn't know how to wield a spear, but she nonetheless practiced the spear techniques she had learned from memory. Xiaoying stood on the steps, watching Meng Fuiying's clumsy movements, and couldn't help but laugh. Junior sister, that's not how you wield a spear. Let me teach you. She leaped down the steps, her bare hands extended, and the silver spear, sensing its master's call, instantly broke free from Meng Fuiying and flew into Xiaoying's hands. The spear swirled in her palm, carving a perfect arc and disrupting the courtyard's spiritual energy. The spear shot out like a dragon, tearing through the air with immense force. Everyone felt a piercing chill, and even the fallen leaves in the courtyard were coated with a thin layer of frost. But as Xiaoying spun and thrust, The silver spear unleashed a surge of crimson fire, its scorching heat instantly dispelling the previous frost. As everyone marveled, Xiang suddenly grasped the spear with both hands and yanked it apart. The silver spear split in two, transforming into two long swords, one black and one white. Holding both swords, Xiang executed a simple set of free-spirited sword techniques, but the surging sword energy in the courtyard lingered for a long time. She touched the hilts of the two long swords together, and they instantly transformed back into cold silver spears. Ming Fuiying's jaw dropped. Even Ji Heyuan, Guankong Fozi, and the others couldn't hide their astonishment. They had never imagined that a weaponsmith could perfectly fuse a spear and two swords together. But when they realized it was Xiang, they seemed less surprised. Senior sister? This is so cool. Ming Fuiying felt her admiration for senior sister Xiang was like a surging river, and no amount of rhetoric could describe her admiration. Senior sister? Does this silver spear have a name? What is it called? The Qiankuan spear. The twin swords that evolve from it are called Qian sword and Kuan sword. Even when she decided to forge this natal spiritual weapon, Xiang had already chosen its name. Qian represents life, and Kuan represents death. She had no intention of deciding the fate of others, but her own life and death, along with the universe, must be firmly in her own hands. Like this sharp spear of heaven and earth, under the warm sunlight, the girl's black hair fluttered, her eyes brimming with youthful spirit. Simply standing there was enough to inspire indomitable courage. Yun Mei, standing on the periphery, fell silent. Xiang was truly exceptional, so exceptional that she felt that even Helyan Yao, the powerful figure she once revered as a god, was nothing. Seeing Xiang surrounded by Ji Heyuan and the others, Yun Mei finally remembered her mission and squeezed forward. Congratulations, Xiang. Your talent is truly enviable. Yun Mei? Xiang looked at her in confusion. How did you know I was here? Humph. Yun Mei stroked her hair proudly. Luyan Palace and Brahma Temple are both located in the Western Territory. Since they're in the Western Territory, there's nothing I don't know. Really? Xia Ying's eyes lit up. Then do you know where the Phoenix Clan's Qilin is? Yun Mei, I don't know. TSK. Xiang rolled her eyes speechlessly. You just said there's nothing you don't know in the Western Territory. Yun Mei, shock. This damn Xiang was really pissing her off. Don't worry. I definitely find out where Qilin is for you, okay? If she didn't know, how could Helyan Yao not know? Xiang, having successfully achieved her goal, smiled with her eyes curved. Thank you then. Belatedly realizing she'd been tricked, Yun Mei began to doubt her life. Xiang was so cunning, could she really pull off an undercover operation? When Xiang first entered the alchemy room, she hadn't imagined she stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights. Although this time had expended considerable effort and spiritual energy, the rewards were considerable. Not only did she obtain her natal spiritual weapon and successfully refine 6 jade bone pills, she also prepared gifts for Shenfuyu and the others. The only surprise was that she received the blessing of heaven upon receiving the Qiankuan spear. But this also successfully concealed the fact that she had refined the jade bone pills. After all, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Xiang spent 3 days in the alchemy room, keeping Master Zihui and his senior brother, Master Xianyan, waiting in vain. As for the whereabouts of the ancient dragon scales, Xiang didn't want to wait any longer. After leaving the alchemy room, she followed Guankong directly to the meeting hall. Brahma Temple, meeting hall. Master Zihui and Xianyan were playing chess in the hall. The moment Xiang entered, the game was decided. Chapter 165. Xiang, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, greets the two masters. No need to be so formal. Master Zihui gently waved his sleeve, creating a breeze that lifted Xiang, who was about to salute, to her feet. He patted the empty cushion beside the chessboard. Come and sit down. Yes. Xiang didn't refuse, sitting down confidently on the cushion and getting straight to the point. Masters, I'm here to find the whereabouts of the ancient dragon scales. I know Guankong has already informed you of your purpose. My senior brother knows a thing or two about the ancient dragon scales. You can ask him. Yes, I understand. Master Zihui said with a smile, then continued to study the movement of the pieces on the chessboard, seemingly unconcerned with what Xiang and Master Xianyan had to say. Xiang couldn't understand the master's thoughts, nor did she want to bother guessing. After thanking Master Zihui, she looked at Xianyan beside her with a respectful attitude. Master Xianyan, please guide me. Amitabha. Master Xianyan clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddhist verse. This humble monk can only share what I know, young Taoist friend. Xia Ying listened attentively to Master Xia Yan's next words. The ancient dragons are actually the ancient dragon clan. However, after a great war in ancient times, both the dragon and phoenix clans perished. Today, there is no trace of either clan on the Wanxiang continent. In this case, if you want to obtain the dragon scales, there are only 3 ways. The first is to use the power of the Wheel of Time to travel back in time and space to the ancient times when the dragon clan existed. Xia Ying? Why does this sound so outlandish? However, she still believed that such a serious Master Xia Yan's words weren't groundless. After all, if one could cultivate immortality here, then traveling through time and space shouldn't be impossible. The Wheel of Time and Space? Is it a divine artifact? I don't know. Xia Ying? The Wheel of Time and Space only briefly appeared in a fragment of ancient texts, which have since been destroyed. The only record is that its power was powerful enough to change fate and travel through time and space. But what it is, and whether it truly exists, is unknown. So the possibility of this first method being feasible is almost non-existent. Xia Ying, If Master Xia Yan hadn't seemed so serious, she might have thought she was being tricked. What are the other 2 methods? One is the rift in time and space, and the other is in the 10,000 Demons Gorge. Facing Xia Ying's puzzled gaze, Master Xia Yan patiently explained. Over the past 100 years, spiritual energy has been draining away at an increasingly rapid rate within the world of immortal cultivation, leading to the emergence of space-time rifts on the Wanxiang continent. However, the situation on the Wanxiang continent is currently relatively stable, so there aren't many. If you fall into one, you might be able to travel back in time to ancient times, but this method is extremely dangerous. The forces within the rifts are too powerful for ordinary people to resist. A single careless move could result in you being wiped out, your soul annihilated. As for the 10,000 Demons Gorge, Xia Yan paused for a moment before continuing. Buddha speaks of the 3,000 worlds, and therefore, other worlds or continents exist beyond the Wanxiang continent. The path to these other worlds and continents lies on the other side of the 10,000 Demons Gorge. But this method also carries danger and uncertainty. You can't control which world you end up in. It might be a higher middle world, or a small world like the myriad worlds. You might even end up in the perilous demon realm. However, compared to the first 2 methods, the myriad Demons Gorge route is clearly the safest and easiest to achieve. As Master Xia Yan continued to speak, Xia Ying's heart sank. While she knew obtaining the ancient dragon scales would be difficult, she certainly hadn't anticipated its arduousness. But in my humble opinion, my young Taoist friend's current level of cultivation and realm are not suited to seeking the so-called ancient dragon scales. If you are destined, the opportunity will eventually arise. I understand. Thank you, Master, for your understanding. You don't need to thank me. My junior brother, and I also have something we need you to do. What are you talking about, Master? If one day, my young Taoist friend truly travels back in time, please let nature take its course and follow your heart. Is it that simple? It sounds simple, but it may not be so simple in practice. I will accept your advice. Xia Ying felt that the master was a master, and his words carried an unpredictable quality. But today's conversation with Master Xia Yan had indeed changed her mind quite a bit. Her current strength was certainly not particularly impressive, and it would be unwise to rashly seek the ancient dragon scales that no longer existed in the world of immortal cultivation. In addition, the time for the Immortal Demon Alliance's disciple selection competition was approaching, and after much deliberation, Xia Ying decided to put the search for the ancient dragon scales for last. But before that, she could go to Chiwu Forest to see if she could find the blue phoenix feather, and then go to the northern border to retrieve a piece of shining iron. After making up her mind, Xia Ying said goodbye to the two and returned directly to the guest house. After Xia Ying left, Master Xihui, who had been staring at the chessboard, finally looked up at his senior brother. Senior brother, are you sure it's her? The universe uses all living things as chess pieces. Xia Ying is the biggest variable in this game, and the only variable that could disrupt it. Master Xia Yan lowered his eyelids and spoke slowly. I have repeatedly deduced that this is an unsolvable deadlock. The only hope for survival lies with her. In that case, I will have Guankong accompany Xia Ying to ensure her survival. Meanwhile, Yun Mei also reported the events in Brahma Temple back to Luyun Palace. But when she mentioned Xia Ying's natal spiritual weapon, she deliberately omitted the fact that the spear could transform into twin swords. Even so, it was enough to make Helian Yao, far away in Luyun Palace, seethe with jealousy. While the Heavenly Tao's blessing wasn't as dramatic as the Heavenly Tao's granting of blessings, it was nonetheless a natural phenomenon. How could Luyun Palace, located in the same western region as Brahma Temple, not since it. Damn it! The heavenly Tao truly favors Xiang so much. Why should a little girl like Xiang get all the benefits? Helian Yao had suspected something the moment he sensed the heavenly Tao's presence, and now that it was confirmed, he couldn't contain his resentment. But since heaven's Tao is unfair, I have even less to worry about. Just one young sect master was already giving him a headache. If another, favored by heaven, Xiang appeared, how could Helian Yao achieve his dominance? Regardless of whether Ji Heyuan was young sect master or not, Xiaoyao sect could no longer be allowed to remain. Xiang and Ji Heyuan must be eliminated as soon as possible. After calming down, Helian Yao quickly came up with another plan and sent another instruction to Yun Mei. Chapter 166. Brahma Temple. Only after returning to the guest house did Xiang discover that Ming Fuiying had gone to the Dharma Assembly Square to spar and exchange ideas with the temple's martial monks. Song Shosher, ever the motherly caregiver, naturally followed. Ji Heyuan and Jiuzhou were now the only two remaining in the courtyard where they lived. As Xiang entered the courtyard, she spotted Ji Heyuan, dressed in moon-white robes, lazily sitting beneath a Bodhi tree. He held the scabbard of the frost-breaking sword, to which was bound a bundle of spiritual grains bound with spiritual energy. The grain swayed gently up and down with Ji Heyuan's careless movements. The plump Jiuzhou, staring intently at the grains, jumped with all her might. Wow! He's teasing a bird. Ji Heyuan watched with a smile, occasionally letting Jiuzhou take a bite to keep her from losing her motivation to keep jumping. The man and the bird lived in perfect harmony, the sun lazily streaming down their bodies. Xiang felt an inexplicable sense of peace and tranquility. Little Crane. As soon as Xiang spoke, both man and bird looked at her. Jiuzhou flapped its wings excitedly, slamming headfirst into Xiang's arms. Jiuzhou. For a moment, Xiang had the strange illusion that they were a family of three, but she quickly dismissed this absurd thought. Men only slowed her down, and Little Crane was no exception. Ju. Huh? You said Little Crane dislikes your weight and keeps pushing you to lose weight, asking me to make the decision for you. But I think Little Crane is right, Jiuzhou. Being too fat isn't healthy for you. Be careful, or you won't be able to fly. Jiuzhou? As soon as Jiuzhou saw Xiang, she couldn't wait to complain, accusing Ji Heyuan of enslaving her these past few days. Unexpectedly, her beloved mother, Xiang, wasn't on her side at all. Jiuzhou wilted like an eggplant struck by frost. Perhaps, as the red-bellied bird had said, Jiuzhou and her were destined to be together. Even though she couldn't speak bird language, she could still understand Jiuzhou's meaning. Xiang patted her head with amusement to comfort her, then released Jiuzhou to play with her before approaching Ji Heyuan. Xiahe, come with me into the room. I have something to tell you. Unsuspecting him, Ji Heyuan obediently followed Xiang. As soon as they entered the room, the door closed behind them. With a wave of her hand, Xiang cast a barrier outside the room to prevent prying eyes. Junior senior sister? What are you standing there for? Come here. I have something good for you. Xiang pulled Ji Heyuan in front of her and excitedly pressed a white jade bottle into his hands, a lingering smugness etched in her eyes. Quick! Open it and take a look. In fact, seeing Xiang like this, and thinking about how she had spent 3 whole days in the alchemy room, Ji Heyuan had almost guessed what it was. But perhaps because everything had happened so easily, Ji Heyuan couldn't believe what he was seeing. His hand trembled slightly as he held the white jade bottle, and after opening it, he was speechless for a long time. Just as he had expected, the white jade bottle contained nothing but 6 plump jade bone pills, and they were all immortal jade bone pills. Ji Heyuan knew that in the heaven realm, there were glazed immortal buds, which could be used to refine jade bone pills. It was precisely for the glazed immortal buds that he had been poisoned by the dragon, but unfortunately, in the end, his efforts were in vain. He had no idea that Xiang had been concerned about his injury, and had even gotten him the glazed immortal bud. Junior sister. Are you touched already? Xiang patted his shoulder. All right, stop with the sentimental talk. I don't like it. It's just a small favor. Don't dwell on it. How could she not? Ever since his mother passed away, it had been a long time since anyone had taken any of his affairs to heart. The people of the Xiaoyao sect were all kind to him, but no one was as kind as Xiang. Ji Heyuan took a deep breath and decided to reveal his biggest secret. Junior sister, I have something to tell you. Actually, Before he could finish his words, Xiang covered his mouth with hers. No need to tell us. We all know. All of you? You all? Ji Heyuan was truly surprised. He had always assumed that only Master Long Kong and Sect Master Su Xiai knew his identity in the Xiaoyao sect. Xie Ying had spent the most time with him, so he knew she would have some suspicions. But looking at Xie Ying's current appearance, it was clear she knew far more than Ji Heyuan had given herself credit for. Of course, do you think senior brother and the others have lived all these years in vain? Others might not know, but we've been with you day and night, and I picked you up at the foot of the Yutian Sect Mountain. How could I not guess your origins? Ji Heyuan opened his mouth and explained stiffly, I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's okay, Xie. Everyone has secrets. Xie Ying smiled nonchalantly. You've done a good job before. Never reveal your secrets to anyone. Okay, let's not talk about these heavy topics anymore. I go find Yun Mei and find out what her plan is for coming to Brahma Temple. Xiao He, take this medicine to regulate your breathing and heal your injuries and see if it works. Okay. Ji Heyuan agreed immediately. He certainly wouldn't let Xie Ying's efforts go to waste. The hidden injuries in his body were the result of a backlash from his childhood attempts to understand the laws of nature. Only by nourishing himself monthly with the Immortal Elixir, the Jade Bone Pill, could they slowly heal. Otherwise, he would experience a relapse of his old injuries every month, the painful process of his spiritual veins rupturing and then healing. If this continued, he would eventually lose his cultivation and die in agony. Xie Ying's Jade Bone Pill was like a gentle rain in the desert, ensuring Ji Heyuan 6 months of peace and giving him hope for life. He gave up thinking, cast a barrier, took a Jade Bone Pill, and focused on meditation and regulating his breathing. After Xie Ying left Ji Heyuan's room, before she could even look for Yun Mei, she ran into Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying returning from outside. The two glanced at each other, then shared a silent, anti smile. Xie Ying didn't think twice, simply greeted them and continued on her way out. It was Song Xiushi who asked a question. Where's poor senior sister going? To find Yun Mei. At these words, their expressions changed, and Xie Ying keenly sensed something was amiss. What's going on? Has anything happened these past few days that I'm unaware of? Senior sister. Meng Fuiying pulled Xie Ying closer and whispered, there's something strange about that Yun Mei. She's always using the excuse of chatting with me to intentionally or unintentionally inquire about our Xiaoyao sect's affairs, especially about you, senior sister. I think she has ill intentions. Be careful, senior sister. Xie Ying's heart sank. Yun Mei was a member of Luyan Palace. She didn't think there was anything about her that was worth Luyan Palace's attention, except for one person, Ji Heyuan. Chapter 167. She hadn't forgotten that Helian Yao, who helped Lin Yuexiang destroy the Xiaoyao sect later in the original novel, was the elusive venerable Liyun of Luyan Palace. What good could Yun Mei, a member of Luyan Palace, gain by deliberately approaching her and inquiring about her? Besides Ji Heyuan, Xie Ying couldn't think of anyone or anything else around her that Luyan Palace could target. Watching Xie Ying's expression darken, Meng Fuiying knew she had been right to deliberately deceive Yun Mei. Senior sister, if Yun Mei is truly problematic, shouldn't we find a way to get rid of her? No rush. Although Xie Ying was wary of Luyan Palace, she wasn't completely paranoid. If Luyan Palace truly has plans for me, getting rid of Yun Mei might just be the cause. I know Yun Mei well enough. Replacing her with someone else in the palace would only cause more trouble. What Xie Ying didn't mention was that, during their previous collaboration, she had a favorable impression of Yun Mei, but she also sensed that she didn't have a strong sense of belonging to Luyan Palace. If Yun Mei truly was an undercover agent sent by Luyan Palace's Helian Yao to spy on Ji Heyuan, then using her wisely could potentially play a crucial role in securing victory. Xie Ying snapped out of her thoughts. I go see Yun Mei. You can continue to interact with her as usual. Just don't let her notice anything's amiss. Don't worry, senior sister. Meng Fuiying patted his chest confidently. If I can't beat the brothers and sisters from the Xiaoyao sect, how can I beat the people outside? Alright. I knew our little Fuiying was the best. Xie Ying pinched Meng Fuiying's cheek and didn't linger any longer, turning to find Yun Mei. At this moment, Yun Mei had also received a response from Helian Yao. It was the next plan he had devised, which she needed to implement. Even though Yun Mei had known from the first day she followed Helian Yao that he treated her like nothing more than a handy knife and a valuable furnace, she still felt a surge of displeasure at being sent on such a dangerous mission. She wasn't Helian Yao's pet. She and Helian Yao were from the same Fox clan. In the past, when the Red Fox clan was still in trouble, she had been a treasure to her parents. If Helian Yao hadn't saved her life, she might not have been willing to become a disciple of Luyan Palace. Yun Mei felt depressed, but remembering Helian Yao's life-saving grace, she swallowed her anger and pondered how to fulfill Helian Yao's instructions. If she took too much initiative, Xie Ying would surely become suspicious. Just then, Xie Ying approached. Yunmei was a little surprised when she heard her voice and ran out. Why are you here? Why? You don't want to welcome me? Xie Ying raised an eyebrow. I heard from my junior sister that you came to Brahma Temple specifically to see me. Yunmei knew Xie Ying wasn't easy to fool, and she wasn't sure why she come to see her, but that didn't stop her from actively cultivating a good relationship with Xie Ying. Yunmei twisted her waist, seductively taking Xie Ying's arm and leading her to the room. How could I not welcome the champion of our human clan sect competition? Actually, I didn't come to Brahma Temple to see you for anything particularly important. I just happened to learn you were in the Western Territory, and since there wasn't anything important going on at Liyun Palace, I just came to visit you. Sister Yun, you're here for me, but I need you. Xie Ying blinked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sister Yun just promised to help me find Qi Wuling's whereabouts, so I came to ask. Have you found it? Yun Mei's brows relaxed slightly, returning to her charming demeanor. I thought it was something. If you asked anyone else, they might not be able to handle it, but I'm the right person. I sent a voice message to our palace master, and he's already told me Qi Wuling's whereabouts. If you want to go, we can set off anytime. Yunmei didn't know that Xie Ying already knew the true identity of Liyun Palace's palace master, Reverend Liyun, and had therefore directly brought him up. It was precisely because of this statement that Xie Ying became even more certain that Yunmei was Helian Yao's undercover agent sent to her. Xie Ying mentally cursed Helian Yao's ancestors hundreds of times, yet she maintained a sweet smile. Thank you, Sister Yun. Once I discussed it with my fellow disciples, we set off. Okay. The Xiaoyao sect has always been reclusive. Although they had little contact with the Brahma Temple in the past, Xie Ying brought with her a number of elixirs, talismans, and other useful items for anyone during her visit. She was a cultivator of alchemy, and had also secretly practiced talismans. These seemingly precious items to others were merely a bit of extra effort for Xie Ying. Even though her path to immortality had been smooth sailing, she had never forgotten the tragic end of the Xiaoyao sect in the original novel. While this was certainly due to the collusion between Lin Yuexiang and Helian Yao, the Xiaoyao sect itself also had its problems. The Xiaoyao sect was too reclusive, solely focused on teaching its disciples. It had no interest in competing with other sects, and never actively engaged in building relationships with them. Consequently, this profoundly influential sect on the sea was gradually forgotten by the cultivators. Even in the world of cultivation, one cannot avoid the social etiquette of society. Thus, while Xie Ying worked to elevate the Xiaoyao sect to prominence and gradually become the foremost sect in the world of cultivation, she also carefully cultivated good relations with the various 9 major sections. While strength was certainly important, social etiquette was equally crucial. Thankfully, the people she met weren't like Gu Qinghuai, the ungrateful, irritating lunatic from the Yuntian sect. She genuinely connected with them. So far, progress had been quite positive. Having decided to have Yunmei take her to Qilin, Xie Ying, after completing her breathing exercises with Ji Heyuan and conferring with Meng Fuiying and the others, went to pay a visit to Master Xihui, the abbot of Brahma Temple, to explain their intention to depart. Master Xihui was a rare and highly accomplished monk in the world of immortal cultivation, and as always, he was easy to talk to. Not only did he explain some important precautions within the Western Territory, he also presented them with a welcome gift. This was clearly a gesture of establishing a friendly relationship with the Xiaoyao sect. But what Xie Ying hadn't expected was that, as the group left Brahma Temple, they actually saw Guankong Buddhist disciple, who had already packed up, outside the mountain gate. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Guankong Buddhist disciple was the first to greet him. Master intends for me to enter the secular world for training. I wonder if you would be willing to join me. Chapter 168. I'm so happy that the Buddhist disciple is willing to come along. Xie Ying was genuinely happy. She wouldn't believe Yunmei had any ulterior motives in bringing her to Chiwu Forest. Although they could have handled this well enough, Guankong Buddhist disciples' willingness to join was naturally the best thing. Who would complain about having too much help? Ji Heyuan and the other two naturally shared Xie Ying's thoughts. I have no objection. Me too. You welcome the Buddhist disciples joining. Then let's put it this way. Yunmei, ? Aren't you even asking me? You all have no objections, but I do. But Yunmei didn't say it out loud. She and Guankong Buddhist disciple had no grudges. If she disagreed with something everyone agreed on, wouldn't that clearly tell everyone there was something wrong with her? In reality, Yunmei didn't dislike Xie Ying. On the contrary, Xie Ying was quite compatible with her temperament. If it weren't for Helian Yao's orders, Yunmei wouldn't have opposed Xie Ying, let alone tried to kill her. Yunmei thought to herself, actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea for Guankong Buddha to interfere. If the plan fails, she can still shift all the blame onto Brahma Temple. She might be easy to bully, but the monks at Brahma Temple are not. Yunmei felt as if she had suddenly found a new path. The heavy burden that had been weighing on her heart finally fell to the ground. She happily led everyone towards Kiwalin, the former home of the Phoenix clan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the side quest, inciting Yunmei to rebellion. Quest reward: 1 random 5 elements spirit pearl. Yunmei's current loyalty to Hellion Yao, 60. Xiaing? Question mark. Is Yunmei's loyalty to Hellion Yao so low? That's right, so the host can persuade Yunmei to defect with just a little effort. Good luck, host. Got it. Xiaing sometimes felt as if Yin had an inexplicable fondness for her, like a worm in her stomach, always able to guess her thoughts. She had long harbored the idea of conspiring to persuade Yunmei to defect, and Yin's issuing this task at this moment seemed like a deliberate attempt to pass the 5-element spirit orb to her. 3 days later, the group stopped before a barren, withered forest. We're here. Is this Chiwu Forest? Ming Fuiying's face was filled with disbelief. Before him lay the remains of a vast expanse of dead trees, devoid of any spiritual energy. A desolate, lifeless scene. Sister Yun, you're not kidding us, are you? I'm not. This is exactly the place our palace master mentioned. It can't be wrong. Yunmei was a little anxious. She didn't think she found the wrong person regarding Kiwalin's whereabouts. Hellion Yao was by far the most knowledgeable person about the Western Territory. Precisely because he wanted to capture Xiang and the others, he wouldn't falsify information and arouse Xiang and the others' suspicions. Yunmei was certain that the address Hellion Yao had given was correct. I think so too. Xiang spoke up at this point. The phoenix is an ancient mythical beast, but ancient mythical beasts have long since vanished in the torrent of time. Perhaps Kiwalin was indeed a sacred place back then, but now, thousands of years have passed. Even a once thriving sacred place couldn't withstand the ravages of time, declining day by day as its people dispersed. Huh? Yunmei breathed a sigh of relief. Xiang, I hope you don't think I tricked you. What about now? Chiwu Forest is already a wasteland. Do you still want to go in and explore? If you ask me, forget it. There's nothing to see in a dead forest. Yunmei secretly didn't want Xiang to risk entering Chiwu Forest. From her understanding of Hellion Yao, it must be rife with traps. It's still not too late to withdraw now. There are many small, resource-rich secret realms in the Western Territory. Shall I take you there? No, since we're here, how could I not go in and take a look? Xiang could see that Yunmei was subtly trying to dissuade them from taking any risks. But there's no reason to be wary of thieves. If it's not this time, there's always the next, and even the next. She couldn't just avoid them forever, could she? They came prepared. There might be a chance they could turn misfortune into good fortune. Okay, then it's up to you. Seeing Xiang's determination, Yunmei didn't bother to say anything more. The group quickly entered the Chiwu Forest. The forest was vast, and even though it was already deserted, it still took them over an hour to finally cross it. The shadows in the withered forest were shrouded in shadows, making it the perfect place for an ambush. Even the seemingly calm Yunmei was on edge. But to her surprise, nothing happened. She didn't even detect any trace of her own kind in the Chiwu Forest. This made her even more puzzled about Hellion Yao's next plan. This was completely different from what had been agreed upon. What exactly was Hellion Yao planning? Sister Yun, what are you daydreaming about? Come with us. Yunmei came to her senses. I'm coming right up. A deep sense of unease welled up in her. She had a feeling that Hellion Yao, besides wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate Xiang and the others, had some other agenda he was deliberately hiding from her. Ding. Loyalty value decreased by 5. Yunmei's current loyalty value to Hellion Yao was 55. Xiang remained calm upon hearing the system prompt, but she sensed something was amiss with Hellion Yao's original plan. After passing through the withered forest, there was only one main road leading straight ahead. The group ignored Yunmei's unusual behavior and continued along the path deeper into the forest. The spiritual energy here was noticeably richer than in the withered forest. They walked in silence until they found a cliff at the end of the road, where they finally stopped. Senior sister, it seems so much time has passed that nothing remains even of the Phoenix clan's former site. Not necessarily. Look at that. Song Xiushi interrupted Ming Fuiying, who had unknowingly stood at the edge of the cliff, his gaze fixed downwards. Everyone hurried forward, their pupils trembling. Chapter 169. Beneath the cliff lay a vast city stretching for hundreds of miles. From the heights, the city took the shape of a nine-tailed phoenix, wings spread wide, ready to take flight. This was the true sight of the Phoenix clan. Let's go down and take a look. Xia Ying was the first to jump off the cliff, followed closely by Meng Fuiying. The Bibofan flew to her feet, carrying her and Meng Fuiying steadily toward the city below. The remaining four also summoned their own flying spiritual instruments, each displaying their magical powers. Ji Heyuan flew a sword, Song Xiushi used a talisman, Yunmei stepped on a long shawl, and Guankong Buddha sat on an enlarged wooden fish. The group quickly landed and stood outside the city gate. Xia Ying looked up at the weathered gate and could vaguely make out the words above, Chaofeng City. Looks like we come to the right place. Let's go inside and take a look. This Chaofeng City had long since fallen into ruin, its buildings shrouded in weathered ruins that crumbled to dust with the slightest touch. But even so, the remaining structures still offered glimpses of the Phoenix clan's former prosperity. Xia Ying had already prepared herself for a failure, so even after finding nothing, she wasn't upset at all. She had come here, firstly to try her luck, and secondly to see what Helian Yao was up to. Now that she was certain the Phoenix clan had nothing but ruins, she could fully focus on guarding against Helian Yao. Xia Ying appeared to be relaxing her guard, but in reality, she had already communicated with the four others, except Yunmei, through telepathic communication. Everyone was now on high alert, fearing a surprise attack. The deeper they went, the more apprehensive Yunmei felt. She hadn't felt this uneasy in a long time, not since her Red Fox clan was annihilated by their enemies. But she had no good reason to stop Xia Ying from moving forward, so she could only bite the bullet and keep up with the others. Just as they reached the center of the city, roughly where the Phoenix heart lay, a sudden gust of wind blew up. Then a cloud of yellow sand filled the air, obscuring their vision. Everyone, be careful! Xia Ying swung her Bibofan vigorously, pushing the sand back slightly. Ji Heyuan and the others seized the opportunity and quickly gathered together, looking around warily. A dozen dark figures gradually emerged from the dusty sky. The moment they saw the shadows, Yunmei froze. With the appearance of the shadows, Xia Ying's originally relaxed expression gradually became more serious, and murderous intent filled her eyes. Meng Fuiying's eyes widened. Are they all Jindan cultivators? Cultivators who have reached the great perfection of the Jindan stage. Song Xiushi added, his eyes fixed on Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan, his concern evident. They had ultimately overlooked the enemy's ruthlessness, even sending over a dozen Jindan stage great perfection cultivators to take their lives. Fuiying, Xiushi, we attract the fighting force later. You two should seize the opportunity to leave. Don't worry, senior sister, we won't cause you any trouble. If it were ordinary assassins, Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying wouldn't have abandoned their brothers and sisters and fled. But these were over a dozen Jindan stage great perfection assassins. The gap between them and the assassins was simply too great. Insisting on staying would serve no purpose other than causing trouble for Xia Ying and the others. This place wasn't far from Brahma Temple. They could go get reinforcements. The dark shadows in the yellow sand gradually approached. Xia Ying and the others slowly retreated, intent on finding an opportunity to escort Meng Fuiying and the others out of this place. Just as the shadows surged forward, Ji Heyuan unsheathed his broken frost sword and slashed, a sharp sword energy creating a barrier before him. Xia Ying seized the opportunity, concentrated her palm, and pushed Meng Fuiying and the other two out of the fray. Then she threw out the Bibofan. The Bibofan, linked to its master, instantly carried them away from the battlefield, flying towards Brahma Temple. Do you want to pursue them? Don't worry about those two Foundation establishment brats. But the master has ordered, except for this monk, everyone else must die. Then kill them, then go after the two brats. Wait until you truly killed us. Qianquan. The Qianquan spear flew out, unleashing a burst of immortal energy. Holding the silver spear, she charged directly into the encirclement, sending one of them flying with a few strikes. Ji Heyuan and Guankong followed closely behind, each one more brutal than the last. This haphazard attack caught the shadowy figure completely off guard. One of the three was Xia Ying, who had already cultivated 3 great golden cores. One was Ji Heyuan, whose strength had long since returned to the great perfection stage of the golden core stage, and the third was Guankong, who appeared gentle, but was actually the most brutal. Each of these three was a powerful weapon, but now, all these powerful weapons were combined. The shadowy figure was also surprised, and had to take a serious look at the three before him. When they received the mission to kill a few golden core imps, they had thought it was a simple task, and they had even thought that the master sending over a dozen great perfection golden cores was a waste of talent. But now, he was shocked to realize the master's good intentions. These people were truly brutal. In just a short while, They had already slaughtered his 3 brothers with a single blow. If they had only come with 5 or 6 people, they would have capsized long ago. Disperse. Form a formation. The shadow leader quickly changed his strategy, and the remaining 10 retreated back into the yellow sand. Then, tiny dots of red light shone from all directions, connected by an invisible thread, and a red beam instantly shot up into the sky. Dense blood-stained lines stretched from the outside inward to their feet. Yellow sand soul-destroying formation. Xie Ying's face darkened. She had studied formations with her second senior brother for a period of time, and thus had some familiarity with the formations of the Immortal Cultivation world. This yellow sand soul-destroying formation was one of many murderous formations, but it was a bloody and murderous formation, and was forbidden by the Immortal Demon Alliance. The only ones who dared to use this formation openly were evil cultivators. Although Guankong Buddhist disciple didn't know much about formations, he had heard of the name Yellow Sand Soul-Destroying Formation. At the same time, a massive black banner appeared above their heads. The banner was crowded with people, filled with resentment, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere permeated every corner. Soul-Snatching Banner. Ji Huyuan's face darkened. They plan to wait until this formation has reduced us to blood and water, until only a fragment of our spirit remains, and then take us into the Soul-Snatching Banner to use as a deadly weapon. As Ji Huyuan finished speaking, the ghostly figure within the Soul-Snatching Banner, as if summoned by some kind of force, suddenly burst forth, pressing down darkly. Resentment and gloomy energy intertwined, obscuring the light from the sky and leaving only a chilling, terrifying atmosphere. "You're not very good looking, but you have wishful thinking." Xie Ying scoffed. "Shao He, Buddhist disciple, help me block these ghostly figures. I break the formation." Although the yellow sand soul-destroying formation was difficult to break, who could blame her for having a second senior brother with unparalleled mastery in formation techniques? His second senior brother had prepared for the worst. Knowing she would attract hatred and fearing she might encounter evil cultivators and be plotted against, he had taught her many formation-breaking techniques, the yellow sand soul-destroying formation being one of them. What she needed most right now was time. Xie Ying sat cross-legged on the ground, pulling out one item after another from her storage bag. She used her spiritual energy to direct the items in 8 directions, then softly chanted an incantation. Cracks slowly appeared in the surrounding light beams. The shadowy figures outside the formation immediately noticed something was amiss. "Oh no! Someone's breaking the formation. Quick! Use the souls and the soul-snatching banner to repair the crack. The master's mission must be completed." 10 shadowy figures spread out in a circle. The vengeful spirits within the soul-snatching banner, summoned, rushed into the crack like moths to a flame, without looking back. Xie Ying had finally managed to break a little of the formation, only to have it completely blocked once again. Cunning! Insidious. Using souls to nourish the formation. Xie Ying mentally spat, chanting the incantation faster and faster. Ding! Loyalty dropped by 30 points. Yun Mei's current loyalty to Helian Yao was 25. At that moment, a system notification sounded, followed by a series of loud bangs from outside the light column. Chapter 170. Yun Mei's eyes were bloodshot. She saw the souls of her own people in that enormous soul-sucking banner. Back then, a group of shadowy figures had unleashed the barrier and entered the Red Fox clan's territory, slaughtering their members indiscriminately. As the most gifted child of the Red Fox clan, she was sent out of the clan by the clan leader, using his last teleportation talisman when the group attacked. Even so, she witnessed her own clansmen, playmates, and even her parents fall before her one by one. She didn't know the true origins of that group, but she would never forget their presence. And that enormous soul-sucking banner. At that moment, her eyes, completely blinded by the hatred for her clan's genocide, saw nothing but vengeance. Yun Mei had spent years cultivating relentlessly, expending countless effort to become a 3-tailed fox spirit within 30 years, all for this moment, the chance to slay her enemies. She rushed into the circle of black-clad figures, disrupting their formation. Her 3 massive fox tails entangled 3 of them, shattering them to smithereens with brute force before they could react. She then engaged the remaining figures in a swift struggle. But 2 fists were no match for 4. Yun Mei had been able to kill the 3 men in one fell swoop, because the shadowy figures had caught her completely off guard. Now that they had determined she had betrayed Helian Yao, they would show no mercy. Gradually, Yun Mei fell into a disadvantageous position, and her subsequent struggle was sustained solely by a fierce determination for revenge. She suffered more and more wounds, and blood dripped onto the ground, the scent of blood carried by the wind to the soul-catching banner in the air. The vengeful spirit within the soul-catching banner suddenly became restless, as if provoked by something. Originally, the shadows had only intended to control the vengeful spirit, seeking an opportunity to capture Ji Huyuan alive. Unexpectedly, the spirit, suddenly losing control, attacked Ji Huyuan with a fatal blow. Ji Huyuan narrowly avoided the murderous intent, but his arm was still lacerated by the ghostly claws, and blood instantly splattered onto the ground. But just as Ji Huyuan's blood fell onto the Phoenix clan ruins, a crimson light rose from the ground, soaring into the sky and enveloping everyone. The red light dissipated, and Xia Ying and the others vanished, leaving behind only corpses and a trail of blood. Inside the Chiwu forest, 4 young phoenixes were huddled together. How come there's a human kid in our Chiwu forest? She's pretty, but a little weak, only at the Jinan stage. Then what should we do? It's almost dark, are we just going to leave her here? Of course we should take her back. You know how dangerous Chiwu forest is at night. The Phoenix Emperor said, we can't harm anyone, nor can we stand by and watch someone die. Try your best. Let's carry her back together. Drowsy Xia Ying could only hear someone chattering in her ear, making her frown subconsciously, but also gradually clearing her mind. In a trance, Xia Ying felt as if she were floating in midair, the rustling of the wind in her ears. She slowly opened her eyes, and an endless expanse of green filled her vision. Xia Ying instinctively moved her arms, startling the little phoenixes that were carrying her. They dropped their grip, and Xia Ying, floating in the air, plummeted to the ground. Xia Ying, shock! She reacted quickly, spun beautifully, and reached out to grab a vine hanging from the tree, using it to steady herself and land safely. Huh? As expected of me. Oh no! It's all your fault. Why did you let go so suddenly? You almost let this little human kid fall to his death. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let go and cause you to fall. 4 little phoenixes stood side by side on the sycamore tree, 1 red, 3 cyan. One of them, a little fire phoenix with crimson feathers and a colorful tail, flapped its wings and flew to Xia Ying, offering a sincere apology. Xia Ying was stunned for a moment. She looked up and surveyed her surroundings. Everywhere she looked, there were sycamore trees. The tall trees grew endlessly, seemingly reaching into the clouds. The vast treetops connected, forming a vibrant sea of green, as if the entire world was dyed with that same hue. A gentle breeze rustled the sycamore leaves overhead. Deep in the forest, a furry fox occasionally flashed by. She felt like she had stepped into a fairy tale. The air was filled with spiritual energy, so rich it felt like she was immersed in a vast ocean of spiritual energy. Xia Ying, doubtful, pinched her arm hard. Hiss. It hurts. This must be a dream. Could she have truly fallen through a rift in time and space and returned 10,000 years ago? No, that couldn't be possible. Rifts in time and space are extremely dangerous. If she had fallen through one, there was no way she could have remained unconscious and still reached her desired time and space intact. There must be something strange about this place that she hadn't yet figured out. Hey! Are you okay? I'm fine. Xia Ying quickly recovered. Excuse me, is this Chiwu Forest? Yes, this is Chiwu Forest. Are you here to seek an audience with our Phoenix Emperor? Many human cultivators come every year to seek an audience with the Phoenix Emperor. I don't know. I was lying here the moment I woke up. Xia Ying hadn't lied to the little phoenixes. Rumor has it that the Phoenix clan hates deception. The situation was unclear, and she still needed their help. She didn't want to create hidden dangers over such a small matter. Huh? Is that so strange? By the way, did you see anyone else in Chiwu Forest? No. Before Xia Ying could ask again, the little fire phoenix flew onto her shoulder. We can talk later. Come back to Chaofeng City first. Chiwu Forest is very dangerous after dark. But I still haven't found my friend. Your friend is definitely not in Chiwu Forest. If anyone intrudes into Chiwu Forest, we in Chaofeng City will be alerted. We entered Chiwu Forest because we detected the presence of a stranger. Don't worry. You're the only person in the entire Chiwu Forest who smells of a stranger. So your friend is definitely not here. The little phoenixes comforted Xia Ying and quickly led her out of Chiwu Forest. This Chiwu Forest was unlike the withered forest Xia Ying had seen 10,000 years later. It was like a vast maze. No matter which way you went, the scenery remained the same. Even someone with the best sense of direction would likely get lost here. If it weren't for the little phoenixes leading the way, Xia Ying doubted she would have found the true path out before dark. 1 person and 4 phoenixes shuttled through the lush green sycamore forest, not forgetting to exchange names. The fire phoenix was named Feng Yin, and the other 3 green phoenixes were Feng Tong, Feng Hui, and Feng Zi. Feng Yin was the youngest and most enthusiastic, while Feng Hui, the leader of the four phoenixes, was the calmest. Seeing Xie Ying's continued concern for her friends, she patiently and earnestly analyzed the current situation for her. Chapter 171. Xie Ying, if, as you said, you suddenly fainted during the fight with the evil cultivator, and then opened your eyes, and came to us, then your friends must be among us. If not in Chiwu Forest, then somewhere else. Don't worry, as long as they're not in Chiwu Forest, they be safe. Yes, yes, Feng Hui is right. Feng Tong echoed. Don't worry, we Phoenix clan are warm and kind. Even if a stranger from our clan intrudes, we won't punish them privately. We take them to the Phoenix Palace for the Phoenix Emperor to examine. We won't tolerate anyone with ill intentions, but if they stumble in accidentally, we welcome them. Xie Ying, don't worry. Even the shy Fengzi spoke softly. We in Chaofeng City don't like to interact with the outside world, so the Phoenix Emperor has set up barriers and restrictions outside Chiwu Forest. But every month, the barriers inevitably loosen, and cultivators often accidentally fall through, but nothing has ever happened to them. That's right, you come back to the Phoenix Emperor's mansion with me. Feng Yin promised with great loyalty, my sister is the Phoenix Emperor. I ask her to help you find someone when the time comes. Okay. Thank you. Xie Ying thanked them sincerely. She had actually stopped worrying a long time ago, but seeing these adorable little phoenixes taking the trouble to comfort her, she didn't want them to feel like their efforts were in vain. Xie Ying, Feng Yin, and the others chatted and laughed until they finally reached the outskirts of Chaofeng City. Looking at the three large characters written in a flamboyant style on the city gate, Xie Ying could faintly sense the divine aura emanating from them. As one of the ancient mythical beasts, the Phoenix clan is considered a uniquely privileged existence in the world of immortal cultivation. But who could have imagined that 10,000 years later, the once magnificent Chaofeng City would have fallen into such decline? It was clear that nothing in this world was truly eternal. All she could do was seize each present moment. A flash of inspiration flashed through Xie Ying's mind, and she caught it in time. In that instant, she seemed to comprehend the true meaning of time. She closed her eyes, letting herself sink into the mystery of what had just occurred. Feng Yin was talking to Xie Ying, but received no response for a long time. Turning back, he found her standing there with her eyes closed. The surrounding spiritual energy swirled around her, forming a vast vortex, slowly flowing into her body. Feng Yan's mouth dropped open in shock. Were we just discussing something profound? How could Xie Ying simply enter a state of meditation? Meanwhile, Song Xiusher and the other man, who had been escorted away from the battle by the Bibofan, finally rushed back to Brahma Temple as quickly as possible. Master, help! The monks at Brahma Temple were also surprised to see the two returning. How did you two return so soon? Where are Brother Guankong and Brother Xie? Sister and sister are in trouble. We need your help, masters. Song Xiusher's face was solemn, as he briefly recounted what had happened. The monks at the temple realized the gravity of the situation, and quickly led the two to seek out the abbot, Master Xihui. Under Master Xihui's instructions, Masters Guanqin and Guanji led a dozen Brahma Temple warrior monks with profound Buddhist knowledge to accompany Song Xiusher and the others to the ruins of Chaofeng City. But when they finally arrived, they found Xie Ying, and the others were nowhere to be found. But judging by the bloodstains and corpses on the ground, as well as the extent of the damage to the surrounding buildings, it was easy to imagine the intense fighting that had just taken place there. Sixth senior brother, what should we do now? Meng Fuiying clutched Song Xiusher's sleeve tightly. Could something have happened to senior sister and the others? Although she had a domineering and aloof face, she had been well protected by her father for the past decade or so, and had no experience dealing with such a situation, so she was inevitably a little panicked. Little junior sister, don't panic. Song Xiusher patted her hand soothingly. Our horoscopes are connected. If anything truly happened to senior sister and senior brother, we would definitely sense it. Not finding them now is actually a good thing. Amitabha, fellow Daoist Song's analysis is spot on. Guanji chanted a Buddhist verse. According to what you said earlier, that group of people came to take your lives, so there's no possibility of them abducting you. So, fellow Daoist Xie, junior brother Guankong, and the others are definitely safe for now. As for not being able to find their whereabouts, it's very likely they fled to avoid pursuit. It's also possible. Guanji paused. It's also possible they stumbled upon another opportunity. Guanqin picked up his senior brother's words, adding meaningfully, after all, this is the ruins of Chaofeng City. After listening to the others' analysis, Meng Fuiying finally felt at ease. Should we continue to wait here? Let's split up, Song Xiusher suggested. My junior sister, I, and the other martial monks and Zen masters will search the area for any other clues. As for Zen Master Guanxin and Zen Master Guanji, this poor monk and I will wait here. If anything unusual happens, we immediately inform you. Thank you. However, Xie Ying was unaware that Ming Fuiying and the others outside had nearly turned Chaofeng City upside down in their search for them. When she awoke from her trance, the sky had already fallen completely dark. Above the pitch-black night, a shimmering cascade of stars. The stars coalesced into a brilliant river, dimming the night sky. Feng Yan and the others had remained stationed there. Seeing Xie Ying finally awake, Feng Yan was the first to fly to her side, keenly sensing the change in her aura. Xie Ying, have you achieved another breakthrough? Yes, you have a keen eye. Xie Ying smiled happily. She had just explored her spiritual palace, and her fourth golden elixir was already 1/4 solid. It might not be long before she successfully cultivated her fourth golden elixir. TSK. Your cultivation level might still be a bit low compared to others, but you have excellent talent. I think you become a powerful figure in the future. Feng Yan circled Xie Ying several times before finally reaching this conclusion. Let's go! Let's head into the city. I just received word from the Fengwang Palace that 2 unfamiliar faces were found unconscious on the street and have been brought to the palace. Come with me and see if they're your friends. Xie Ying's eyes lit up. There's no time to lose. Let's go! Xie Ying hurriedly followed Feng Yan and the other 3 into the city. As they entered, she was met with a flash of dazzling light. Chapter 172. The 4 little phoenixes suddenly transformed into the forms of 4 children. Feng Yan was a little boy with a proud expression, while Feng Hui, Feng Tong, and Feng Zi were delicate girls. Their features were so similar that Xie Ying suspected they were sisters. We, the Phoenix clan, are divine beasts, born with the ability to transform into human form. We only use our original forms for convenience when we leave Chaofeng City. Let's go! I take you back to the Phoenix Palace to see my sister. The group parted at the city gate, and Xie Ying followed Feng Yan directly to the Phoenix Palace. Every house in Chaofeng City is built from the century-old sacred sycamore trees found in the Wuling Forest. The refreshing coolness of the sacred trees counteracts the burning discomfort of the phoenix's innate phoenix fire, making it the perfect place for a phoenix to live. The Phoenix Palace itself was even more magnificent. Even before Xie Ying even approached the palace, she could already sense the cool air emanating from the sacred trees, feeling a sense of comfort throughout her body. The Phoenix clan truly possesses treasures everywhere. Although the present-day Chaofeng City differed significantly from the ruins Xie Ying had once seen, its general layout remained unchanged. So, upon seeing the Fengwang Palace, Xie Ying immediately realized that this was the very site of their earlier battle with the Black Shadow Killer group. Is this the Chaofeng City of 10,000 years ago? How did they get here? What exactly is going on? The Fengwang Palace must hold the answer she seeks. Young Master. The Fengwang Palace guards saluted respectfully upon seeing Feng Yan, their gaze fixed on Xie Ying. Is this the human cultivator who intruded into Chiwu Forest? Well, Feng Hui and I have already questioned her. Her name is Xie Ying. She fell unconscious into Chiwu Forest while fighting a group of evil cultivators. So, there might already be evil cultivators infiltrating the city. Have your men be on high alert. Although Feng Yan is young, he's very reliable when it comes to matters of the heart, and he already has the aura of the next generation of Phoenix Emperor. The guard's face froze at the word evil cultivators. Don't worry, young master. I make arrangements right away. Okay, then I take Xie Ying to see my sister. Young master. The guard stopped Feng Yan as he was about to leave, reminding him, the Phoenix Emperor is currently in seclusion, and has specifically instructed that no one be disturbed. Seclusion? Why again? Isn't my sister getting married at the end of the month? The Phoenix Emperor is in seclusion to prepare for her wedding, the guard patiently explained. Young Master Qin Shu specially prepared a wedding gift for the Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix Emperor, grateful for his kindness, decided to personally forge a magical weapon for him using the Flame of Nirvana as a return gift. Nonsense! Absolutely ridiculous. Our Phoenix clan's Flame of Nirvana is so precious, and she actually used it as a gift for that wicked man. I think she's completely lost her mind. The guards lowered their heads in silence. They naturally knew that the Phoenix Emperor's actions were inappropriate, and they also knew that young Master Feng Yan had always disliked the Qin Shu siblings. But after all, the Phoenix Emperor was the leader of their Phoenix clan. Furthermore, since the current Phoenix Emperor, Feng Zhao, took over the throne, he has always been extremely caring for his people, and has done many things to benefit the Phoenix clan. Feng Zhao has made great contributions to the Phoenix clan and has never committed any faults. Besides, young master, the guard finally spoke to persuade him. The Phoenix Emperor is only 200 years old this year. Converted into human years, she's only a teenager. Among humans, it's perfectly normal for teenage girls to do impulsive things for their loved ones when they first fall in love. Feng Yan fell silent. He stopped cursing and, tugging on Xie Ying's sleeve, turned and headed towards the area in the mansion where foreign cultivators were housed. Feng Zhao was his biological sister. Ever since their parents ascended to the upper realm 100 years ago, Feng Zhao had raised him single-handedly. He hoped Feng Zhao would be happy, even if she loved someone other than the Phoenix clan. But he simply couldn't bring himself to love Qin Shu. Feng Yan was still too young to understand what love was. He also didn't understand why Feng Zhao, usually so calm and clear-headed, had lost all reason after meeting Qin Shu. He felt a little frustrated. He couldn't ask his own clan members about these hidden doubts, so he could only confide in Xiang. Xiang, do you think I went too far just now? I don't know your story, so it's hard for me to comment. Xiang answered truthfully, then thought for a moment and added, Are you and Feng Huang on good terms? Of course. She's my only sister, and she loves me dearly. I love her too. In that case, shouldn't you be happy that your sister is with the one she loves? But I don't think Qin Shu is a good person. I don't think his love for my sister is genuine. Xiang, ? How old are you to understand the relationship between men and women? I do. Feng Yan, with an air of I'm always right, looked at Xiang, who was much taller than him, and suddenly had an idea. How about you go and help me see if Qin Shu is sincere? No. I can't do that. I never even been in a relationship myself. Xiang decisively refused. But I have a friend who's probably good at it. At that moment, Yunmei's charming face suddenly flashed before Xiang's eyes. Yunmei looks like she knows a lot. She's definitely the right person to ask about this kind of thing. Feng Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he pulled Xiang along, scurrying away. Then let's go to Minghua Tower, and see if that friend you mentioned is here. Minghua Tower is a 3-story building with over 30 rooms, specifically designed to house cultivators who accidentally stray into Chaofeng City. Outside the building lies a pool of spiritual water, which can be used by cultivators for daily practice. Chaofeng City is filled with the aura of the Golden Crow. Those who are not of the Phoenix clan will have their bodies invaded by it if they stay there for too long, burning their souls. This pool of spiritual water, drawn from the sacred mountain Kunlun, can cleanse a cultivator's body of excess Golden Crow aura, helping them to further their cultivation. The Lingza at Minghua Tower was relatively small. The Lingza Feng Zhao had prepared for her fiancé, Qin Shu, was truly magnificent and luxurious. Compared to that Fan Lingza, the Wang Lingza before Xiang was simply not impressive enough. Minghua Tower was staffed by dedicated guards and maids, but with Feng Yan leading the way, Xiang naturally had a smooth journey. Feng Yan opened the first-floor room with familiarity, revealing 2 people lying on beds on either side. On the left bed lay the still unconscious Guankong Buddhist disciple, while on the right was a tightly bandaged mummy, only a pair of eyes visible. Even though the person had been mummy-like, Xiang could still identify her identity from her graceful figure. Yunmei. Feng Yan, are they the only 2 people found in the city? Has anyone found a slender, tall, and very handsome young man? No. Xiang frowned, a sense of unease welling up in her heart. Good news, Guankong and Yunmei have been found. Bad news, Xiohe is missing. Chapter 173. Xiang, don't worry. Chaofeng City is huge. Perhaps your friend fell in some remote place and hasn't been found yet. Feng Yan comforted her. Once they're found, we at Feng Huang Mansion will be the first to know. I'll let you know then. That's fine. Although Xiang was worried about Ji Hiyuan, she also knew his abilities. Besides, there was no point in rushing. So, she could only suppress her uneasiness for the time being and focus her gaze once again on the mummified Yunmei. How did she become like this? Oh, I heard that when she was found, there was no healthy part of her body. Blood was dripping all over the floor, like a bloody corpse. They wrapped her like this to stop the bleeding, to prevent her from dying from excessive blood loss. Feng Yan was too small to pat Xie Ying's shoulder, so he patted her arm instead. Don't worry. We already given her our Phoenix clan's miraculous elixir. She'd be back to full health in a day. That's fantastic. Remember the friend I told you about? Xiang pointed at the motionless Yunmei. That's her. As soon as Xiang finished speaking, Feng Yan's eyes lit up. He immediately pulled out a magical elixir from his private vault and fed it to Yun Mei, accelerating her recovery by 3 hours. You're awake. The moment Yun Mei opened her eyes, she saw a beautiful, smiling face magnified before her. It was Xiang. Then, she remembered the group of shadowy figures from before. Her eyes instantly turned cold, and a murderous aura could no longer be concealed. Then, her eyes slowly turned crimson, and there was even a hint of a demonic presence. Xiang was startled and quickly pressed 2 fingers together at her brow. A blue light flashed, and spiritual energy slowly flowed in, inch by inch, smoothing and calming the surging spiritual energy within her body. She possessed all spiritual roots. Since she had illuminated all the spiritual roots within her spiritual palace after establishing her foundation, Xiang could freely absorb all the spiritual energy in the world for her own use. Similarly, she could also transform the spiritual energy within her body into different attributes. At that moment, Yun Mei felt as if a gentle, cool stream of water flowed from her brow, slowly flowing through her veins, slowly dispelling the uncontrollable murderous intent within her. Her mind gradually cleared, and she finally regained her composure. Sister Yun, what happened to you? You've been so shocked that you almost went insane. I found the enemy who annihilated our clan. Is it the group of evil shadow cultivators who surrounded and hunted us earlier? Yes. I never mistake their aura. Yun Mei's voice was calm, but Xie Ying's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for her. Others might not understand, but with her partial perspective, she knew clearly that the group of evil shadowy cultivators were Helian Yao's subordinates. And Helian Yao was the palace master of Liyun Palace, to whom Yun Mei had always served. Wasn't this tantamount to acknowledging a thief as her father? No wonder Yun Mei's loyalty value suddenly dropped by 30 points, but it didn't drop to 0. This showed that deep down, Yun Mei still held a glimmer of hope in Helian Yao. Based on her understanding of Helian Yao, the annihilation of Yun Mei's entire clan must be due to Helian Yao. So, to prevent Yun Mei from continuing to acknowledge a thief as her father, and for the sake of her 5 elements spirit pearl, Xie Ying decided to give Yun Mei a drastic measure. She would shatter Yun Mei's last remaining illusions. Sister Yun, this is Chaofeng City, where the Phoenix clan resides. Since we landed here, those evil cultivators must be in the city too. I asked Feng Yan to help me locate them within the city. Chaofeng City? Feng Yan? Yun Mei's eyes were filled with confusion. Hadn't Chaofeng City and the Phoenix clan long ceased to exist? Where did this Chaofeng City come from? Is she still dreaming? Seeing Yun Mei's confusion, Xie Ying couldn't explain in detail in front of Feng Yan, so she could only briefly describe the situation using telepathic transmission. Yun Mei was quite clever after all. She reacted quickly, and didn't reveal any flaws. Feng Yan actually wanted to ask Yun Mei for help, but seeing her unable to move, he decided to send someone to search the city for Ji Yuan and the evil cultivators first. After all, asking for help always comes with a little reward. Feng Yan thoughtfully left, leaving the space for Xie Ying and the others, not forgetting to close the door. Xie Ying had been listening to the noises outside Minghua Tower. After confirming Feng Yan was far away, she raised her hand and cast a small barrier. What do you think the situation is? I heard from the master of Brahma Temple that space-time rifts sometimes appear in certain places on the Wanxiang continent, allowing cultivators to travel to different time and space. But these rifts are extremely dangerous. We can't be so lucky as to arrive at a time and space where the Phoenix clan once existed. Xie Ying, possessing the Chaos Sacred Body, was a cultivator of the Sacred Body. She had never had any trouble cultivating. But she was a soul from another world. Beyond the memories of her original owner, and the plot revealed to her by Yinin, she knew very little about the rest of the world of immortal cultivation. Sister Yun, you're well informed. Have you ever encountered something like this before? No. Yun Mei shook her head with difficulty. But I heard from my clansmen that many people in this world hold on to obsessions even after death. They remain in the same place, repeating the things they did in life day after day, until their obsession completely fades. And at this point, others must never reveal the fact that they're dead otherwise. Yun Mei paused. Xie Ying looked at her curiously. What will happen? Something terrible will happen. What do you mean by something terrible? I don't know. Xie Ying, Sister Yun, I suspect you're teasing me. I'm not. Yun Mei's voice began to wane as she spoke. I only heard it from my tribe. They loved telling us weird stories back then to scare us kids. I was quite timid when I was little. Whenever I heard something scary, I turned and run away. So I really don't know. Xie Ying fell silent. She had never imagined Yun Mei would be associated with the word cowardly. Then there's nothing we can do. We can only take it one step at a time. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In those 3 days, even the severely injured Yun Mei had fully recovered, but news of the evil cultivator's arrest still hadn't spread in the Phoenix Palace. Similarly, Ji Heyuan's whereabouts remained unknown. Xiang had remained calm at first, but after 3 days without any news of Ji Heyuan's whereabouts, she finally lost her composure. Those shadowy evil cultivators were clearly coming for Ji Heyuan, but they're nowhere to be found in Chaofeng City. Could it be that Ji Heyuan has fallen into their hands? No! I'm going to go find Xiaohe myself. Chapter 174. At this time, outside Chaofeng City, in a small thatched hut covered by a barrier halfway up the mountain, Ji Heyuan lay unconscious on a 1,000-year-old ice jade bed. The spiritual energy within the ice jade slowly flowed into Ji Heyuan's body through the contact of his skin, perfectly blending with the medicinal power of the jade bone pill, and circulating through his body, forming one small cycle after another. Ji Heyuan lay there for 3 days and 3 nights. The vast spiritual energy continued to rise bit by bit. After 3 days and 3 nights of repair, his cultivation, which had regressed due to his severe injuries, was completely restored to his original peak, the middle stage of the nascent soul. Ji Heyuan opened his eyes to the sound of a gentle pipa. The moment he heard the sound, he was stunned for a moment. The next second, Ji Heyuan rushed out like a gust of wind, hurriedly searching for the source of the pipa's sound. He finally stopped and stared blankly ahead when he saw a familiar figure in the courtyard. A beautiful woman in white, holding a pipa. As if sensing the gaze behind her, the beautiful woman stopped playing the pipa and looked back with a sense of something. With just one glance, Ji Heyuan completely lost his ability to think, and the first words he blurted out were "Mother." The beautiful woman couldn't help but laugh. "You've been dreaming, kid. I'm not your mother. My name is Su Ying." Su Ying's words brought Ji Heyuan back to reality. Despite the identical appearance and the same pipa sound, Ji Heyuan knew the person before him couldn't be his mother. His mother was always melancholy, like a puppet with its soul drained away, far less vibrant and alive than Su Ying. Besides, his mother had long ago perished in a genocide. When Ji Heyuan, fully awake from his memories, looked at Su Ying again, the admiration and longing in his eyes were gone. "My apologies. Senior, you bear a passing resemblance to my mother. I was wrong. Please forgive me if I offended you." "No problem." Su Ying smiled good-naturedly and put away her pipa. "We're both from the Wu clan, so it's not surprising that we look alike. Senior, are you also from the Wu clan? Otherwise, why do you think I saved you?" Su Ying raised an eyebrow and asked, "Now that you're awake, I'm sure your hidden injuries are almost healed. In that case, please hurry down the mountain and don't disturb my peace." "Yes, Senior, I repay you for your kindness today if I have the chance." "Very good of you. Very good of you." Su Ying had taken out a wine gourd and leaned back on a rattan chair to drink. Every move was effortlessly casual. With a wave of her hand, she lifted the barrier surrounding the courtyard. "Now you may leave." "Junior, I'm leaving." Ji Heyuan saw Su Ying's intention to leave and didn't linger. However, as he stepped out of the courtyard, he couldn't help but glance back. But the barrier closed quickly, and in the end, all he saw was a carefree figure. Ji Heyuan withdrew his gaze and slowly walked down the mountain path, his mind rapidly reviewing the current situation, his expression solemn. Su Ying kept claiming she was from the Wu clan, but no one knew better than Ji Heyuan that the Wu clan had long been exterminated. So where did Su Ying come from in the Wu clan? Could there actually be other survivors besides him from the genocide? Su Ying looked exactly like his mother. Could she have some inexplicable relationship with her? And what exactly was this place? Hadn't he previously broken the formation with Xia Ying in the ruins of Chaofeng City? How had he ended up here? For no apparent reason? Questions popped up in Ji Heyuan's mind one after another. He shook his head, putting all the other doubts aside, and deciding to find Xia Ying first. Luckily, he had already given Xia Ying the other double-ring silver bracelet. As long as Xia Ying didn't remove it, he could use the connection between the two bracelets to find her, even across the world. Ji Heyuan channeled a stream of spiritual energy into the silver bracelet, sensing it intently. He quickly determined Xia Ying's current location and rushed over. Meanwhile, Xia Ying was also heading towards Ji Heyuan. She had waited in the city for 3 days without receiving any news from Ji Heyuan, completely ruling out the possibility that he had fallen into Chaofeng City. Beyond Chaofeng City, besides Chiwu Forest, there was a series of mountains. Xia Ying felt that Ji Heyuan had most likely fallen into them. But Xia Ying couldn't understand why. With Ji Huyuan's abilities and skills, even if he had fallen into the mountains, he should have been able to quickly analyze the situation and successfully find Chaofeng City to reunite with her. But now that there was no news, Xie Ying came up with a possibility. Ji Huyuan was trapped. So, despite Feng Yan's repeated assurances that there were absolutely no dangerous forbidden areas around Chaofeng City, Xie Ying remained concerned. She could ignore the fate of those evil shadow cultivators, but she couldn't ignore Ji Huyuan's safety. With this suspicion in mind, Xie Ying stepped on the sword light, Xianquan spear in hand, and carefully climbed mountaintop after mountaintop. Her sword intent, with its unstoppable spirit, swiftly pierced the mountains and forests, practically tearing them apart. Ji Huyuan was hurrying through the mountains, when a gust of wind suddenly brushed past his ears, slicing off a strand of his hair squarely. This familiar aura, this familiar feeling, could only come from one person. Xie Ying. After all, besides Xie Ying, Ji Huyuan couldn't think of anyone else in the world of immortal cultivation who could so accurately and precisely strike his hair. Ji Huyuan felt that sooner or later, his thick, flowing black hair would be completely destroyed by Xie Ying's hands. Sword intent is an integral part of sword cultivation. The moment the sword intent slashed Ji Huyuan's hair, Xie Ying, soaring through the clouds, had already sensed his location. A moment later, a beam of green light descended from the sky before Ji Huyuan, revealing a face he knew so well. Ji Huyuan couldn't help but smile. "Junior sister, you finally came to see me. Xiao He, what happened to you? Why haven't you come to see me in so long?" The two spoke almost simultaneously, then glanced at each other and burst into laughter. "Let me tell you first." Xie Ying, seeing that Ji Huyuan was safe and sound, finally put her heart at ease. "This is the territory of Chaofeng City." "Chaofeng City?" "Yes, but this Chaofeng City is completely different from the one we've seen before. As Xie Ying and Ji Huyuan flew back to Chaofeng City, she briefly recounted the events of the past few days, and the speculation she, Yunmei, Guankong, and the others had formed. A place where obsessions gather. Ji Huyuan seemed lost in thought. "Xiao He, you still haven't told me where you've been these past few days? I almost thought you met with misfortune, and were about to raise these mountains." Chapter 175. Ji Huyuan glanced at the sugar-roasted chestnuts in Xie Ying's arms, then at her eyes, which showed no trace of worry, and sighed silently. "Junior sister, if you had eaten even 2 fewer chestnuts when you said that, I might have believed you." "Oh, don't worry about such details." Xie Ying took out a roasted chestnut and tossed it into her mouth, devouring it with a delicious taste. She even slipped one into Ji Huyuan's mouth. "Don't frown. A little sweetness will make you feel better." The sweet and soft aroma filled his mouth, and Ji Huyuan strangely felt as if he were happier. Xie Ying observed Ji Huyuan's expression, not giving up, and asked again. "So what happened to you these past few days? Are there any spirits in this mountain?" "I didn't see any spirits, but I met a beautiful woman in white." "Beautiful? How beautiful?" "A beauty so beautiful that it's hard to look away." Ji Huyuan looked at Xie Ying meaningfully. Xie Ying was slightly stunned, not noticing his gaze. "So, for the past 3 days, Xiao He has been spending time with this beautiful woman in white?" For some reason, Xie Ying felt a tinge of unease at that moment. Could it be that Xiao He couldn't escape the honey trap, and was about to fall in love? Ahem. "Xiao He, everyone loves beauty. Senior sister still encourages you to pursue love bravely. But the path of cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. Don't neglect your practice." "Don't worry, senior sister." Ji Huyuan curled his lips into a smile, and stopped teasing Xie Ying, telling the truth. "I have no inappropriate thoughts about that beauty." I said, she was so eye-catching because she looks exactly like my mother." "What?" Xie Ying turned back in surprise. "But your mother?" "Yes, my mother passed away long ago." Ji Huyuan knew this fact better than anyone else. "Junior sister, do you think there are really people in this world who look exactly like each other? The world is so vast and full of wonders, I can't give you a definitive answer to that question." Xie Ying paused, then added, "But I think, just as there are no 2 leaves in the world that are exactly alike, there are naturally no 2 people who are exactly alike. Even if they look identical, if you look closely, you definitely find differences. But Senior Suing is indeed exactly like my mother." Ji Huyuan repeatedly compared Suing with his mother in his mind, only to discover that even the curve of their smiles was identical. The only difference is their personalities. Senior Suying's personality is very different from my mother's, but I always feel that there's an inexplicable connection between her and my mother. Xiao He, perhaps you should have asked Senior Suying for clarity earlier. There's no point asking. If Senior Suing wanted to tell me, she would have told me everything she knew the moment I mistook her for my mother. That makes sense. Xia sighed, and gently patted Ji Hyun's shoulder. Forget it, don't overthink it. We understand these things once we understand the true situation in Chaofeng City. Besides, we have another problem to deal with right now. Xia Ying's face darkened slightly. The evil cultivators who were chasing us are still missing. Let's return to Chaofeng City first. In the mountains, a thatched cottage. Shortly after Ji Hyun left, Suing stood up and walked towards a peach tree in the courtyard. She slowly carried the gourd, using her spiritual power to break off a peach branch while leisurely pouring the wine over the tree's roots. The moment the wine touched the ground, the courtyard shone brightly. Beneath Su Ying's feet was a rapidly rotating magic formation, with intricate golden ancient incantations covering the entire peach tree. This peach tree was the centerpiece of the entire formation. As the formation spun faster and faster, a golden ball of light slowly appeared on the peach tree. Suing glanced up, then, smiling, stepped into the ball of light, carrying the peach branch. The moment Suing entered the peach tree, the light dimmed, and the formation incantations vanished without a trace. In a flash, the courtyard returned to its original state. Within the peach tree, a hidden world awaits. A winding stone staircase descended. Every 3 steps, a nightlight pearl floating in the air would illuminating the dark, narrow space with a brilliant glow. Suing continued her pace, soon reaching the end of the stone staircase. A small prison cell. And the person imprisoned in the cell wasn't anyone else, but the shadowy evil cultivators who had fallen into this hellish place along with Xia Ying and the others. There were more than a dozen of them when they arrived, but after being slaughtered by Xia Ying, Yun Mei, and the others, only 7 remained. And there were already 6 imprisoned in this cell. Su Ying's cheeks flushed from drinking, her eyes blurry with drunkenness. Before she knew it, a rattan chair appeared outside the cell. She leaned back and forth casually in a rattan chair, gazing at the people in the cell with a relaxed demeanor. Tell me, where are you from? How did you get to Chaofeng City? And why are you hunting down the descendants of my clan? If answering honestly makes me happy, I don't mind making things easier for you. Forget it. We won't say a word. The shadowy evil cultivators glanced at Su Ying coldly, their lips harder than a dead duck. Until they understood the origins of this suddenly appearing woman, they wouldn't say a word. Okay. You have guts. Then you just have to bear with it. Su Ying smiled, and as the evil cultivators looked at her with mild surprise, she lightly snapped her fingers. 6 beams of white light suddenly lit up in the cell, enveloping the 6 people. Countless threads of blood shot out of their bodies, floating in midair. Su Ying narrowed her eyes, her expression visibly colder. I never thought, despite your small number, you committed so much murder? Each blood streak represented an innocent murder. These 6 men were practically covered in blood streaks. One could only imagine how many innocent lives they had lost. Humph. They deserved death for their crimes. The moment Su Ying finished her words, golden scripture ascended the white beam, and the peach branch in her hand flew into the cell. The branch seemed to have a mind of its own, lashing each of them with a single blow, impartially and tirelessly. Sounds like ghosts howling and wolves howling soon rang out from the cell, but Su Ying, amidst these earth-shattering screams, slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. In Chaofeng City. The streets were bustling, the sounds of hawking ceaseless. Amidst the bustle, a young monk in a blue robe was seen rushing around the city, seemingly looking for someone. Chapter 176. And this man was no one else. He was the only one of the 7 evil cultivators who had escaped capture. His name was Bai Yin, one of Helian Yao's trusted confidants. Among the dozen or so black shadows, he was the only one who knew Helian Yao's secret method of possessing another's body. This was why he had been able to hide in Chaofeng City for so long without being discovered. When he landed in the valley outside Chaofeng City, he had already used his secret method to possess the body of a wandering cultivator who had mistakenly strayed into the Phoenix clan's territory. He used the cultivator's body to conceal his own life force, thus evading Chaofeng City's search. For the past few days, Bai Yin had been gathering information in the city. After discovering that Xia Ying and the others had taken up residence at the Fengwang mansion, he decided to take a risk and approach Xia Ying and the others. The closer you are to the water, the sooner you can catch the moon. Now that Yun Mei had clearly betrayed him, to fulfill his master's mission, he had no choice but to sacrifice himself to approach Xia Ying and the others. Bai Yan's thoughts were clear. The master wanted Xia Ying's life, along with the surviving Ji Hyun. They were powerful, not only powerful, but also aided by Yun Mei and Guankong Buddhist disciple. If he forced his way in, he would be courting death. So force wasn't enough, he had to outsmart them. He had to sow discord between these four individuals and defeat them one by one. So, what strategy could be more effective than the beauty trap? Bai Yan conjured a small bronze mirror and examined himself carefully. Yes, he was a handsome man, and he was very satisfied. Xia Ying was just a young girl who hadn't tasted love yet. He didn't believe he couldn't win her over. Bai Yan tossed his hair back and walked confidently towards the Phoenix Palace, unconcerned with his family. The Phoenix clan was known for its hospitality, welcoming anyone who wasn't an evil cultivator or harbored ill intentions towards the Phoenix clan. Moreover, the wedding of Feng Wang Feng Zhao and the human cultivator Qin Shu would soon be taking place, and many cultivators, having heard the news, had come to congratulate him. Thus, Bai Yan's arrival did not arouse suspicion among the people of Feng Wang Mansion, and he successfully moved into Mingwei Tower, where Xia Ying and others were staying. When Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan returned to Mingwei Tower at Feng Wang Mansion, they saw a blue-robed cultivator clinging to Guankong Buddhist, chattering incomprehensibly. Guankong Buddhist remained the same compassionate monk, full of infinite tolerance for all things in the world. If you ignore the veins bulging from his fists at his sides from the force he exerted. Guankong Buddhist finally breathed a sigh of relief after catching sight of Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan from afar. He politely nodded to Bai Yan beside him, and then quickly walked towards Xia Ying. His monk's robe fluttered as he walked, making him look as if a vicious dog was chasing him. Fellow Taoist Xia, fellow Taoist Ji, you're finally back. Where's Yun Mei? Fellow Taoist Yin accompanied young Master Feng Yin to Canwu Court. I stayed here specifically to wait for you. So shall we go to Canwu Court now? That's exactly what I was thinking. Guankong didn't even glance at Bai Yan behind him as he walked forward, but Bai Yan, unbeknownst to him, caught up. Wait a minute, fellow Taoists. May I join you? Xia Ying? She glanced at Guankong and simultaneously used her spiritual sense to transmit a secret message. Who is this person? Where did you meet him? Is he so familiar? I don't know. I don't know him at all. Guankong took a deep breath and tried to sound calm. Don't let him follow me. He's really so annoying. Xia Ying nodded. The last person who nearly tempted Guankong Buddhist disciple to resort to violence was Zhao Qin of the Yutian sect. This clearly showed that the blue-robed cultivator and Zhao Qin were equally matched. The two hadn't avoided Ji Heyuan during their spiritual communication, so before they could refuse, Ji Heyuan spoke coldly. Canwu Courtyard is the residence of His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor's future Taoist companion. No one else is allowed to enter without the permission of the Phoenix Emperor and the young master. We have an invitation from young Master Feng Yin. May I ask what you have? The words were extremely blunt, but Bai Yan wasn't angry at all, he was even delighted. My fellow Taoist is absolutely right. I was rude. Bai Yan's tone was low, and as he spoke, he glanced shyly at Xia Ying. Don't worry about me. Go ahead. Xia Ying, Ji Heyuan, and Guankong, what's this psychopath? They didn't even want to bother with him in the first place, okay? The more domineering and unreasonable Ji Heyuan was, the better it was for him. Bai Yan had always believed that men and women weren't really that different, aside from their gender. Those who were gentle, obedient, and aware of the bigger picture were more likable than those who were domineering and willful. What he wanted wasn't to participate in Xia Ying and the others' plan, but to gain her attention and slowly gain a place in her heart. In the meantime, he could also use this opportunity to sow discord between Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan and the others. Once Xia Ying was completely captivated by him, he would naturally strike decisively and kill her when she was completely defenseless. Bai Yan could see that Xia Ying was the bond that held this group together. So, as long as Xia Ying died, this seemingly invincible team would naturally fall apart. Wouldn't it be easy for him to capture Ji Heyuan then? Bai Yan, overwhelmed by the joy of his plan's success, couldn't help but burst into laughter, unaware that his so-called beauty trap hadn't worked from the start. In Xia Ying's eyes, he was no different from a clown. After the three of them had moved away from Mingwei Tower, and were certain that Bai Yan, the psychopath, wouldn't follow them again, Xia Ying spoke confidently. Buddha, where did that man come from? I don't know. Buddha Guankong, tortured by Bai Yan, briefly lost the calm and gentle composure expected of a Buddhist disciple. Without even waiting for Xia Ying and the others to ask further questions, Guankong began to talk like a machine gun. Who knows where this psychopath came from? He said his name was Bai Yan, and he heard that the Phoenix Emperor was getting married and had come to Fengcheng to congratulate him. That doesn't sound wrong, does it? But he just couldn't stop pestering me after he saw me. He kept pestering me with all sorts of utterly meaningless things. For example, he praised me for my exceptional birth, then added a compliment about himself. Xia and Ji Hyun, Anyway, no matter what he said, he always ended up bringing it back to himself, and then showering me with praise. But I couldn't see. It's obvious he's genuinely praising himself, not deliberately trying to be offensive or pick a fight. This leaves me with no reason to convert him. If it weren't immediately clear he was a human, I even suspect he was a peacock with its tail spread, transformed into a spirit. Guan Kong's voice trembled with restraint, and his hands, hanging by his side, clenched into fists again. Ji Hyun silently pried his fingers apart one by one. Buddhist, calm down. I've been in the world for many years, and I never seen such a noisy person. It's not noisy. After listening, Xia silently added, it's greasy. Chapter 177. Yes. It's greasy. Guan Kong Buddha echoed excitedly, his eyes gleaming brighter than ever as he gazed at Xia. Guan Kong Buddha felt that, although he was supposed to be a pure Buddhist, Xia was his soulmate. I've been in the world for many years, but I never met anyone so greasy. Fellow Taoist, you truly are my soulmate. You spoke in my heart. Well, there's no need for you to be so excited. No, I'm not excited, I'm happy. Guan Kong Buddha smiled. Fellow Taoist understands my thoughts, which means I'm not the one who's abnormal. I'm not sick after all. Xia felt a sense of sympathy for Guan Kong Buddha. Look at what he's been tormented into. Greasy man, so terrifying. Xia couldn't help but shudder, feeling as if she were being targeted by something filthy. She silently sympathized with Guan Kong Buddha's disciple, who was being harassed by the greasy Bai Yan, but she never imagined that she was Bai Yan's true target. Before she could ponder further, Guan Kong Buddha's disciple's voice rang out again. We arrived. Xia and Ji Hyun instinctively looked up, seeing three powerful, majestic characters, Kanwu Courtyard. With the badge left by Feng Yin as their token, the barrier surrounding Kanwu Courtyard offered no defense, and they easily entered the inner courtyard. However, before they could contact Feng Yin, they encountered a female cultivator. The female cultivator wasn't a rare beauty, but she was elegant and graceful, giving off a clean and comfortable vibe. But her health seemed to be failing. She coughed violently after every few steps, and her entire body was as frail as a porcelain doll, seemingly ready to shatter at any moment. Based on the information Feng Yin had shared with her, Xia quickly determined the identity of the person before her. Qin Shu's sister, Qin Yu. She stepped forward, offering a kind smile. Miss Qin. Qin Yu turned and looked at Jifun, smiling faintly. Are you the young master's friends? The young master and Miss Hyun are currently talking with my brother in the hall. I can't interrupt them, so I have someone take you there. Qin Yu's opening words startled the others. It was a hoarse, mocking voice, quite unpleasant. It formed a stark contrast to Qin Yu's beautiful appearance. Miss Qin, how's your voice? I'm sorry, did I startle you? Qin Yu smiled apologetically, then explained. I had very poor health since childhood, preventing me from cultivating. My brother sought many elixirs to improve my condition. But these elixirs only slightly prolonged my lifespan without altering my inability to cultivate. Plus, taking too many elixirs inevitably led to antagonism, and that's how my voice got damaged. But it's okay. Just being alive is a real struggle. A damaged voice doesn't mean I can't speak. I don't mind. Qin Yu's eyes were clear as she spoke, her demeanor gentle and peaceful. Xia could see she wasn't forcing herself. This delicate girl, prone to falling at the slightest breeze, was truly content with her current situation. Qin Yu wasn't saying this to elicit sympathy or pity, she simply wanted to talk. So, without waiting for Xia and the others to respond, she took the initiative to end the conversation. Thank you for listening to me today. I have someone take you to my brother. Thank you, Miss Qin. The three of them bid farewell to Qin Yu, and followed the maidservants of Kanwu Courtyard toward the reception hall. Thinking of Qin Yu's appearance just now, Xia couldn't help but sigh. Since entering the world of immortal cultivation, she hadn't seen a true mortal in a long time. Mortals so fragile and insignificant that just trying to survive was a struggle. The difference between immortals and mortals is also the difference between life and death. What high-sounding excuses, the aspiration to benefit all living beings? Isn't the original desire of mortals seeking immortality to live longer and longer? People should learn to face their desires and understand their true selves. At this moment, Xia faintly felt that her state of mind had reached another breakthrough. She heard a subtle crackling sound from her spiritual palace. Another spiritual lotus burst out of the spiritual sea, and the fourth golden elixir was half solidified, and her cultivation level had reached another level. Guankong looked at her in surprise. Has fellow Taoist Xie achieved another breakthrough? Buddha's eyes are truly sharp. Xie Ying admitted frankly. Fellow Taoist Xie is truly exceptionally gifted. He is truly one of the undisputed prides of the world of immortal cultivation. No way, no way. I'm no match for you, Buddha. Ji Hiyuan, accustomed to being surrounded by extraordinary individuals, calmly interrupted the two men's business flattery. We're here. Xie Ying and Guankong's voices abruptly stopped. They looked up and saw Yun Mei and Qin Shu chatting happily in the hall. Little Feng Yin sat beside Yun Mei, his expression dejected. Only when he saw Xie Ying and the others did the light in his eyes light up again, and he waved excitedly from his chair. Xie Ying, you're finally here. Come sit down. Let me introduce you. Feng Yin cleared his throat, acting like a grown-up. Although he didn't particularly like Qin Shu, he still managed to behave appropriately in public. Brother Qin, these are my new friends, Xie Ying, Master Guankong, and Ji Hiyuan. Xie Ying considerately introduced Feng Yin. Xie Ying, this is the Qin Shu I mentioned, Brother Qin, my sister's fiancé. Qin Shu was a handsome man, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a refined demeanor. Perhaps due to his cultivation, he didn't look like Qin Yu. After a brief exchange of greetings, Qin Shu spoke first. I heard Ah Yin has made a new group of friends, but I didn't expect them to be so outstanding. Although Ah Zhao is the Phoenix Emperor, she's actually more like a child. In the past, she's suppressed her true nature for the Phoenix clan, and hasn't truly done much to make herself happy, Qin Shu said, glancing at Feng Yin with a warm smile. I wonder if Ah Yin has mentioned to you all that after Ah Zhao and I get married, it will be his succession ceremony to the Phoenix Emperor of the Phoenix clan. Although Ah Yin is capable, he's young and a bit impulsive. Ah Zhao has always been worried about this younger brother. But now that Ah Yin has good friends like you, I think Ah Zhao will be much more relieved. Who needs you to worry? Feng Yin muttered softly. As long as you treat my sister well, treat her wholeheartedly, and don't let her suffer any injustice, that's all that's needed. Of course. Qin Shu agreed readily, and Feng Yan's expression brightened considerably. Xie Ying was debating whether to continue with her original plan to help Feng Yan find out when she saw Feng Yan wink at her. She instantly understood. Chapter 178. Ahem. Xie Ying cleared her throat. Fellow Taoist Qin, can I ask you a question? Fellow Taoist Xie, please feel free to ask. How did fellow Taoist Qin meet Feng Huang? And what do you like about Feng Huang? Xie Ying asked the question Feng Yan cared about most, not forgetting to add a final thought. Of course, we're just curious. If fellow Taoist Qin doesn't want to answer, that's fine. There's nothing I wouldn't answer. Qin Shu smiled. This isn't something shameful. I believe you all have just met my sister, Qin Yu. To be honest, Yue and I have been dependent on each other for all these years. While others cultivate immortality, I cultivate simply to give Yue a chance to survive. The further I advance on the path of cultivation, and the more opportunities one receive, the greater Yue's chance of survival. Over the years, I've taken Yue to many places, and visited many reclusive individuals, but no one has ever offered to rescue me. Ah Zhao was the first person willing to help me. Qin Shu's smile finally grew more genuine, as he spoke of their first encounter. I heard the Phoenix clan's spiritual water and Polona could alleviate Yue's pain, so I came to Chaofeng City to seek treasure. I thought this trip would be like my previous ones, and despite all the hardships, I still couldn't get what I wanted. But I didn't expect Ah Zhao to not only agree to my request immediately, but even order a Phoenix clan healer to treat Yue. I was deeply moved. My sister is incredibly kind. Your arrival in Chaofeng City signifies a connection to our Phoenix clan. She couldn't possibly ignore you. You're incredibly lucky to have met my sister. Yes, Ah Zhao is a very good person. She's my hope. Qin Shu made no effort to conceal his affection for Feng Zhao, pouring out one kind remark after another, which only made Feng Yin feel embarrassed to continue testing him. All right. Say those cheesy words for your sister. I just want you to be kind to her. You don't have to worry about the Phoenix clan's affairs. If you need to leave the Phoenix clan and continue your search for medicine, I can continue to take care of Qin Yu for you. Don't worry. After we get married, Ah Zhao will be my only wife, and the one I love most. After receiving Qin Shu's affirmative promise, Feng Yin finally felt completely relieved. After sitting in the flower hall for a short while, he led Xie Ying and the others to take their leave. Feng Zhao was still in seclusion, and the Feng Hui sisters had to help their parents prepare for Feng Zhao's wedding in 3 days. Feng Yin had no one to talk to if he returned, so he simply followed Xie Ying and the others back to Minghua Tower. Each room in Mingwei Tower has 2 beds, one on the east and one on the west. Yun Mei and Xia Ying are currently living together, so the recently returned Ji Heyuan naturally moved into the room next to them. The room belonging to Guankong Buddhist. At this moment, the group was enjoying a short break in Xia Ying and Yun Mei's room. Feng Yin sat at the round table, his chubby legs swinging back and forth beneath it. Well, are you seeing clearly? Is Qin Shu truly sincere towards my sister? I can't tell whether Qin Shu is truly sincere towards His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor, but I think your previous assumptions are correct, young master. Feng Yin, ? His bright eyes were filled with confusion. The 4 of them exchanged glances and reached the same conclusion. Qin Shu might not be such a good person. Although he appears to be a gentleman, Master Guankong has specifically opened his Buddha's eye. Qin Shu has a deep sin of murder, and many innocent people have likely died at his hands. Indeed? Guankong nodded. I see many blood threads entwined with his body, each representing a different cause and effect. Whether it's true or not, if your Highness Feng Wang insists on becoming his Taoist partner, you likely be burdened by the karma he's created in the future. What should we do then? Feng Yin frantically said, I told you Qin Shu doesn't look like a good person. But my sister won't listen. Perhaps your Highness Feng Wang already knew this? Ji Heyuan suddenly spoke, and Feng Yin suddenly fell silent. The rest of the group's gazes fell on him. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just curious. Xiao He, why do you think that? Put yourself in his shoes. If I were His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor, I would definitely learn everything about my future partner before confirming the marriage. No matter how much His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor loves Qin Shu, he has been the Phoenix Emperor for over 100 years. How could he really let love cloud his judgment? Similarly, if I were Qin Shu, I would reveal everything about myself before the wedding. Otherwise, these hidden past events could become the biggest hidden danger in our future lives. Both His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor and Qin Shu are likely intelligent people, so His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor likely already knew about the things the young master is worried about. The fact that the wedding took place as planned proves that Her Majesty the Phoenix Emperor doesn't care about Qin Shu's past. Or rather, she doesn't mind that Qin Shu isn't a good person. Bang! Feng Yin slammed the table in anger after hearing this analysis, her round face turning into a dolphin-like shape. No wonder, she said, she passed the Phoenix Emperor title to me after the wedding. It turns out she doesn't want Qin Shu's karma to harm the Phoenix clan, but she's unwilling to give up on him. So, she'd rather give up the Phoenix Emperor title and perish with him. Feng Yan's eyes slowly turned red as she spoke. She's so stupid. For a man, she even gave up her own brother and her clansmen. Feng Yan's distress was palpable, but it was a shame that none of the 4 people present were willing to comfort her. Fozi Guankong finally managed a word of advice, but the next second, Xia Ying debunked it. Young master, there's no need to be too sad. Everyone has their own destiny, and nothing can be forced. Today, I see that Qin Shu seems to be somewhat sincere towards His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor. They've both gotten what they wanted. Really? But I find Qin Shu's words a bit strange. Fellow Daoist Xie, what do you find strange? He said, after we get married, Ajia will be my only wife, and the one I love most in this life. Does that mean His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor wasn't his most beloved person before we got married? Does love or not love have any direct bearing on whether or not the marriage takes place? Don't you find that strange? Sister Yun, what do you think? Why are you asking me? Yun Mei was caught off guard by the name she was referring to, and was completely puzzled. Because among the 4 of us, you're the most knowledgeable about relationships. That's true. Yun Mei nodded. But actually, I've been meaning to tell you all before, relationships and love are completely different. You really asked the wrong person about my sincerity. I don't even have such a thing myself. Everyone, But, who's sneaking around out there? Chapter 179. Xia Ying's smile suddenly faded. A flash of sword light shot out the door, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. They hurried out of the room, and saw Bai Yin kneeling on the ground in a mess. An exquisite food box had fallen to the ground, revealing steaming glutinous rice and chicken inside. Because of what Guankong Buddha had said earlier, Xia Ying and the others had no good impression of Bai Yin. Now that they suspected Bai Yin of eavesdropping again, the looks they gave him became even more hostile. Fellow Daoist Bai, what are you doing here? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on you. Humph. Yun Mei snorted coldly. Eavesdropping is eavesdropping. What's the difference between intentional and unintentional? This fellow Taoist has truly misunderstood me. Bai Yin had already risen from the ground and straightened his robe. Hearing this, He didn't get angry. Instead, he stared at Xia Ying, who was in the middle of the group, with a deeply affectionate look. I heard the glutinous rice chicken at the city restaurant is a must-try, so I bought some specifically to give to you. Amiba, I'm a monk and don't eat meat. Master, you're joking. I know you don't eat meat. So this glutinous rice chicken is specially for Fairy Xia to enjoy. For me? Xia Ying was surprised at first, then gave him a look as if he swallowed a fly. So this person wasn't after Guankong, but her. I appreciate your kindness, fellow Taoist, but I can't accept rewards without merit. Please take your things back, and don't come near our room unless necessary, to avoid getting hurt again. Thank you, Fairy, for the reminder. Bai Yan's eyes lit up. Xia Ying must have some interest in him, otherwise why would she have warned him to stay away from the room to avoid getting hurt? So Bai Yan decided to expedite the process. To be honest, Fairy, I was captivated the moment I laid eyes on you. You are like the moon in the clouds, so high and unattainable. I dare not expect you to resonate with me. I only ask for a place by your side. Even if I can only admire you from afar, I will be delighted. If you don't like this glutinous rice chicken, I will find you something else to enjoy tomorrow. If you like it, I will find it for you, even if I have to go through fire and water. The body Bai Yan possessed was actually quite nice. As he spoke these words of love, his soulful eyes seemed to pull anyone in and drown them. Feng Yan's mouth dropped open. Yuan Mei and Guankong Buddha's disciple also stared at the petrified Xia Ying in surprise. Where did this person get the courage to declare his love? Does Xia Ying look like the kind of girl who could be swayed by a few words of affection? Come on. She's a leader who can knock several men away with a single sword strike. Xia Ying, my fists are hardened, but before she could strike, Ji Huyuan was clearly faster. The broken frost sword didn't even need to be unsheathed. Bai Yan was sent flying by the blow. Get out. If you dare to harass my junior sister again, I chop you up. Ji Huyuan's strike was merciless. He didn't kill him, but he immediately drove him out of Chaofeng City. He figured he wouldn't be able to return for a day and a night. Without Bai Yan's nagging, Ji Huyuan felt even the air had become much fresher. Junior sister, come on in. Leave this idiot to me. If he dares to bother me again, I kill him. Okay. No. Did I do something wrong? Why is this the first confession I received? Xia Ying initially thought Bai Yan was just a greasy guy, but now she discovered he even possessed some common traits. What kind of weirdo was this? How had she run into him? Xia Ying, think positively. Yuan Mei patted her shoulder sympathetically. After taking this detour, your future will be smooth sailing. Xia Ying, Thank you. Wait. Xia Ying paused and looked up at Guankong. Buddha, have you ever told Bai Yan about us? Never. How did Bai Yan know my last name was Xia? At that moment, the group suddenly grasped a detail they had previously overlooked and came to a firm conclusion. There's something wrong with Bai Yan. As Feng Huang and Feng Zhao's wedding date approached, the atmosphere in Chaofeng City grew increasingly lively. Every night, the city hosted a spectacular fireworks display. Bai Yan, spurred away by Ji Huyuan's sword, had no idea his identity had been exposed. Every day, he thought about how to invite Xia Ying to watch the fireworks. However, with Ji Huyuan's tight security, Bai Yan couldn't even see Xia Ying, let alone talk and cultivate a relationship with her. It was the night before Feng Zhao's wedding, and at Feng Yan's invitation, Xia Ying and the other three, who had been secluded in the Phoenix Palace, finally decided to explore Chaofeng City at night. Experience the customs and culture of their Phoenix clan. Bai Yan naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. As soon as Xia Ying and the others left, he immediately followed. Knowing he was no match for Xia Ying and the others, he focused all his energy on his beauty trap. Following from a distance, Bai Yan was still thinking about how he would make an appearance that would impress Xia Ying without appearing forced. Little did he know, they had already sensed his presence the moment he followed them out. Bai Yan was determined to make Xia Ying's encounter unforgettable. After formulating a specific plan, he temporarily left to make arrangements. Feng Yan and Feng Hui, the two little phoenixes, led Xia Ying and the other three on a tour of the city. Chaofeng City was lit with lanterns of various colors, illuminating the city like daylight. The phoenix totems everywhere glowed with a faint fluorescent light. On his face was a giant phoenix and countless colorful birds, lifted by spiritual energy and floating in midair. They danced and soared across the night sky, performing 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix after another. Feng Zhao finally emerged from her retreat today, but she immediately went to Kanwu Court to see Qin Shu. Upon hearing this, Feng Yan knew Feng Zhao's choice without needing to ask. Though sad and unwilling, he ultimately decided to respect Feng Zhao's decision. This was the real reason Feng Zhao had invited Xiang and the others out for the tour. He feared she might say something unpleasant if he stayed in the mansion. But he clearly never meant to hurt Feng Zhao. Sigh. Feng Yin, stop sighing. Just have fun while you're out having fun. No matter what Her Majesty the Phoenix Emperor decides, as long as she's happy, that's all that matters. Feng Hui, you're right. Let's stop dwelling on those unhappy things. Let's go! Let's take Xiang and the others to see the fireworks display. If we're late, we might miss out on getting a good spot. Feng Yin quickly cheered up and grabbed Ji Yuan and Guan Kong without hesitation. Feng Hui, in turn, grabbed Xiang and Yun Mei and quickly ran towards the city's observatory. Chapter 180. Outside the observatory, a sea of people thronged the space, making it impossible to move through. As soon as Xiang and the others arrived, they were separated by the crowd and pushed to different locations. She was pushed forward, finally freeing herself by the river. Accustomed to the hectic life of constant cultivation and strengthening in the immortal world, Xiang was still a little uneasy at returning to such a mundane atmosphere. She felt that the Chaofeng city she had seen was like a utopia in the immortal world, carrying hope, passion, and boundless sincerity. It was a pity that such a beautiful place no longer existed in the modern-day Wenxiang continent. Phoenixes roost in the sycamore trees, and even the trees planted in Chaofeng City were all tall sycamore trees. Because of the Phoenix Emperor's upcoming wedding, the entire city was spontaneously decorated by the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan favors shiny things, and since hanging lanterns on the Paulownia trees isn't convenient, they found sacred star stones, and strung them together with frost crystal chains, hanging them from the trees. The lush green treetops are dotted with sparkling gems. Even the Paulownia tree spirits, now fully intelligent, will appear on such days of clan celebration to celebrate with the Phoenix clan. The tree spirits in Chaofeng City are still young and haven't yet successfully transformed into human form. Currently, they resemble more like elves, emerald jade bodies, 3 pairs of transparent wings on their backs, and the Paulownia leaves above their heads tremble gently with their movements. Xiang had only been standing by the river for a moment when countless little tree spirits gathered around her, curiously examining her. One bold tree spirit, realizing Xiang meant no harm, sat directly on her shoulder. You're here to congratulate His Majesty the Phoenix on her wedding, aren't you? Yes, you all seem very happy about His Majesty's wedding. Of course. Our Wudong tree and Phoenix clan have been inseparable since ancient times. Soon after the Phoenix clan's wedding, a Phoenix cub will be born, and at that time, our Wudong tree clan will also give birth to a new life. Perhaps because she possesses all the spiritual roots, Xiang can easily connect with all the spiritual energies in the world. As a result, species with intelligence and a strong sense of good and evil, such as tree spirits and spirit beasts, actually enjoy spending time with Xiang. But don't you know? His Majesty the Phoenix's Tao partner is a human. What's wrong with being human? His Majesty the Phoenix possesses the purest Phoenix bloodline. Even if she were to marry a human, it wouldn't affect her ability to give birth to a Phoenix cub. You don't think that a Phoenix and a human will produce a Phoenix human cub, do you? You're overthinking it. Given the ignorant look of the little tree spirit, Xiang refused to admit that she had just thought that. I'm just reminding you, just in case you're unaware that the Phoenix Emperor's Taoist companion is a human. What's there to not know? The tree spirit proudly shook the sycamore leaf from its head. Wherever sycamore trees grow, there are members of our clan. There's no place in Chaofeng City that we sycamore tree spirits can't visit, and of course, there's nothing we don't know about. You're amazing. Xiang generously used her exaggerations, then took the opportunity to make a request. Can I exchange a spiritual imprint with you, so we can communicate next time? Of course. The little tree spirit readily agreed, then used her chubby little hands to break off a small leaf from its head. The moment the tiny leaf was broken off, it drifted onto the breeze between Xiang's eyebrows. A gentle breeze, imbued with the scent of the sacred tree, blew into her sea of consciousness, swaying the sea of flowers within. When you need to see me, just call me and I hear you, and then I come see you. Thank you. Xiang touched her brow, expressing her sincere gratitude. With the little tree spirit's help, everything she wanted to do in Chaofeng City would be much easier. As long as it wasn't harmful to the Phoenix clan, she felt confident the little tree spirit wouldn't refuse. By the way, is there something special happening upstairs in the observatory tonight? Why are they all crowding upstairs? Didn't young Master Feng Yin tell you? There's a fireworks show tonight. There was one yesterday and the day before, but there are so many more people today. Because tonight's fireworks are different from the previous ones. They're infused with the power of the Phoenix clan and our Wudong tree spirits. Power? Yes. The little tree spirit sat on Xie Ying's shoulder, looking up at the colorful phoenix light soaring through the night sky. That's our two tribes' faith, and most sincere blessing for His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor. It's said within our tribe that if you sincerely make a wish at the moment the fireworks, carrying the wishes of thousands of people, burst into the night sky, there's a chance it will come true. Xie Ying, feel free to make any wishes you have. Will it really come true? Who knows? But there's no harm in trying. You're right. Xie Ying smiled and said nothing more. She quietly watched the birds pay their respects to the phoenix in the night sky with the little tree spirit. She also used her telepathic sense to inform Ji Heyuan and the other three about the special nature of the fireworks. As midnight arrived, the bangs of fireworks rang out from all directions across Jiafeng City. Countless fireworks, carrying the aspirations of the two clans, soared into the sky, capturing their most beautiful moments. One after another, dazzling fireworks burst across the boundless night sky like a meteor shower. Almost everyone was captivated by the atmosphere of the fireworks, closing their eyes and making wishes the moment the fireworks burst. Feng Yin, may my sister Feng Zhao be forever happy. May the Phoenix clan be safe. Feng Hui, may the Phoenix clan prosper. Yun Mei, may I soon find the true culprit who murdered my clan members and avenge them. Guan Kong Buddhist, may the world of immortal cultivation remain peaceful. Xie Ying, may I truly reverse everyone's predetermined fate, ensuring that good and evil are rewarded and cause and effect are revealed. May all be as you wish. Ji Heyuan, may my junior sister Xie Ying be safe and sound, and may all her wishes come true. After a dazzling display of fireworks, the crowd near the observatory gradually dispersed. Bai Yin, who had been mingling with the crowd from the beginning, plotting his dazzling debut and winning Xie Ying's heart, finally found his chance to show his prowess. Seeing the crowds in the city slowly dissipate, Bai Yin worried that Xie Ying would soon return home, leaving his hard-won opportunity to fall through. He had no choice but to pay a large sum of money to hire a street kid to bring Xie Ying to the observatory, while he personally set up the premises. Although Bai Yin was an evil cultivator, before he strayed and joined Hellion Yao, he was also a renowned handsome man in the world of immortal cultivators, exceptionally skilled in dealing with various female cultivators. This was one of the biggest reasons for his confidence in his ability to capture Xie Ying. Back then, he had commanded the unwavering devotion of those female cultivators, so there was no reason he couldn't capture even the little Xie Ying now. Chapter 181. Bai Yin watched from the top of the observatory as the little girl he bribed found Xie Ying. Then he returned to the building to continue his arrangements. He thought his plan was flawless, but he didn't realize Ji Heyuan had been secretly watching his every move. Seeing Bai Yin enter the observatory, Ji Heyuan followed without hesitation. At that moment, the little girl was tugging at Xie Ying's sleeve, acting coquettishly. Sister! Sister! There's a big brother over there who asked me to take you to the observatory. He said he's got a big surprise for you. Sister, come with me and take a look, okay? I accepted the spirit stones from the big brother and promised him I'd take you there. Xie Ying frowned subconsciously at this. It must be that wicked Bai Yin. She didn't believe Bai Yin truly loved her, so she immediately sent a message to Yun Mei and the others, telling them to meet at the observatory. After sending the message, Xie Ying reached out and stroked the little girl's fluffy hair. I can go with you, but first you have to tell me what the big brother looks like. The big brother looks like the big brother. The little girl opened her innocent eyes and pointed in the direction of the observatory. Look, big brother is right there. She had originally intended to tell Xie Ying to look at Bai Yin, who had been standing on the observatory, but she hadn't realized that Bai Yin had already turned and gone back inside. The person now standing in front of the observatory was Ji Heyuan. So when Xie Ying looked in the direction she pointed, she was visibly stunned for a second. Why was it Xiao He? Could she have misjudged her? But what could Xiao He have to say that she couldn't go back and tell him? Why did she have to be led to the observatory in such a mysterious way? Something's wrong with Xiao He. Full of these doubts, Xie Ying followed the little girl to the observatory. As they parted ways, they cut out a small paper figurine to escort the little girl home safely. At this moment, the observatory was already empty. The building was empty and pitch black, with only the red lantern hanging from the eaves swaying slowly in the wind, giving off an eerie and terrifying aura. Xie Ying steeled herself and slowly made her way upstairs. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the observatory, Bai Yin had already made all the arrangements. He first used the cleansing technique to cleanse the entire rooftop. He then placed the fireflies and peach blossom petals he had painstakingly caught that night into 4 spirit beast bags and hung them on the 4 corners. The moment Xiang reached the rooftop, he would release the fireflies from the bags and then control the petals with a wind-controlling talisman, creating a deeply charming and romantic atmosphere. Bai Yin would emerge from the darkness amidst this romantic atmosphere and offer another passionate confession. He was confident Xiang wouldn't be able to refuse. Everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. Having finished, Bai Yin stood at the railing outside the building, waiting for Xiang to be led up. His eyes fixed intently on the pitch-black stairwell, he was completely oblivious to the presence of Ji Huyuan, who had deliberately concealed his presence and remained hidden in the shadows. He also failed to notice that 4 other people outside the observatory were also staring at him. Xiang is right. It's Bai Yin at work again. What are your plans, fellow Daoist Yun? I think we should rush in and help Xiang beat up this annoying bastard. Feng Yan's proposal was simple yet brutal. No need to go to all that trouble. Yunmei looked at the blue figure above and suddenly smiled, a brilliant idea coming to her mind. A cultivator wouldn't die from falling from the 6th floor. As she spoke, Yunmei suddenly launched her attack, sending a burst of purple spiritual energy hurtling towards Bai Yin on the upper floor. Guankong Buddhist disciple instantly grasped her intention, and golden spiritual energy followed closely behind. The 2 spiritual powers coordinated seamlessly. Yunmei knocked Bai Yin down, while Guankong Buddhist disciple suppressed him, preventing him from using his spiritual energy to protect himself. At the very moment they attacked, Xiang finally reached the top floor. Bai Yin excitedly cast a spell, releasing fireflies and flower petals, but before he could even make a dazzling appearance, he plummeted from the building. With a loud thud, he landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and fainting. He hated it. Who was plotting against him? What if he fainted? Let's drag him back to Fengwang Mansion first. We can't let him lie on the street. My sister's wedding is tomorrow. It would be unlucky for him. What about fellow Daoist Xie? Don't worry. Ji Huyuan will find Xiang and bring her back. Everything happened so suddenly that even Ji Huyuan, hidden in the shadows, emerged and hurried to the window to investigate. So when Xiang finally reached the rooftop, all she saw were fireflies, flower petals, and the tall, graceful Ji Huyuan. Hundreds of fireflies slowly fluttered through the building, like a vast expanse of brilliant stars, casting a shimmering light on the pitch-black observatory. A gentle breeze, seemingly from nowhere, blew peach blossom petals from the sky, swirling around the 2 of them, filling the air with the sweet fragrance of peach blossoms. Amidst the petals flying all over the sky, Ji Huyuan, who heard the noise, suddenly turned around, and his eyes never moved away from her the moment they fell on her. Little. Just as Xiang was about to speak, she saw the fireflies in midair suddenly transform. As if guided by someone, they slowly formed a sentence with their bodies. Xie Fairy, I am attracted to you. Xiang? ? Little he. Do you like me? Xiang didn't know how she had suddenly come up with this question, but by the time she came to her senses, the words were already out. Hearing this, Ji Huyuan was also stunned. He raised his hand to look at the confession made of fireflies, and suddenly understood Bai Yan's plan for the night. He felt a mixture of anger and relief. Angry at Bai Yan's lingering evil intentions. Relieved that he was the one standing here. Perhaps it was the beauty of the fireworks tonight, or perhaps it was Bai Yan's relentless pursuit that had finally given Ji Huyuan a deep sense of crisis. With the right time, place, and people, Ji Huyuan suddenly no longer wanted to hide his feelings. He didn't necessarily need Xie Ying's response, but he at least wanted her to understand his feelings. Yes, Ji Huyuan admitted frankly, meeting Xie Ying's confused and complex gaze. Although I didn't prepare these, I truly love you. Instantly, Xie Ying felt everything around her freeze, and a surge of warmth surged across her cheeks. Meeting Ji Huyuan's scorching, earnest gaze, her brain suddenly shut down, unsure how to react. So her body reacted before her brain. Without her even noticing, she crushed the teleportation talisman and returned to the Phoenix Palace. Ji Huyuan was stunned for a moment as he watched Xie Ying's nearly fleeing form, but he quickly realized, didn't the fact that she didn't refuse mean that junior sister wasn't completely indifferent to him? Chapter 182. Realizing this, Ji Huyuan's mood instantly brightened, his heart sweeter than honey. Even though everything was silent, even though no one was around, his heart was filled with joy. In this still night, he vaguely heard the sound of flowers blooming. Fengwang Mansion, Minghui Tower. After Xiang used the teleportation talisman to rush back to her room, she dove into the quilt, wrapping herself tightly. But the scene in the observatory tower not long ago kept replaying in her mind. She felt like a caterpillar wrapped in the quilt. Xiao He liked her? How could Xiao He like her? Xia Ying couldn't understand. Inim, are you there? Did you see what happened in the observatory tower just now? Why do you think Xiao He likes me? Inim, Then why can't Xiao He like the host? Xia Ying, Well, she was speechless. Then can you see Xiao He's favorability towards me? The system has detected that Ji Yuan's favorability towards the host is currently 100. His. Xia Ying gasped. It's completely full. Yin sat in the system space, looking at Xia Ying, whose face was full of confusion, puzzled. Host, Yin doesn't understand. Is Xiao He not good? Do you dislike Xiao He? Of course Xiao He is good, and I like him too. But Yin, do you understand? This kind of affection isn't between a man and a woman. I never thought Xiao He would develop feelings for me. This is perfectly normal. Host, you're so kind to Xiao He, and you've even gone to great lengths to refine the jade bone pill for him to heal his hidden injuries. It would be hard for anyone not to fall in love with you, right? Yin replied subconsciously, but quickly added. However, Yin is just a system, capable of making only the simplest judgments based on its host's behavior. Tests have shown that emotions are the most complex substance in the world. We recommend that hosts avoid discussing such complex issues with Yin, lest Yin short-circuit and burn out. Xia Ying, Yin, you're such a piece of shit. Yin, forget it. Don't be angry. You chose your own host, so you can love it yourself. The night slowly deepened, and Xia Ying lay in bed, unable to sleep for a long time. Only when she heard Yunmei return, did she turn to look over. Sister Yun. Yunmei was startled by the sudden voice behind her, nearly revealing her true colors. Xia Ying, when did you come back? Why didn't you light the lamp when you came back? Yunmei muttered to herself as she waved her hand to light the candle in the room, and then saw Xia Ying staring at her with sparkling eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Sister Yun, come here. I have a question I want to discuss with you. What's that? Yunmei climbed onto Xia Ying's bed with a familiar air, snuggling under the same blanket with her, and looked at her curiously. Then, she heard a very familiar opening line. It's just, I have a friend. Oh. As soon as these words left her mouth, Yunmei's gaze turned meaningful, a hint of teasing etched in her eyes. Go on, what happened to your friend? My friend has been through something troubling lately. The boy next door, whom she's always taking care of, has shown her affection. Yunmei's eyes widened. Shock! Oh my goodness! Had she actually missed such a big event tonight? At this moment, the gossip fire in Yunmei's eyes was burning fiercely, and could no longer be extinguished. Before Xia Ying could even formulate her next words, Yunmei spoke impatiently. So your friend. How did she react? She ran away. Run away? Yunmei couldn't believe her ears, but then she thought, if Xia Ying was the protagonist, it wouldn't be so unacceptable. Well, she was so surprised and it was so sudden. She didn't know how to respond, so she instinctively ran away. Sister Yun. Xia Ying secretly glanced up at Yunmei's expression and cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment. How do you think my friend should handle this situation? It's simple. If she likes you, get together. If she doesn't, reject her. Yunmei hadn't expected Xia Ying, who was always so decisive in everything, to be so troubled by something as trivial as a confession. When Bai Yan was pestering her, she saw Xia Ying's attitude and handling of the situation as decisive and efficient. Perhaps her current hesitation stems from the fact that the person in question was Ji Hyun. TSK. Xia Ying is a bit confused by the situation. After Yunmei had a clear understanding of their relationship, she decided to give Xia Ying another push. Anyway, I think that if your friend didn't reject him right away, it means she's not completely indifferent to that younger brother. Relationships in our world of immortal cultivation are simple. If you like someone, you stay together. If you don't, you separate. As long as you're not a lonely, heartless person who distracts others, it's perfectly normal to fall in love while cultivating. Yunmei added something at the end. If your friend truly hasn't figured out how to handle this matter, then let it go. Let it go. Yes, as it was before, it will be the same in the future. Just pretend it never happened. Let everything take its course. What a good idea. Xia Ying suddenly realized, Sister Yun, you truly are a person of great wisdom. Okay, it's getting late, Sister Yun, go get some rest. I need to meditate. After Xia Ying finished speaking, she sat cross-legged on the bed, formed a hand seal, and instantly entered a state of meditation. Yunmei, As expected, Not everyone can be the leader of the righteous path. She should probably get some beauty sleep. When Xiang opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside, and Yunmei was no longer in the room. She stood up, cleaned herself up briefly with her cleaning technique, and walked out, unexpectedly running into Ji Heyuan, who was also leaving. The moment their eyes met, they simultaneously recalled yesterday's events. Ji Heyuan was still worried that Xia Ying was deliberately avoiding him, but to his surprise, Xia Ying was only stunned for a second. Then, as if nothing had happened, she greeted him with her usual smile. Xiao He, how was your sleep last night? Very good. Ji Heyuan's fingers, hidden in his sleeves, gently rubbed back and forth. Where's Ju, your sister? I meditated and practiced all night, and I feel great. I think I can take on 10 people alone now. Xia Ying slapped him hard on the back, nearly knocking him off balance and causing him to fall to the ground. Ahem. Xiao He, are you okay? I'm fine. Ji Heyuan's eyes were complicated. Junior sister, you're already very strong. Even if you don't practice so hard, you can still take on 10 people alone. Chapter 183. Really? Really? I never lie to you. With junior sister's current strength, defeating 10 Jin Dan cultivators is no problem. No, 10 Jin Dan isn't my goal. My goal is to be able to single-handedly take on 10 Yuanian cultivators. Well, I believe junior sister, you can do it. Ji Heyuan's words caught in his throat. He suddenly felt that Xia Ying's goal wasn't completely unattainable. After all, Xia Ying wasn't just exceptionally strong. She was ridiculously strong. He had now fully recovered to his original cultivation level, the middle stage of the Yuanian. And yet, as a Yuanian powerhouse, he was nearly knocked down by a single palm strike from Xia Ying, a Jin Dan cultivator. This was simply outrageous. Is this the terrifying power of possessing all spiritual roots? If Xia Ying were allowed to continue this way, by the time she reached the Dan stage and formed a Yuanian, she might actually be able to take on 10. With this little incident, the slightest bit of awkwardness between the two vanished without a trace. Since Xia Ying wouldn't talk about last night's events, Ji Heyuan tactfully omitted them. The two senior sisters and disciples quickly resumed their previous cordial relationship, heading side by side towards Chiwu Pavilion, the abode of successive generations of Phoenix Emperors. Today was the wedding day of Her Highness Fengxiao, the Phoenix, and the auspicious time was in the evening at 3 p.m. The Phoenix clan's wedding rituals differed slightly from those of humans. Before 3 p.m., Fengxiao, the bride, would remain in Chiwu Pavilion. Near the auspicious time, she would be led by the groom to the altar, where they would offer sacrifices to the Phoenix ancestors and to heaven and earth, formally forming a marriage bond under the witness of heaven and earth. Thereafter, they would share a common destiny, joys and sorrows. Feng Yan had long wanted to introduce Xia Ying and the others to her sister Fengxiao, but had never had the opportunity. Now that Fengxiao finally didn't have to deal with Phoenix clan affairs, and could rest peacefully in Chiwu Pavilion awaiting her marriage, Feng Yan arranged for her to bring Xia Ying and the others to see her today. Yunmei and Guankong Buddhist disciple woke up early and went to Chiwu Pavilion. When Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan arrived, they were sitting together chatting. Xia Ying. Ji Heyuan. You're finally here. Feng Yan jumped down from his chair and hopped over to Xia Ying, pulling her toward the inner room. The inner room was exactly where Fengxiao was. A large 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix screen, and an ornate pearl curtain separated the inner room from the outside, allowing only a few silhouettes to be seen. Guankong Buddhist disciple naturally sat outside, and Ji Heyuan, without giving it a second thought, sat down beside him. Although there wasn't much strict separation between men and women in the world of immortal cultivation, Ji Heyuan had always been conscious of keeping his distance from women other than Xia Ying. Xia Ying followed Feng Yan around the screen, and through the beaded curtain, immediately meeting Fengxiao's stunning face. Her eyebrows were as dark as distant black, her eyes like stars, a beauty both delicate and flamboyant. Like a blooming phoenix flower, she easily captured every eye. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, where beauties abound, Xia Ying was inevitably taken aback by Fengxiao. But she quickly recovered and smiled generously. Excuse me, Phoenix Emperor. I never seen a beauty as beautiful as you before, and I was stunned. Fengxiao found it amusing, and couldn't help but laugh. She wore a fiery red wedding gown, the collar and cuffs adorned with sparkling moonstones. Embroidered onto the gown was a magnificent, nine-tailed phoenix, made of phoenix feathers. Feng Xiaosheng was incredibly beautiful, but perhaps due to her years of high position, she possessed a heroic presence, and an air of authority that emanated from her without anger. But this aura vanished completely when she smiled. It's alright, fellow Taoist, I'm delighted that you praise my beauty. Heh. Woman! You used to say I was pretty too. Yunmei approached Xiang with a sour look, looking at a heartless man. But Xiang wasn't at all timid, and even replied with a confident tone. Sister Yun is indeed beautiful. I didn't lie to you then, and I'm not lying to His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor now. Sister Yun, ask honestly, isn't His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor beautiful? Of course she is. Yunmei snorted coldly, but I'm talking about you, Xiang, being fickle and sweet-talking. Oh, Sister Yun, it's not the first day you known me. Why are you still so jealous for no reason? Xiang took Yunmei's arm and acted coquettishly. Yunmei continued to act arrogant and ignored her, but she didn't push her any further. Xiang knew she had been coaxed out of her, so she let go and pulled out a wooden box from her storage bag. I arrived in such a hurry, unaware of His Majesty Phoenix's upcoming wedding, that I wasn't able to prepare a gift in advance. This is a small gift. I hope Your Majesty will not despise it. A guest is a guest. How could I despise it? Feng Zhao reached out to take the wooden box. It felt warm to the touch, yet light and airy, sparking a sense of curiosity. Fellow Daoist, do you mind if I open it now? Since it's been given to Your Majesty Phoenix, it's yours. Whatever Your Majesty wishes to do with it, I have no objection. Feng Zhao smiled knowingly and, under the equally curious gaze of Feng Yan beside him, opened the box. Inside, 2 slender red ropes lay prominently. If one looked closely, one could see a faint golden glow flowing between the ropes. Feng Zhao naturally didn't think Xiang had given her 2 ordinary ropes, but she had indeed never seen such a treasure before, so she couldn't help but ask curiously. May I ask, Taoist friend, what is this? This is a red rope that was once enshrined before the shrine of Yueshel Lauren and blessed by him. Cut this red rope in half, and tie it around the ring fingers of each person. The red rope will imprint a mark on their souls. That way, even if one person travels to the ends of the earth, the other can accurately find her with this mark. This was a gift Xiang had considered for a long time before deciding on. As ancient mythical creatures, the Phoenix clan had seen all sorts of treasures. So, the value of the gift was secondary. The most important thing was whether Feng Zhao needed it. It must be said that Xie Ying's gift truly touched Feng Zhao's heart. Feng Zhao's eyes lit up as she eagerly tied one of the red strings around her ring finger. The string vanished the instant it was tied, and a red light flashed between her brows. This was the mark. Feng Zhao's joy practically leaked from her eyes and brows. She placed the wooden box beneath her makeup box, intending to take out the other string for Qin Shu during their wedding night. Thank you, fellow Daoist. I love this gift. If His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor likes it, then my efforts have paid off. As the group was talking, a cough suddenly erupted from outside the door, followed by Qin Yu's instantly recognizable voice. Chapter 184. Ahem, Sister Zhao, it's me, Qin Yu. Can I come in? You're? Just come in. Considering Qin Yu's frail condition, Feng Zhao, who loved her even more, ignored the rule that the bride could not leave Chiwu Pavilion without permission, and stood up to greet her. Feng Yan's face darkened. Just as she stood up to stop her, she saw Qin Yu slowly walk in, carrying a small food box. She was slightly surprised to see everyone in the bridal chamber, but she quickly smiled. So everyone's here. Why did you come out on your own when you're not feeling well? Feng Zhao pulled Qin Yu down and sat her down on the bridal bed, his eyes filled with disapproval. If you need anything, just ask me. My brother asked me to deliver something. Our human race has a custom that the bride and groom cannot see each other before a wedding. My brother was worried about others, so he had to ask me to deliver it. Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled, then took a small bowl of soup from the food box and placed it on the small table beside Feng Zhao. What is this? My brother personally made chicken soup in the kitchen last night. It's not a special custom. It's just a small tradition passed down in our Qin family. On the day of their wedding, a Qin family member personally cooks a dish for his wife. This means that he will continue to cook for her after marriage to show his love for her. I heard that my parents did the same thing when they got married. Feng Zhao's eyes lit up with joy after hearing this. I didn't expect your family to have such a good custom. Qin Yu smiled but said nothing. Looking at the bowl of steaming chicken soup, Feng Zhao, who had been fasting for years, couldn't help but salivate. Just as she was about to reach for the bowl of chicken soup, Xiang, who had been observing from the side, suddenly smiled and spoke. Your Highness Feng Wang, I heard from young Master Feng Yin that there are many matters requiring your Highness's attention during today's wedding ceremony and heavenly sacrifice. I'm afraid it wouldn't be a good idea to consume too much. Feng Zhao's hand paused slightly, and even Qin Yu glanced up at Xie Ying. But she didn't object, instead echoing Xie Ying's words. Miss Xie is absolutely right. It doesn't matter whether you drink this chicken soup or not. When Sister Zhao becomes my true sister-in-law, will you still be worried about not being able to enjoy meals cooked by my brother? Qin Yu, who was usually weak, found a bit of life in her jokes. Besides, Sister Zhao, let me tell you something. Brother's cooking is terrible. You're right not to drink this bowl of chicken soup. With this little incident, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Qin Yu never mentioned the bowl of chicken soup again, instead chatting with Feng Zhao about some interesting stories from Qin Shu's past. Only when her coughing became more frequent, her already pale face looking even less vibrant, did Qin Yu stand up and say goodbye. Cough, cough, cough. It's getting late. I have to go back and take my medicine. I come talk to you tomorrow, Sister Zhao. Go back and get some rest. Feng Zhao's eyes were filled with concern. Ian, please see we're off for me. Got it. Although Feng Yan still disliked the Qin Shu siblings, his dislike was more directed at Qin Shu. Naturally, he wouldn't deliberately target Qin Yu, a mortal with a fragile health, who could die at any moment. No need to trouble you, young master. Ahem. I can go back on my own? Don't waste your time, I take you there. Feng Yan grabbed Qin Yu's hand without hesitation, then with a snap of his fingers summoned a gigantic phoenix of light and shadow. He placed Qin Yu on the phoenix's back, and slowly guided it towards Kenwu courtyard. With Feng Yan gone, Xie Ying and the others, who weren't close to Feng Zhao to begin with, naturally felt it was inappropriate to linger in the new house. So, after a few pleasantries, the four of them left Jiwu Pavilion. However, Xie Ying's good mood had vanished, and she was lost in thought. Ji Huyuan had been keeping an eye on Xie Ying's movements, and seeing her like this, he couldn't help but ask. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem so uneasy? Are you worried about the Phoenix Emperor? I can't really put my finger on it, but I just feel like something bad is about to happen. Xie Ying paused, raised her hand, and cast a small barrier around the four of them to prevent eavesdropping. Although life in Chaofeng City is quite pleasant, you haven't forgotten. In the real time and space we're in, Chaofeng City and the Phoenix clan have long since perished. So, fellow Daoist Xia, what you're saying is that what happens next might be related to the Phoenix clan's demise. That's probably true. Otherwise, why did we come here? We can't really just come to attend a grand wedding and witness the beautiful love between Feng Zhao and Qin Shu, right? That bowl of chicken soup. Ji Huyuan suddenly thought of this. Is there something wrong with the bowl of chicken soup Qin Yu brought? I think there's definitely something wrong. But Feng Zhao has already been fasting, Qin Yu has already left, and she once said Qin Shu's cooking was poor. I don't think Feng Zhao would drink that bowl of questionable chicken soup. No, she definitely would. Two voices rang out simultaneously, those of Xie Ying and Yun Mei. As women themselves, no one understood Feng Zhao's thoughts better than they did. You don't understand. That was Qin Shu's chicken soup, cooked by hand. And Qin Shu is her beloved. Before Yun Mei finished her words, Xie Ying's voice rang out. Besides, never underestimate the jealousy of a woman in love. Although Qin Yu never persuaded Feng Zhao to drink the chicken soup, her words and actions revealed a very important message. She had eaten Qin Shu's homemade meals many times. No woman in love wants to be treated uniquely. And certainly not one who wants this unique treatment to be shared with others. So, Xie Ying and Yun Mei came to the same conclusion in unison. Feng Zhao will definitely drink that bowl of chicken soup, and Qin Shu and his sister must know this. But even if we knew, we couldn't stop it. The past isn't so easy to change. Well, let's take it one step at a time. When this story reaches its conclusion, we naturally understand what all this means. Time flew by, and it was soon approaching the late afternoon. As Feng Yan's good friends, Xie Ying and the others were assigned a prime viewing spot. The auspicious time has arrived. Chapter 185. As the Phoenix clan elders chanted, the 5 statues on the altar suddenly moved, transforming into 5 phoenixes, white, red, cyan, yellow, and purple, that simultaneously flew toward the altar. The 5 phoenixes, each in a different color, joined head to tail in midair, forming a multicolored circle. As their wings fluttered, colorful light shimmered, casting a mystical, holy glow over the entire altar. The light stretched from the altar to the end of the path, where a newlywed couple, clad in wedding gowns, held hands tightly together. They stepped onto the flowery path paved with phoenix flowers, ascending the altar step by step under the blessings and witnesses of everyone. At this moment, the elder presiding over the wedding solemnly read the prayer from a large sycamore leaf. The prayer was spoken in the unique language of the ancient Phoenix clan. Xia Ying couldn't understand its meaning, but this didn't prevent her from perceiving the profound divine meaning contained within. Feng Zhao, Lord of the Phoenix, an ancient mythical beast. Her wedding will undoubtedly receive the blessing of heaven. The moment the prayer concluded, the elder threw the phoenix leaf into the air, and the sky shone with a brilliant light. Amidst this dazzling light, the original 5 phoenixes merged into a single, multicolored phoenix. Grasping the phoenix leaf in its beak, it soared into the sky, its clear, melodious cry lingering for a long time. Logically, when the phoenix's figure completely vanished into the clouds, conveying the Phoenix clan's intentions to heaven and earth, heaven would promptly bestow its blessing. But this time, Feng Zhao and Qin Shu, standing at the altar, waited a long time for this blessing. The seemingly gentle Qin Shu lowered his eyes slightly, concealing the flash of anger that flashed across his eyes. Ding! A system notification suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the special side quest Phoenix's happy event. Please successfully uncover the truth behind the extinction of the ancient Phoenix clan within the specified timeframe. Quest duration, 10 days. Quest reward, unknown fragment X1. Quest failure penalty, 9 thunderstrikes X99. Xia Ying, question mark. Wait! Why is there a failure penalty for this quest? And isn't the difference between the reward and the failure penalty a bit too big? Because this is a special quest, hee. The host should hurry and investigate the truth. The difference isn't that big. The system only issues quests after an accurate value assessment. Warm reminder, the 10-day countdown begins now. Xia Ying, She had originally wanted to get more information about this quest from Yinin, but this time, Yinin had learned her lesson. Yinin unilaterally severed contact with Xia Ying, refusing to communicate with her, thus severing her hopes of extracting useful information from her. Meanwhile, the situation around the altar wasn't optimistic. Xia Ying looked around, and saw every member of the Phoenix clan staring silently at Feng Zhao on the altar with solemn expressions. Feng Zhao, this wedding cannot go on. Sister, listen to the elders. Feng Yan hurriedly jumped out. For so many years, every Phoenix Emperor's wedding has been recognized by heaven and earth and blessed by the Tao. This is the first time this has happened. It means heaven and earth are unwilling to recognize your marriage to Brother Qin. Even if heaven and earth don't, I do. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Feng Zhao firmly grasped Qin Shu's hand. Elder, I know that as the Phoenix Emperor, I cannot abandon the safety of my clan. Since heaven and earth do not recognize my marriage to Ashu, to avoid implicating my clan, I officially resign the title of Phoenix Emperor from now on. With this, Feng Zhao extended his hand and slashed directly at his heart. Sister, Feng Zhao. Feng Zhao raised his hand to stop them from continuing. When he raised his hand again, a small, intricate seal appeared in his palm. The seal landed on the wound on his heart, and a multicolored feather flew out, wrapped in it. Feng Zhao's face was pale, but he persisted, wrapping the feather with his spiritual power and handing it to Feng Yan. The moment the feather landed in Feng Yan's hand, it transformed into a beam of colorful light and sank into his heart. When he spoke again, Feng Zhao's voice was noticeably weaker. From today on, Feng Yan is the new Phoenix Emperor of the Phoenix clan. And I, Feng Zhao, am just an ordinary little phoenix in the Phoenix clan. As such, any decision I make will not affect the clan members. Elder, can we leave now? The elder's expression was complicated. He had never imagined Feng Zhao would go this far for Qin Shu. He didn't try to stop her, nor did he say anything else. He simply nodded gently, signaling the clan members to make way. Ian, Chiwu Pavilion is the residence of successive Phoenix Emperors. I will move out tomorrow, okay? Feng Zhao said nothing, simply nodded blankly. Qin Shu remained silent throughout the entire process, gently supporting Feng Zhao as they left. The two quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Xia Ying and the other 3, who had witnessed this farce, exchanged bewilderment. Xia Ying shook her head, rather regretfully. Lovesickness is a bad thing. It would be fine if the other person was worthy, but this Qin Shu clearly isn't. The other 3 nodded in agreement. If Qin Shu truly loved her, he wouldn't have watched Feng Zhao resign the throne of Phoenix Emperor, just to secure this marriage and be with him openly. Although Yunmei had never been in love, she could still discern true love from false. He never once said a word about our marriage, let alone stood in Feng Zhao's way. What on earth could Feng Zhao see in such a rotten man? The two spoke without avoiding the others. Feng Yan, who had been stunned, burst into tears upon hearing this. Her chubby face flushed red from crying. Why? Why? Why can't she see it when everyone else can? That Qin Shu, she doesn't even like him 1/10 as much as she does. And yet, for a man like him, she's willing to go against her own people, and even rip off her bloodline as part of the Phoenix royal family. You know what? She gave me her feathers. From now on, she's just an ordinary phoenix. I never forgive her, Feng Yin said as she ran off. The remaining elders and tribesmen either chased after her or dispersed. Soon, only the 4 of them were left around the altar. Although none of the Phoenix clan members, aside from Feng Yin, said much, they could all sense a common feeling, their disappointment in Feng Zhao. Ah! What's going on? Yunmei scratched her hair in frustration. When can we get out? Soon, 10 days at most. Xie Ying spoke calmly, then met the gazes of the other 3. Chapter 186. Xie Ying understood the meaning in their eyes, but she couldn't explain the system and the mission. Luckily, she had already thought of the wording. What I mean is, give me 10 days, and I definitely find a way to leave. Trust me. 10 days at most. We can definitely leave. Xie Ying's eyes were filled with unquestionable confidence and determination. She turned and strode forward, her sleeves rustling in the wind. Looking at her bossy demeanor, Yunmei and Guankong Buddhist felt a sense of awe. Huh? Ji Heyuan, has Xie Ying always been this confident? Yes. You can trust her. Ji Heyuan acted like a die-hard fan of Xie Ying, firmly defending all of Xie Ying's decisions. My junior sister has never failed to fulfill her promise. Yunmei, How should I put it? The Xiaoyao sex members are indeed strong, but their mental state seems beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Just then, Xie Ying, walking in front, suddenly paused and turned to look at Yunmei. Sister Yun, we can close the loop on Bai Yin now. I have a lot to do, and keeping him around might lead to unnecessary complications. As for him, do whatever you want with him. Yunmei's smile faded. Okay, I understand. So, the 4 of them split up. Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan went to see Feng Yin and investigate the so-called truth behind the Phoenix clan's demise. Yunmei and Guankong Buddhist disciple turned to settle accounts with Bai Yin. Ever since they had determined that Bai Yin was most likely one of the shadowy evil cultivators hunting them, Yunmei had attempted to take his life more than once. It was because Xie Ying suggested keeping him alive to lure out the remaining men that Yunmei suppressed her murderous intent and allowed Bai Yin to roam freely before her for so many days. While she didn't know why Xie Ying had suddenly changed her strategy, Yunmei didn't care. For her, the most important thing was to slay the enemy who had annihilated her clan, but before killing Bai Yin, she had one thing she had to confirm. Speak. Are you going to tell me or not? In a room shimmering with golden light, Bai Yin was tightly bound with immortal binding ropes. Enlarged characters were printed around the room, radiating a holy golden glow. These characters were personally painted by Guankong, a Buddhist disciple. They combined the vows and blessings of Buddha's light, unique to Buddhist practitioners, and possessed a natural suppressive effect on the evil cultivators, who had committed countless murders. Furthermore, Bai Yin had been caught completely off guard by the 2 men, their spiritual power sealed. Now, he couldn't even reach the soul capture banner hidden in his storage bag, let alone resist. Yunmei, dressed in a red gauze gown, held a long, pitch-black whip in her hand. Its blade was covered in dense, fine barbs, gleaming with a cold gleam in the sunlight. Bai Yin, meanwhile, had already been beaten beyond recognition by Yunmei, filled with hatred. Besides the whip wounds, he also bore poison, burns, and sword wounds. Yunmei had used every torture method she could think of on him. But even so, he remained a cooked duck, the most stubborn of all. Yunmei, forget it. I will never tell you what you want to know. Are you unwilling to tell me, or are you unable to? The Buddhist disciple Guankong, seated in the room, suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on Bai Yin for a moment, neither joy nor sorrow, then averted his gaze. In my humble opinion, fellow Taoist Yun, there's no need to waste your energy asking further questions. We already used all the necessary tortures in the past half hour. If he wanted to tell me, he would have already done so. But I won't accept this. Yunmei pursed her lips. Even though she had always suspected Hellion Yao was responsible for the Red Fox clan's genocide, she stilled her mind until she heard Bai Yan's confession. I lived in a daze for decades. I finally found the culprit who destroyed my Red Fox clan. If I can't seize this opportunity to uncover the truth, I may never have another such opportunity. I won't accept this. Then search his soul. The Buddhist disciple Guankong said this without blinking, and froze Bai Yin, completely eliminating the possibility of himself destructing. Search, soul search? Not only Bai Yin, But even Yunmei, who was with Guankong Buddha, stuttered in shock. The Buddha, with his compassionate expression, spoke of soul-searching without batting an eyelid. The scene was truly jarring. Does fellow Taoist Yun have any questions? No, I have no questions. Yunmei's expression was complicated. I just didn't expect that, Guankong Buddha, as a Buddhist, you wouldn't shy away from such an evil technique as soul-searching. Magic doesn't distinguish between good and evil. It all depends on whether the user is good or evil. Guankong Buddha said solemnly, Buddha is merciful. As a Buddhist disciple, I should guide others with the Dharma. However, if anyone doesn't understand the Dharma, I don't mind using my fists and feet. Yunmei, I learned a lot. Ever since joining Xie Ying's team, she feels like she's learning more every day. Seeing that Yunmei had no further questions, Guankong Buddha continued. I can integrate illusions into Buddhist teachings, and I can help fellow Taoist Yun use the soul-searching technique more effectively. If fellow Taoist Yun has no objection, why not begin the soul-searching now? Okay, then I'd be thanking you for your assistance. You're welcome. In a few words, the two decided what Bai Yan would face next. Bai Yan's expression finally lost its previous fearlessness. Are you mistaken? I'm the evil cultivator. Unfortunately, with his entire body immobilized and under a silent spell, he couldn't utter a single syllable. With the sound of a wooden fish, Bai Yan's consciousness froze for a moment. He could only stare blankly as Yunmei's 5 fingers, like claws, lashed out above his head. Then, an unbearable, tearing pain surged from the depths of his consciousness. But, brainwashed by the relentless wooden fish sounds, Bai Yan remained in agony, unable to muster any desire to resist. Yunmei closed her eyes, carefully searching his mind for the answer she sought, bit by bit. Memories from the depths of Bai Yan's consciousness replayed before Yunmei's eyes, her expression growing increasingly grim. Finally, the moment Yunmei opened her eyes again, a familiar notification chime echoed in Xie Ying's ears, far away on the other side of the Phoenix Palace. Ding! Loyalty rapidly drops by 50 points. Yunmei's loyalty to Helian Yao is now minus 25. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the side quest convincing Yunmei to rebel. How can loyalty be negative? Everything in the world has its yin and yang sides. Where there's positive, there's negative. Hearing this, Xiang felt as if a new world had opened up. She had a bold idea. Chapter 187. Since loyalty can drop below 0, is it possible for favorability and mission completion to exceed the upper limit of 100? This thought flashed through Xie Ying's mind, but she didn't delve into it further. Xiang never forgot. Uncovering the truth behind the Phoenix clan's demise was the most important priority at the moment. As for other matters, they could be put aside for now. At the same time, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Now distributing the mission reward to the host. The gold spirit orb of the 5 elements spirit orbs has arrived. Please check it promptly. Xie Ying's mind shifted slightly. Using her spiritual sense, she removed the gold spirit orb that had appeared out of thin air from her storage bag, emitting a sharp golden aura, and placed it in the stone box that had originally contained the wood spirit orb. Precisely because she was so busy with these tasks, she appeared stunned for a moment. Ji Huyuan was perceptive. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Nothing, just thinking about what happened at the altar. Xiang trusted Ji Huyuan deeply, but due to system restrictions, she couldn't reveal anything about the system to anyone. Xiaohe, you said the Phoenix clan has always been reclusive. What kind of disaster could have caused them to perish in the river of time? Senior sister, have you figured it out? Ever since learning that the Wudong Tree spirit could travel freely anywhere in Chaofeng City, Xiang would set up a barrier before discussing important matters with Ji Huyuan and the others. But this would be inconvenient if they had to talk on the go if something urgent happened. So Xiang took the time to modify the barrier slightly, creating a thin, snoop-proof barrier that could be worn on the body and move with them. So, even though they were talking constantly in front of others, no one could hear what they were saying. I'm not sure. After a moment's silence, Xiang finally expressed her thoughts. I have a feeling our ending up here wasn't accidental. I just remembered something. We were swept here by a red light that shot up into the sky. And before that, Xiaohe, your blood fell on the ground at the ruins of Chaofeng City. That location is now the Fengwang Palace. A flurry of information flashed through his mind, but Ji Huyuan still grasped the key points of Xie Ying's words accurately. He quickly grasped her true intentions. Senior sister, are you saying that our being brought here might be related to Senior Suing, whom I met earlier in the mountains? That's my guess. You're from the same clan, and your blood happens to open the passage to this place. I'm having a hard time convincing myself that this isn't related to Senior Suing. Xiao He, do you remember where he lived? Of course I do. Ji Huyuan nodded. Without further delay, shall we go now? Wait for me to leave a message for Yun Mei and the others. Xiang released a fat paper figurine and followed Ji Huyuan out. Because of Feng Yan's favoritism towards them, Xiang and the others enjoyed great freedom within Chaofeng City. They could enter and exit Chaofeng City without being stopped by the city guards. However, the city gates being closed at night was a rigid rule since Chaofeng City's founding. It was already 3 p.m., and even if they returned after finding Senior Suing and understanding everything, they wouldn't be able to enter the city. Furthermore, Xiang instinctively sensed that this wasn't as easy as she imagined, so she couldn't help but quicken her pace as she hurried. After all, she had no desire to experience the punishment of 9 Thunderbolts x 99. Unfortunately, Xia Ying's intuition proved correct once again. When she and Ji Huyuan finally arrived at the small hut, after a long journey through the night, they found it completely deserted. Ji Huyuan tried to use the witch clan's magic to detect Su Ying's presence, but again, nothing was found. How is it? I can't find her. Ji Huyuan frowned. Senior Su Ying's cultivation is higher than mine. If she deliberately doesn't want me to find her, it would be difficult for me to detect her location. Then there's nothing I can do. This was something she had expected, so Xiang wasn't surprised, let alone disappointed. Since this route is blocked, we can only return to Fengwang Mansion and investigate in person. This will inevitably take some time. Who? Qin Shu and his sister? Are there other destabilizing factors besides them? Xia encountered, and for some reason, this brother and sister always give me an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But how could I know someone from 10,000 years ago? Forget it, there's no point in overthinking it. Let's go back first. Okay. Ji Huyuan still didn't ask any further questions, simply walking quietly beside Xiang. He had long sensed that Xiang harbored a great secret. She always had the ability to predict certain events and take appropriate measures. Or perhaps she would reveal long-lost secret manuals or magical treasures. And she knew many things she shouldn't have known. 1 or 2 times might be coincidences, but Xiang had experienced so many coincidences that they became inevitable. Ji Huyuan knew he wasn't the only one who noticed this. His fellow seniors had likely also long since noticed Xia Ying's unusual behavior. But everyone tacitly kept the matter a secret and proactively covered up Xia Ying's anomalies, preventing others from noticing them. Ji Huyuan's thoughts coincided with theirs. He didn't know exactly what Xiang was up to, but he knew that, with her character, she would never harm innocent people or even endanger the world of immortal cultivation. So no matter what Xiang did, his only duty was to follow and support her. As they anticipated, by the time they arrived back at Chaofeng City, the gates had already been closed. So, Xiang and Ji Huyuan spent the night meditating at the city gates, waiting for the first light of dawn the next day to enter the city once the gates reopened. They made their way to the Phoenix Palace without stopping. The Phoenix clan members they encountered on the street looked as usual, seemingly unaware of the events at the altar the previous day. But Xiang didn't dare to relax so soon. The system wouldn't give a 10-day deadline for no reason. Within those 10 days, something unforeseen would surely happen in Chaofeng City, triggering the subsequent genocide. So, she couldn't relax for the next day. Ever since Xiang entered Chaofeng City, her right eyelid had been twitching incessantly, and no amount of spiritual power could suppress it. The closer she got to the Phoenix Palace, the more intense the twitching became, and a faint sense of unease settled over her. The moment she entered the Phoenix Palace, Xiang ran into Yun Mei and Guankong, who had hurried out to look for them. They looked grim, and their first words upon seeing Xiang and Ji Huyuan were, "Something's happened. Qin Yu is dead." Chapter 188. What? Qin Yu is dead. Yun Mei repeated in a low voice. What exactly happened? How could Qin Yu die out of nowhere? Yun Mei frowned as she pulled Xiang towards Minghua Tower. We talk as we walk. Actually, Guankong Buddhist, and I don't know the exact circumstances. We were so busy torturing Bai Yin last night that we didn't pay much attention to what was happening outside. Speaking of Bai Yin, how is he now? After the combined efforts of the Buddhist and I to search his soul, he became a fool. Yun Mei added expressionlessly, then I killed him and stole his storage bag. Xiang nodded, not surprised at all. She had long experienced Guankong Buddhist's methods. Let's not talk about Bai Yin. Let's get down to business. Last night, after Guankong and I had dealt with Bai Yin, we saw the paper puppet you left behind. To prevent anything from happening to Feng Zhao and Feng Yin, the Buddhist disciple, and I stood guard outside their houses all night. But who could have imagined that the one who would ultimately get into trouble would be a mere mortal? How strange. A mere mortal? I don't think so. Ji Huyuan suddenly spoke. You've seen how much Qin Shu values his sister Qin Yu. Once Qin Yu dies, Chaofeng City will undoubtedly be in turmoil. Xiao He is right. Xia Ying nodded in agreement. Do you know the cause of Qin Yu's death? That's another strange thing. Guankong looked up at the other three. After learning of Qin Yu's death, I went to check on her under the guise of reciting the Sutra of Rebirth for her. She died of natural causes. There were no wounds or signs of any other attack on her body. She looked peaceful, as if asleep. Buddhist Guankong paused. But I didn't see her soul. No soul. Xia Ying frowned. As far as I know, after death, the souls of mortals are taken to the underworld by the guides of the underworld. Afterwards, whether they transform into ghost cultivators and return to the immortal realm after reaching a certain level, or directly enter the cycle of reincarnation, that is entirely determined by the underworld. Even if Chaofeng City and the Phoenix clan have long since perished, they once truly existed. Everything that happened here was also real. Since Chaofeng City has drawn us here and recreated the story of Feng Zhao and Qin Shu, everything it reveals must have truly happened in the past. I understand what fellow Daoist Xia means. Buddhist Guankong understood instantly. That's why I find this point so strange. Brahma Temple has always performed rituals for the salvation of mortals, so this monk and my fellow disciples have inevitably come into contact with the guides from the underworld. Qin Yu's room was incredibly clean, completely devoid of any aura from the underworld. Even if her soul was taken away by the guides immediately after her death, this monk would not have been able to detect even the slightest trace of the underworld's presence. So, the other three understood Guankong Buddhist's analysis and reached their final conclusion. Either Qin Yu isn't dead at all, or she didn't die in her own room at all. Let's go! Xia Ying made an immediate decision. Let's go find Feng Yan. Shiwu Pavilion. Early this morning, Feng Zhao and Qin Shu moved out of here and headed to Kangwu Courtyard as agreed. They knew that because of what happened at the altar yesterday, the Phoenix clan would no longer have a favorable impression of them, so they decided to leave Chaofeng City the next day. But then, news of Qin Yu's death arrived. This naturally prevented them from leaving as planned. When Xia Ying saw Feng Yan again, he seemed to have grown up overnight. Mature, steady, calm. These words, once unrelated to him, now embodied him one by one. Feng Yan? You're here. Come and sit down. Already dressed in Phoenix Emperor attire, Feng Yan invited the four to sit under the sycamore tree in the courtyard. Have you heard about Qin Yu? Yes, we're friends. If you need anything, just tell me. I know. Even if you didn't come today, I would have sent someone to invite you. I suspect there's something fishy about Qin Yu's death, but Qin Shu is wary of us Phoenix clan members, so our clansmen can't investigate. I can only entrust this matter to you. No problem. Xia Ying agreed immediately, and the others naturally agreed. They all had a vague premonition. If they wanted to leave here, Qin Yu's death would definitely be a breakthrough. Perhaps understanding this would solve all the problems that plagued them. By the way, Feng Yan, haven't you asked the little tree spirit in Kangwu Courtyard? I once met a little tree spirit. She told me they can reach any place in Chaofeng City where there are sycamore trees. There are sycamore trees in Kangwu Courtyard too. Haven't you asked the little tree spirit there about the situation? Of course not. I immediately summoned the tree spirits there, but the problem is, there's no response at all. Feng Yan looked up, a solemn expression on his face that had never been seen before. All the tree spirits have lost contact. Xia Ying was stunned for a moment, then used her consciousness to call out to the small tree spirit she had once interacted with in a friendly manner. Naturally, there was no response. The only sign floating in the air within her sea of consciousness, still emitting the aura of the sacred tree, indicated that she was still safe. Xia Ying let out a soft breath. What about Feng Zhao? Did you ask her about Qin Shu's whereabouts last night? You suspect Qin Shu? Feng Yan was truly surprised. After all, he had suspected everything, but not Qin Yu's place in Qin Shu's heart. Although I also find Qin Yu's sudden death strange, she is Qin Shu's biological sister, and the possibility of Qin Shu attacking Qin Yu is extremely low. Nothing in this world can't be disguised. I don't think we should give up any possibility now. You're right. Feng Yan nodded. Then I take you to see her later. Just ask whatever you want. You can take Guankong Buddhist disciple and Yun Mei with you. Xiao He and I will start investigating from other directions. That's fine. The group quickly agreed and split into 3 groups. Feng Yan led Guankong Buddhist disciple, and Yun made to Kangwu Court to meet Feng Zhao. Ji Huyuan returned to his room, and once again used the Wu clan's secret technique to scent Su Ying. Xie Ying, on the other hand, investigated any unusual circumstances in Fengwang Mansion, and even throughout Chaofeng City. In the entire Fengwang Mansion, only Chiwu Pavilion, where the Phoenix Emperor resided, was the quietest and undisturbed. So, after everyone left, Xie Ying was the only one left. Here she wanted to try out a new spell she had created, which was inspired by the spirit of the Paulownia tree, spring for all things. Chapter 189. Xie Ying stood beneath the enormous sycamore tree, using all the sycamore trees in the city as connecting points, and cast the spell. She folded her hands together, muttering a soft incantation. A verdant light poured out from her palms, growing brighter and brighter. The moment the last incantation fell, Xie Ying's eyes gradually filled with a shimmering azure light. The moment she released her hands, the azure light in the courtyard intensified. A sleek, moon-like azure sphere floated above Xie Ying's head. Followed by this, countless slender vines sprouted. Following Xie Ying's will, they plunged into the ground and then, with a clear purpose, charged towards all the sycamore trees in Chaofeng City. When the last vine touched the last sycamore tree, the temporary domain Xie Ying had constructed was finally complete. She sat cross-legged beneath the tree, the golden elixir within her body churning, continuously feeding spiritual energy into the sphere above her head. At the same time, countless cyan butterflies swarmed out of the sphere, flying across Chaofeng City. These butterflies were the product of Xie Ying's spiritual consciousness. When a butterfly landed on a person's shoulder, Xie Ying could read a portion of their memory through this contact induction. The area formed by the interconnected vines concealed all traces of the butterfly's presence. Because it was a spell derived from wood element spiritual energy, Xie Ying named it Spring of All Things. Although Spring of All Things resembled soul-searching techniques, it had no negative effects on others. The only drawback was that it required the caster to continuously provide a large amount of spiritual energy to operate. The larger the area covered by Spring of All Things, the more spiritual energy was required. If Xie Ying hadn't possessed a full spiritual root capable of absorbing all the spiritual energy in the universe, and her spiritual sea was countless times larger than that of an ordinary person, she might not have been able to sustain Spring of All Things over such a vast area. Even after carefully preparing herself, her spiritual energy continued to drain at a noticeable rate. Her once rosy cheeks slowly paled. The spiritual energy absorbed by the spiritual array was completely disproportionate to the spiritual energy required to maintain Spring of All Things. Xie Ying took a deep breath, suppressing the fishy sweet taste in her throat, and focused on absorbing every image her consciousness had seen. An unknown amount of time passed before Xie Ying's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her with spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and she finally gave in and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The ball of light vanished, and countless images suddenly flooded into her mind, squeezing it so hard that it ached. Xie Ying sat there for a long time, calming the throbbing pain in her head. Then she pulled out a handful of Huiyuan and Buling pills, pouring them into her mouth like candy. She would later add a drop of Taijin water to each pill she refined, as it effectively washed away toxic impurities. So Xie Ying had no concerns about overdosing on the pills, leading to a buildup of toxins, and potentially blocking her spiritual veins. Soon, her complexion returned from a pale, paper-like pallor to a healthy rosy hue. However, her spiritual sea was vast, and the lost spiritual energy could not be replenished by a few bottles of Buling pills. So now, even the slightest movement of Xie Ying's fingers would affect her spiritual palace, causing her to gasp in pain. Pretending to be so cool really comes at a terrible price. Inin had already advised the host, haste makes waste. Ha! That's easy to say. It's not you who will be struck by the 9 thunderbolts 99 times anyway. If you're willing to waive the mission penalty, I'm willing to slowly investigate the truth of this matter. Inin was silent for a moment. Host, come on. Inin believes you can do it. Kneel down. Xie Ying rolled her eyes, holding onto the sycamore tree behind her to stand. The moment she touched the tree, she froze, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Inin in the system space was stunned, then panicked. Host, what's wrong with you? Is your soul in pain? No way. You're Langnia, the one who could pierce it with the soul-locking blade. There's no way you couldn't handle this little pain. Shut up. Xie Ying, tears streaming, yelled at Inin. It's not me. I'm not crying. That's not my emotion. It's crying. Xie Ying, still holding one hand against the sycamore tree, slowly raised her head and gazed at the giant tree. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if responding to Xie Ying. The effects of spring faded slowly, so the moment she touched the sycamore tree, she sensed its full range of emotions: sadness, anger, and boundless regret. Hearing this, Een seemed to understand something and fell silent. Siang knew Een wouldn't interfere with the progress of such a mission, so she didn't expect her to offer any useful advice. But the tree's emotions gave her a significant clue. Why could a tree have such complex emotions? Has it experienced something deeply tragic? Or has it witnessed something that resonated with it? Or perhaps, is it related to the Wudong Tree spirit clan? Countless questions popped up in Xie Ying's mind, but by then, the residual effects of spring of all things had long since faded. In her current condition, she couldn't activate spring of all things again anytime soon, so she had to temporarily abandon the idea of obtaining more useful information from the tree. At this moment, Xie Ying finally realized it was already night. A bright moon hung high in the sky, emitting a soft glow. Xie Ying shook her head to suppress the images that occasionally popped into her mind. She released a spirit crane to deliver a message to Feng Yin and headed for Minghua Tower. In Minghua Tower, the other three had been waiting in the room for a long time. Ji Heyuan was the first to stride forward upon seeing Xie Ying return. "Junior sister, you." "I'm fine. I just overexerted my spiritual energy. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Xie Ying waved her hand nonchalantly, urging Ji Heyuan not to worry, and then sat down at her seat. "What about you guys? Have you found any useful information? Let me start by saying, I still haven't been able to contact you, senior." Ji Heyuan was the first to answer again. "But I'd taken advantage of this time to inquire about Qin Shu and his sister in Fengwang Mansion and Chaofeng City. They came to Chaofeng City 6 months ago, initially staying at an inn in the city, and later, Feng Zhao invited them to stay at Fengwang Mansion. After confirming their relationship, he brought Qin Yu to Kanwu Courtyard. Since then, besides nursing Qin Yu at Kanwu Courtyard and accompanying Feng Zhao in cultivation, Qin Shu's most frequent activity has been visiting the library. And these are all the books he's read in the library." Chapter 190. Ji Heyuan waved lightly, and a sheet of paper instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. It was densely packed with book titles. The books in the library were among the Phoenix clan's many treasures, never loaned out. Even Qin Shu, who had previously received special permission from Feng Zhao, could not take books out of the library, and could only read them within. Thus, a record of all the books Qin Shu had read in the library was kept, naturally giving Ji Heyuan many advantages now that he was acting on behalf of Feng Yin. Although he couldn't read all the ancient tomes Qin Shu had read, he obtained a complete record from the library's keeper. These are all books on formations and talismans. Could it be that Qin Shu is practicing both formations and talismans? Even if he were practicing both, he wouldn't need to spend every day in the library reading books on these two subjects. Guankong Buddhist disciple made a bold guess without changing his expression. Qin Shu cares most about his sister, so why doesn't he read medical books? In my opinion, maybe he's just trying to use some formations or talismans to do something bad. I think what you say makes a lot of sense, Buddhist disciple. Xie Ying was the first to agree. I studied formations with second senior brother for a while, so I have some understanding of them. Actually, I have important news to share with you today, and it aligns perfectly with the clues Xiao he has been investigating. Facing the expectant gazes of the other three, Xie Ying spoke slowly. There's a massive formation hidden beneath Chaofeng City. However, I never seen one like it, so I can't tell you exactly what it's for now. Do you suspect this formation is connected to Qin Shu, fellow Daoist Xie? I do have some suspicions, but the formation doesn't bear the owner's presence, so it's not impossible that it's a protective formation set up by the Phoenix ancestors to protect their people. Xie Ying paused, then spoke of her plans. As for the specifics, I plan to go to the library tomorrow and review all the formation books that Qin Shu has read before we decide. That's not right. Yunmei looked at Xie Ying in confusion. How did you know there was a formation beneath Chaofeng City? I saw it. Xie Ying blinked and briefly recounted what she had sensed through the All Things in Spring. Anyway, this is what happened. From what I saw, Qin Yu hasn't left her room since returning yesterday. Qin Shu and Feng Zhao also stayed in their new home for the night, so it seems there's nothing serious going on. But until I can verify that the formation beneath Chaofeng City truly has nothing to do with Qin Shu, I remain skeptical. Wait! Yunmei, recovering from Xie Ying's earlier remarks, asked again, still uncertain. You're saying that you were inspired by the words of the Wudong Tree spirit and later created a spell of your own. Spring blossoms? You created this spell yourself, am I understanding correctly? No. I did create it myself. Is there anything wrong with that? Is there nothing wrong with that? Yunmei was stunned. Even the usually expressionless Guankong Buddhist disciple showed a rare look of surprise. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Creating your own spells is something that only powerful beings above the spiritual transformation stage could comprehend and create, whether it's a spell, formation, or talisman. But you're only at the golden core stage. What's wrong with a golden core? No one says you can't create your own spells. Xiang spoke confidently, her words leaving Guankong Buddhist disciple and Yunmei both stunned. That's true. They were convinced, and strangely felt that Xie Ying's words made sense. It was just that Xie Ying's talent was truly terrifying. Ji Heyuan, who was often amazed by Xie Ying, had become accustomed to it, and smiled a knowing smile. As expected, there's nothing junior sister can't do, except what they can't imagine. Junior sister, you truly never disappoint. Let's not talk about that for now. Xie Ying gulped down the spiritual tea Ji Heyuan had specially poured for her. Even after feeling the pain in her spiritual palace gradually subside, she didn't forget her business. Let's talk about what you found with Qin Shu and Feng Xiao. Everything looks normal. Looks? Yes. Buddhist Guankong replied calmly, after all, I am a monk and don't understand women. I can't see anything wrong. But fellow Taoist Yun said something was wrong with Feng Xiao after he came back. What's wrong with Feng Xiao? Xiang turned to look at Yunmei in surprise, only to see her frown slightly, as if she were pondering how to describe it. I can't really put my finger on it. Maybe it's the intuition unique to us foxes. She acted perfectly normal, but when I spoke to her, I felt like something about her was different. Do you think Qin Yu's death was related to Feng Xiao? Yunmei didn't really want to doubt Feng Xiao. She had always had a good impression of him. But for some reason, after meeting Feng Xiao today, she couldn't help but doubt her. It's not impossible. Xiang had a good impression of Feng Xiao, but they hadn't spent much time together, so she didn't want to judge right and wrong based on personal preferences. She only looked at the evidence and didn't miss any possibility. After all, a woman's jealousy can sometimes be more terrifying than evil. By the way, have you told Feng Yin about your suspicions about Feng Xiao? Of course not. Yunmei felt a headache just talking about this. Even though Feng Yin says he never forgive Feng Xiao, who can't see how much he protects his sister? If I dared to suggest that Qin Yu's death might be related to Feng Xiao, do you believe he would have me kicked out? I believe it. Xie Ying nodded politely. The words were spoken one moment, and the person was thrown out the next. Knowing Feng Yin, this is definitely something he'd do. That's fine then. Starting tomorrow, I go to the library and search the ancient books Qin Shu has read for any further clues. Sister Yun, you and Buddhist disciple Guankong will continue to secretly observe Feng Xiao and Qin Shu. It would be best to find another opportunity to investigate Qin Yu's body. As for Xiao He, I will continue to contact Senior and gather more useful information from Feng Wang Mansion and the city. If I have more time, I will go to the library to help you research the ancient books. Okay. That's settled. In just 6 months, Qin Shu had read every book in the library related to formations and talismans. Time was running out, so Xiang set herself a 3-day deadline. In those 3 days, she had to finish reading all the ancient books Qin Shu had read in the past 6 months. But even with Xie Ying's photographic memory and quick comprehension, this level of intensity was still a bit much. When Ji Heyuan came to the library to look for her as usual, he saw Xiang sitting on the floor, leaning against the bookshelf behind her, with her eyes closed and resting. Chapter 191. Xiang still clutched a copy of the diagram of the strange formation tightly in her hand. The warm sunlight from outside streamed through the window, gently bathing her in a golden glow. But her sleep was restless, her brow furrowed even in her dreams. Ji Heyuan felt a flicker of heartache upon seeing this. He then concocted a calming spell, and was about to use it on Xiang when she saw she had already opened her eyes, and looked towards him. Xiao He, you're here. Xiang rubbed her eyes, and casually took out a water talisman to use. The moment the refreshing water splashed upon her face, her foggy mind finally cleared a little. What's the situation outside? Buddhist Guankong and Yun may have been in contact with Qin Shu and the others, and have also tried to secretly examine Qin Yu's body, but unfortunately, there hasn't been much progress. It's the same situation here. Ji Heyuan pursed his lips, seeing the unconcealable fatigue in Xie Ying's eyes, and once again blamed himself for not being strong enough. If he were strong enough, he could split this place apart with a single strike of his sword. Xiang wouldn't have to worry so much about this. Junior sister, rest a little longer. No, I rested enough. Xiang patted her face. I'd better hurry and finish all the books. There aren't many left. Junior sister. You always taken your time, planning things carefully before taking action. But this time, you're acting so hastily in the investigation of Qin Yu's death. Why is that? Why do we have to finish this within 10 days? Xie Ying's eyes flickered, and she tilted her head slightly to look at Ji Heyuan. She wasn't surprised that Ji Heyuan noticed this. After all, people always pay extra attention to the people they like. Is it inconvenient to say? If this question is inconvenient to answer, just pretend I never asked. It's not that it's inconvenient to answer, it's just that I don't know how to tell you. Xie Ying was distressed. She had limitations, and she couldn't say anything about the system. Anyway, I have a reason to resolve this matter within 10 days. I understand. You understand what? Xie Ying was amused by Ji Heyuan. You don't even know what I'm going to do. It doesn't matter. Ji Heyuan smiled slightly, his eyes firm. I just need to know that this is what junior sister must accomplish. Xiao Heyu. At that moment, Xie Ying felt as if her heart had been violently shaken, and a strange feeling slowly spread. But Ji Heyuan, who was lowering his head to sort through the scattered books, didn't notice. Anyway, I'm almost done with my work. From now on, I just stay here with you and read. 2 hands working together is always better than 1. Okay. Xie Ying raised an eyebrow. I'm just worried you won't have the patience to read on. Then you underestimate me, senior sister. When I was trapped in the Divine Tower with nothing to do, reading was my only pastime. The two of them chatted and laughed for a while, and the atmosphere became quite relaxed. Xie Ying picked up the kazenta that had just fallen to the ground, and was about to continue reading when Ji Heyuan's slender, white fingers suddenly reached out. Junior sister, you're holding the book upside down. Oh! Xie Ying didn't argue, but the next moment, her eyes suddenly fixed, and she grasped Ji Heyuan's wrist. Wait, don't move. Ji Heyuan, ? Xie Ying pursed her lips, took the magic formation diagram from his hand, and, at the same angle he had just used, slowly held the page he had accidentally opened up to the sunlight. The paper was so thin that the sunlight easily penetrated it, revealing the outlines clearly. Ji Heyuan followed Xie Ying's gaze, and was also startled. Under the sunlight, the formation diagram on the paper silently and slowly shifted its direction and structure, eventually transforming into a completely unfamiliar formation. Once Xie Ying noticed this, she quickly turned to the other pages and held them up to the sunlight. She then discovered that each page of the book contained a completely different formation diagram. Seeing this, Xie Ying didn't need to say anything more. Ji Heyuan spontaneously picked up the other books and tested them one by one against the sunlight from the window. Thankfully, the final results showed that, besides the strange formation diagram in Xie Ying's hand, only one other book, Cloud Spell Talisman, contained the same secret. Xie Ying sat on the ground, letting Ji Heyuan hold one of the books while she held the other, comparing the formations and talismans one by one. After half an hour, her frown relaxed, and she finally let out a heartfelt smile. I found it. Xie Ying said nothing more. After hurriedly returning all the ancient books to their original locations, she and Ji Heyuan left the library and headed straight for Fengyan. Are you going to Chiwu Pavilion now? Yes, I want to see Feng Zhao and Qin Shu's wedding room. Wedding room? Fengyan frowned subconsciously. Xie Ying, can you tell me exactly what I want to see? I just want to confirm something. Once I confirm, I tell you everything in detail. Okay, then go ahead. Out of trust in Xie Ying, Fengyan didn't ask any more questions and simply handed her the badge symbolizing his power and status. Xie Ying wasted no time either, and she and Ji Heyuan headed straight for Chiwu Pavilion. Fengyan had a deep affection for her sister, Feng Zhao. Even after moving into Chiwu Pavilion, he had preserved Feng Zhao's former room unchanged. This made it much easier for Xie Ying to find something inside. She went straight to the makeup box, opened the bottom compartment, and saw a familiar wooden box. Opening it, she saw a red string lying quietly inside. As I expected. Isn't this the pair of red strings senior sister gave Feng Zhao? Ji Heyuan was surprised when he saw the contents of the wooden box. Why is there one left? Didn't Feng Zhao tie it for Qin Shu? Feng Zhao loves Qin Shu so much, how could she miss the opportunity to truly connect with him? Xie Ying sneered. I'm afraid Qin Shu isn't happy about it, or maybe Feng Zhao didn't even have the chance to take out the red strings. At this point, even though Xie Ying didn't say many things directly, Ji Heyuan had a vague idea of the truth. Perhaps they had all been deceived from the very beginning. Let's go! Xie Ying put the wooden box away with a cold expression and strode towards the sycamore tree in the courtyard. Let's verify one last thing. Chapter 192. Xie Ying once again stood beneath the mournful Paulownia tree, gently resting her forehead against its trunk. As she whispered a spell, a shimmering green light slowly overflowed from the spot where they touched. Countless vines emerged from the light, slowly encircling the entire Paulownia tree, their movements as gentle as if they were handling a fragile treasure. A cyan butterfly gently landed on a branch of the Paulownia tree. Xiang closed her eyes and focused her attention, observing and sensing. The Paulownia tree, affected by the formation beneath Chaofeng City, was no longer able to actively convey any information to Xiang. Even if Xiang activated Spring of All Things again, it would be difficult to clearly empathize with the Paulownia tree's emotions and thoughts as she had last time. But fortunately, she arrived not too late. So she saw the flickering red light deep within the Paulownia tree. That red light was the mark left in Feng Zhao's soul when he first tied the red string. The phoenix lives in the phoenix tree. The Phoenix Clan and the Phoenix Tree Clan have always been inextricably linked. As everything is excessive, excess is harmful. The Phoenix Clan's innate Golden Crow aura can only be neutralized and cleansed by the sacred Phoenix Tree and the Kunlun Spiritual Zhe, ensuring it is not backfired and burned by the Golden Crow aura that grows with cultivation. But who could have imagined that the sacred Phoenix Tree, born alongside the Phoenix, would now become the greatest shackle that trapped Feng Zhao? In this formation, the Phoenix Tree is like a giant alchemy furnace, and Feng Zhao's soul is its most crucial ingredient. This is a massive sacrificial formation. Qin Shu actually used Feng Zhao's soul as a guide, offering all the luck and lives of Chaofeng City as sacrifices, hoping to defy fate and forge an immortal body for Qin Yu. If Xiang had arrived even a day later, Feng Zhao's soul would have been completely refined by the formation, becoming its most important sacrifice. Feng Zhao would then no longer exist in this world. Confirming everything, Xiang, leveraging her connection to the Wudong tree through Spring of All Things, produced the magical artifact Tang Sanzang's cassock and draped it over Feng Zhao's soul, temporarily protecting her. System description: Tang Sanzang's cassock. This is an immortal-grade magical artifact that effectively conceals a cultivator's form and protects against damage. It also has a certain chance of triggering boundless Dharma, restoring and stabilizing a cultivator's severely damaged soul. Xiang possessed many magical artifacts, but this cassock was the most suitable for Feng Zhao's current situation. Now that the formation was complete, she could no longer retrieve Feng Zhao's soul from the tree. She could only leverage her connection to the sacred Wudong tree to provide Feng Zhao with an additional layer of protection. Having successfully arranged everything, Xiang finally opened her eyes and left the sacred Wudong tree. The vines and butterflies that had been clinging to the tree returned to the azure ball of light, which then sank into Xiang's brow. After using Spring of All Things twice in 4 days, Xiang's wood element spiritual energy was truly running low. After leaving the Wudong tree, her vision blurred, and she stumbled uncontrollably, falling back a few steps before landing in a broad, reassuring embrace. "Junior sister, are you okay?" "No." Xiang paused, then took out a handful of spiritual replenishing pills and swallowed them. "It's just a serious spiritual overdraft, nothing serious." "Xiaohe, go get Feng Yin and the Phoenix Clan elders, and tell them I uncovered the truth behind Qin Yu's death." "Okay. I be there right away." Ji Huyuan turned and left. Xiang released the paper puppet to deliver a message to Guankong Buddha's disciple and the others, then sat down to practice her inner cultivation techniques and regulate her breathing. Ji Huyuan moved swiftly. Xiang had barely finished a single inner cultivation technique before he had already brought everyone over. Guankong Buddha's disciple and Yun Mei arrived shortly after the group. "Xiang, are you sure you found out the truth about Qin Yu's death?" Feng Yin spoke hurriedly, but after glancing around, he realized Qin Shu and Feng Zhao were not there, and frowned. "Where's Qin Shu? Why didn't he come, considering his sister's death? I sent someone to get him." "No need to call him." Xiang intervened. "I specifically sent someone to avoid him." Before she could finish her words, Xiang lightly snapped her fingers, and a massive barrier suddenly rose around Chiwu Pavilion, enveloping everyone within. The Phoenix Clan elder's expression changed, his eyes filled with wariness. "What do you mean, fellow Daoist Xie? Elder, please be patient. I swear on my Daoist heart that we hold no ill will toward the Phoenix Clan. We set up this barrier in advance because what I'm about to say is crucial and cannot be glimpsed by others. If I offended you, please forgive me." Xiang looked sincere, but the Phoenix Clan elders didn't dare take her lightly, still watching her every move with vigilance. But Feng Yin, as if sensing something, stepped forward and spoke hurriedly. "You deliberately avoided Qin Shu and asked us to come here to talk. Is it because Qin Yu's death is connected to him?" "Yes." Xiang glanced at him, then lowered her eyes to conceal the expression in her eyes. However, the evidence I just obtained indicates that the deceased was not Qin Yu. If it's not Qin Yu, then who is it? Hearing this, Feng Yan already had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the next second, he heard Xie Ying's voice again. It's Feng Zhao, your sister, Feng Zhao. Xie Ying's words exploded in his ears like a thunderclap. Feng Yan's mind suddenly went blank. No! Impossible. This is impossible. My sister is clearly still alive. I saw her just yesterday. The person you saw wasn't your sister, but Qin Yu in your sister's appearance. A trace of pity flashed across Xie Ying's eyes, but she didn't explain further. She simply turned sideways, revealing the Paulownia tree behind her, and injected a stream of spiritual energy into it. The cassock, her magical weapon, connected her mind and spirit, allowing Xiang to use it as a medium to briefly reveal the true situation within the sacred Paulownia tree to everyone. Inside the sacred tree, Feng Zhao, draped in a cassock, lay sprawled in the void, eyes closed. Chains engraved with runes bound her hands and feet, her body almost invisible, as if it would vanish completely in the next second. Sister? Feng Yan rushed forward like a madman. No matter how hard he pounded the trunk, he couldn't reach Feng Zhao, trapped within the sacred tree. How could this happen? How could this happen? Feng Yan, calm down. This is far more serious than this. The situation was urgent, and Xiang didn't have the luxury of letting Feng Yan vent. She quickly recounted everything she had investigated. Elder, there's a massive formation beneath Chaofeng City. It's using all of Chaofeng City's lives and their inherent luck as a sacrifice to the evil god, transforming it into a celestial body. The most important thing now isn't to investigate what exactly happened, but to quickly evacuate all of the city's members to a safe place without Qin Shu's knowledge. Otherwise, everyone will become a victim of this sacrifice. Chapter 193. The Phoenix Clan elder's face sank upon hearing this, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to leave to arrange for his clan's retreat, Guankong Buddhist disciple, standing nearby, suddenly grasped his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Guankong Buddhist disciple. Buddha disciple. Yun Mei and Ji Huyuan hurriedly supported Guankong Buddhist disciple, one on each side. Xie Ying's expression also grew solemn. It's too late. Guankong Buddhist disciple wiped the blood from his lips, a look of apology in his eyes. I'm sorry, my golden bell cover couldn't stop him. The next second, the barrier Xie Ying had cast shattered. The shattered barrier fell like shattered stars, followed by a powerful pressure that instantly surged, forcing the blood and chi of everyone present to surge, as if it would explode at any moment. Just you? You dare to think you can stop me? A haughty voice echoed, and Qin Shu and Qin Yu appeared before everyone. The most important step in his plan had been completed. Now, Qin Shu no longer needed to hide his ambition and cultivation. He was completely arrogant and reckless, a stark contrast to his usual calm and reliable self. Qin Shu, he was actually a cultivator in the late fusion stage. Of all those present, only a few Phoenix Clan elders had reached the great perfection of the spiritual transformation stage. As for the others, they might not be able to withstand a single blow from Qin Shu. Realizing this, everyone's faces grew solemn, their minds racing to devise a way out. But Qin Shu, having seen through their plans, didn't care. He even raised his hand to conjure a table and chairs from the courtyard, helping Qin Yu to a leisurely seat. Feng Yan stared intently at Qin Yu, who was disguised as Feng Zhao, his eyes nearly blazing with rage. However, he couldn't act rashly due to the current situation. Still, he couldn't help but ask. Why? My sister is so sincere to you. Why are you doing this to her? Sincerity? I don't even care about her sincerity. Qin Shu naturally noticed Feng Yan's hateful gaze, but he didn't take her seriously at all. He snorted coldly. If you want to blame someone, blame her own stupidity. I was just trying to figure out how to approach you, but she just run right into me. Over the years, I replaced her with countless bodies to keep her by my side, but unfortunately none of them lasted long enough. And Feng Zhao, bearing the blood of the royal Phoenix family, is undoubtedly the most suitable vessel. I didn't intend to kill any of you, and this formation was just a precaution. But who allowed that idiot Feng Zhao to take the initiative and strip her of her royal bloodline? How could an ordinary Phoenix body be worthy of my wear? His gaze swept over everyone, finally settling squarely on Xiang. Miss Xia, you're truly annoying. Wouldn't it be better to let them complete their mission in their sleep? Why cruelly expose the truth? No match for you too. Xiang grinned, unabashedly mocking them. You keep calling them brother and sister. I thought it was such a touching display of brotherly love. It turns out they're not real brother or sister, but affectionate brother and affectionate sister. You two are truly disgusting. Seeing the smile on Qin Yu's lips falter, Qin Shu's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted, a deadly pressure overwhelming him. Xia Ying felt a choking sensation, as an invisible hand gripped her throat. Apologize to where? Dream on. Xia Ying's mind shifted, and the Qianquan spear instantly fell into her grasp. She swung it back, merging with Ji Yuan's sword energy to strike directly at the invisible hand holding her throat. A dull thud echoed, and the surrounding spiritual energy was stirred by the movement, becoming chaotic. Cough, cough, cough. Freed, Xia Ying took a few steps back, steadying herself with the Qianquan spear. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Qin Shu, her smile tinged with a hint of shrewdness. What? You have the guts to do it but not the courage to tell others about it? Is it because you also know how disgusting this is? You deserve to die. Qin Shu threw a blood talisman, and from it flew countless bloody hands, wrapped in boundless resentment, straight towards Xia Ying. However, this time, before Xia Ying could react, several elders nearby wielded wind-transforming blades, slashing down all the bloody hands in the air. Excellent! Xia Ying applauded without hesitation. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you're just this good. Host. I beg you to stop talking. Yin, hiding in the system space, couldn't bear to watch Xia Ying's suicidal behavior and jumped out. Qin Shu is in the fusion stage. Fusion stage. You're so crazy playing on his weak spot. Have you ever thought about what you'd do if you couldn't defeat him? If you can't beat me, then die. What else can I do? It's not like I haven't died before. 18 years later, I'm still a brave man. Xia Ying shrugged nonchalantly. Besides, I already discovered it. What did you discover? Qin Shu's fusion stage only looks formidable, his actual strength isn't even close to fusion stage. Otherwise, Xiao He and I wouldn't have been able to neutralize his killing move just now so easily. Perhaps it's because this isn't the real world, and Qin Shu is just a remnant soul or a wisp of obsession. So, his original strength would be greatly diminished here, but we wouldn't. Behind the scenes, realizing Xia Ying was deliberately provoking Qin Shu to test his strength, Yin subconsciously said, You're quite clever. Thank you. I guess Qin Shu's strength is only at the early stage of the spiritual transformation stage at most. It's only the early stage of the spiritual transformation stage, not that he can't fight. Yin, question mark. Do you want to hear what you're saying? It's one thing for a Jindan cultivator to jump levels and attack someone, but you jumped 2 levels? Host, I notice you've been a little too arrogant lately. The next second, Xia Ying, annoyed by Yin's annoyance, unilaterally cut off contact again. Yin, I. At this point, Qin Shu could see that Xia Ying was deliberately provoking him. Unsure of Xia Ying's intentions, he calmed down and refrained from further action. Xia Ying, who had hoped to test the waters further, felt a sense of regret upon seeing this. She exchanged glances with Ji Yuan, Yun Mei, and Guankong Buddhist disciple. The other 3, taking advantage of Qin Shu's gaze on Xia Ying, silently moved to different positions. Xia Ying grasped the Qianquan spear, then produced a small vial of elixir, and opened it with one hand. A rich medicinal aroma instantly filled everyone's nose. Before they could even discern the elixir from the aroma, they saw Xia Ying tilt her head back and pour the entire vial into her mouth. Then, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, pouring into her body like a tornado. Under the astonished gazes of the people of Chaofeng City, Xia Ying's cultivation level gradually climbed from the golden core stage, finally settling firmly in the middle nascent soul stage. A golden core cultivator battling a spiritual transformation cultivator is indeed somewhat difficult. But a nascent soul sword cultivator versus a spiritual transformation talisman cultivator might not be without a chance of victory. Now, it's my turn. Chapter 194. Before she finished her words, Xia Ying shot out like an arrow from a bow. Qin Shu shielded Qin Yu behind him. Raising his hand, countless blood talismans flew out from behind him, forming a talisman array. Ghostly blood hands, emanating from those talismans, flew straight towards Feng Yin, successfully tripping several elders. Xia Ying, unwavering in her gaze, aimed her silver spear at the talisman array head-on, with unstoppable force, splitting Qin Shu's prized formation directly. Qin Shu's expression changed. He bit his middle finger, and drew a talisman in midair. A deadly move pierced the crack, and struck Xia Ying's vital point. Xia Ying quickly spun and dodged, her green robes fluttering like a butterfly. In that blink of an eye, the already split talisman array healed. Qin Shu, still trapped within the talisman array, had no time to gloat before he saw a new crack appear on the newly minted talisman. Then the tip of the Qianquan spear plunged directly in, its silver spear encrusted with a layer of purple lightning. The intensely masculine and powerful breath of thunder rapidly traveled along the crack, spreading in all directions of the talisman formation. Qin Shu had clearly already fallen into the evil path, becoming a thoroughly evil cultivator. And the intensely masculine and powerful breath of thunder was undoubtedly the greatest nemesis of evil cultivators. The talisman formation, damaged by the breath of thunder, had clearly lost its ability to heal itself. With a crackling sound, the formation shattered into pieces. Xie Ying, silver spear in hand, burst forth. At this moment, Qin Shu's gaze towards Xie Ying finally lost its contempt, replaced by a deep fear. You actually have both thunder, and with spiritual roots. Dual spiritual roots? Who are you looking down on? Xie Ying swung the silver spear in her hand, drawing a perfect semi-arc from bottom to top, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. As it pierced Qin Shu with the force of thunder, she formed a seal with one hand, and unleashed the phoenix cry of the nine heavens move. Sister, I have all the spiritual roots. Blue flames and purple lightning transformed into chains, rapidly attacking Qin Shu from all directions. Xie Ying attacked with furious force, thrusting out spear after spear, constantly changing direction, leaving only after images in the air. The silver spear tore through the air, half frost, half blazing. The thunderous aura from the spear tip forced Qin Shu to retreat repeatedly, but the next second, Qin Shu drew a soft sword from his waist and charged directly. The close combat produced a sharp sound. The moment Qin Shu's soft sword touched the Qianquan spear, instantly transforming, wrapping around it like a snake, tightly wrapping around the spear, he took this opportunity to send 3 blood talismans flying towards Xie Ying. However, something unexpected happened to Qin Shu. The Qianquan spear, originally entangled by a snake coil, suddenly split in two, transforming into 2 long swords, one black and one white. Xie Ying wielded both swords, one slashing through the bloody hand that reached out from her, while the other slashed directly at Qin Yu behind Qin Shu. You're... Qin Shu's expression suddenly changed, and he leaped forward to embrace Qin Yu, blocking the blow with his back. The Kuan sword slashing energy was already filled with murderous ferocity, and even Qin Shu could not avoid internal injuries from it. Once Qin Shu was injured, the already nearly shattered talisman formation could no longer hold together, and collapsed with a loud bang. Qin Shu and the other 2 were completely exposed to everyone's sight. It was at this moment that Qin Shu, who practiced both formations and talismans, finally realized that Ji Heyuan and the other 3 were standing in the wrong position. As a formation master, Qin Shu immediately realized they were setting up a formation, and the golden talisman lines that had somehow spread to their feet clearly indicated one fact: the formation was complete. Xie Ying, you're trying to trick me? So what? Xie Ying touched the hilts of her 2 swords together, and they instantly merged, transforming back into the majestic silver spears. You can use your formation to devour living beings for your own benefit, so why can't I use the power of your formation to feed back into mine? Don't be naive, okay? You're going to kill me, and you still expect me to show mercy. Activate the formation. With his words, 9 golden rays of light rose from the ground, forming a golden wall that trapped Qin Shu. The formation was imbued with the Buddha's light of Guankong, and the wall was covered with shimmering golden Buddhist scriptures. Once this formation was activated, outsiders could enter, but those inside could not leave without the permission of the Creator. Xie Ying plunged the silver spear into the ground. Purple lightning followed the runes on the spear and sank into the ground, superimposing a layer of purple lightning on top of the original golden runes. Wherever the thunder passed, all evil vanished. Qin Shu, already a demonic cultivator, could feel the pain of being burned by the lightning simply by standing above it. In contrast, Qin Yu, whom he protected behind him, appeared unaffected. Everything Qin Shu did was for Qin Yu. Even this heinous murderous act was solely blamed on him. Even though Qin Shu had been an expert in formations and talismans for years, he couldn't discern the strange formation Xie Ying and the others had set up. Qin Shu could never have imagined that Xie Ying came from a time and space 10,000 years in the future, a time when the world of immortal cultivation had been constantly advancing. Since there were ancient masters whom they could not surpass, it was only natural that rising stars in the future would emerge with talents and abilities comparable to those of the ancient masters. Qin Shu couldn't discern the formation, and with a powerless Qin Yu beside him, he naturally hesitated to act rashly. Both sides suddenly stopped fighting, and the tense atmosphere suddenly became unsettling. No one present spoke rashly, and finally, it was Qin Yu, the most inconspicuous figure, who spoke softly to break the strange silence. Miss Ye, you have no ties to Chaofeng City, and no grudges against us. You shouldn't have been drawn into this situation. We have no intention of opposing you. If Miss Ye is willing to back down, I can convince Ah Shu to let you and your companions leave. Ah Shu? Xiang raised an eyebrow, her tone meaningful. Are you even going to pretend now that you've been exposed? Qin Yu smiled faintly. The facts are already clear, Miss Ye. Why are you still asking questions when you already know the truth? Don't smile like that with Feng Zhao's face. It really hurts me. The smile on Qin Yu's face vanished once again with Xie Ying's words. When she spoke again, her tone was much colder, and if you listened carefully, you could detect a hint of resentment. I know Miss Ye looks down on me, but do you think I'm willing to live my whole life wearing someone else's shell? We're all human, so why are some born gifted, while I'm born with a broken body, unable to cultivate? You can pursue immortality without restraint, but I'm already struggling just to survive. Okay. Everyone has their own destiny. If I can't cultivate, I have to be immortal for the rest of my life, and I accept that, but I just want to spend my life with Ah Shu. Is that wrong? Why should I be subjected to the world's scorn and insults just because I love someone? Is it just because I'm a man? Can't men be with men? Chapter 195. Qin Yu's words resounded with force, like thunderclaps from a clear sky, reverberating in everyone's ears. Qin Yu? Was he actually a man? You're not a woman. Feng Yan couldn't hide his inner shock. Yes. At this point, there was nothing he could deny. He took in everyone's expressions with a cold gaze, then sneered. My real name is Lin Yu. Ah Shu and I grew up together, true childhood sweethearts. You must think we're disgusting, right? Lin Yu scoffed. It doesn't matter. You're not the first to think that of us. Yun Mei, watching Lin Yu single-handedly criticize everyone, said, ? No. She hasn't said anything yet. How could she possibly tell Lin Yu that there was nothing disgusting about men liking men? After all, the world of immortal cultivation 10,000 years later was very tolerant of it, not to mention men and men, women and women were allowed to be together, too, but judging by Lin Yu's expression, it was clear they wouldn't believe her even if she said anything. No one thinks you're disgusting. Xiang spoke calmly, her expression as if she were normal. Loving someone is a beautiful thing in itself, and it has nothing to do with gender. I'm not interested in your love, and I have no opinion on it. If you hadn't killed so many people for your own selfish desires, I might even think you were brave. Courageous enough to look directly into your own hearts, courageous enough to break through worldly prejudices. But now, we are enemies. Lin Yu had been deeply hurt by various strange looks and malicious intent over the years, making him particularly sensitive to other people's emotions. So he knew that Xiang wasn't lying. For a moment, Qin Shu and Lin Yu were both stunned. Accustomed to the malicious gazes of those around them, they suddenly didn't know how to respond when someone looked at them with normal eyes. But they couldn't deny that, at that moment, they truly didn't want Xie Ying's life. Thank you, miss. Lin Yu smiled again. As I said, we're willing to let you go, as long as you promise not to interfere in this matter again. Otherwise, Ah Shu won't show mercy the next time we attack. No need to show mercy. Xiang drew her silver spear and lightly slashed it through the air, sending a chill spreading through the air. After all, I don't intend to let you go. No matter how difficult your love is, no matter how hard life is, it's no reason for you to trample on the sincerity of others and the lives of innocent people. Attack! At Xie Ying's command, Ji Hiyuan and the other three rushed into the formation to join the battle. With their arrival, the scripture wall glowed brightly. A large thundercloud slowly gathered above the formation, pressing down heavily. Thunder could be faintly seen surging within the clouds, and a terrifying aura of destruction enveloped Qin Shu and Lin Yu. At this moment, Qin Shu finally realized what Xiang was planning. She knew she was no match for him, so she planned to use the power of heavenly thunder to annihilate him. Heavenly thunder is spiritual, and it will only kill the evil cultivators within the formation. This is a heavenly thunder formation. You're covering it with another formation to disrupt its aura, deliberately creating confusion and misleading the audience. Congratulations, you got it right, but unfortunately there's no reward. The thunderclouds overhead were getting lower and lower, and Qin Shu could feel death approaching with uncanny clarity. Finally unable to maintain his composure, he erupted in rage. You did it on purpose. You were stalling for time, so the Sky Thunder formation could activate smoothly. What else? Xiang asked in surprise. Am I just bored and stopped mid-fight to listen to your stories of love that have endured many hardships? I already told you I'm not interested in your stories. Xiang stepped back a few steps and, along with the other three, guarded the four corners of the formation. Kindly, she pointed to the sky and smiled. Look, your retribution has arrived. Boom! Ere Xiaoying finished her words, a thick, purple-black bolt of lightning struck down directly at Qin Shu and the others. The purple-black lightning, emanating from above, seemed to split the sky in two. The destructive aura emanating from the thunder was enough to make even the others in the formation feel a little uneasy. It wasn't that they were acting inappropriately, but a destructive thunder of this intensity would leave even the strongest cultivators vulnerable. What's more, they were so close. Qin Shu managed to hold out against such a thunderbolt, but Lin Yu, who had never practiced cultivation, was instantly reduced to ash. Not even a trace of dust remained on Qin Shu. Where? Qin Shu's eyes were bloodshot, and before he could even grieve, the second thunderbolt that followed immediately struck him, bringing him to his knees. The heavenly thunder formation was the ultimate weapon against evil cultivators. Once activated, the thunderbolts would continue until the evil cultivators were destroyed. So the four could only watch as each thunderbolt, thicker than the last, descended, striking Qin Shu with unerring accuracy. Not until Qin Shu's soul was completely shattered did the calamity cloud that loomed over them finally dissipate. The runes beneath his feet also slowly faded. The spot where Qin Shu and Lin Yu had stood was so clean that not even a trace of dust remained. Xiaoying wasn't surprised by their fate. From her first day in the world of immortal cultivation, she had understood one principle: karma is cyclical, and retribution is inevitable. Though Lin Yu hadn't killed anyone personally, Qin Shu had killed all of them for him. Even though Qin Shu had used his evil magic to take responsibility for all the killings, the karma that fell on Lin Yu hadn't disappeared. So even though Lin Yu had never killed anyone and wasn't an evil cultivator, the heavenly thunder still slew him. To put it bluntly, it was all retribution. As Xiaoying had said, she truly didn't care about the love-hate relationship between Qin Shu and Lin Yu. At this moment, she was concerned. Why had Qin Shu and Lin Yu both been annihilated by the heavenly thunder, yet the mission completion notification still hadn't sounded? Could she have overlooked something? As soon as this thought reached her mind, the surrounding scene suddenly shifted again. Senior sister? Xiaoying. The three, having also sensed something amiss, quickly moved towards Xiaoying. The four of them stood back to back, each holding their own spiritual weapon, warily observing the situation. The surrounding space suddenly distorted for a moment, and when it returned to normal, everything was drastically different. Chiwu Pavilion was still the same Chiwu Pavilion, but time had suddenly turned from day to night. Feng Yin and the elders vanished completely, replaced by towering flames rising from all directions and heartbreaking cries of pain. The entire Feng Wang mansion seemed to have suddenly transformed into a purgatory. Yunmei frowned at this sudden change. What's going on? Isn't everything over? Chapter 196. I don't know either, Xiaoying replied. Yinin hadn't mentioned this happening after dealing with Qin Shu. Just as she was about to ask Yinin, she heard a gust of wind behind her, followed by Yunmei's voice, "Be careful." The three of them instinctively looked in her direction, and saw Feng Zhao flying out from the sycamore tree, speeding towards them. Feng Zhao's once jet-black hair had turned snow-white, her eyes crimson, and half her face was covered in dark demonic patterns. She'd been possessed. This suddenness left Xiaoying and the others feeling somewhat bewildered. But they knew they couldn't let the possessed Feng Zhao leave, or Chaofeng City would become a veritable hell on earth. Then, the next second, something unexpected happened. Their attacks had absolutely no effect on Feng Zhao. Every blow hit the ear. Feng Zhao didn't even glance at them, as if he couldn't see them at all, simply passing through their bodies. It's a replay. Ji Huyuan and Guankong Buddhist disciples spoke almost simultaneously. I heard that the ancient witch tribe had a magic called dream weaving. It fuses the deceased's obsession with a wisp of their soul, then weaves a dream with memories from their past, allowing the deceased soul to remain in the world forever. You're right, Buddhist disciple. Ji Huyuan paused, then added. But the soul trapped in a dream by dream weaving will forget its own death, and constantly replay its memories from its past. So, everything we see now is actually what actually happened in Chaofeng City 10,000 years ago? Yunmei found it incredible. Yes, we are outsiders, not part of this dream. Therefore, when the scene is triggered to replay, the original people in the dream will be unable to see us. For to them, we are merely passing visitors. And because we mistakenly entered the dream and killed Qin Shu, changing the original storyline, this dream may soon collapse. Let's go! Xiaoying, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly started walking outside. Since we're here, we must uncover the truth behind the Phoenix clan's demise 10,000 years ago. Outside Chiwu Pavilion, flames blazed, and the cries of phoenixes rang incessantly, but not with their usual clear and resonant melody, instead filled with sorrow. The cries pierced the eardrums and struck the heart, casting a phoenix's shadow over everyone's heart. Xiang and the others followed Feng Zhao's footsteps and quickly arrived at Kinwu courtyard, where they witnessed the possessed Feng Zhao personally dispatching Qin Shu and Lin Yu. However, the formation beneath Chaofeng City did not cease its operation with the deaths of Qin Shu and Lin Yu. This was an evil formation. Once activated, it would not cease until it had devoured all living beings within it. Feng Zhao, possessed but not yet completely self-conscious, floated in midair, staring blankly at Chaofeng City, which had almost completely been reduced to a sea of fire. The Phoenix clan knew they could not defeat this evil formation, but they were unwilling to allow Qin Shu to succeed. So, they all made the same choice, to perish together. Before the evil formation could devour them, they summoned their companion Spirit Fire and leaped into it. They would rather perish in the flames than become food for the evil formation. Who could have imagined that Chaofeng City, always secluded and hailed as a paradise, would be wiped out by two outsiders, all because of Feng Zhao's momentary infatuation. Regret, resentment. A myriad of emotions completely enveloped Feng Zhao's heart at that moment, devouring her remaining shreds of sanity. The demonic pattern rapidly moved across her body. Feng Zhao is about to fall completely into demonic power. Just as the demonic pattern was about to completely engulf Feng Zhao, a dazzling white light flew from the horizon. The white light, holy and gentle, enveloped Feng Zhao and even the entire Chaofeng City. The demonic pattern ceased its movement, and Feng Zhao's expression gradually became peaceful. Then countless rays of light of various colors rose from all corners of Chaofeng City, rushing towards Feng Zhao's body. The holy white light completely enveloped Feng Zhao. When it dissipated again, Feng Zhao vanished, replaced by a snow-white phoenix egg. Seeing this, Xiang and the others finally understood the full truth behind Chaofeng City's fall. Before they could sigh and lament, a white figure stepped onto the moon from afar, landing steadily before them. The newcomer, dressed in a white dress, had a gentle and serene expression, and her features bore a distinct resemblance to Ji Heyuan. The moment the white-clad beauty appeared, Xiang recognized her identity. Su Ying, a senior of the Wu clan. As expected, the events surrounding Chaofeng City were connected to Su Ying. Ji Heyuan instinctively approached Su Ying to inquire about Chaofeng City, but the moment he met her gaze, he froze in his tracks. No! That's not the look in Su Ying's eyes. That look was from his mother, Ji Mian. At that moment, Ji Heyuan's mind froze. He stared blankly at the person before him, 1,000 words in his mind, but he didn't know where to begin. Ji Mian seemed to see through Ji Heyuan's anxiety and caution, and his gaze towards him was filled with kindness and gentleness. In fact, even though Ji Heyuan had grown up and looked completely different from his childhood, Ji Mian still recognized him instantly. Seeing Ji Heyuan remain silent, Ji Mian took the initiative to walk over to him. Just as he had soothed Ji Heyuan so many times as a child, he gently raised his hand and touched his head, smiling tenderly. Xiao He, you must have suffered a lot these years, right? Silent tears fell, and just these words made Ji Heyuan burst into tears. It was strange. Over the years, he had suffered so much, endured so much hardship, and done so many things against his will just to survive. But he never felt wronged, never shed a single tear. Ji Heyuan had thought he had long since become numb, but after hearing Ji Mian's words, the resentment hidden deep within his heart suddenly surged out like a tide. It turned out that he was not incapable of feeling wronged, nor was he incapable of crying. It was because he clearly knew that the person who had always loved him unconditionally and cared deeply for him was no longer with him. So, there was no point in feeling wronged or crying. He could only stumble and grow up alone, learning to be strong, learning how to protect himself. Ji Heyuan fell to his knees with a thud, his already hoarse voice carrying a hint of caution that he himself hadn't even noticed. Mother! Is it really you? Chapter 197. It's me. Ji Mian squatted down in front of him, gently wiping the tears from his eyes. I'm sorry, Xiao He. I wasn't able to be with you growing up, forcing you to face the injustice and malice of the world alone at such a young age. I know Su Yang isn't a good father, but under the circumstances at the time, I had no choice but to entrust you to him. At least, he wouldn't take your life. But now it seems I made the wrong decision. You haven't had a good life. You suffered a lot. It's my fault. No, it's not Mother's fault. Ji Heyuan smiled and held Ji Mian's hand, clinging to the fleeting warmth that had been lost and now found. You gave me life and arranged every escape route for me. I never blamed you. I'm already content to see you again. Ji Heyuan burst into laughter. I thought you wouldn't recognize me now. Silly child. No mother would fail to recognize her own child. No matter what you become, you always be just a child in my heart. The sight of mother and son reunited after a long separation moved even Xiaoying and the other 3 onlookers. Before transmigrating into the book, Xiaoying was an orphan, raised in an orphanage. She had never experienced family affection, and had few close friends or close friends. On the contrary, it was only after arriving in the world of immortal cultivation that she gradually developed a family and a sense of belonging. So, she felt sorry for Ji Heyuan's years of loneliness, and instinctively didn't want to interrupt their happy moments together. But Ji Mian, who had long been aware of their existence, clearly wouldn't ignore them forever. Xiao He, won't you introduce me? Mother. Ji Heyuan stood up, his gaze lingering on Xia Ying for a moment before he spoke. They are my senior sisters and friends. Great. My Xiao He finally has like-minded companions. Senior. Xia Ying stepped forward under Ji Mian's gentle gaze. I am Xiao He's 4th senior sister, Xia Ying. Senior, I am Guan Kong from the Brahma Temple. Yun Mei from the Red Fox clan. Senior, don't worry. Xiao He is now a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. We are the most protective of our children, and everyone in this sect loves him. No one will dare to bully Xiao He from now on. If anyone does, I will be the first to fight back for him. Ji Mian continued to smile gently. Of course, I feel at ease knowing you are with Xiao He. Are you asking me about Chaofeng City? Yes, Xia Ying admitted generously. Senior, would you mind telling us? Of course. Ji Mian nodded. Actually, I've been here waiting for you. I assume you already know the details of Chaofeng City's fall, so let me tell you the part you don't know. The Wu clan and the Phoenix clan are both ancient tribes, and have always been close friends. My Wu clan elder, Su Ying, was particularly close to the Phoenix clan elders. When this incident occurred in Chaofeng City, Senior Su Ying happened to be away. When she returned upon hearing the news, she found Chaofeng City reduced to a purgatory on Earth. Senior Su Ying was unable to stop the evil formation's operation. She could only use her sorcery at the last moment to awaken Feng Zhao's sanity, and prevent her from falling into evil. Feng Zhao finally transformed herself into a shell, using the power of Nirvana to preserve the Phoenix clan's last shred of life, sealing it within this Phoenix egg. Later, in response to Feng Zhao's dying request, he used his sorcery to weave dreams, extracting the souls and spirits of everyone in Chaofeng City, and sealing them within the dream. He then hid the Phoenix egg within the dream, nourishing its vitality with the power of the remaining souls and spirits within the dream. To preserve the last hope of the Phoenix clan, Senior Su Ying stripped away 90% of her own sorcery power, along with her soul and spirit, and then sealed them within the dream, ensuring that the dream would survive until the arrival of a destined member of the Phoenix clan. Then why did Senior come here? I was summoned here by Senior Su Ying. Ji Mian explained slowly. It was shortly before the Wu clan's disaster. My spirit left my body in my sleep and arrived here. Senior Su Ying told me she was one of my past lives, but after thousands of years, the magical power she left in the dream had long been exhausted, and she could no longer sustain the dream. So she needed my help. She glimpsed the Wu clan's future and my own fate. If I were willing to help her, in exchange, she would help preserve a wisp of my spirit within the dream to merge with hers, allowing me to sleep and recuperate within. When the time was right, I would awaken again and see Xiao He one last time. And I agreed to this exchange. No wonder. Xia Ying suddenly realized. No wonder we ended up here after Xiao He's blood dripped into Chaofeng City. It's because Xiao He carries your blood, so his blood is the only key to unlocking the dream, right? That's right. Ji Mian nodded affirmatively, then looked at Ji Heyuan again. Xiaohe is the key, and also the destined person that the Phoenix clan has been waiting for. I have no connections with the Phoenix clan, and am merely an ordinary member of the Wu clan. If it weren't for the chance to see Xiao He again, I wouldn't have agreed to Senior Su Ying's offer. But now it seems it was all worth it. Ji Mian waved toward the Phoenix egg in the sky. After 10,000 years of nurturing within his dreams, the Phoenix egg had finally regained some life. As if it knew what Ji Mian was thinking, its round body trembled in the air before it dove headfirst into Ji Heyuan's arms with unerring precision. At the same time, a green light suddenly shone from the sycamore tree in the courtyard, transforming into a shadow that disappeared between Xia Ying's brows. A familiar sense of coolness washed over her, and Xia Ying looked at Ji Mian in surprise. Senior, what's this? This is your connection to the sycamore tree spirits. The sycamore tree spirits and the Phoenix clan have lived and communed together. If the Phoenix clan finds life, they will naturally seek a life for themselves for the future. After Ji Mian finished his explanation, He looked at Guankong Buddha's son and Yun Mei. With a flick of his hand, he produced 2 magical artifacts suitable for their cultivation. The Phoenix clan has gifts for you too. Yun Mei's face lit with surprise. She and Guankong Buddha's son both accepted the gifts and thanked him generously. Thank you, senior. Ji Mian nodded, accepting the thanks with grace. Now I told you everything I need to tell you. It's time for you to return. Mother, are you leaving? Ji Huyuan's heart tightened. Ji Mian simply smiled softly. Xia, I should have left long ago. This meeting today was a chance I stole from heaven. Ji Mian spoke, his gaze slowly glancing over the double-ring silver bracelets in Xiaoying and Ji Huyuan's hands. Xia, you found it, haven't you? Yes. Ji Huyuan knew what Ji Mian was referring to, and he acknowledged it frankly. Since he had handed over the bracelet, it meant he had recognized this person. This was the custom of the Wu clan. That's good, I'm relieved then. Ji Mian's figure slowly faded into nothingness, but he continued to look at Ji Huyuan with a smile, as if wanting to remember his appearance forever. Xiao He, don't be sad. Death is not the end, but oblivion is. I may become the wind of this world, or perhaps a humble flower on your path. But no matter what, I will always be with you. Chapter 198. The moment Ji Mian's voice faded from their ears, everyone's vision went dark, and they felt the world spinning. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the special side quest Phoenix's Happy event. The quest reward is now being distributed to the host. One unknown fragment has been distributed. Please check for it. As the system notification faded, Xiaoying realized they had left the dream and returned to real time and space. The surroundings were covered in yellow sand, and broken walls and ruins were everywhere, making the bustling scene in the dream seem even more like a dream. Junior brother Guankong. 4th senior sister. 5th senior brother. A surprised voice rang out, and the 4 of them instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Master Guanji and his brother, along with Song Xiushi, Meng Fuiying, and a group of monks from the Brahma temple hurriedly approaching them. During the time Xiaoying and the others had mysteriously disappeared in the ruins of Chaofeng City, they had never given up searching for them. Although they knew they had likely encountered some kind of opportunity, the sudden appearance of 4 living beings from the sky still astonished them. Senior sister, where have you been all this time? Where are those who were chasing you? It's a long story. They're all dead? Xiaoying said succinctly, this isn't the place to talk. Let's return to Brahma Temple and discuss this. Fellow Daoist Xie is absolutely right. The fact that they were able to dispatch over a dozen evil cultivators at once shows how powerful they are. We can discuss anything back at Brahma Temple. Master Guanji nodded in agreement, then tore off his cassock and threw it into the air. Under Master Guanji's control, the cassock continued to grow until it reached a size large enough to accommodate dozens of people. Only then did it cease to grow. Please everyone. I take you back to Brahma Temple right now. Thank you, Master. After thanking Guanji, Xiaoying was about to fly onto the cassock when she suddenly remembered something. Looking back, she saw Yun Mei, head down, dawdling at the end, lost in thought. Hey! Sister Yun, hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, we won't be waiting for you. Huh? Huh? What? You killed Bai Yin, and instead of returning to Brahma Temple with us to discuss the next steps, you're going back to Luoyun Palace to seek death? Xiaoying pulled Yun Mei onto the cassock, then took out Tang Monk's cassock and draped it over her. This is a magical immortal artifact that can conceal a cultivator's presence and whereabouts. I'm lending it to you for now. Is there such a valuable item in the world of immortal cultivation? Yun Mei stared at the red cassock in amazement, subconsciously wrapping herself tighter. Thank you. You're welcome. Just tell me everything you know about Helian Yao, Sister Yun. After this shared life and death, the 4 of them had forged a deep revolutionary friendship. Xiaoying knew Yun Mei had treated Helian Yao like a father over the years, how much she once admired and was loyal to him, and how much she now hated him. Thus, she didn't think Yun Mei would reject her. But then, a moment later, I can't tell you everything. Xiaoying, ? Has the slap in the face come so quickly? I roughly know what you want to ask, but there are some things I really can't say. Is it because of restrictions? Xiaoying quickly realized. Yes. Yun Mei smiled helplessly. He's always been very cautious. I've done a lot for him over the years, so I can barely be considered his confidant, but he's always been wary of me. What I can tell you is that this person is very secretive. Besides Luoyun Palace, I have no idea how many other hidden forces he controls. But he once told me that he found Lin Yuexiang of the Yutian sect very interesting. I think he's attracted to something about Lin Yuexiang. Given his usual behavior, he'd definitely find an opportunity to get closer to her. Xiaoying, what kind of heart-wrenching fate is this? To prevent these two from colluding to persecute the Xiaoyao sect as in the original novel, Meng Liudu was sold to Wanqi Pavilion. And now she's told. These two are still involved. Sure enough, she had underestimated the terrifying power of the alluring heroine's aura. Xiaoying quickly recovered and asked the question that concerned her most. Sister Yun, do you know why he sent people to hunt us down? I only know you're the only one he wants to kill. As for Ji Yuan, he probably wants him alive. Helian Yao's biggest constraint on Yun Mei is his status as the palace master of Liyun Palace. Thus, as long as his true identity isn't implicated, Yun Mei won't be harmed. One more thing. Don't trust anyone around you easily in the future, especially those from the Western Territory. Does he know how to possess others? Xie Ying's mind fluttered, and she suddenly remembered someone. Back in the 12 Desolate Realms, wasn't that Mu Yao? Yes. Yun Mei gave Xie Ying a deep look and kindly reminded her, I suggest you keep these things to yourself for now. He's not that easy to deal with. I know. Just looking at Yun Mei's attitude toward Helian Yao, Xie Ying knew that Helian Yao, the powerful boss, was not someone she could confront head-on at the moment. After all, Yun Mei and Helian Yao were separated by a deep blood feud that had wiped out their entire clan. Yun Mei hated him so much, yet she hadn't even considered seeking revenge now. She wasn't a fool, so why would she seek such hardship? After the two of them tacitly exchanged all the information related to Helian Yao, they fell silent. Xie Ying, remembering the fragment Yin had released not long ago, sat cross-legged in meditation, her spirit entering the system space through the red mark on her wrist. When she was a novice Qi practitioner, the mark on her wrist had a distinct seed-like shape. But as she grew and became stronger, the mark gradually and invisibly changed. Now, it had transformed into 5 tiny sprouts. This mark was the only way to enter the system space. Xie Ying suspected that her strength was directly proportional to the upgrade of the system space. When Xie Ying entered the system space, System Yin was diligently tending to the blood vines, immortal points, and other items she had temporarily planted there. The plump, white ball Yin, lacking even limbs, could only control the objects within the space with her mind, completing tasks like watering and pruning. Yo! Yin is busy. I was right, Yin, you're a divinely gifted cultivator. If you weren't a system but a person, then the law enforcement uncle who cultivated his way through agriculture would surely cherish you. That's perfect. I have a seed I need you to take care of. Hearing these words, Yin trembled, and the mid-air kettle suddenly lost control and fell to the ground with a thud. She swooped down in front of Xie Ying, shaking her body wildly. Chapter 199. It was strange. Yin's true form was just a fat, white ball, without even a face. But Xie Ying saw a look of exasperation in her. Host. I'm a system, not a farmer. The phantom blood vine and those immortal points are fine, they're at least useful for carrying out missions. But isn't it a bit too much to just throw a random seed at me? Huh? Yin felt that if she had hands, she would strangle Xie Ying without hesitation. You evil capitalist. She's a system, not a beast of burden. Oh, don't be angry. Xie Ying tried to soothe Yin. This isn't a random seed I picked up either. Look. Xie Ying opened her palm, revealing a lush green seed lying quietly on it. Although the breath was so faint, it was almost imperceptible. Yin, a system, could still recognize it at a glance. Seeds from the sacred Wudong tree? Yes. Xie Ying nodded rapidly. I told you, Yin, that you're the most discerning. Senior Ji Mian said the Wudong tree spirit, and I have a connection, and I discovered this seed in my sea of consciousness. I thought about it, and planting it anywhere isn't as safe as planting it in your system space. Yin, you're the person I trust the most. Ha! Yin sneered, ruthlessly exposing this woman's deception. What do you mean by most trusted? You're clearly trying to trick me into planting and caring for you. How can something we agreed to be called a lie? Yin, question mark. No, how can it be considered a consensual thing? Host, you exploit me like this, don't you really feel guilty? Sorry, I can't. Xie Ying blinked. After all, I cultivate the wicked path. How can you expect a wicked cultivator to have a conscience? Yin, such a well-reasoned argument, she was speechless. I'm completely convinced. Leave the seed, you go. You go now. Yin decided to unilaterally break off all ties with Xie Ying, this heartless woman, for 3 days. Without waiting for Xie Ying to say anything, Yin used her authority to forcibly remove Xie Ying from the system space. When Xie Ying tried to re-enter, she found she couldn't. TSK. Yin disliked me. Senior sister? What are you talking about? Nothing, I was just talking to myself. Ming Fuiying, Fine. She wouldn't ask about senior sister's affairs. She wouldn't understand anyway. We're almost there. Senior sister, please get ready. Okay. Zen Master Guanji landed the group directly in the square in front of the Brahma Temple's meeting hall. Junior brother, Master said that upon your return, you and fellow Taoist Xie should go directly to the main hall to meet him. I take you there. Thank you, senior brother. The group quickly entered the meeting hall. As expected, the presiding monk, Master Xihui, had been waiting there for a long time. Master Xihui was a rare and distinguished monk in the world of immortal cultivation, and Xiaoying had great confidence in his character. Furthermore, Guankong Buddha's disciple was also fully aware of what had happened in Chaofeng City. So, apart from Ji Heyuan's identity, Xiaoying recounted everything else in detail. Oddly, Master Xihui wasn't surprised, as if he had already guessed their intention. Only after thoroughly understanding the entire situation did Master Xihui stand up. Follow me, everyone. Disciple Guankong was the first to follow Master Xihui. The remaining 5 exchanged glances before following him. They followed Master Xihui around the main hall and came upon a wooden door that stood out from the crowd. The door swung open, revealing a pool of lotus fragrance. Master Xihui turned and looked at them with compassion. Go forward one by one and see if you can fish anything out of this pool. Xiang stared in amazement at the golden lotuses behind the wooden door, somewhat confused by Master Xihui's meaning. Master? You must know that every golden lotus in Brahma Temple carries the power of merit. Spiritual power is easy to acquire, but merit is hard to come by. One could imagine how precious this pool of golden lotus was, yet now Master Xihui was actually asking them to fish it out. Had she heard correctly? Young friend, don't worry too much. Just follow your heart. Seeing Master Xihui's seriousness, Xiaoying stopped dwelling on it and stepped forward, reaching out towards the water. Golden lotus blossoms floated on the emerald green water, radiating a sacred light. Xiaoying casually reached out, expecting to snatch a single lotus flower, but her hand felt heavy, and she was caught off guard and nearly pulled into the pond. What the hell? Was this thing she caught alive? Sensing the creature beneath the water attempting to escape, Xiaoying suddenly became energized. It fled, she chased, and it couldn't even get away. After a relentless tug, Xiaoying ultimately emerged victorious. Concentrating her energy and exerting a powerful force, she yanked a large, vibrant koi carp directly into her arms. The large koi seemed unconvinced. Even in Xiaoying's arms, its tail flapped restlessly, splashing water all over her. Xiaoying looked at the large, plump fish in her arms, then at the holy lotus flowers swaying in the pond. After a long pause, she could only manage to utter, Master, aren't the fish in your Brahma temple being fed too well? Master Xihui smiled, but remained silent. He hadn't expected Xiaoying to easily snatch the largest and most advanced koi in the merit pond with just a single scoop. With Xiaoying leading the way, the rest of the group, except for Guankong Buddha's disciple, followed Master Xihui's signal and went fishing in the pond one by one. Each person's catch in the merit pond varied. Ming Fuiying found a small lotus root, Yunmei a lotus leaf. Ji Heyuan and Song Xiushi had the best luck. Almost the moment their hands touched the water, the golden lotus of merit fell into their hands. Xiaoying, holding the fish nearby, couldn't help but almost shed tears of envy. Look at what Xiao He and the others have caught. How normal is that? Why is hers the only fish she has? And the koi in the merit pond must not be used as food. But for Xiaoying, if a fish can't be killed and eaten, then it truly loses its true value as a fish. Ahem. Master, can I put this fish back and try again? This fish, it doesn't look very practical. The fish in her arm suddenly looked up, its eyes filled with disbelief. What do you mean? I haven't even complained about this girl's rudeness, and she's actually complaining that I'm not as practical as the merit golden lotus? That's simply too much. No. Master Xihui smiled and declined. A person only has one chance to enter the merit pond in their lifetime. Since you, Xie Xiaoyu, were able to retrieve this koi, it proves that you two are destined to be together. If you're destined to be together, then no matter how many times you enter the merit pond, the result won't change. Chapter 200. Xiaoying, okay. She understood. This meant she was being told. The only thing in the entire merit pond that was destined for her was this giant koi. Forget about anything else. After all, it was a free opportunity, albeit a strange one, but once you got it, there's no reason to give it up. I understand. Thank you, Brahma Temple, for giving me this koi. You're welcome, young friend. But I have another question. Go ahead, young friend. Raising this koi shouldn't be very particular, right? It can't only be nurtured by the water from the merit pond, right? Who are you looking down on? I can even nurture it without water. Before Master Tsihui could offer some explanation, the koi in Xie Ying's arm suddenly let out a cry through the microphone. Startled, Xie Ying instinctively threw him out. You can talk? Sister, this fish of yours can talk. Meng Fuiying was the first to approach, examining it curiously. How strange. He has neither spiritual power nor demonic energy, so how can he talk? What's so strange about talking? I can even recite Buddhist scriptures. The koi proudly swung its tail. As soon as the koi finished speaking, Guankong Buddha explained with a gentle smile. This koi has been listening to Buddhist scriptures in the Brahma Temple's merit pond for a full 1,000 years. Influenced by the scriptures day and night, he has long been imbued with Buddha nature, cleansing his demonic energy. Like all the monks in Brahma Temple, he cultivates the power of Buddhist vows. Seeing Xie Ying's pensive expression, Guankong Buddha added, Thank you, Taoist brother, for keeping him by your side. He will definitely be able to help you. Buddha and Master are right. Since I was able to fish him out of the merit pond, it means we are destined to be together. Don't worry, I will definitely keep him by my side. This time, Xie Ying noticed that the people at Brahma Temple seemed somewhat mysterious. The last time she visited Brahma Temple, Master Tsihui hadn't shown them any special favors. But this time, after hearing about their experiences in Chaofeng City, he immediately brought them to the merit pond. She felt as if the people at Brahma Temple were hiding something. But Xie Ying was still reassured by the reputation of Brahma Temple and the integrity of its Buddhist practitioners, so she didn't ask any further questions. Since Master Tsihui and Guankong both wanted her to keep the koi with her, she decided to take it with her. Master Tsihui, does this koi have a name? It's called One Thought. One thought. One foolish thought leads to the cessation of wisdom. One wise thought leads to the birth of wisdom. That's a nice name. Then from now on. Xie Ying was about to say she put it in the spirit beast bag, but Yin Yin, as if she seen through her plans, transformed into a scarlet gold fish-shaped bracelet before she could finish her words, loosely wrapping around Xie Ying's forearm. Then Yin Yin's still very childish voice emanated from the bracelet. I don't like being in the spirit beast bag. When you don't need me, I can become your jewelry. If you need me, just call me. Okay, that's convenient. Xie Ying raised an eyebrow, accepting the arrangement. After leaving the merit pond, the group bid farewell to Master Tsihui one after another. Only Yunmei, concerned about the clansmen in the soul capture banner, stayed behind, hoping to seek a solution from Master Tsihui. Time in dreams and reality flows at the same rate, so their stay in the dreamland this time only lasted about 10 days. Xie Ying later stayed in the Brahma Temple for a few more days to recuperate. After her spiritual power, which had been depleted due to excessive use of Spring of All Things, was restored, she said goodbye to Master Tsihui and others and left the Brahma Temple. On the day they left, Guankong and Yunmei even escorted the four of them to the mountain gate. Xie Ying, keep in touch. I come see you again after I'm done with this. Has Master Tsihui found a way to save your people? Not so fast. Those souls have been trapped in the soul-capturing banner for so long, most of them have lost their self-awareness or are incomplete. If such souls were sent to the underworld, they would likely dissipate before their chance for reincarnation. Guankong took over, however. Master and Uncle have found a way to restore souls, though it will take a long time. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Xie. Fellow Taoist Yun and I have been companions through thick and thin. As long as fellow Taoist Yun remains in Brahma Temple will protect her. I have no reason to worry about you, Buddhist. Xie Ying smiled, stopping the two from continuing to see them off. Okay, don't say goodbye. The mountains are high and the road is long. See you someday? Shortly after leaving Brahma Temple, Ji Huyuan suddenly stopped and looked at the others. Junior sister, sure, junior sister, I may not be able to accompany you on the rest of the journey. I have something I must do. What's the big deal? Everyone has things to do. Shall he, do whatever you want. Just remember one thing, if you encounter something you can't solve, let us know. Maybe we can help. Xie Ying had seen Ji Huyuan transfer all the merits contained in the golden lotus of merit to the phoenix egg he had brought back from his dream yesterday, so she had a rough idea of what he was going to do, but she didn't say much. Don't worry, senior sister. I won't handle this alone. Ji Huyuan smiled brightly. He was completely different from before. For senior sister, we... Meng Fuiying and Song Xiushi exchanged glances, and Song Xiushi finally spoke. My younger sister and I plan to leave senior sister and train on our own for a while. Although senior sister never interferes with our training, with you and your brothers around, we can't help but feel complacent. After this experience with the evil cultivators, we deeply realize the gap between us and you. Now, we're only a burden to you. Actually, you fifth brother, and I have never considered you a burden, but your desire to train on your own is a good idea. Xiang always believed that human potential is limitless, and the more adversity one faces, the easier it is to unleash that potential. Only by leaving your comfort zone can you truly grow rapidly. I don't have much to tell you, so I just share the most practical advice. What? Ming Fuiying waited expectantly for the next part. That is, don't be cowardly when faced with a challenge, and don't lose your resolve before you even start. But if you encounter an enemy you truly cannot defeat, I know that question. Ming Fuiying answered quickly. Don't worry, senior sister. We will never bring shame to the Xiaoyao sect. Even if we can't defeat them, we won't give up. Stupid. Xiang raised her hand and gently tapped Ming Fuiying's forehead. Ouch. Senior sister, why are you tapping my forehead again? How am I stupid? Of course you are. Ji Heyuan smiled and walked over to Song Xiusher's side, their arms around his shoulders like brothers. If you can't win, of course you have to run. There's always time to settle any grudges, but if you stubbornly hold on and get beaten to death, you won't even have a chance for revenge. Ah sure, your little sister is so innocent and naive. You must keep an eye on her. Fifth senior brother, don't worry. Song Xiusher smiled gently. He understood Ji Heyuan's meaning, but he wasn't worried. The four of them chatted and laughed for a while longer. After Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan earnestly shared their experiences, their smiles faded slightly. Alright, let's part here. The four of them smiled at each other and headed in different directions. The road is lonely, never bustling with people and vibrant flowers. It is a lonely and long journey. Everyone who appears in your life may only accompany you for a short time. But it doesn't matter. As long as the destination is the same, they will eventually meet at the top. Xia Ying firmly believed that they would reach the same destination through different paths.